Hello guys, how are you all? I hope you're all having great day. So we are back with amazing series on what if Naruto was trained by Black Dragon of all elements. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. We had already posted many interesting series. So check those as well. Link in the description. Now that's all covered. Let's begin the story. October 10th 7 am the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi nicknamed the Professor because he know every technique originated from the village hidden in the leaves. As Hiruzen stares out the window he worries about his grandson figure, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Though the child only knew of his first last name Uzumaki, very few people outside of Hiruzen knew of the child's heritage. Hiruzen was worried about Naruto because today was his birthday, and this was the day the villagers celebrated the defeat of the nine-tailed fox. On this day the villagers would hunt down Naruto and beat him within an inch of his life, saying they were avenging the fourth. Hiruzen always had Anbu tailing Naruto, but it didn't do too much good, seeing as 95% hated Naruto and actually participated. He signaled for his most trusted Anbu, and in the silent body flicker the Anbu Captain Crow appeared on one knee called Hokage-sama. Yes Crow, I need you to find Naruto Uzumaki and make sure he is safe. Hi, and with that he left just as silently as he had arrived. Hiruzen's eyes hardened as he looked out the window, though he felt better about Crow looking for Naruto, since he had a soft spot for the blonde. I hope you are alright Naruto-kun. Time skip 4 p.m. Naruto was running from the drunken mobs who were yelling it's time to avenge the fourth. Naruto had just turned 9 and has had to run from mobs 3 to 5 times a week since he was 3. Naruto was 4 foot 4 inches, which was rather tall for a 9-year-old. He had long spiky golden blonde hair that reaches his upper back, his hair usually covering half his face. Think Madara only blonde, eyes so bright a blue that they could be mistaken for the sapphires. Though he was tall, Naruto was skinny from malnutrition because of him eating scrapes from the dumpster since he was 3. Currently Naruto was running through Training Ground 43, trying to get to Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, since it was the only place they wouldn't chase him. Just before he makes it to the fence a kunai pierces his right calf, making him immediately fall to the ground in pain. Ha 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 came the voice of a random chunin from the who threw the kunai. Thought you could get away from us by running to the Forest of Death, huh demon? Naruto started sobbing from the kunai and being called a demon. I'm not a demon, I haven't done anything wrong, I just want to be left alone, Naruto yells, after continuing to sob. All the demon wants, to be left alone. Well, our families wanted to be left alone, the third's wife wanted to be left alone, and the fourth Hokage wanted to be left alone, but instead of leaving them alone you killed them. So today we avenged them, shouted a random villager with a pitchfork as she stabbed Naruto in the abdomen, earning an ear-splitting cry of pain from Naruto as he passes out from the pain. For the next 15 minutes they continue to beat Naruto with weapons in hand until they were convinced he was dead. One of the Anbu assigned to guard Naruto picks him up and speeds off through the Forest of Death until he reaches a river deep within the forest and dumps his lifeless body next to the river. The Anbu then turns to leave before one of the large animals comes out for a snack. The Riddance demon spat the Anbu as he left. As soon as the Anbu left, Naruto was enveloped in red chakra which started to heal his wounds. In Naruto's mindscape. Man, first they nearly kill me, then they throw me in the sewer, said Naruto as he got up off the ground and started walking along the pipes of the sewer, hoping to find an exit. I'm so sick of going through all of this simply because these ignorant assholes want me to suffer. Once I get out of here, maybe I'll go find Gigi and ask if he can help me train so I can at least defend myself. Why not ask me to train you, after all I have protected you far more so than he has, came a booming voice from within the sewer. Who said that? Replied Naruto as he did a 360 trying to find the source of the voice. Over here kid, Naruto looks in front of himself to find 2 glowing red slit eyes behind a cage that has a giant piece of paper with a word seal on it. Something inside Naruto's head clicked, so I finally get to meet you. I'm guessing I'm not in a sewer, but in the seal on my gut. The voice was at a loss for words. How did you know? I'm not as ignorant as those idiotic villagers. I know that being an entity composed entirely of chakra such as yourself you can't be killed, and the only true way to deal with a rampaging tailed beast is to seal them inside a human, since no object is strong enough to hold that type of power. Combined with the way the villagers treat me, all you have to do is put 2 and 2 together. Wow, only 9 years old and already speaking so intelligently. If this child can get the proper training with this level of intelligence combined with the potential I'm sensing coming from him, he could not only surpass his parents, but my old man as well, thought the fox. I always wanted to thank you for healing me whenever I had gotten hurt, whether it was from the villagers' beatings or any other type of injury, but I could never figure out how to communicate with you, spoke Naruto. Well, you're here now and you're welcome. I think I should explain why I attacked the village. Naruto sat down preparing for a long story. Now can you do me a favor and hold all your questions until I have finished? Naruto nodded once in agreement. I was in my previous container's seal trying to sleep when I was ripped out of her seal by a man in a black cloak wearing a orange swirl mask with a Sharingan eye. He then placed a powerful genjutsu on me to control my actions and attack the village, but the fourth Hokage stopped him and decided to reseal me and you because in her weakened state the sealing process would have killed us both. As I was still under the effects of the genjutsu I tried to kill you before the end of the sealing process, but my previous container and the fourth jumped in front to save you, then finished the sealing at the cost of their own lives, and the rest is history. Any questions? Who was your previous container? Asked Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze is the Red Death of the Leaf, but you may know her as Mom, replied the fox, socking the hell out of Naruto. They sat in silence while he processed this new information and calmed himself. So my mom was the most famous Kanachi on the elemental nations outside of Tsunade Senju, and my father was Minato Namikaze, the greatest Hokage the Leaf has ever had, and the fastest shinobi on the planet, finally a calm Naruto said. Yep, pretty much nailed it. I always wondered why our hair and eyes look similar, thought Naruto. Now about the training you wanted, I have a proposition for you, link our senses together and change this place to something more hospitable. Okay, so long as I don't have to let you out. Something tells me that if I let you out something terrible will happen to not only me and you but the village as well. Even though the villagers piss me off, there are a few people who are innocent, besides I don't want my first friend to be harmed. The Kyuubi chuckled at the remark then replied, don't worry, I actually like being in here with you. Now to link our senses all you have to do is rip a piece of the seal off, but don't tear off too much of the seal. We don't need too much of my chakra merging with yours. Too much too fast will kill you. Naruto nodded as he stands up and moves toward the cage, where the fox's tail wrapped around Naruto to lift him up to the seal, where ripped off exactly a fifth of the seal, before being lowered back to the ground. Before Naruto could speak, felt his insides being expanded by a strong warm energy. I feel so warm and I feel as if my strength keeps continuously growing, I wonder why? Asked Naruto. That's my chakra expanding your chakra coils. When it's done, seeing you already have extremely high chakra, your will be roughly equal to the of the four tails. Okay, it's under control. Now how do I change this place? Close your eyes and imagine whatever it is that you want to change it to. Naruto closed his eyes and immediately a bright light erupted throughout the room which lasted for 3 minutes until Naruto opened his eyes again. Wow, it worked. On was the sower replaced with a mountain off to the distance. A large lake right next to small forest just outside of the forest was a large plain of 5-foot high grass which the Kyuubi was already enjoying. Gone were the metal bars replaced with trees that went on forever into the new sky. This is better than anything I expected, thank you. No problem, you deserve it after all the help you have provided me with. Now how do I get out of here so I can get some necessities from Gigi? Just concentrate on your body and you should wake up, but first let me tell you about some changes. Since linking our senses, I've made your body physically fit as well as made you a little taller with our senses. Linked your senses will be just as sharp as mine. You'll be able to sense negative emotions within a 2-mile radius. Now go see the old man and get everything you need so I can come up with a training regimen. Alright, I'll see you later, said Naruto before fading away. Back in the Forest of Death. Naruto wakes up next to a river in the Forest of Death, feeling better than he ever has. As he stood up he could feel the power in his arms and legs, where he would struggle to get up before because of how weak and malnourished he was. Naruto walks to the river to get a look at his reflection in the water and was shocked at what he saw. Naruto had grown from about 4 foot 4 inches to about 4 foot 11 inches, gone was his skinny frame, and in its place were 2 strong arms, a somewhat chiseled bare chest with a 4-pack of abs, going down to a pair of athletic-looking legs covered in a pair of tight black shorts. Wow, you made me taller and gave me a body fit for a ninja, thanks Kyuubi. Now I actually feel strong instead of pathetic because of my weak frame. No problem, all I did was pump chakra into your muscles to expand them as I was healing your body from the attack. Don't expect me to be able to maintain this body for you. You are going to have to train and eat right to maintain this form or improve it. This was the best result you could hope for, seeing that you haven't trained and don't eat right. That's going to change right now. That's the right attitude, kiddo. I want to tell you my true name, but I need you to promise not to reveal it to anyone. I promise not to reveal your name. Besides, a ninja's most dangerous weapon is deception. Exactly, but the reason I don't want you to reveal my name is because we tailed beasts use our true names as a code of trust. Only the most trustworthy has a right to know our names, as well as use our full power, and I feel as though you are the most trustworthy person I have ever met. My name is Kurama. Thank you for putting your trust in me, Kurama. I promise to never betray that trust, replied Naruto as he began to walk slowly through the forest to get handle of his new senses, which he was quickly getting a hang of. After about 10 minutes of walking and getting used to his new sensing ability, Naruto felt a massive chakra, but it felt different, almost as if it was calling out to him. Hey Kurama, do you feel that? Asked Naruto. Whatever is giving off that chakra has enough of it to match me. Go see what it is because it is calling out to you, but be careful. Alright, let's hope this chakra signature isn't dangerous to me seeing as it is calling out to me, replied Naruto as he started walking a little faster towards the signature. After another 5 minutes of walking, Naruto arrives in front of a huge tree feeling confused knowing the chakra wasn't coming from the tree. As he took a step forward he falls through the ground. Ah. Ugh, what the hell, said Naruto as he sat up before noticing a chest on a platform 10 feet away from him. That chest is what's giving of that chakra, go check it out, but be careful. Naruto nodded as he walked up to the chest. As he placed a hand on the chest it started to glow brightly before flinging itself open, producing an orb of light which was floating in front of a confused Naruto. Kurama, what should I do? Grab it but be prepared to run just in case. Naruto reached out to touch the orb, it started shining in a bright blinding light. Naruto's mindscape. Ugh, Kurama, did you pull me here? Naruto asked as he looked around and his eyes landed on Kurama. No kid, replied Kurama before he felt a presence behind Naruto. DRRRR, who's there, show yourself. Calm yourself, I'm not here to harm anyone, spoke a mysterious voice before walking out from behind a random tree. Said person was about 6'2" with shoulder-length black hair. He wore an black t-shirt, baggy black pants, black steel-toed boots, and an high-collared black trench coat that reached his ankles. Who are you, what do you want, and how did you get here? Questioned Naruto as he took a couple of steps back into the seal to stand next to Kurama. My name is Sieg, I am here to serve my master, which is you, and I am a sentient being. Entering a plane such as this is second nature to me. Okay, I understand you being a sentient being and all, but how is the kid here your master? That actually goes back about 50 years, and it's quite a long story if you are willing to listen. Both Kurama and Naruto nodded. Kurama sat on his hunches on the tall lush grass and swung his tails next to himself where Naruto laid back onto. Okay, 50 years ago the leader of the dragons had a vision that in Uzumaki would, with the help of the dragons, will have the opportunity to be known as the strongest entity throughout history by destroying a personified evil that resides in this world. So he decided that every year he, along with each dragon leader of the 4 elements they control, water, wind, lightning, and fire, would put as much power into the newly forged dragon sword in order for Aid's sword to balance out a power that the chosen Uzumaki would be granted. The dragon leaders along with the head dragon put as much power as possible into the blades until 10 years ago when the leader had another vision of you being born, Naruto. He placed the swords in an orb of energy, knowing only the prophesied would be able to not only locate them, but wield them as well. So is that why I felt as if something was calling out to me? And what do you mean only want to wield you, asked Naruto. Yes, you felt something calling out to you because that was me calling out to my master when I sensed him nearby. As for why only you can wield me is because anyone who tried would get warning jolt of lightning, and if they keep being persistent, which could kill even the strongest of dragons. I'm glad that I was chosen to become your master, but I don't have that kind of power. I know you're not strong enough right now, but I plan on taking you to the realm of dragons where they will train you. If what he is saying is true, you need to do it. Dragons are the strongest being next to tailed beasts. Hell, their leader could probably push me to my limit. If you think I should, alright, okay Sieg, we'll go. But I need a little time to go handle some things, and I need you to do me a favor. Anything you need, master. Do you have a human form outside of my mind? Yes, master. Alright, go to the center of the village, and to the largest tower on the top floor, look for Hiruzen Sarutobi and explain only the need to know about the training, nothing about the dragons yourself or Kurama here. Understood, master, replied Sieg as he disappeared from view. Back in the hole in the forest of death. In front of Naruto the light stopped shining, and in front of him was a black guardless katana sword at 3.5 feet in length, midnight black in color with a silver dragon wrapping around from the bottom of the sheath to the top of the sword sheath. The sword floated into Naruto's hand while a yellow energy floated out the sword and transformed into Sieg. Okay Sieg, can you get us out of this hole so we can get back to the village? Yes, master. 20 minutes later, just outside the training grounds. The large tower in the middle of the village is where the Hokage should be, but Sieg, remember, need to know basis. Yes, master, if you need me you can communicate to me through a mental link just like you do with Kurama, replied Sieg. Okay, oh, don't reveal Kurama's name to anyone, that's something he doesn't want revealed, and I won't allow it to be revealed. Yes, master, I'll be on my way now, replied Sieg as he bowed and started towards the tower. 10 minutes later. Naruto was headed down a random alley to not be caught by the villagers on his way to see the Ichirakus and let them know that he was going to be gone for a few years, seeing as they were some of the only people who were nice to him. As he was about to turn down another alley to get to the ramen stand, Naruto heard the sound of someone yelling. "Get back here, bitch," yelled 3 ninja who looked to be in their late 20s. Curious as to why they were yelling, Naruto to stealthily follow them. After about 10 minutes of chase they ended up in a dead-end alley. Naruto, in an alley right next to them, decided to climb on top of the building to see what was going on, but what he saw pissed him off past the point of no return. Two of the three men were holding down a girl no older than 13 years old, while the other started to unbutton his pants. "You should be glad that we are willing to fuck you after all. Who would want a whore like you?" said the leader as he started walking towards the helpless girl. Don't let them do it. This is the most evil thing you humans do to each other, and you call me a demon. I don't plan to, and whatever that is down there isn't human, thought Naruto in extreme anger as he jumped in front of the man before he could get any closer to the girl and middle kicked the man in the stomach, sending him back about 10 feet. Then as the other two tried to attack Naruto from behind, but with his heightened senses he felt them coming, a back flipped over them and immediately unsheathed his sword, revealing a 3.5-foot black blade within silver kanji was fire, lightning, water and wind going down the blade. As the rapist was getting up he saw Naruto pointing his sword at the two men. "Leave now before I kill you where you stand," spoke Naruto in a demonic voice. If it's one thing that wouldn't stand for it would be rape. Naruto's voice sent chills down their spines, but they shook it off, not wanting the child to know they were scared of him. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you leave. Just because you are a child doesn't mean we won't kill you," spoke the rapist from 10 feet away. "If you take one step forward I really will kill you," spoke Naruto with his one visible eye unwavering. "With a victim, I would be justified in killing you three. Hell, I might even get a reward for expunging trash such as yourselves from the village." The two in front of Naruto started backing up, believing that he might just have the skill to actually kill them. "Hey, I'm out. I don't need this mess just for a piece of ass from the snake whore. Me too, I have a wife and 2 kids at home. I don't need them finding out about this," spoke the two as they walked past the rapist. "Cowards, I'll handle this myself," said the rapist as he took out a kunai, but before he even took a step he noticed the look in Naruto's lone visible eye which made him question his very existence. "You know what? That whore isn't even worth it. You can have her. There are plenty of women I'd rather fuck anyway," spoke the rapist as he walked away, not wanting Naruto to know just how scared of him he truly was. Once he was gone, Naruto placed his sword back in the sheath before turning around to see if she was alright. When he turned around she was already standing dusting herself off. The first thing Naruto noticed was how beautiful she was. She had smooth skin, not a blemish in sight, beautiful chocolate eyes, very kissable pink lips, long spiky purple hair done into a fan-style ponytail. She was wearing a black shirt which did nothing to hide her still-growing B-cup breasts, a pair of tight white shorts that insinuated her still-growing body, a pair of knee-length black socks that made her legs look even longer, and a pair of black ninja sandals. Breaking from his observation he finally spoke. "Are you okay?" "Oh, yes, thank you for the help. Usually Nai-chan is with me so they don't bother me, but she is on a mission now. By the way, I'm Anko Mitarashi," spoke as she extended her hand. Naruto took her hand and placed a small kiss on the back of it. "Well, Anko-chan, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You don't have to thank me, I would have done so for any woman. Women are flowers meant to be preserved, not manhandled for some momentary pleasure," said Naruto as he had to look up at the now blushing girl, seeing as she was about 4 inches taller than him. After Naruto released her hand she smirked at him devilishly as she took a step forward and took her index finger and ran it from his chest to his hair to move it out of the way so she could see his face. "Look, this handsome little sweet devil, keep talking like that and maybe I'll make you my boyfriend when you get older, though I am not sure if you're strong enough," said Anko, thinking her teasing would make him blush. "Alright, you seem nice enough and you are extremely beautiful. If you'll have me I'd be honored to be your boyfriend," spoke Naruto seriously with a genuine smile plastered across his face. He thought I was serious. I don't want to hurt his feeling. Dude, what the heck, he looks like when grows up, he'll have no competition in the looks department. "Okay, if you promise me you will grow up to become strong, I see no problem reserving the spot as my future boyfriend for you." "Alright, I'll promise to be strong only if you promise me something." She raised an eyebrow at that. "And what is that?" "Don't become any more beautiful. I don't want to have to kill half the men in the village so they keep their eyes and hands to themselves." Anko chuckles as she pulls Naruto into a tight hug, smashing his face into her still developing breasts. "You're just so cute, you know that. But I can't promise you that because I plan on becoming the sexiest woman in the elemental nations, but I can promise to wait for you come claim me." "Okay, it's a promise then," said Naruto before Anko lifted his chin and gave him an innocent kiss on the lips, then said, "Deal." Anko-chan, I'm going to be leaving the village to train for about 6 years to start my training, so I won't be able to see you during that time period, but I will keep my promise," spoke a blushing Naruto. "Why do you have to leave the village? Why not just go to the academy like everybody else?" replied a confused Anko. "Because I'm pretty much hated in the village for something out of my control and would probably be sabotaged from day one in the academy. Oh, I know how you feel because of my old teacher turning rogue and the seal on me that no one seems to be able to break, like I have any control over what happened," said Anko as she pulled down the collar of her shirt to reveal the mark. I have seen that seal before. It corrupts the mind with a false belief of power and loyalty to the caster, but don't worry, that marking around it keeps the seal from being anything other than a mark. Anko-chan says no one has been able to remove it. You wouldn't happen to know how to, would you?" Yes I do, but you have to have a massive amount of chakra which you do, really good chakra control and advanced understanding of sealing jutsu which seeing as who your parents are, you should take to like a fish to water. So instead of telling her that you can remove it just tell your mate you will have a surprise for her upon your return. Naruto smiled at this knowing he would be able to help Anko out. Hey Anko-chan if you truly make good on our deal I will have a surprise for you once I return. Oh a surprise what is it? Anko asked excitedly. I can't tell you otherwise it won't be a surprise. Oh alright you just make sure it's something good will I should be getting home I have a mission tomorrow said Anko before she leaned down and kissed Naruto once more. Remember if you make good on our deal you can get that everyday Naruto too, Kun whispering sweetly in Naruto's ear. See you in 6 years and don't forget my surprise I'll be waiting for it as she walked out of the alley. Okay let's go see Oji-san and Ni-chan, before I have to leave Naruto spoke to himself as he prepared to leave until he felt a hand on his shoulder forcing him to turn around going somewhere Naruto-kun. Pro-nai-san? Naruto asked as the black-haired Anbu nodded making Naruto hug the Anbu around his waist the crow-masked Anbu wrapped one arm around Naruto as he used the other to ruffle his hair. Where were you Naruto-kun? I have been looking for you for over 2 years now the Anbu asked as looked down at the blonde who was still hugging him. I was kicked out of the orphanage almost 3 years ago Naruto told him, while trying to hold back tears, though the pain was evident in his voice. Why didn't you look for me or go to Hokage-sama? Naruto just gripped onto the Anbu a little harder I didn't want to be a burden. Neither me or Hokage-sama have ever thought of you as a burden so, if we don't think of you as one I need you, not to think of yourself in that light either okay. The blonde nodded while still holding onto the Anbu. Now why don't we go see Hokage-sama? Naruto shook his head no, why not Naruto mumbled under his breath what was that? Because I am leaving, and I don't want him to stop me. What do you mean you're leaving you're 9 years old? I have to, the people of this village will end my life if I don't, you and Gigi can only do so much to protect me, Naruto said as he stepped back from the Anbu while looking him in the eye with a serious expression. But where will you go? I can't tell you that but I know it's the best thing for me the Anbu sighed alright, just promise you will be safe. I promise. Alright, since this seems to be what you think is best for you he leaned down after removing his mask, revealing his handsome face. He had onyx eyes under which were long, pronounced tear troughs. He had jet black hair that was pulled back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed with center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. But remember this Itachi Uchiha is always on your side, he poked Naruto in the forehead with his index and middle fingers making Naruto flinch when he looked up. Itachi was gone. Thank you and goodbye Itachi Nai the blonde spoke to himself as he left the alley. 1 hour later. After a long lecture from AM and a long hug goodbye Naruto was on his way back to the training grounds to meet up with Sieg. Hey Sieg, how did he take it? He didn't get too angry did he? No master he didn't get angry at all he was actually happy because he didn't think he would be able to find a competent teacher willing to teach you. He also gave me some things left to you by your parents, I sealed everything in this scroll. You can go through everything after we meet with the dragon leader, replied Sieg as he tossed Naruto the scroll, then outstretched his hand, in which a large purple portal opened in front of said hand. After you master said Sieg as Naruto walks through the portal with Sieg in tow. Dragon Realm. The dragon's realm was a mountain terrain, and in the center there was a large city buildings made of stone. In the sky there were dragons flying all over all which looked as if they were the size of Kurama himself. Towards the east of the city was a large ocean. To say Naruto was flabbergasted would be an understatement. Wow it's so beautiful. I'm sure the dragons appreciate your praise of their home, for now let's go meet with the leader master retorted Sieg. 15 minutes later they were standing in front of stone double doors, each door being 10 feet high and 7 foot wide. Sieg opened the doors, and the first thing Naruto noticed was the size of the room which was the size of a tenth of the leaf. In the center of the room was a large man standing at about 8 feet dressed in black, he had long straight black hair, he had charcoal black eyes, a cross-shaped tattoo under his eye, and a set of large black wings on his back. He had 2 people standing on each side him, they looked exactly like him only they didn't have the tattoo, and their cloths, hair, eyes and wings matched the color for their element. Red for fire, royal blue for lightning, baby blue for water and white for wind. We were expecting you, I see you have finally found your master Sieg spoke towering black-haired man. Yes after all those years of waiting he finally found me spoke Sieg. And what would your name be young master? Asked the black dragon leader. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze replied Naruto as he bowed towards the dragons in human form. Nice to meet you Naruto-sama, we are the leaders of the elemental dragons, this one to my right is Haja leader of the wind dragons, to the right of him, that is Julius leader of the lightning dragons, to my left is Burial leader of the water dragons. To his left is Crimson leader of the fire dragons, and I am Jigen leader of all dragons, as well as the only dragon capable of using all 4 elements. It's a pleasure to meet you Naruto-sama as they all spoke in union. "Naruto-sama, as our master, you are going to need to sign our summoning contract," spoke Jigen as he kneeled down in front of Naruto and opened the scroll for him to sign. "How do I sign it?" asked Naruto, looking for something to write with. Jigen pulled out a small knife and handed it to Naruto. "Just cut your finger and write your name in blood." Naruto nodded and signed the contract. This Maz made the dragon leaders happy, since they haven't had a summoner since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. "I want you to know I only plan on training here for 6 years before I return to my village, but I will return periodically after my 6 years of training is up," spoke Naruto. "If you don't mind my asking, why only 6 years?" asked Jigen. "Because of the promise I made to someone, and I don't want them waiting any longer than absolutely necessary, so I want you to push me past my limit to make me as strong as inhumanly possible," said Naruto with a flare of determination, which shocked them, never before meeting a human this determined. "If that's your wish, we will oblige," they all spoke in union once again. "We can begin tomorrow," Yoruichi called Jigen as the doors opened to reveal a purple-haired dark-skinned teenage beauty wearing a tight-fitting black dress showing off her budding womanly curves. "You called Jigen-sama," replied Yoruichi. "Yes, show the young master here to the master bedroom and make sure he gets something to eat, and Naruto-sama, we will make a training regime for you tomorrow." "Yes, and thank you, Sieg, you can turn back into your sword form." "Yes, master," replied Sieg as he turned back into the yellow energy and returned to the sword Naruto's hand. Naruto bowed before following Yoruichi to his room. They arrived at a pair of large oak wood double doors. Yoruichi opened the doors, presenting the room to Naruto. The room was large. There was a king-size bed with a ceiling, 2 oakwood dressers, a sliding glass door leading to a balcony which was covered in white silk curtains. The door next to the bed leads to a fully equipped walk-in closet, and the door across from here leads to the master bathroom. "Why don't find some clothes and get cleaned up while I go get you something to eat? Is there anything specific you would like me to bring? If you can, sushi would be nice." "Okay, Naruto-sama, I shall return," spoke as she left the room. Naruto, thinking that a shower sounded great since he only ever bathed in a river in the forest of death. Naruto looks through the dressers, only finding socks and underclothes, so walks into the closet and sees nothing but high-class suits. "Isn't there anything normal in here?" "Ah, here we go," spoke Naruto as he found a pair of black cargo shorts and a plain white t-shirt. Naruto walks into the most beautiful bathroom he ever dreamed possible. Marble tile floors, a glass door shower, marble sink, golden shower head and faucet. Shaking his thoughts on the beauty of the bathroom, he hops in the shower to get the dirt and grime off his body. While in the shower, he grabs a bottle of shampoo and washes his hair as well. Naruto gets out of the shower and puts on his boxers and black cargo shorts, deciding to leave the shirt off until he finds a blow dryer to dry his hair. "They have everything but a blow dryer," said Naruto as he went through the bathroom's linen closet. "Naruto-sama, I have your dinner. Is there anything else you require?" spoke Yoruichi from outside the bathroom. "Actually there is. I need a blow dryer for my hair. There wouldn't happen to be one in here, would there?" "Yes, there is one at the top of the closet. Would you like me to help you with your hair?" "Yes, if you don't mind," said Naruto as Yoruichi walks into the bathroom and grabs the blow dryer, then ushers Naruto to a chair located in front of a dresser with a mirror attachment. As Yoruichi stated drying Naruto's hair, he decided to ask her something that's been on his mind. "Hey Yoruichi, can I ask you a question?" "Sure, Naruto-sama." "Okay, first of all, could you not refer to me as Sama? I'm not really one for formalities, especially seeing as you are older than me." Yoruichi smiled at the remark. She agreed with Naruto, she only used horrifics because of Jigen. "Sure, Naruto-kun. Don't take this the wrong way, but are you a dragon as well? I wanted to ask, because you don't seem to give of the same aura the other dragons do, nor do you have wings like the others." This made Reina chuckle. "No, Naruto-kun, I am not. During one of Master Jigen's visits outside, he found me abandoned as an infant and has raised me to serve you once you were found. You know, I don't really need a servant, but how about we change the role he wanted you to play in my life slightly?" "What do you have in mind, Naruto-kun?" "I grew up shunned, so I'd much rather have a beautiful older sister than I would a servant. What do you say?" Yoruichi stopped drying his hair and hugged him from behind and placed a small kiss on his cheek which made him flush bright red. "I'd love to have a cute little brother, thank you, Naruto-kun," spoke a happy Yoruichi as she rubbed her cheek against Naruto's. Not that I don't like the attention, Ni-chan, can you finish drying my hair please?" "No problem, little bro." 30 minutes later, after the newly formed brother and sister finished with Naruto's grooming and dinner, Yoruichi left Naruto alone to rest up. "Master, are you going to go through your inheritance? It would be wise to do it tonight so you can have an idea of what you want to add to your regimen to maximize the training." Sieg from inside Naruto's mind. "Thank you, Sieg, I almost forgot about the scroll," replied Naruto as he grabbed the scroll out of his previous pair of pants. Naruto unraveled the scroll, then laid it on the bed before channeling a little chakra into said scroll, which produced 3 small scrolls and 2 large scrolls. "Master, the first of the small scrolls is from the Hokage, the other 2 are from your parents. The bigger scrolls are the jutsu libraries from the Uzumaki and Namikaze families respectively." Thanks Sieg, I guess I'll start with this one, said Naruto as he reached for a scroll. Naruto opens the first scroll, which was written by Hiruzen. Dear Naruto. Naruto, first and foremost I want to apologize to you for hiding your heritage from you. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only understanding. Your father asked that your heritage be hidden from you until you were strong enough because of the number of enemies he and your mother had accumulated over their time as ninjas. I agreed to let Sieg train you because I believe you would have been hindered in your training, and Sieg had a look of determination to make you strong. To help with your training, I left a seal at the end of the letter with 2 jutsus you would make useful with your large chakra reserves, the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Exploding Clone Jutsu. I believe these will help you more than you know, and with your large chakra you could maximize their potential. Be safe, I expect you to come back, shattering my expectation of you, and I am setting the bar extremely high. I have also left you history books, etiquette for ninja and books on ninja basics. Here is in Sarutobi. Grid Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Thank you grandfather, I intend to surpass you and all my predecessors, just wait, I'll ensure you have a peaceful retirement. Naruto unsealed a huge stack of books and placed them on the dresser to read later. He then grabs the small scroll which contains the name his clan symbol of an eagle on it and opened it. To my son, Naruto. As I sit here knowing that I have to leave my newborn son alone without a mother's love or a father's guidance, I am filled with grief and sorrow, but I know this is something that must be done. I don't know if you will hate me or not, but please know that there was no other way to stop the Kyuubi other than to seal him within you, my son. Though it will cost me my soul, it is my duty to protect my home, but infinitely more so as I wanted to protect the village, I wanted to protect my son, even if I have to place this burden on you. I want you to know I have informed Sarutobi that I want you to be seen as a hero, but I have taken precautionary steps in case they do the opposite and treat you like the host of the One Tails in the Sand Village. I have decided to activate the Namaki bloodline within you earlier than it ever has been. Usually it's activated after the child has access to its chakra, but since we Namakas have kept this bloodline secret, as in no one will know how to. Inside the Namaka's scroll will explain the bloodline. I hope you never give up, Naruto. I hope that no matter how hard things get, you will always have a smile on your face and see the light in the darkness. I also hope that you will forgive me for what I have done to you, for I have placed the village above my own flesh and blood. I pray to the gods that I have made the right decision, and whatever pain and suffering you endure will be worth it to you in the end. Minato Namakas. 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Yellow Flash. And greatest idol of them all, your father. At the end of the letter, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears as he thought about how much his father loved him and just how much Naruto wanted to make his father proud of him. Dad, if it's one thing you can rest easy on is that I do not hate you, all I wanted was to know you loved me, and now a fraction of your love was even more than I could have hoped for. Kid, are you going to be alright? Yes, it's just that even in my wildest dreams, did I think someone could love me this much? Kid, I don't even think I could grasp the love they had for you, watching how happy they were when Kushina found out she was pregnant. I have never seen 2 happier people throughout my existence. Were they really that happy when they found out? More than happy, they were ecstatic. If you read your mother's letter, I think you might understand a little more. Naruto nods and grabs a small scroll with a Uzumaki clan symbol and begins to read. My darling Naruto. If you are reading this, then I am dead succeeding in helping your father seal the Kyuubi into you. I tried to reason with him, Naruto. I tried to get him to reseal him back into me, or at least let me use the demon-consuming seal, but he can be such a damn idealist at times. I think he wants to believe there is good in the villagers, even if he knows it's a lie. Yes, I know what they call me behind my back, demon whore. Was the blood I spilled for them not enough? Is the village truly so hopeless that they cannot find it within themselves to be happy and supporting of others? If anything, my son, believe that I know what you are going through. This has probably never been told to you, but you are not the first host of the Kyuubi. You are actually the third and my successor, Jinchuriki. I am so sorry that this had to happen, my darling. If it weren't for that ninja, I would still be alive, raising you along with your father, and the Kyuubi would have been inside me until I was well into my years, surrounded by my grandchildren. My son, I didn't want to leave you helpless, but our bloodline, the Rinnegan, can only be activated when we are strong enough. As I can't activate your bloodline now, as in the strain of it will kill you, tell the Kyuubi that is a last favor from me to activate your bloodline for me. Above all else, my Naruto, remember that I do love you no matter what choices you make. You are the son that I have carried, and every day was a blessing as I felt you grow. I have no doubts that you will make me proud, whether you are a child prodigy or the village pariah. Take care, oh child of mine. Spread your wings and fly as high as you can. Kushina Uzumaki Namakas. Naruto had started crying harder than he has ever cried. As he cried, he had only one question on his mind: why? Uruchi, hearing Naruto cry, decided to see what was wrong with her new brother. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? As Yoruichi was trying to comfort Naruto, Sieg took his human form to explain the situation to Yoruichi, knowing Naruto wouldn't be able to. Master has read letters left to him by his parents, and it seems to be too overwhelming to know how much his parents really loved him. So that's what it is, thought Yoruichi as she climbed into the bed to pull Naruto into a comforting hug. I'll take it from here, Sieg said Yoruichi as Sieg returned to his sword form, leaning against a far end wall. It will be alright, Naruto, I know tea is a lot to take in, but I am here for you, and I won't leave you, said Yoruichi as he pushed Naruto into her soft but still developing breasts and stroked his long golden locks. Hearing this makes Naruto cry even harder before wrapping his arms around Yoruichi's waist. Yoruichi smiles down at Naruto before she asks, would you like me to sleep with you tonight, Naruto-kun? Unable to find his voice, he just nods between her breasts. Okay, let me up so I can change out of this dress, and I will be right back, alright. Naruto lets Yoruichi up as she leaves to change, then Naruto hears Kurama in his head. I know, kid, let it out and let Yoruichi help you, you don't have to say anything, we can talk about the contents of the letter tomorrow, just let your sister help you tonight. Without a word, Naruto gets up and places the scrolls and books on the dresser, then puts on his shirt to get ready for bed. As he finished, Yoruichi walks in wearing a white button-down shirt and black spats. Yoruichi climbs into the bed and ushers Naruto to do the same and returns to his previous position of his head between her breasts and arms wrapped around her waist. Yoruichi smiles and leans down to place a kiss on his forehead. May you have nothing but sweet dreams, I will be here for you and I love you, Naruto-kun. Thank you for being here, and I love you to One-chan, replied Naruto as they both drifted off to sleep. 7 a.m. The next morning. The sun shone in through the large window, illuminating the entire room and disturbing the sleeping siblings. As the young blonde turned his head, he felt what he would describe as two big marshmallows. Naruto startled himself and hopped to the other side of the bed. Man, I forgot Yoruichi slept with me, I'm going to have to get used to human contact as I sleep. Kid, are you okay now? What Yoruichi did for me last night really helped me get a handle on my emotions. Well, I'm glad she seems to really care for you, that Anko girl might have a little competition, huh, kid? That got a light blush out of Naruto. Hey, you know Yoruichi is nothing but a sister to me, so quit teasing me. Ahahaha, sorry kid, it's just really fun to mess with you, though I am glad you are feeling better now. In reference to your mother's letter about the Rinnegan, I had already planned on giving it to you, but not until you have decent chakra control and Chunin level to jutsu. I see no problem with that, beside I will worry about that later. I need to go through the Uzumaki and Namikaze libraries so I can maximize these 6 years of training. Just as Naruto finished his conversation with Kurama, Yoruichi woke up to see Naruto sitting on the opposite side of the bed, lost in thought. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Oh yeah, I was just thinking about the training I'm going to be starting pretty soon. Yoruichi pulls Naruto over to her to have him sitting in her lap with her chin rested on his head and arms wrapped around his chest. Are you nervous, Naruto-kun? No, not nervous, just thinking about the things my parents left me that they want me to train myself in. Don't worry about it, I'm sure you will be able to learn everything your parents left for you and make them proud. After all, there is nothing the child of prophecy and my little brother can't do, spoke a smiling Yoruichi. Now why don't I go and get you some breakfast while you finish up before you have to meet with Chigen and the others a little later this morning? Thank you, I'd really like that, Ni-chan, replied Naruto as Yoruichi got up and left the room. Naruto was next to get out of bed as he walked over to the dresser and grabbed the 2 giant scrolls and sat back on the bed with the 2 scrolls in front of him. Naruto decides to go through the Namikaze scroll first. He bites his thumb, drawing a little blood, and swipes it across the Namikaze clan symbol, then channels some chakra into the scroll to unlock it. As Naruto unraveled the scroll, he noticed 7 seals with a description under each scroll. Under the first seal was Taijutsu, under the second was Bloodline, third was Lightning, fourth was Wind, fifth was Rasengan, sixth was Sealing, and last was Flying Thunder God. Let me read through the Bloodline first to see how it should be trained, thought Naruto out loud as he released a seal which produced a scroll entitled Namikaze Bloodline. The Namikaze Bloodline. The Namikaze Bloodline consists of 3 parts. The first part of the Bloodline is the ability to see fast-moving objects. It's an ability similar to the Uchiha Sharingan, but without the ability to steal jutsu. The second part of the Bloodline is increased intelligence provided by photographic memory. The third part of the Bloodline is lightning chakra running through our system, which make the Namikaze the fastest clan known to the elemental nations. Naruto, if you are reading this, then that means Sarutobi has given you your inheritance. Your bloodline is already active. I place a small seal on your forehead to prevent you from using the abilities until you are ready. Now simply channel a small amount of chakra into your finger and place it above your left eye, same as you would to open a simple storage scroll, and that will break the seal and allow your Namikaze abilities to return to you. Naruto wordlessly did as the scroll says and used what little control of his chakra he had and channeled chakra into his index finger, then moved his hair out of the way to apply said chakra to the area above his left eye. As soon as Naruto broke the seal, all hell broke loose as he started producing enough lightning chakra to put the Raikage's lightning armor to shame. What hell, the scroll didn't say anything about this. Kid, calm down. I think because the seal held your power back for so long, the lightning chakra just kept getting stronger and stronger until now, when you released it. So what now? Do you think there are any side effects that could handicap me later? No kid, quite the opposite. From what I am sensing, the seal has actually improved your bloodline. How so, Kurama? Well, from what I can tell, the amount of lightning chakra you are able to control alone is going to make you legendary, and there seems to have been an improvement in the speed you are going to be capable of using, as well as an improvement to your ability to see fast-moving objects. Wait for the lightning to settle down, and you should be able to feel the improvements yourself. As if on cue, after the lightning settled, Naruto started feeling the effect of his bloodline. He felt so fast, as if he could run from the forest of death to the Hokage town in a literal blink of an eye. Because of his vision, time felt as if it had slowed, so Naruto spent the next couple of minutes getting used to his newly activated bloodline. Okay, that's better, I am getting used to it now, said Naruto as sat back on the bed and decided to unseal the seal's portion of the main scroll, which produced 10 books which looked to be about 500 or more pages long each, and each book had a level to them, such as level 1, level 2, and Act. Those are books on sealing. Level 1 is for beginners who want to learn sealing, and level 10 is for seal masters. Okay, need to make it a priority to read these whenever I am not physically training, seeing as sealing is the more complicated of the ninja arts. Kid, sealing runs in your blood. I wouldn't be surprised if you took more to seals better than you do ninjutsu. Maybe, Kurama, but I don't want to underestimate any of the training I plan on putting myself through, because underestimation can be the key to life and death. Well said, kid, with an attitude like that you are on the right path to surpassing your parents. Naruto just smiled at the compliment and started to go through the Uzumaki library. He repeated the process, swiped some blood across the seal, and channeled chakra until the scroll unlocked. Similar to the previous scroll, it has 5 seals with a description underneath. First was Taijutsu, second was Kenjutsu, third was fire, fourth was water, and last was sealing. Naruto broke the last seal, and 5 books appeared that had level 11 to 15 on them. Hey Kurama, I thought there were only 10 levels to sealing. No, in actuality there are 15, it's just only truly elite Uzumaki seem to be able to even begin to understand the final 5 levels of sealing. So it's only been known for elite Uzumaki to go past level 10, interesting. Did I know what you are thinking? Leave the final 5 levels for when you get back to the village, because those seals are going to be time-consuming. Time we don't have, every second is precious. You're right, besides I need to read the books the old man left me before I can even get started on sealing. Knock knock. Come in. Then walks Uruchi, wearing a red version of the black dress she had on previously, pushing a cart full of food. I hope I didn't interrupt your reading, Naru-kun. Not at all. What's for breakfast, sis? Uruchi lifts the plate cover to reveal 2 pancakes, 2 sausage links, 2 strips of bacon, scrambled eggs, and a tall glass of orange juice. Enjoy, Naru-kun. I would have eaten with you, but Jigen has some things he needs me to take care of, spoke Uruchi as she headed for the door. Oh, Jigen and the others say they will meet with you at noon. Alright, I ready then. Okay, see you later, Naru-kun. As she left. Time skip 11:45 am. During the time while Naruto waited for the noon meeting, he finished all the books on history and ninja etiquette Sarutobi left him, as well as started reading the ninja basics. Knock, knock, come in. As Uruchi came in, she noticed Naruto sitting on the bed with books and scrolls scattered all across the bed. Naru-kun, did you read all those scrolls and books? Yeah, except these last 2 books on ninja basics. I already knew Naru-kun was intelligent, but to read all those books in just over 4 hours makes me wonder just how smart he will be by the time he finishes his training. Naruto, it is almost time for the meeting, so why don't you go put on some clothes so I can escort you there? Sure, spoke Naruto as he hopped off the bed and followed Uruchi into the walk-in closet. Uruchi pulled out black anbu pants, a black t-shirt, a white button-down shirt and black ninja sandals. After Naruto got dressed and grabbed his sword, they found themselves inside of the dragon leader's chambers. Ah, Naruto-sama, have you gotten acclimated to your new surroundings? Asked Jigen. Yes, Uruchi Ni-chan has helped me tremendously. That's nice to hear, but on to business, we have decided on your training schedule, spoke Crimson. That's okay, but I might have added in some additional things I want to be trained in, as well as a couple of things that I need to ask of you all. That is fine, Naruto-sama, but I need to explain some things before we get into your training regime, Jigen said, making Naruto nod his head in a silent agreement. Now, as you have been chosen by Sieg, multiple things will happen to your body. First, your body will develop its own pool of energy that we use called mana. Second, each dragon master here, with the exception of me, holds an ancient spirit that they will each give to Sieg, who will then slowly pass on to you. They will grant you powers and techniques that only you will be able to Use and then there are these, he informed Naruto while holding up two black gauntlets with a diamond-like crystal embedded in the center of each gauntlet. These gauntlets will be the tools that helps you master Senjutsu, but only once your body is fully ready, but we need you to wear them as much as possible. They will attune to your body to help you in the future, Jigen said as he handed Naruto the gauntlets. As he put them on, the diamonds glowed, making the gauntlet shrink to fit his body, and just like with Sieg, he could sense some of its power, but he put it to the back of his mind as he turned his attention back to the Dragon Masters. How are you going to help me with anything chakra related if you yourselves don't use it? Naruto asked the 5 Dragon Masters. We are able to use our mana as a medium and convert our mana into chakra, something we have done for over 100 years, giving us complete understanding of how chakra works. Naruto again nodded his head in understanding. Now as for your training regime, it shall break down like this. I shall be in charge of your physical fitness. I'll also teach you the basics of our taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, the dance of the dragon, as well as mana and chakra control, spoke Jigen. I will teach you the taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, the dance of the scorching dragon, and control of fire chakra and mana, spoke Crimson. I will teach you taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, the dance of the flowing dragon, control of water chakra and mana, spoke Burial. I will teach you taijutsu and kenjutsu styles, the dance of the slicing dragon and control of wind chakra and mana, spoke Haja. I will teach you taijutsu and kenjutsu style, the dance of the surging dragon and control of lighting chakra and mana, spoke Julius. That covers most of what I need to learn, as I can teach myself ninjutsu after I learn control of elemental chakra. I need someone to help me learn sealing techniques, if any one of you is a seal master, that is, spoke Naruto. Out of all the dragons I am the only seal master, and I will be glad to help you learn sealing, spoke Jigen. Lastly, I need you guys to set up spy networks in every village, and I want monthly reports of what's going on in each village, said Naruto in a serious tone. No problem, we shall have a spies in every village within the week as the day is still young. Before we get started on your training to push you past your limit as you requested, we need you to hold out, Sieg, Jigen said, to which Naruto complied. 4 of the Dragon Masters formed a squared circle around him, while they held out a hand as orbs of glowing energy formed. Julius held in glowing pink orb, Haja held in glowing yellow orb, Burial held in glowing light blue orb, and Crimson held in glowing black reddish orb. The orbs left the dragon's hands flying and circling around Naruto before shooting into the sword. The sword glowed a faint white before the light died down. I can feel the power just rolling off of Sieg in waves. Now I believe we can get started, but we must warn you, we will break you over and over, Jigen spoke. I expect nothing less, so shall we, replied a smiling Naruto. Time skip 5 years. In the dragon realm there were dragons flying over the mountains except in one area, where there was a lethal amount of lightning being produced. This production of lightning wasn't coming from the sky, but the Jinchuriki to the 9-tailed demon fox Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. As the lightning cleared, it revealed in 14-year-old Naruto standing at 5'10". He was shirtless, showing off a chest that made ninja in the best shape jealous. He was wearing black ninja sandals, Anbu-style pants with black tape wrapped around the ankles and black gauntlets around his forearms. His hair still made him look like a golden blonde Madara. His hair now reached the middle of his back. His face had taken a more angular shape like his father. He had 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The biggest difference Naruto had since the beginning of his training was his eyes, which were now a solid base color of sapphire with a ripple-like pattern. Yes, this was the Rinnegan. Over the past 5 years Naruto's growth had been astonishing. He was already a seal master. He mastered all 5 basic elemental chakra natures, along with the sub-elements. He became extremely proficient in taijutsu with a multitude of styles. His chakra control was far better than one would assume considering his reserves, but because of that he couldn't perform Jinjutsu very well. But Jinjutsu was ineffective on him. His mana pool nearly rivaled his chakra, but he had trouble controlling at times. He even learned that the spirits gave him additional source of power that fueled a set of skills called Kido. Well done, Naruto-sama, you have now become a lightning dragon master, as I have nothing left to teach you, spoke Julius. Thank you, Julia-sensei. I never thought I would finish my training with you all as soon as I did, but that only means I have a year to perfect my father's Thunder God technique and get a better handle of my Rinnegan abilities, replied Naruto. Walked over to pick up his swords. Your use of the Shadow Clone Jutsu sped your training along faster than I thought possible. I know I am really going to have to thank my grandfather for giving me the scroll for that jutsu. As Naruto looked up, a small light blue dragon known as a water dragon, which was about 3 feet in length. The dragon looked like a blue limbless alligator with wings. The incoming dragon wrapped around Naruto's neck as Naruto petted him on his head while the dragon leaned into his hand. How are you doing today, Naruto-sama? Spoke the small dragon. I am doing great. Finally finished their training. Do you have something for me today, Bis? Yes, Yoruichi received the monthly report from your spy network and sent me to get you to go over the report. Alright Julia-sensei, as you can see I must go, and thanks again for training me, spoke Naruto as he bowed to his sensei, before disappearing in a yellow flash. If he learns how to use that in battle with the skills he already has, then Lord help whoever makes an enemy out of Naruto-sama. In Naruto's room. Iruchi was sitting at a desk in Naruto's room going through the monthly report. She had really matured over the past 5 years, going from a budding 14-year-old girl to a beautiful sexy 19-year-old woman. She was now standing at 5'6". She had filled out as a woman with her curves. Her breasts grew from B cups to mid D cups. Her body was toned from her own training. She had plump thighs and an ass that begged to be smacked. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash next to the desk where there was a Hiraishin kunai located. Ah, what have I told you about doing that, Naruto? You aren't going to be satisfied until I die of a heart attack, are you? Said Iruchi while clutching at her heart. This earned a chuckle from Naruto as he walked over and hugged his sister. You know I love you too much to see you hurt. Besides, I didn't know you were sitting at the desk, and this is the easiest way to travel, right Bis? Asked Naruto. Bis started to rub his cheek up against Iruchi's cheek. Don't be mad at Naruto-sama, he is right, it helps when you can travel any amount of distance in the blink of an eye. Iruchi just sighed and rubbed Bis's head. I'm not mad at him, I just wish he would stop doing that. Now on to why I told you to come here, even though you were in the middle of your training. Iruchi walked over to the desk and picks up a stack of papers. Do you want the less problematic reports first, or do you want the more problematic? Let's go with the less problematic, said Naruto as he crossed his arms over his still bare chest and leaned on the wall next to the desk. First off, there seems to be an issue with the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village. From what I understand, there was already an issue. Did something happen to escalate the animosity the two hold for each other? Well, according to the report, the council, without permission from the Ryakage, added a secondary mission to a mission the Ryakage had already approved, of which was to send a peace treaty to the Leaf Village. What was the secondary mission? I don't think you are going to like this, but the secondary mission was to kidnap the little sister of the Hyuga heiress and put her in the breeding program so they may have a bloodline. The worst part of it, though, is that she is only 7 years old. Naruto was fuming. He hated the thought of rape, but these monsters took it a step further by wanting to do that to a child. Naruto grabbed his sword, prepared to kill everyone in Cloud if need be. Calm down, Naruto-kun, I already know what you are thinking, and that won't be necessary as the Raikage has killed the entire council himself after he found out after the failure of said mission, though there was a casualty on the side of the Leaf. Before the council was killed, they demanded as compensation they get the body of who killed their ninja, thinking it was the clan head who killed him, not knowing it was actually his twin brother who did it. They promised war if the Leaf didn't comply. Also, they thought they could at least get a pair of the Byakugan eyes, though they were wrong, because of a special seal placed on the branch family called the cage bird seal, which enslaves them as well as destroy their eyes when die. Calming himself, Naruto replied, well, at least they didn't get away with it, though because of this both sides suffered casualties because of power-hungry individuals. At some point I think I'll visit the Cloud, but not for a while. They are still on edge after having the council killed. What's on the next report? Iruchi started to flip through the reports to find the next one. Well, in the Sand Village it would seem their Jinchuriki Gara of the Sand has been treated as bad as you were, and the seal which is used to hold the one-tailed raccoon dog is only a simple storage seal, and the Biju is making him go insane by making him think he needs to kill to prove his existence. Did I know my brother Shikaku, and what she says is true, he enjoys driving others to be as crazy as he is. I think I may go to the Sand Village before I make my way back to the Leaf. If he is truly being driven insane, he is going to need my help. Iruchi just smiled at her little brother. Iruchi just loved Naruto's caring side. Iruchi's eyes widened when she read a report from the Leaf that she overlooked. Naruto, a report I seem to overlook from the Leaf, shows that one of the council leaders has been working behind the scenes of a lot of crimes, including giving top secret information to a missing ninja known as Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. Iruchi thought this would upset Naruto, but to her surprise he remained impassive as remained leaned against the wall. I have always known there were traitors in the Leaf, now I can weed them out as well as get my hands on some information on Orochimaru. What's the name of the council member? His name is Danzo Shimura. This earned a smile from Naruto as he has known about some of his dirty deeds as well as his grandfather's dislike of the man. Looks like I may be able to get Grandpa a little gift before my return. I want you to send a message to Rise. He is to get as much non-disputable evidence on Danzo's dealings as possible before I am to return to the Leaf within 1 year's time. Though he is still a little immature, he has all the qualities of a great leader. Once he gets a handle of his temper, there will be no one could stand toe-to-toe with him diplomatically. I'll inform Rise now. There are 2 reports coming from the Mist. First is their Mizukage has declared civil war on all the bloodline users in the Mist by wiping out 2 clans, the Kagaya clan which uses a bloodline to manipulate their bones into weapons, and the Yuki clan which combines water and wind chakra to make their ice bloodline. Now non-bloodline users and bloodline users are at civil war. How long has this war been going on? Asked Naruto with a look of disgust on his face. It's been going on for about 7 months, but has only been public knowledge for about 3 weeks. Has anyone attempted to send help? There has to have been some form of a request for help. No, the only village they were allied with is the Leaf, and the Leaf informed them that they couldn't spare any ninja. And that's understandable seeing as Stone is still hostile towards them, and now Cloud they wouldn't know if one decided to take the opportunity to attack while they were helping the Mist. What is the other news coming from the Mist? As he was thinking of a way to deal with these problems. Well, in a small village in Wave, a tyrant by the name of Gato has taken over and started charging taxes at an unreal price. He has set up a prostitution ring and killed anyone who gets in his way. But the situation isn't as bad as the Mist, as there is a plan for a bridge to be built which, if built, will help to overthrow Gato's rule as well improve their economy. But the problem is that there is no protection for those to build the bridge, seeing as Gato will probably kill them just for trying. Naruto stood in silence for a few seconds, thinking of the best course of action to take. Though Wave is in a tight spot, the village hidden in the Mist is worse off than them. Looks like I have no choice, thought Naruto. Okay, I need 2 messages sent out. The first, to be sent to whoever is in charge of building the bridge in Wave and explain that, though I can't provide the help that they need for a while, but in 14 months, to go to the Leaf village and request me personally give him or her my name and description. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? We can send some of our dragons and simply wipe out Gato, and his men, spoke Yuruchi in a confused voice, wondering why he would wait when that could be handled now. No, I will handle it myself if they don't receive help from someone else before I return to the Leaf village. Besides, I need to handle it myself as I don't want the world knowing about the return dragon summons until I return to the Leaf, replied the blonde. Well, I assume you have a plan, said Yuruchi, only receiving a small smile in reply. Alright, what is the second message you want sent out? Naruto picked up his sword and walked towards the walk-in closet. Tell Galen that in 4 days' time I will make my way to the Mist village and need an escort to the rebels, finished Naruto as he walked into the closet. What, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you better not be thinking what I think you are thinking, yelled a clearly upset Yuruchi. Not many things upset Yuruchi, but when you do upset her, run for cover. Shit, I was hoping that wouldn't upset her, thought Naruto as he tried to figure out whether to try and calm her down or just bolt and wait for her to calm herself. You better answer me before I lose it, yelled Yuruchi, sounding even more pissed off than before. Just be truthful and explain you are not being reckless. You know she only gets angry like this when she thinks you are being reckless, explained Kurama. You're right, I'm surprised you're not laughing at my misfortune, thought Naruto as he headed back to the room to fasten the music. It's because I want to stop my brother from killing innocent people as well. When Naruto walks out of the closet, he sees Yuruchi standing near the desk with her arms crossed underneath her sizable bust while tapping her foot and clearly pissed. Explain now, Yuruchi yelled loud enough for every dragon within a 5-mile radius to hear. But can you calm down first, you nearly burst my eardrum, whined Naruto as he rubbed his ears. Yuruchi just snorted at the comment and leaned against the desk as a motion for him to explain. If you think I'm being reckless and going in there without a plan, then you are sorely mistaken. Aren't you? Everything you do is reckless whether it is planned or not, Yuruchi spat back at Naruto. I am reckless when it comes to my training simply because I can afford to be, as I have a safety net, but I won't have that. Once I'm in the Mist there will be other people's lives on my hands, so I can't afford it. As Yuruchi listened to Naruto, she felt bad for thinking so little of his intelligence. The thought of him being reckless shouldn't have even crossed my mind. I keep thinking of him as my little brother and forgetting just how intelligent he really is. I need to apologize. I feel as if I have to go, because there are only a handful of people who have the skill and chakra to actually take down a Jinchuriki with full control of his Biju, and I doubt they have anyone like that. I know I have enough chakra to take down the 3 tails, and if push comes to shove there is Kurama, I can seal off the 3 tails chakra. I am sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to insult your intelligence or your intentions. I just can't help feel worried you are going to be reckless and get yourself hurt or worse, cried Yuruchi as she hugged Naruto. Naruto returned the hug and started rubbing her back, trying to get her to stop crying. Don't cry, I am not upset, I just don't like upsetting you. You are always going to be my beautiful sister who cares about her slightly reckless little brother, but I am not going to be that way with the lives of others in my hand. Yuruchi smiled at Naruto's kind-hearted nature. I believe you and I trust you to come back in one piece. Always one Chan. One more thing, can you also inform Jigen that I will be headed to the Mist village to help with the war? No problem, there was something he wanted to talk to you about anyway. Just go to the meeting hall tomorrow morning. As Yuruchi released a hug and walked toward the door as she had a couple of messages to send out. Alright Ni-chan, if you need me, I will be out in my garden, called Naruto as he walked back into the closet to grab a change of clothes to change into. Little brother, though you may have the body and mindset of a man, you have 2 of the most girliest hobbies in cooking and gardening, thought Yuruchi as she walked out the door, though she would never say it to his face. As Naruto was looking through the closet he came across a full-body gray hooded cloak. Kit that would be useful for infiltrating. Especially after I add a couple of seals that I have in mind, thought Naruto as he put it to the side as he grabbed a pair wide of exercise shorts, a black sleeveless t-shirt and pair of black boxers. The blonde left the closet and placed the clothes on the bed for later use. I think I'll work on my garden before showering, thought before body flickering out of the room. A few seconds later Naruto reappeared outside a large 6,000 square foot glass greenhouse. When Naruto walks in, the first thing he sees are his large sakura trees framing the doorway. After walking a little further into the greenhouse Naruto comes upon the pride and joy of the garden, the large beds of flowers. Naruto had 15 different flowers in these beds: red, white, blue and pink roses, red amaryllis, red tulips, yellow tulips, primrose, bluebell, red camellia, yellow camellia, white chrysanthemum, daffodil and desert lilies. But what interested Naruto the most in here was the large tree located at the back of the greenhouse. This tree looked like an ordinary oak tree, but this was a chakra tree that Naruto grew from a regular tree and added tons of his own chakra to make it a lot stronger like he did for his flowers, only he used small amounts to make the color of the flowers brighter. Naruto made 20 shadow clones and gave them the task of watering all the flowers and adding a small amount of chakra to the soil. The blonde Jinchuriki then laid next to his chakra tree on the grass as he watched his shadow clones work. "Kurama, do you think I am strong enough to take down Yagura?" "What's wrong, doubting your abilities?" "No, I just honestly don't know how to rate the level I'm at right now. Besides, this is a cage who hold perfect control over the three tails, so I am a little worried if I alone will be enough to stop him," thought Naruto as he looked up at his tree. If I have ever had any confidence in someone else's power it would be you. Besides, you have enough chakra to match the 5 tails, so I am pretty sure you can match up against my brother," replied Kurama as the shadow clones finished. The blonde stood up feeling better after his small talk with Kurama. "Thanks for the confidence booster, I really needed that," thought the Kyuubi container as looked toward the sky. "Prepare yourself, Yagura, it seems as if you are going to be the first roadblock I go through before achieving my dream." 7 a.m. 4 days later. Early in the morning, where most were just awakening, the Namikaze heir was already awake preparing to leave for the Hidden Mist village. Currently he was packing his weapons: 50 personally created explosive tags which were a lot more destructive than regular tags, 100 senbon needles, 40 shuriken, 20 feet of ninja wire and 20 thunder god kunai. Knock knock. "Come in." The double doors to Naruto's bedroom opened and revealed all 5 dragon leaders. "Ah, Naruto-sama, I see you are preparing to leave for the mist," spoke Haja. "Yes, Haja-sensei, I am to meet Galen in an hour and a half." "Well, Naruto-sama, we came to give you some things as well as a piece of information we wanted to give you, and now seems like the right time," said Jigen as he handed Naruto a huge box of which was wooden. "But before you open that, allow me to see your gauntlets," Jigen said as he had Naruto sit the box down. The Black Dragon Master reached out and touched the gauntlets, assessing how in tune Naruto was with them by pouring in a little of his own dragon mana. "Wow, these things just keep radiating power, and from the feel of it, they keep evolving," thought Naruto as he examined the arm guards. "These arm guards will, when the time is right, show you the true strength we dragons possess, and by extension you," said Julius to Naruto as he was still admiring them. "They will eventually bestow an ability of great power," said Crimson to a still in awe Naruto. "Hey Kurama, are you feeling this?" "Yeah, it's just oozing the same warrior masters possess," Kurama replied back to him. "Why don't you open the box, Naruto-sama?" asked Jigen. Naruto only nodded as he opened the box. The first thing that caught his eye was a black dragon Anbu-like mask which sat atop clothing. The blonde then picked up the mask and began to run his fingers across it, inspecting its craftsmanship. "It's so beautifully crafted," thought Naruto as he continued to run his fingers across the mask. "We are glad you like the mask, it has a seal that will change your hair black when wearing, but there are other items in there," laughed out Jigen. "Why don't you change into those clothes so we can all see how they look?" With only a simple nod, Naruto walks into the closet with the box in hand to change into the new clothes. After about 10 minutes he came out of the closet decked out in his new clothes. He had on long black cargo-style pants which were tucked into a pair of tall black combat boots that came up to mid-shin. There was a utility belt wrapped around his waist. The belt had space to hold multiple storage scrolls, as well as a shuriken holster and small silver chains that held his sword at the side of his hip. Naruto wore a tight black short-sleeved muscle shirt with a mask, ATTACHED, think Kakashi's mask, which stopped just below his eyes. He also had on his arm guards and black gloves that had silver-plated knuckles and a plate on the back of the hand with a kanji for dragon on them. "These clothes suit you very well, Naruto-sama. We've had them specially made so that you can't destroy them like you usually do. There is also multiple seals for self-repair and growth, so they will grow as you do," said Burial as he appraised the Dragon Master. Naruto-sama, those gloves are specially made. The right glove creates three-pronged kunai, and the left creates shuriken Julies explained to Naruto. Naruto then channeled a small amount of chakra into the right glove, and much to his surprise a Hiraishin kunai appeared in his hand. Damn, these gloves are going to make life so much easier. Thank you, really, these clothes are perfect as they are comfortable and have many compartments, weapons without the getting in the way, spoke Naruto as he grabbed his scrolls and placed them on the back of his utility belt and wrapped his Hiraishin kunai pouch around his right thigh. Knock knock. Come in. In came Yuruchi with her hands behind her back while she appraised her little brother's new look. Good morning, Naru-chan, I see they have given you the new clothes and they look amazing. There just seems to be missing something, said Yuruchi as she circled around Naruto, getting a small laugh from the dragon leaders. Missing what, Ni-chan? Asked Naruto as he raised his eyebrow and cocked his head to the side slightly, which made Yuruchi want to just hug the life out of him, but she restrained herself. That look of his is dangerous to all female kind, makes you just want to take him home with you, thought Yuruchi. This, said Yuruchi as she pulled a long-sleeved leather hooded coat out from behind her back. It was a coat similar yet different from his father's. I know how much you admire your father, and I have seen how much you wish your parents could have been here, so I thought what better way to honor him than to have you dress similar to him yet with your own style, spoke Naruto's purple-haired sister as she handed him the coat. Naruto for one was speechless, something that rarely happens for Yuruchi to put so much thought into a gift for him, as she was so against him going in the first place, but now she is standing in front of him supporting him wholeheartedly. Ni-chan, thank you, all I can say is thank you. You are right, I do admire both my parents very much and I wish they were both here, but they aren't, spoke Naruto a little depressingly as hung his head. So the only thing I can do is do my best to make them into the proudest parents the afterlife has ever seen as they watch my story unfold, stated the blonde, pride and determination driving him. Well, since you have something to honor your father, why not something to honor your mother as well, stated Jigen. What do you mean, asked a confused Naruto. Jigen handed Naruto a black headband that had what Naruto recognized as the Uzumaki clan symbol on a metal plate. This was given to me by the last leader of Whirlpool before their destruction to give to the chosen Uzumaki. He told me that they would need it. He did not explain why, only they would know when you get there. I guess I'll find out when I get there, huh, stated Naruto as he tied the headband to his left bicep and put on his dragon mask. Walking over to the bed and putting on his dark gray cloak, signaling that it was time for him to leave. The dragon leaders all bowed to Naruto, showing their respect to their future leader. Have a safe journey and show the world the power of the black dragon, spoke the dragons in unison as they left Naruto alone with Yuruchi. Ni-chan, I know you don't really want me to go, but I have to, so I want you to know I will be ending this war, as it is only a stepping stone on the road to my dream. Yuruchi could only smile and hug her brother before she playfully punched him in the chest. You better come back, because death will be the least of your worries. If I find out you got yourself killed, cause I will bring you back just to kill you again. Do you hear me, Naruto Uzumaki, said Yuruchi as she released a deadly amount of kai. Yes, Ni-chan, I hear you loud and clear, stated a sweating Naruto from behind his mask as released a hug. Naruto unsheathed his sword and pointed off to his left. Sieg opened the portal to the meeting point with Galeen. Yes, Naruto-sama, replied Sieg from Naruto's mind as he opened the large human-sized purple portal. Looking over his shoulder to Yuruchi, Naruto waved his hand as he walked through the portal. Please stay safe, Naru-kun. Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village was an extremely beautiful village surrounded by lush grass-covered hills, perfectly sculpted stone buildings, a pleasantly thick fog covering the village which originates from the large ocean surrounding them. Now the village has lost its former beauty thanks to the fourth Mizukage Gura Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The Gura declared all bloodlines a disease which needs to be cleansed, and the only way to be cleansed is death itself, and anyone who doesn't agree has also been contaminated, thus plunging them in a year-long civil war which has in a literal sense split the village in two. Rebel CAMP, Bloodline. The rebels, though having location on their side as they controlled the larger part of the ocean surrounding the village, but also at a disadvantage as Ugura's forces controlled all the buildings that contained weaponry and medical supplies. Because of this, they have to camp out in tents and don't have a proper medical station. Their leader is Mei Terumi, a 20-year-old jounin who since the age of 13 has rapidly rose through the ranks and is now one of the only S-rank female ninja in the elemental nations. She was also one of the most beautiful women throughout the nation. Mei is a cheerful person and will smile even when swearing to kill someone after she mishears them. She is usually kind and peaceful, speaking well of others and attempting to avoid conflict. Mei proved to be more open-minded than most women. Mei is a tall, slender woman in her 20s. She has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wears a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zipper and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her D-cup breasts. Underneath, she wears a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears shorts in the same color as her dress and, underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left along with high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees, dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with dark blue lipstick. Mei was currently having a meeting with two of her most supportive and loyal ninja of her Ao and Chijuro. Ao was an experienced veteran, having been raised under the feared regime of the Bloody Mist. Ao was a calm, prideful, stern, and was the epitome of a stereotypical masculine individual. He was a middle-aged man with blue hair which is styled in a moused-up manner. His left eye was blue, and his right eye was covered by an eye patch, under which he concealed the Byakugan that he obtained from a Haika clan member he defeated. He wore a talisman in each ear with the kanji for a humble form of Tahir written on them twice on each side. These talismans reacted when his Byakugan is under threat and will protect it from anyone, even himself. He also wore the standard striped gray suit with a green haori that had white trimmings that stop halfway down, over them. Tajiro is a shinobi from Kurigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who wields the twin sword, Hiramekure. Despite his membership in the elite 7 swordsman group, he is a shy individual and seems to lack confidence in his abilities. He also greatly respects and admires Mei. CHMJKRM has short tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also has pointed, shark-like teeth, a common trait of the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, as well as apprentices share. He wears square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pin-striped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. Also, he wears his forehead protector on the front of his holster which he uses to carry Hiramekure. The sword itself is wrapped in bandages leaving only the double hilt visible. He also has shuriken holsters strapped onto each of his legs. How have you or the other censors had any luck in finding Yagura's location? Asked Mei as she flipped her hair back over her shoulder. No Mei-sama, since he disappeared over 5 months ago we haven't even gotten close, a couple of leads here and there, but nothing concrete, it's like he just disappeared altogether. Were you sure he hasn't left the village? Positive, he has to be in the village, with our censors there would be no way for him to leave the village without our knowledge, besides if he were to slip by us, then we would have heard about his location from our spies. Sitting back in her seat thinking about this predicament they find themselves in, we can't keep this war going, we need to find Yagura and eliminate him. Just as she finished her thought one of the censors burst into the tent. Mei-sama, yelled the censor. Calm down, what is it? We just sensed a large chakra source about 1200 meters off the coast. Was it Yagura? Asked Chijuro as he jumped to his feet, worrying that Mei would be reckless if it was based how she has been acting lately. No, we don't think so, this chakra seems to be much stronger than Yagura's, said the censor in an almost panicked voice. The only person to have chakra anywhere near Yagura was Kisame and his still wasn't as strong, which means maybe a Jinchuriki has decided to help Yagura. Tajiro, we are going to check this out, you tell everyone to be prepared that if this goes bad to run and completely leave the village, said Mei in a commanding voice. Yes Mei-sama, they all said in union as Ao and Chijuro followed Mei out of the tent. 1200 meters off the coast of the mist, 10 minutes prior. The large purple portal opened, hovering a foot above the ocean water as a figure wearing a black dragon mask, slightly covered by long spiky sun-kissed golden blonde hair, standing at 5'10", body covered in a black hooded cloak. Man, why did we have to meet all the way out in the ocean? Did I think you forgot to activate the anti-chakra sensor seal, because I sense a chakra signature that just darted off from the coast. Yeah, I did actually. I didn't think anyone would be this far out to sense me before I activated the seal. Hopefully that was one of the rebels and not someone siding with the Mizukage. Wouldn't want him being tipped off to my arrival before I wanted. As he finished his small conversation with Kurama, he felt a familiar chakra signature from beneath him and let said signature curl up to his shoulder and wrap itself around the blonde's neck. Ah. Naruto-sama, how has training been? Exclaimed Galen as he basked in the calming effect of Naruto's chakra. Galen is a water-type dragon who is the older brother of Bis Galen, who is little larger than his brother, and like his brother, he looked like a limbless blue alligator with wings. Training was very fruitful, but do you mind telling me why we are in the middle of the ocean? Asked Naruto as he rubbed Galen, who was still enjoying the feel of Naruto's chakra. Well, these mist sensors are incredibly good for one, and we are on the rebels' side of the village, so we don't have to through Yagura's forces to get to the rebels, replied the dragon, breaking himself out of the feel of Naruto's chakra. 4 chakra signatures are approaching the shore at high speed. It's too late to activate my seal, so I'll just have to meet them head on. What do you think, Kurama? Might as well, if your chakra signature were to disappear only for them to see you later on. They marry act violently, retorted back Kurama. Alain, who's leading the rebel faction at the moment. Well, there is Shijuro, who despite his looks is excellent battle technician, then there is Ao, who is head over the sensors and in charge of the tracking teams, and finally Mei Terumi, who is head over the whole operation. Yeah, I remember your detailed reports on each of their abilities. Alright Galen, why don't you go back home so deal with this? Besides Bis has really missed you. I think he would really appreciate seeing you, especially since I'm not there anymore. Sure Naruto-sama, but are you positive you don't need me? Yes, I am positive. Go back and spend some time with Bis. Also do me a favor and spend time with Ni-chan so she isn't as lonely, worrying herself to death about me. No problem Naruto-sama, if you need me just summon me and I'll be at beck and call. Poof disappeared Galen. Taking off his grey hooded cloak, the blonde sealed said cloak in one of his empty storage scrolls. Why are my eyes itching? Maybe it's my hair and my face, and I need to tie it up like Ni-chan is always telling me to, thought Naruto as he took off his dragon mask, rubbing his eyes before putting his mask back on. Still feels uncomfortable, but I don't have time to worry about that right now, thought Naruto before he sped off towards the shore at Jonin level speed. So it's finally begun, we'll deal with this later. Meichijuro and Ao. Mei and her followers were currently standing in the tree line just along the shore in awe of the massive chakra headed their way. Chijuro, stay on guard, but don't provoke a fight, because if possible I would rather not have to go up against anyone or anything that could in terms of chakra outmuscle Yugura, said Mei, receiving nods from the two in agreement. And you, if this turns ugly, wait for my signal and go evacuate the camps to get as far away from the village as possible, ordered Mei to the censor. Hi Mei-sama replied, a reluctant censor, as he didn't like the idea of having to sacrifice their leader but knew he had to follow orders. Next thing they know, a figure came to a skidding stop across the surface of the water. You four might as well come out, I know you are there, yelled the dark-clothed figure. What the hell, how did we were here, questioned a dumbstruck Mei, knowing how elite they were at stealth, yet they were discovered in the blink of an eye. Signaling the others, they made their way out of the tree line to the beach below. Now standing a mere 15 feet away, they now able to drink in the man before them, standing at 5'10", dressed in long black cargo pants which were tucked into black mid-shin high boots, a sheathed black guardless sword with a silver dragon designs hanging from a utility belt. A tight black muscle shirt, black arm guards which had what seemed like a diamond embedded in the center, black gloves that had silver-plated knuckles and plate on the back. He wore an ankle-length long-sleeved hooded black leather coat. But what was most notable to them was the pitch-black waist-length hair with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye, which framed his black dragon mask, and a whirlpool headband wrapped around his left bicep. Let's cut to the chase. Who are you, and what the hell are you doing here? Asked Ao, trying his best to sound intimidating and not intimidated. Well, I am here because I received information on the civil war going on and wanted to help. As for who I am, you can call me Black Dragon, spoke Naruto in a neutral tone. Okay, Mr. Black Dragon, how do we know you aren't an agent that was sent here by Yugura to kill us? What proof do you have that we trust you? Asked Ao as the four of them studied Naruto's body language to detect any hint of false truth. I don't have any proof other than my word that I want nothing other than to end this senseless war based on some idiot's twisted views, rebutted the blonde to Ao proclamation. And we're just supposed, started Ao before he was cut off by Mei. That's enough, Ao, I do believe the man is telling the truth. But Mei-sama, how can you be so sure he could be lying to catch us off guard? Mei just shook her head at the lead censor. No, he isn't lying, his eyes tell only truth. That is the one thing on a person's body that will always betray you, finished Mei as she strode up to Naruto and extended her hand towards him. Nice to meet you, I am Mei Terumi, I am leading the bloodlines against Yugura. Naruto took her hand in his, giving her a firm handshake. The pleasure is all mine, Mei-sama, spoke the Rinnegan wielder, hoping to break the tension. Hey Mei-sama, don't fall for it, he might just be trying to get us to let our guard down. Ow, shut up before I melt you, said Mei in a sickly sweet voice. Now I may not be as cautious as Ao is over there, but forgive me for not completely trusting you, as in our position we have to be extremely careful, but I see no reason not to hear you out, explained Mei. I completely understand the position you are in, but as to not put my village in any danger I must ask to allow me to keep my identity from you, but I am willing to follow any restrictions you may want to place on me, as to not put you in any more of a compromising position than you already are. Mei-sama, if I may, we don't even know how strong he is, this could put us in a dangerous spot if it turns out that he is weak. This didn't sit well with Naruto as Ao just called him weak, and if it was one thing Naruto loved doing was making those who underestimated him eat crow. Why don't you test my capabilities as to ease your worry, said in an eerily dark voice, while releasing a large amount of Kai, making Ao instantly regret his comments, but having a typical male ego keep up appearance as to not seem weak himself. Since I am sure you are the stronger ninja, there seems to be no better way of proving myself than taking down a high-ranking officer such as yourself, wouldn't you agree? But before he could reply, the blonde turned to Mei, that is if Mei-sama allows it. I see no problem with it, so long as you both agree to not use lethal force, okay? Naruto couldn't help but grin underneath his mask as he thought of all the ways he could destroy Ao. You know you can be a sadistic bastard sometimes, spoke Kurama from the back of Naruto's mind. What can I say, he broke one of my taboos, so he is going to pay the penalty. So hand-to-hand combat with C-rank jutsu and lower fine with you? The air around him has suddenly changed, he is too sure of himself. I better tread carefully because I may have bitten off more than I can chew. Fine with me, replied Ao, trying to mask his nervousness. Now May-sama, would you be so kind as to call the match? Sure, fighters ready? Ao dropped into his gentle fist to jutsu stances, while Naruto just crossed his arms over his chest. Him. Ao sped towards the blonde who stood there unmoving as Ao went for an open-handed palm strike aimed at the temple of the head, trying to end the fight by knockout, only to find that he connected with air. He panicked, not knowing where he went, only to find him standing a few feet away from him, leaning up again to tree, arms still crossed over his chest. What the hell, I didn't even see him move, was the collective thought of everyone in the vicinity as Naruto started walking towards Ao, but Ao didn't want to give him any chance to attack, figuring if he could move that fast, then there was no telling what else he could do. So Ao unleashed a fury of palm thrusts, finger strikes and spin kicks, only for each and every one to be gracefully dodged. I have never seen anyone toy around with Ao like this before, hell, even I need to give Ao my undivided attention when we spar, thought aloud a flabbergasted May. I know, but May-sama, look at the guy's movements, there is no wasted motion, and so fluid with movements such as those it would be hard for anyone to touch him, no matter how good their taijutsu was, added Chijuro as they continued to watch Ao miss strike after strike. I expected this to be a little tougher seeing as I am going up against a jonin, but honestly I am a little disappointed, thought Naruto as he dodged a kick aimed at his head. That's not fair, kid. He falls under the 90% category of average ninja, or those who aren't especially talented. Well, you are more talented, the 10th percentile of prodigies and geniuses. Not to mention you have been studying under 5 dragon masters for the past 5 years, and with your use of shadow clones, you technically have a ton of more fighting experience than he does. Hey, he is a jonin, which is the elite of the village, so he should be able to put up a little better fight, retorted the blonde as he stared impassively at a panting Ao. HMGHM, not going to argue with you about this, because you know I am right, and I understand you want to remain humble. Sigh, I know, but you know I have a disdain for arrogance, and I refuse to let it corrupt me. I know, kid, but it doesn't hurt to admit to being better than others when it's true. Now stop playing with him and finish this, reasoned Kurama. No problem, besides I can't afford to play with him all day now, can I? Naruto shocked the panting jonin by appearing right in front of him without any indication of moving at all, before planting a knee in Ao's stomach, forcing the seasoned vet to double over in one quick movement. Naruto swept Ao's feet from up under him, causing him to become airborne, but before he could hit the ground, Naruto repositioned himself and delivered a bone-crushing punch to his chest cavity, smashing him into the ground. Ugh, groaned Ao before he felt something cold pressing up against his neck. Looks like I win, said the black dragon as Ao opened his eyes to see the dragon-masked individual standing above him with a black-bladed sword pointed at his jugular. Sigh, I concede defeat, retorted a defeated Ao as Naruto sheathed his blade and offered Ao a hand to help him up. Sorry if I was a little too rough during the spar, no hard feelings. None taken. If you are truly here to help us out, then we are going to need you to be as ruthless as possible. I would have questioned you if you had given off the feeling of being soft on an enemy, no matter how strong you are, explained Ao as he dusted himself off and stretched out a few bruised areas. As I have told May-sama, I understand your position and don't expect you to trust me, and if I wasn't prepared to do what must be done, I wouldn't be here, said Naruto as he stared impassively into Ao's one visible eye. Okay, that's enough, we need to get back to camp and let everyone know that there is no danger. Among other things came the voice of Mei Terumi, leaving no room for a rebuttal as she and Chijuro started walking towards camp. 10 minutes of tree hopping later they arrived at the campsite, which was nothing special, just multitude of tents that was surrounded by a 20-foot-high wood gate with what Naruto assumed to be Anbu operatives. After greeting everyone in the camp and putting everyone's mind at ease, Mei led them to one of the larger tents where there were 3 people waiting around a table. Some introductions are in order. First we have Aki Natsuki, spoke Mei as she took her seat at the head of the table. Aki has a long, slender body and is usually dressed in a light pink uniform. Head Medikaki is an extremely pretty woman with braided hair and glasses. Nice to meet you, spoke Aki as she gave a light bow. Next we have Berkauli, our residential shinobi trainer. Yo, greeted Berkauli. Berkauli has a masculine, bulky, muscular build and is nearly 6'5". He has short iron gray hair, tinged with blue, that exposes his rather thick neck, sturdy chin and short beard that grows from it. He also has abnormally broad shoulders, and his forearm is similar to a log in size, thus he is likely capable of swinging any sword with ease. He has a firm look that matches his low, deep, worn-out and crude voice. Berkauli is over 40 years old. However, despite his age, there is no slackening around his hips, nor are his cheeks split by his high nose bridge. He has countless old wounds, caused by blades and arrows, running across his body. And last but not least we have Diaval Master Spy. Hello, politely spoke Diaval. Diaval had a bronze armor set on his chest, shoulders, arms, and shins, with a large longsword on his left waist. He had blue hair with long bangs and blue eyes. His clothes under the armor were also blue. It's a pleasure to meet you all, I go by Black Dragon, responded Naruto with a slight wave of his hand. I noticed you wear the headband of Whirlpool on your right shoulder, and to my knowledge they were wiped out, so I am curious as to your connection with that village, asked Aki with a curious look. Well, as I have informed Mai-sama that I couldn't reveal too much information about myself for personal reasons, as well as to not put my village in an uncompromising position, but let's just say that this headband is a memento of sorts, replied Naruto as he tapped the headband. And you agreed to this knowing the position we are in, and that he could possibly betray us, asked Diaval of his auburn-haired leader. Yes, I agreed to this knowing all of that, looking into his eyes I can see the sincerity in them, which lets me know that he spoke the truth, and I believe he really wants to help us. Well, if Mai-sama is going to give him a chance then so am I, spoke up Rikauli. I agree as well, came the voice of Aki as they all looked towards Diaval waiting for his response. So fine, I'll give him a chance, but I do not trust him, and if at any point I feel as if he has betrayed us, I will take you out myself, expressed the spy master by sending a cold glare towards the blonde. No problem, I expected no less from you considering the predicament you're in. Now that's done, let's move on. Diaval, what's your report? Asked Mai, changing the subject. Nothing's changed, we still don't know the whereabouts of Yagura, but we do know he is somehow relaying his orders to the Anbu. Could he be in one of the underground bunkers? Asked Mai. Diaval just shook his head. No, we've checked all the bunkers and they haven't been touched in months, so that's not even a possibility. Okay, just continue looking and keep me posted on your progress, ordered an annoyed rebel leader. Hi Mai-sama. Rikauli, please tell me you have some good news. Well, you're in luck, because I actually do, smiled the muscular individual. I have trained the fresh batch up to usable standards as well as completed the last bunch's training, so you can start using them on the front lines. Here is a complete list of their individual skills, spoke Rikauli as he slid a stack of paper across the table to Mai. Perfect, I knew I could count on you to give me some good news, smiled Mai as she looked through a few shinobi files. Now please tell me you at least don't have any bad news, Aki, Mai asked hopefully. Sorry Mai-sama, but myself and the other medics are really struggling, we need more medical supplies, said the exasperated medic. May I suggest something? Sure, go right ahead. There is a hospital in the village, correct? Asked Naruto as he received a round of nods. It's not like we can just go into the village, because the Anbu would kill anyone of use the moment we get even remotely close, spoke Diaval. I know that I wasn't even going to suggest that, what I wanted to know was would the hospital carry everything you need? Aki nodded in confirmation. Well, I can solve this little problem of yours if you provide me with what I need. And what would that be? Asked Mai. First and foremost, I need a list of everything needed from the hospital. Next, I need as most inaccurate a schedule for when the Anbu shifts change and an overlay of the hospital. They all looked towards their leader waiting for her to respond. Don't look at me, you heard what he needs, get a move on and meet back here in a couple of hours. Yes ma'am. After everyone was gone leaving Naruto and Mai alone, Mai spoke up. Since we have a couple of hours until we meet again, I am going to take care of a few things that require my attention. So I am going to place a little more of my trust in you and allow you to roam free, but I warn you, don't break that trust, spoke Mai as she released a small amount of kai. I wouldn't dream of it, answered Naruto with a hidden smirk, unfazed by the rebel leader's kai. As to not overstep my boundaries, would it be alright if I were to leave the camp? Asked the blonde. Sure, go right ahead, but remember my warning. I thank you for your leeway, Mai-sama, replied the dragon mask individual with a slight bow before walking out of the tent. Are you sure it is okay to let him to roam free like this? Came a voice from behind Mai, not even bothering to turn around, she answered nonchalantly. Yes, he will be fine, I just get this feeling that I can trust him. Alright, I will go with what you say and allow him to roam freely. But Naruto. Naruto was currently leaping from branch to branch headed towards the southwest of the rebel camp. The Kurama, what is it? I need you to find a nice quiet meditation spot. There is something I need to tell you, said the nine-tailed fox from inside of Naruto's mind. What do you have to tell me? Naruto asked curiously. I'll tell you after you have done what I said. A few minutes later, the Rinnegan wielder arrived at a small pond surrounded by trees in a secluded area of the forest. Walking over to the pond, Naruto gets into the lotus position, watching a few fish dance around under the water. Well, Kurama wa ugh, started Naruto before a pounding headache hit him like a ton of bricks. This is what I wanted to tell you, your Rinnegan is finally tuning to your body, and that is the pain you are feeling, you need to accept it and not fight it, or it can kill you. Erg screamed Naruto as the pain started to increase, feeling as if something was trying to pierce his forehead from the inside out. Please just accept it, don't fight it please. Knowing Kurama wouldn't steer in the wrong direction, listened to him and gave in, but what happened next shocked him. His Rinnegan came to life in all its cerulean blue glory, then the element started to encase around his body. The wind picked up, forming a small whirlwind of sorts around him. Lightning started dancing around his body. Smaller rocks began to come out of the ground and spin with the wind. A small portion of water let the pond and formed small circle in which it looked like a flowing river. Before he knew it, Naruto was levitating a few inches off the ground with the element swirling around him and his chakra spiking to heights, making it become visible. Wow was the only thought the fox could come up with as he felt this power from inside Naruto. Suddenly Naruto was pulled into a deep meditative state where he could actually feel the spinning of the earth and the pull the earth had over the moon. The next thing he knew, he was hit with what he would as pure unadulterated power in what seemed to come in 3 different forms. Concentrating on the strongest energy, and in doing so found the source of said energy, the sun. Moving to the next source, he found this power similar, only this power was dark. The moon, why is this power so dark while the sun's power is so full of life? Deciding to move on from that thought, he felt an energy similar yet different to both the sun and moon coming from the surrounding area, whether it be the ground, the trees, the water, or even the air itself. Naruto reached out to touch it before a booming voice came from inside his mind, stopping him in his tracks. Don't touch that. Kurama. Yay, kid, it's me, don't touch that energy, that is nature chakra, something you are not ready for and highly dangerous to those who don't know what they are doing. I would listen to him if I were you. A strange, yet deep voice said from behind Kurama, making them both jump. Who are you, and how did you get here? Kurama asked. A black started to form until a silhouette of a large with a glowing left green eye and a glowing right blue eye. You're not ready for that yet, but you will know in time. For now, follow the fox's advice and stay away from natural chakra, and with that the dragon disappeared. Naruto thought on what he said for a second before putting it to the back of his mind to bring this up to Jigen. Whenever he saw him again, Kurama broke him out of his thought. Now, as you have accepted your true Rinnegan, reign in your power and control it before too much attention is brought to you. Doing what Kurama says, Naruto reigns in his chakra and descends back to the ground right in front of the pond, where then the elements surrounding him disperse. Naruto was gearing up to talk to Kurama when he saw his reflection in the water and noticed his Rinnegan had changed from its cerulean blue to a metallic purple. He had grown about 2 inches and his chest as well as his arms filled out slightly. Kurama, what was all that about? Well, something that the Uzumaki didn't know is that the Rinnegan is a Dojutsu that must choose its wielder, and that is what happened. What do you mean choose? Though there were those who were able to activate the Dojutsu, they were only able to gain 3 abilities. Control over the 5 basic elements as well as sub-elements, the ability to summon multiple animals, and control over gravity. The other abilities escape them. The chosen ones amongst the Rinnegan wielders' abilities were infinity stronger than those who just happened to activate it. Silently taking in what Kurama had told him as he stared at his reflection, while wordlessly sorting through the subtle information the Rinnegan had been feeding him, understanding the weight of his eyes. After a couple of hours of meditation, chakra control to lower regular chakra output, and tossing around a few jutsu to test his new control of the elements, Naruto was now headed back to the rebel camp as night has just fallen. With May and her gathering. Where is he? Sounded off a frustrated Berkowli. Yay, he asked for all this, and now he is lad, agreed Dival, as he looked at all the paperwork to find what he was looking for. Calm down, I told him he could have some free time. Well, you did everything required, besides it's not like you have been here long, it has only been 3 minutes. I agree with May-sama, besides, if my memory is correct, that is his chakra signature, then he should be walking in here at any moment, finished Aki a few seconds before Black Dragon walked in. Sorry if I am late, I was doing a little training and lost a track of time. Is it just me, or did he get a little taller, whispered Berkowli to himself. No problem, Dragon, now they have gathered what you asked for, would you enlighten us on why you needed those things as well as your plan? Well, I am a master at stealth, and as such would need information on where I am breaking into. Dival stood up and unrolled what looked like blueprints. Your best option would be to enter from the south. Every hour there is a member of the hospital staff that takes out the garbage. Aki walked over and took over where Dival took over. Once you are in, take the stairwell to go to the 5th floor and look for research room 15. It will have everything on this list, finished Aki as she handed over a list of medical supplies. The Anbu in that area change shifts in exactly 48 minutes, which is the weakness in their protection scheme. Thank you, I should be back in about an hour and a half, said Naruto as he pocketed the list and walked out of the tent. 20 minutes later. Naruto was currently wearing his hood up with his invisibility seal activated, while crouched down on top of a building across from the hospital. I give them credit, they keep this place heavily secured. What do you expect, they are in an internal war, so they would need to keep their wounded protected. I understand that, it's just I didn't think they would have this many Anbu. I mean, I sense at least 50 without counting those who are inside. Pay attention, someone is coming out, said Kurama, getting Naruto's attention as what looked like a middle-aged male came out of the back of the hospital carrying huge trash bags to the dumpster. Acting quickly, Naruto made it through the double doors before the janitor could close the doors. After the janitor was back inside, he went straight for the elevator, while unbeknown to him an intruder had already entered the stairwell. It will be too suspicious to just open the door myself, so I better just wait for someone to come through. Before he knew it, a doctor came through the doors heading down the stairs. Quickly Naruto jumped through the door, as to not alert the descending doctor. Okay, now I need to find research room 15, thought Naruto as he paced through the hospital past the reception deck, checking the rooms as he passed by, careful to not touch anyone or anything in his search. Get him into room 3026, stat, yelled one of the nurses as she directed the medics down the hall. Unfortunately for Naruto, they were speeding towards his direction, but purely on reflex he jumped over them, going completely unnoticed. Ignoring the commotion going on, Naruto continues his search. Research room 15 finally, exclaimed the blonde mentally as he entered the room, while silently closing and locking the door behind him. Shadow clone jutsu, called out Naruto as 10 solid clones appeared. You have 3 minutes to grab everything in this room and divide them into 3 categories: medical tools, medicine and painkillers. Now go. Over the next couple of minutes all you can see is blurs of black moving items all across the room. After they finished, Naruto expelled them immediately, poof, getting the feeling that he needed to get out of there. Let's seal these into scrolls and get out of here. Wasting no time at all, he quickly sealed up everything, putting away the scrolls safely. Here he activated the invisibility seal and exited the room, making it a priority to get out as quickly as possible. A stealthy escape later led Naruto to the rooftops of the village's edge, where he was far enough to relax a little as he channeled chakra into his legs and jumped over the village wall. Beginning his descent into the trees below, he channeled wind chakra into the soles of his feet to slow down his rapid descent for a graceful landing. After his landing, a thought crossed his mind that he overlooked the village security was quite a bit more lax than it was when he infiltrated a little while back. What's going on? Where are the Anbu? Thought Naruto as he expanded his senses, searching for the missing Anbu. In his search, his senses located the Anbu in very close proximity of the rebel camp. Oh no, what are they doing over there? No time, I need to get over there and fast, thought Naruto as he threw the hood of his blonde hair. Lightning style, lightning armor jutsu, called out Naruto as he started channeling massive amounts of lightning chakra through his body, covering himself in a vortex of electricity so strong that the earth beneath his feet began to shake and crumble. Boy, do I love the feeling of this, jutsu said mentally as he zipped across the earth in a streak of lightning, destroying the ground as he went. Back with the rebel camp. May-sama, yelled an Anbu as he came bursting into the command tent unannounced. What is going on? Asked a concerned rebel leader. There are Anbu squads closing in on the camp, expressed the subordinate. Immediately May jumped into action. Now take Diaval with you and go with formation V. Before turning to Berkauli, gather up those who are ready to fight. I am not sending out anyone who is not ready to fight. And Aki, prepare for more patience. Now go. Yes ma'am, they all said in union, all rushing out now, having their assignments. Dragon, if you have anything to do with this, then I will personally end you, thought May with a hint of malice. But Ao and Diaval. Okay, units 4 through 6 are going to reinforce the perimeter with formation V, while 1 through 3 are going with Ao, ordered Diaval to the gathered rebel Anbu. Yes sir, replied all units before body flickering to their desired locations following their individual orders. Earth style. Earth wall jutsu, called out the members of units 4, 5 and 6 from around the gates, completely surrounding the area with 20-foot high 10 feet thick earth walls. After the rising of the walls, units 1 through 3 followed Ao's lead and jumped atop the walls, poised with bows and arrows. Sensory unit, I need all of you to expand the range as far as you possibly can so there are no surprise attacks, said Diaval from next to Ao, doing his own scent of the forest as said unit silently followed orders. A couple minutes later, after completing their sensory sweep of the surrounding area with an estimate of their numbers. Sir, we have completed our sweep, and by our estimate there are around 20 Anbu level ninjas circling our perimeter, and around 30 ninja with chakra levels ranging from Chunin to Jonin hanging back from what we assume they are waiting an order or signal, a masked Anbu reported back to Diaval. Damn, okay, tell Ao to get the archers in position now, because this is not going to be easy. Yes sir, replied back as he body flickered away to Ao. Ao, Diaval has asked that you get into position based on their formations around the perimeter, told the Anbu, before they suddenly felt a spike in chakra from behind them as they heard water style water dragon jutsu when a large serpent-like dragon made of water rushed towards the risen walls. Move away from the walls, yelled Ao just before a mop of blue hair streaked in front of the water dragon, with his Hiramekure drawn glowing blue from the chakra emitting from it as he slashed right through technique squelch as the water fell harmlessly to the ground on each side of him, splash. Then he body flickered back atop the perimeter wall. Thanks Shijuro, you saved us there, said Ao. No problem, but get it together, looks like they're regrouping, replied Chijiro as he pointed his sword towards the forest. Outside the camp's perimeter. While the rebels were covering all bases to prepare for the inevitable oncoming attack, the estimated 30 other ninja were getting impatient. What the hell is taking them so long? We should have received the signal by now, asked an impatient Chunin. Calm down, you know that, if it's taking this long then they are working on plan B, then you can have your fun, alright, damn it, exclaimed one of the few Jonin leaders, not liking the Chunin's thirst for blood as she thinks it's too over the top. Well, before he could finish his thought, earth wall sprang from the ground, trapping them, leaving only a rear entrance, and just as they all turned around to get out of this trap, a streak of blue lightning covering an individual appeared, but before they could drink in his appearance, he ran through hand signs faster than anything they had ever seen, before calling out earth-style swamp of the underworld, changing the surface of the earth beneath the enemy into mud and creating a swamp. The adhesive, chakra-infused mud ensnared the enemy's body, making it impossible to recover one's strength and escape from the swamp. Reaching his right gloved hand out, he called out universal pull as an invisible force yanked the bloodthirsty Chunin out of the adhesive mud directly into the awaiting hand. What are you doing here? Asked a figure in a voice that wasn't in the least bit pleased as he opened his eyes to get a good look at him. Two things jumped out at him. The first was the black dragon mask he was wearing, and the second were his weird purple eyes that seemed to burrow right through his soul. I believe I asked you a question. It would do you well to answer me when I have spoken to you, he said to him with more vehement this time, and for added effect, he had lightning dancing from his shoulder to his wrist, as if his lightning armor was threatening to activate once again. It was why Yagura-sama, he told us to wipe out the bloodline scum, stuttered a frightened Chunin. There, that wasn't so hard, all I need was some information, mocked the dark voice as he released him and disappeared from view, which caused the Chunin to let out a sigh of relief. Squelch, the Chunin felt a pain he has never felt before. As he looked down, he saw a black blade coming out of where his heart should be. But unfortunately you must die, as he pulled the blade from his heart, dropping him to the ground as he took his last few breaths on earth. "No!" screamed a couple of the ninja who were still stuck in the swamp, who he had almost forgot about, but ran through a couple of hand seals, calling out fire style. Grand fireball technique is expelled from his mouth, was a massive orb of roaring flame. The released flames engulf their target and leave a crater on the ground surface. Blast. How far will you go, Yagura? Thought Naruto as he activated his lightning armor once more as he disappeared in a streak of lightning headed towards the rebel camp. Rebel camp. Pant. Chijiro, take it easy, here's a chakra pill, try to stop using so much chakra, said a worried Ao, throwing a chakra pill at Chijiro, while have taken down an Anbu via chakra-infused crossbow. Thanks, I'll try, but it needs to be done, otherwise Yagura gets exactly what he wants, or death, shot back Chijiro as he popped the chakra pill into his mouth. Water style, water dragon jutsu, called out three Anbu who appeared out of a body flicker, summoning three large serpent-licked dragons made entirely of water, coming at the wall, too fast for anyone to react fast enough to stop the techniques. Shit, get away from the walls, shouted Diaval as he saw the entire thing unfold before his very eyes, knowing Chijiro didn't have the charka to stop them this time, but what he saw next shocked him as he had never seen anything like it before. A flash of blue appeared in front of the water dragons, revealing Black Dragon as he called out jutsu absorption as a clear, almost invisible sphere encased his body, absorbing all the chakra from the techniques, causing the waster to fall harmlessly to the ground. Splash. As Ao and Chijiro looked up, they saw Black Dragon standing on the edge of the wall with his long unruly blonde hair flowing with the wind. Are you alright? Asked the Black Dragon of Ao and Chijiro. I am, but Chijiro has chakra exhaustion even with the chakra pill, so I think he is done for tonight, replied back Ao, but as soon as the words he thought, why am I answering to him? Turning around, Naruto did a quick scan of the forest and noticed that the attacker masked their chakra, but with his sensing abilities they can't completely hide from him, only throw him off a little. Let's see you hide from these, thought Naruto as he activated his Rinnegan, giving him the neat ability of seeing chakra. He picked up on them immediately about 80 yards away, seemingly standing there for no reason. Not bothering to turn around, Naruto just told Ao and Chijiro, I'll handle the rest, take care of the injured. Oh, before I forget here, as he tossed 3 scrolls he pulled from belt and tossed over his shoulder. Get those to Aki, he finished by completely disappearing from view. Damn, he has some serious speed. I have never seen anyone move half as fast as him, and the scary thing is I think that is only a small portion of his actual speed. I'm taking Chijiro to the medical bay area, can you handle the rest without me for a few minutes? Said Ao, snapping Diaval out of his frozen state. Oh yeah, replied, still shocked by what he just saw. What the hell was that? Was it a force field of some kind? But it looked like it negated the attack somehow. No time to think about it, snapping himself from his thoughts as he saw Ao jumping away with Chijiro. Okay everyone, we are switching to defense formation B, ordered Diaval. Yes sir, came the approving chorus. With Naruto. Naruto was currently jumping through the trees, coming up on the Anbu who were just standing around, but if Naruto had to guess, we're discussing strategy. Hey Sig, you ready? Naruto mentally as he drew his sword while still on the move. Always young master, the sword replied back through the mental link. Good, because we're going with Sonic Blade, finished Naruto as the blade went from black to an almost glowing neon white while giving off a low-pitched screeching sound. Arriving about 150 feet away from where they were standing with his heightened senses, he could hear everything they were saying. Who the hell was that? I never heard of anyone with those abilities. I don't know, but his chakra was off the charts. I think he has more chakra than Yugura-sama. I think he took out the reserve post because I can't sense them and they wouldn't just leave their position without warning. We need to get this information back to Yugura-sama now. Oh, I'm not about to let them do that, thought Naruto as he used his newly completed jutsu, the lightning step, which he channels a precise amount of lightning chakra from the soles of his feet to his hips, increasing his speed to the equivalent of a lightning strike. Appearing in front of two of them and slashing them horizontally, separating their torso from their waist as easily as a hot knife through butter. He looked up and saw the wide eyes from remaining three Anbu from behind their masks. You won't be telling anyone anything, he spoke in a dark voice. Reacting out of fear from two opposing sides, two of them quickly ran through hand seals and blew out two large fireballs, hoping to incinerate him, but what he did next scared them even more. He reached his hand out to once again absorb the chakra from the jutsu absorption, after which he disappeared once again behind a lone Anbu and stabbed him directly through the heart, letting him fall lifelessly to the ground before dashing across the earth at high speed with the other two. Still standing in shock without breaking stride, he turned his blade into a reverse grip, and as he passed between where the two of them were standing, he sliced through their necks with ease as their heads rolled off their shoulders and bodies went limp. That completes that, he mumbled to himself as he deactivated the sonic blade and used a small water jutsu to clean his blade of any traces of blood before resheathing it and taking off through the trees back to the rebel camp. A few minutes later, Naruto arrives back at the camp and lets them know he took care of everything, not that they all believed him, in which he told him that they could send someone to check as the bodies were still out there. Don't worry about it, Mei-sama wants to see you, came a voice from behind everyone. When they turned around they saw it was Ao. Seeing Ao, the blonde just nodded and went to see what the busty rebel leader wanted. Lower the walls but stay on alert, and anyone who needs medical attention needs to let the medic know when they get here, ordered Ao as turned and followed the blonde. Mei's tent. You wanted to see me? Asked Naruto as walked into the tent, noticing she was alone. Yes, please have a seat, the beautiful rebel leader pointed to an empty chair. I want to thank you for today. Well, I was running around trying to get things prepared for that attack. You handled it single-handedly, so I thank you. She stood up and bowed deeply to the black dragon. There's no need for that. I have already told you I will not allow Yugura to continue on with this pointless war. Not that it doesn't stroke my ego to see a beautiful yet powerful leader such as yourself bow to me. I only want to help. Noticing the small blush across her face, he decided not to push his luck and stood up. If you don't mind, I would like to retire for tonight. Then no problem, would you like a tent? Offered a clearly flustered Mei, who wasn't used to being the flirty but the flirter. No, I'm going to sleep out in the woods. I prefer to be closer to nature. Good night, Mei-sama, as he pulled up his mask a little to give her hand a light kiss through his face mask before leaving. Good night, Dragon-kun, replied back Mei as she held the hand that he just kissed as he waved while going through the tent flaps. 7 months later. It's been 7 months since Naruto aka Black Dragon has arrived at the Hidden Mist village with the full intent of stopping the civil war. His arrival completely changed the tide of the war to the point that they are back in control of the village. Those who feigned the idea of hating bloodlines are now able to openly associate with their friends again. The rebels returned to their homes, and there hasn't been a problem based on discrimination in over 2 months, but the problem is that they haven't been able to find Yugura or those most loyal to him since he disappeared and they took back over the village. Mei was currently sitting behind the Mizukage's desk going over reports. Some good, some bad. Good news to her was that with them taking back over the village they have recovered about 70% of their strength, but the bad news was that the other 30% was part of the village's elite and they had apparently sided with Yugura when he disappeared, and knowing this, she sees the tough road ahead to recovering that strength as well as executing those who sided with Yugura. Sai, the 20-year-old, let out a sigh as she turned around in her chair to look out the window. I am definitely not about to take on this job permanently. As soon as I find a suitable replacement and kill Yugura, I am going back to Jonin, the busty woman said to herself, referring to her status as temporary Mizukage. Why not keep the job? Besides, no one in this village can even hope to make that hat look as good as you do, came an all too familiar voice. Flattery will get you everywhere, Dragon-kun, she replied as she swung around in her chair before getting up and walking over to where he's sitting on her desk with his legs and arms crossed, adding a little more than necessary sway into her hips as she closed a distance and wrapped her arms around his neck before whispering in his ear, or should I say Naruto-kun. Over the months they had gotten extremely close. They had become extremely close, being literally the only man to treat her as a true woman and not just some piece of meat, while doing it without an ulterior motive, and to add fuel to the fire, the strength and intelligence he showed on the battle Guild made him a truly powerful ally and friend. But what really pushed their friendship to new heights was about 3 months ago when one of the lower rank ninja got completely smashed after a celebration of taking back control of the village and started spouting sexist comments about Mei and how a woman could never hope to be a competent leader. Unaware she could hear every word, but before she could react, Naruto grabbed him by his throat and smashed him up against the wall and pressing a kunai up against his neck before giving him some good advice. Listen here, you little worm, you have played a very little role in taking back this village, yet you dare talk about someone who could very well be the strongest in the village after Yagura is taken down. If I were you, I would watch my mouth before it writes a check that my ass couldn't cash, because that could very well be seen as a threat on your new Mizukage. Naruto finished by dropping him to the ground as the man's eyes widened, realizing the huge mistake he had made by insulting her, and apologized profusely, but Mei brushed it off because she was more concerned with the man who had she been falling for since he arrived. Pulling herself from her thoughts, Mei lifted Naruto's dragon mask, making his hair go from black to bright blonde, and lowered his face mask, all the while moving his long sun-kissed golden hair out of the way, and attempted to kiss him, only for Naruto's fingers stop her just short of his marks. We have had this conversation before. I have a girlfriend, I simply can't allow anything more than a hug, Naruto said as she pushed him away a little and looked him right in the eye while her arms were still wrapped around his neck. "So you know, sometimes you make me feel so undesirable," Mei pouted as she turned around and walked away from him, only to have him roll his one visible eye. "Oh, stop before I tell Ao about your excessive flirting," teased Naruto, knowing how much of an annoyance Ao was towards Mei. "Well, now there is no need for that," Mei pouted a little more. She let out an unladylike grunt as she walked away from him and went to sit behind her desk, which they were leaning on. "You clearly didn't come to have any fun, so you must have come for business," Mei said as she sat back in her chair, looking Naruto into his sapphire blue eyes. "Sadly no, I came to let you know that I need to leave for a few days," said Naruto as he pushed himself off the desk and walked over to the window, watching the civilians go about their day through the misted village while he readjusted his lower face mask and placing his dragon mask back on top. Mei looked saddened at the news he just brought her, not wanting to see her blonde love leave. "Something wrong, Mei?" She flinched a little as he brought her out of her thoughts. "No, just worrying if we run into Yagura without you, if we can handle it," she replied. "You can handle it, but if you can't, just throw this and I'll be there in a flash," said Naruto as he handed her a flying thunder god kunai, enticing a smile from Mei. "Now that I have solved that, why don't you tell me what's really bothering you?" Pulling off his mask and placing it on his belt so she could see his eyes better, which reflected how serious he was being. What are you talking about?" stuttered Mei, from being caught off guard by the seriousness of his look as well as his voice. "Mei, I know you too well, so you might as well tell me what's going on and get it off your chest, because something is clearly bothering you," shot back Naruto, letting her know he wasn't relenting, and to reinforce it, he grabbed her left hand to start rubbing it with his own left thumb. Sighing to herself, she just relented. "He clearly knows me too well," thought Mei as she mentally smiled to herself as she got up and motioned for Naruto to sit where she was just sitting, to which he complied as she sat atop the desk. "Before I tell you, I just want to preference myself by saying I do love my village," commented Mei as she felt Naruto tilt his head in confusion. "You do realize you are talking to someone who knows you better than you give him credit for and has watched the sacrifices you have made for this village over the past 7 months on a daily basis, so don't try to convince me of something I already know," said Naruto while leaning back in the chair. "Okay, well, this problem of mine has been going on for years, since I was in the academy. In fact, I have always felt that I didn't belong here," said Mei as she avoided Naruto's eyes, scared of what they would show. "What do you mean, felt like you didn't belong? Was it the people of the village who made you feel like that?" asked a concerned Naruto. "No, it wasn't any of the villagers. In fact, only a few bigoted idiots who feel that women should just fall in line have ever made me unwelcomed," exclaimed Mei with a slight scowl on her face, which confused Naruto a little. "I am still lost as to why you would feel you didn't belong," questioned Naruto. "As am I, but if I had to put it into simpler terms, it would be like visiting someone else's home. To them it's home, but to you it's just another house," explained Mei as she almost feel the light bulb go off in his head. "I have a question for you. How strongly does this feeling of yours go?" asked Naruto of Mei. "It's incredible, but for some reason whenever I am near you that feeling is all but forgotten," said Mei as she drew imaginary circles with her finger on his chest. "I guess we are more alike than I thought." "What do you mean?" asked Mei, looking into Naruto's eyes. Naruto broke eye contact and looked up at the ceiling. "Since I have left my village all those years ago in order to train, whenever I would think about my eventual return, something in the back of my head would be screaming at me not to go back," said a solemn Naruto as he saw Mei mentally sympathize with him. "How do you deal with the feeling that you are betraying the very people you fight to protect?" asked Mei. My case is different from yours, you have fought long and hard, and you are nearly there in terms of bringing the village back to its former glory, so I don't think you can be blamed if it's base from the village you require, replied Naruto, as he ran his glove-covered right hand through his long, blonde hair. What do you mean your case is different, Naruto-kun? Asked Mei, feeling a little better from Naruto's words. That's a story for another time, but it may be you need time to yourself, after we find Yagura. Knock knock. Hearing the knocks at the door made Mei jump off of the desk and him out of the chair, calmly stood up. Relaxed there, I placed my personal privacy seal on the room when I entered. Naruto used what is known as the Uzumaki style privacy dome, which is multiple times stronger than the strongest privacy seals, allowing no sounds at all to escape, even being able to disable implanted listening devices in the surrounding area. Unclipping his dragon mask from his belt, got behind Mei as she walked to the door and put his hand on the door to stop her from opening it. Remember, I am only a flick of a kunai away, which caused a small smile to appear on her face. Better go before Ao gets impatient, thought Naruto as he put his dragon mask back on, turning his hair back to black as he heard another knock at the door, so he released the privacy seal, gave Mei one last hug, and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. When Mei answered the door, it was Ao standing there with a small stack of papers and a look saying he wanted to talk about something. Hello Mei-sama, what were you doing with the door locked? Asked Ao. Turning away from him and wailing back to her desk as Ao closed the door and placed the papers on said desk. After making his way across the room, I was taking a little nap after I had finished most of my paperwork, replied Mei as she started on her paperwork again. These are from the secretary. She told me to bring them to you on my way to see you, said Ao, taking a seat across the desk from the intern Mizukage. So what do you need from me? Asked Mei, not even bothering to look up from her paperwork. I was wondering if you knew where Black Dragon was. I haven't been able to find him at all today. He came by earlier to tell me he has to leave the village for a few days. Why didn't you just let him leave like that? Exclaimed Ao. First of all, calm down before I kill you, said Mei as she released low amounts of kai, making Ao sit back in his chair and do exactly what she just said and calm down. Second of all, he is not a ninja of this village, so I can't keep him here against his will. Besides, he has done more than enough for the Mist Village and has earned my complete trust. I would have thought he would have earned yours as well by now, finished the auburn-haired beauty as she leaned back into her chair while awaiting Ao's response. While looking down trying to process Mei's words, he responded, I just can't bring myself to trust someone I know nothing about. I can understand that, Ao, but try to understand the position he is in. He is not even supposed to be here, yet here he is going up against Yagura for our sakes, especially with how many times he saved your ass. The least you could do is not be so outright suspicious of every move he makes. Answered Mei. Oh, think back on all the times you have interacted with him as well as seen him interact with others, and try to keep an objective mind and try to find any reason he has given you to be suspicious of him and come back if find something, finished Mei as Ao got up and gave a respectful bow before leaving to think on his conversation with Mei. In the dragon realm, there was a curvy yet slender, dark-skinned woman of average height with golden-colored eyes and long purple hair, which she keeps up in a ponytail. Her standard attire consists of a black backless sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt covering her D-cup breasts with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants which clung to her perfectly sculpted ass, with a pair of lightweight brown shoes, which allow for stealth. She was wearing long beige wrist and leg warmers, each secured by bands. She was holding a katana at her side, looking prepared to strike. She was standing in the middle of a small cluster of trees with her right hand hovering above her sword as she attacked with blinding speed and disappearing from view as metal-on-metal clashes rung throughout the area. Clang 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 clang. Reappearing back in her original spot as kunai fell from the trees harmlessly to the ground while sheathing her sword. Clap clap clap. Hearing the clapping, she turned around to see Jigen, the master dragon in human form, with an amused look on his face. As deadly as always, Yaruchi, spoke Jigen as he walked towards her. Thank you, I guess, but what are you doing here? Asked a newly dubbed Yaruchi. What, I can't come watch you train? Questioned Jigen in fake shock. You can, but you usually only do so when you either want me to do something or if you have some information for me, so which is it? Spoke Yaruchi with the same emotionless voice, to which Jigen frowned at this. I miss Naruto-sama when he is around you, so much nicer, exclaimed Jigen before being pulled out of his thoughts by Yaruchi's response. I don't have time for time, what is it that you want? Spoke Yaruchi, clearly not up for his antics. Fine, the gears of fate have started turning once again, spoke Jigen with an completely serious attitude while waiting for Yaruchi's reaction. Surprisingly, her reaction wasn't what he expected. Jigen expected her to be happy, but she wasn't. He could feel how downcast she was about the news. Before he could ask her what was wrong, she asked a question of her own. How mad do you think he will be with us? Me, probably only mildly for withholding information from him, but I don't think he could be mad ever, especially once he finds out the truth, Jigen spoke as he leaned up against a tree. Besides, you were only following orders, and Naruto-sama isn't the type of person to hold a grudge, so he'll understand once he learns the truth. This made Yoruichi perk up a little. I truly hope so. Hidden Mist Village. On the outer edge of the Hidden Mist Village there was a flash of yellow light that revealed a dark-clad blonde known as Black Dragon. The Uzumaki Namikaze checked his surroundings using his sensory skills to make sure he was alone, which he was before removing his Black Dragon mask to clip it to his utility belt. Hey Naruto, what's the plan for today?" yawned Kurama as he woke up from inside the seal. "So, lazy decided to finally wake up," retorted Naruto as he made sure the stones covering the Hiraishin kunai remained in place. "You try sleeping in a sewer for 8 years and see how lazy you become after returning to comfortable environment like the one you provided me with," spoke Kurama, referring to the mindscape change from a dingy sewer to the largest, most beautiful forest, the millennium-old fox, as he stretched some kinks out. "I might not have slept in a sewer, but dark alleys next to garbage cans are close enough," thought back Naruto as he went back to the beach and stood about 15 feet away from the incoming tides. "Sorry, forgot about that. Don't worry about it, you know I don't blame you for what has happened to me. I know you don't, and that's what make me feel so bad, because it is my fault. And I really don't want to have this type of conversation with you. I have told you over and over again that you shouldn't feel bad, as none of what happened was your fault. Besides, if those events hadn't have happened the way they did, I might not have met my big brother, huh? Kurama and Hey, I thought I told you not to call me that," roared Kurama from inside the seal at Naruto's teasing. "Ahahaha, chill out, I'm only joking," laughed Naruto internally before explaining to Kurama what was going on. "We're about to head to Whirlpool." "Whirlpool? Why are we headed there?" asked Kurama. "Ever since the start of my training I have had this undeniable pull towards Whirlpool, and it's only gotten stronger each year since," thought the blonde before rubbing the village's headband ties to his right bicep. "And when Jigen gave me this headband and said that I would need this, made me think he is hiding something from me." "Yeah, but didn't he say why you would need it?" "He did, but something just felt off. I don't think it's anything major, just something he is not willing to tell me yet," thought the teen as he slammed his hand on the ground and called out summoning jutsu as black kanji spread across the ground and a poof of smoke cleared to reveal a royal blue four-legged dragon about twice the size of a large horse with razor-sharp teeth and claws, in addition to 2 extremely large wings on its back. "Naruto-sama," squealed the dragon in an unexpected female voice as she tackled Naruto to the ground, nuzzling her head into his chest. "Ha hey Saphira, I see you missed me," giggled Naruto from the actions of the lightning dragon, even earning a small chuckle from Kurama before being allowed to get up off the ground. "Why did you summon me, Naruto-sama?" asked the dragon, still nuzzling her head into Naruto, who welcomed the gesture by rubbing the top of her head. "I need you to fly me to Whirlpool." A smile appeared on the dragon's face as she backed away and spread her massive wings. "Well, what are you waiting for? Hop on." Chuckling at the Saphira's excitement, he just silently hopped on her back. "Hold on tight, Naruto-sama, I have gotten a lot faster since the last time," spoke Saphira as she began to gallop as a horse would at high speed and flapping her wings before becoming airborne. Within a matter of seconds they were at a high enough altitude to where they could see the entire Mist Village. During the entire ordeal, Naruto could only think about how much Saphira had progressed. Just a couple of months ago she could barely sustain flight with me on her back for more than 30 minutes, now look at her potential rearing its ugly head, thought the Rinnegan wielder, before being pulled out of his thought by the object of those very thoughts. "So Naruto-sama, how much do you think I have improved?" "You have greatly improved, Saphira, from the time before I left to this moment, I can truly say there is no comparison." This comment made Saphira happier than she had been in a long time, so much so that she sped up to the point of approaching sonic speeds. Holding on to Saphira tightly, Naruto leaned up near her ear, fighting against the passing winds. "Slow down," Saphira yelled to make sure she heard him over the sound of the wind. After slowing down to an acceptable speed of around 100 miles per hour, Saphira apologized to her young master. "I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, I was just so happy that you approve of my improvement that I couldn't hold myself back." "Hey, I wasn't yelling at you, I was just making sure you heard me. Reina told me that during your flights you seem to tune out the rest of the world. I resent that, besides that's only when I want to relax, just like when you are tending to your garden or cooking." This earned a small laugh from Naruto for her initial outburst. "Calm down, I was only kidding," said the blonde as he watched the clouds pass from below. The two continued their catching up until they reached their destination, Whirlpool. Upon their arrival to Whirlpool they decided to circle around the island so Naruto could scan the island to see if he felt any active seals. But she did, so he advised Saphira to not get too close to the island and he just use his control over gravity to descend to the island. "Saphira, I'll handle it from here, go back and I'll summon you again later." "Alright, Naruto-sama, see you later," Saphira replied back as Naruto jumped off into a free fall toward the island before she disappeared in a plume of smoke. Poof. As Naruto continued his freefall, he activated his Rinnegan and slowed his momentum until he softly landed on the ruined island. Once his feet hit the ground he was hit with two emotions, anger and grief. The cause of this is from what he couldn't see from above the island, that he is clearly seeing now the remains of his clansmen and their attackers. Naruto's anger was spiking his Rinnegan's power, and his control was slipping, causing some of the remains, along with pieces of the ruble, started to float in the air around Naruto. Naruto screamed Kurama at Naruto, breaking him from the trance he had lost himself in. I know how you are feeling, but don't lose control. You don't want to decimate the rest of the village, do you? Asked the nine-tailed fox of his Jinchuriki. And no, I didn't think it could possibly be this bad, and when I think about how outnumbered they were all, because they thought my people were too strong, it pisses me off to no end. Some of these remains are of fucking children, Kurama. I don't want to succumb to revenge, but seeing this makes me want to destroy all those held responsible. Did I understand the Uzumaki were some of the only people I truly respected, not only because of their strength and skill, but because of the type of people they were as a whole. The one thing they followed was family first, and it's something to be admired, explained Kurama as Naruto regained control of his Rinnegan abilities as the remains and ruble hit the ground with low-sounding thuds. Thank you, Kurama, for stopping me from hurting my clansmen any more than they have already been. No problem, kid, but how about we look around a little before you destroy what's left of the island, replied Kurama before another voice chimed in. May I make a suggestion, young master? Sieg, sure, what is it? The tower in the center that seems to be the only thing somewhat intact, head there looking to said tower. Naruto couldn't describe it, but it felt like something was drawing him toward that very tower. Wiping that thought from his mind for now, he held up a cross-hand seal and called out Shadow Clone Jutsu as 100 copies of Naruto appeared. I want all of you to gather all the remains of my clansmen and find a spot to bury them, and I also need you to burn the remains of all the Rock Cloud and Mist Ninja, ordered Naruto of his clones. Hi boss, replying back in union was the clones before going about their orders. Naruto quickly started running toward the center of the village, where the only intact building resided. Once he reached the building he wasted no time and jumped through a broken window at the top floor. Upon entering the room, two things hit him. The first was the mess, broken glass and books thrown everywhere with moss growing all throughout the room, and the second was a large ceiling array spread across the entire room. Young master, I need you to go behind that desk and channel some of your chakra into the ceiling array on the floor, asked Sieg of his master. To his credit he did without question, because of the trust the two have formed over the years. As the chakra started pumping through the seal it glowed a dim blue before the room shook slightly, and the bookshelf across the room moved out of the was revealing a dark passageway. After walking over to the entrance, lanterns light up revealing a spiral staircase that seemed to travel down the entire tower. When Naruto walked through the passageway to travel down the stairs it felt like he walked through something, but he just waved it off until he got to the bottom and walked through that passageway and felt the same feeling. Once he was at his destination, Naruto was able to confirm he was in an underground bunker underneath the island itself despite being in the dark. So he was going to activate a low-powered lightning armor to bring some light to the room, but just as he was about to do so, light surrounding the room lit, revealing what seemed to be a vault lab combo. A few things stood out in this room, first being the giant computer-like machine with 3 large circular metal pipes that seemed to be feeding into the ground. There were scrolls on bookshelves all across the room. But what really caught Naruto's attention was 2 giant glass tubes situated next to the computer with what seemed to some sort of weird chakra-like energy floating in the 2 tubes. There was a black reddish energy, though it was dark in color it didn't give off an evil feel to it as chakra of that nature did, the energy that felt similar yet different at the same time to his very own chakra like pure dense power. Young master, go over to the computer, came the voice of Sieg, breaking Naruto out of his semi-trance as he walked from his spot in front of the stairs over to the large computer. Once there Sieg spoke up again, take the Yuzu headband and place it in the rectangular slot in the upper right hand corner. Doing as he was told, Naruto removed the headband from his right bicep and placed it in the slot, where when he did a light shone from underneath as the computer came to life. As the computer's screen loaded its contents, what was shown on said screen shocked Naruto to his core. It was his father Minato Namikaze staring back at him through the screen with a smile on his face. Hello son. How I thought you died, stuttered out Naruto as he stared at the screen with his one visible eye widened while trying to make sense of this impossibility. I am a part of the true Minato Namikaze's conscience loaded onto the computer's mainframe, tasked to explain some things that we wanted to explain ourselves, explained the artificial intelligence. What did you want to explain to me that I probably wouldn't know by now, questioned Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Well, for one thing would be your sword, Sieg, if I recall correctly, his true purpose. What true purpose? I would like to assume that the Dragon Masters have already passed on the ancient spirits to you, and Sieg, while explaining what they are, asked the uploaded conscience of Minato. No, I don't know very much. I know how to use only a portion of their power, but none of their abilities, and only what the Nine Tails has told me. He told me how incredibly powerful they were, so much so that they were capable of rivaling his own power. Outside of that, Not much because Jigen has been reluctant to tell me more, but what does that have to do with Sieg? Questioned the whiskered blonde. I am getting to, that you see the sage tried to create a weapon, throw his power over yin and yang, a weapon that he intended to be made of demonic chakra that would be on par with most of the tailed beasts in terms of raw power. That wasn't what he did. Instead he brought forth 4 ancient sword spirits. Upon arrival they explained that they were slated to eventually find their one true master, but due to his interference he brought them to this dimension before his birth, and not only that, the demonic chakra broke down their general makeup, making it hard for them to remain stabilized, which would have forced them to fade from existence, but the sage provided a way to help. He used extremely powerful sealing technique combined with Senjutsu and the power of his Rinnegan to seal them away until they were able to sense their master. When the sage was on his deathbed, he entrusted the spirits to his third son, who then entrusted them to his descendant clan, the Uzumaki clan. Why entrust the spirits to the Uzumaki? Simple, they were sentient beings whose powers would tempt those who came across it to harness its power, but the sage's son had the awareness to keep them sealed away, and seeing as the Uzumaki were masters in the sealing arts, he entrusted them to keep them sealed away from the world. Which after he left it in his descendants' hands, and that is where Sieg comes into play. Sieg came into play a few decades ago after years of studying the energy. The clan and master dragons came up with a joint solution by creating a sword from a special metal from the dragon realm, which is special in itself, then with the addition to the master's power given to the sword. In theory should have given it the ability to harmonize with the spirits, but that didn't occur as they tried to have the sword absorb the spirits, but the dragon's mana somewhat deteriorated the spirits a little more. That is where Sieg made his presence felt and transferred his consciousness to the sword and cut the absorption process. But long story short, he explained that the sword wasn't ready for their power just yet, and explained the ultimate goal was to have the spirits, Sieg and the chosen wielder souls merge. I see, that's good theory. Let an descendant merge with the energies to do some good with it, then at some point the power of the spirits pass on with him. Exactly, eventually you will completely merge with them, but it is going to take time. Now why don't you take a seat so we can finish our conversation, spoke Minato to his son, to which he complied, situating himself in front of the supercomputer. Before I begin, I want to ask you how your life was in the Leaf before heading off to train with the Dragon Masters, asked Minato. Honestly, that was the worst time of my life. I was beat within an inch of my life on an almost daily basis. I was starved to the point that I had to dig through the garbage for food just to survive. At the age of 3 I was left to fend for myself. But worst of all would be I was almost raped when I was 5, and would have been if not. Gigi finished Naruto as he looked downcast from the memories of what happened to him in that village. When he looked back up at his father, he looked downright pissed. Well, this makes the plan so much easier, and to think that I didn't think I could hate the Leaf any more than I already did, Minato said, surprisingly calm. Okay, what's going on, and what do you mean by hate the Leaf more than you already did, questioned Naruto, confused by his words. Our hate of the Leaf stems very deep, and it's not their fake mantra of the will of fire, which is an excellent ninja way to follow, answered Minato. If that's the case, then why hate the Leaf, asked Naruto, still confused by his father's words. Because as I just said, it is fake, an old mantra the first 3 Hokages tried to have the Leaf live up to until the civilians and a good portion of the shinobi populace decided to take control of the village from the shadows. Danzo growled out Naruto as his father finished speaking. I am afraid so, his roots are deeper than you could imagine, Minato said. How deep exactly? He was responsible for the fall of Whirlpool, all because we refused to give up our higher level seals, spoke an emotionless Minato as she spoke of Danzo's doings. I knew the fucker was dirty, but this is unforgivable. I am going to deliver a fate far worse than death, seethed Naruto in his mind. What was the plan you mentioned? Whirlpool's revival, stated Minato simply with a smile on his face. This got a smile from Naruto as he heard his father's answer to his question. But his answer only brought on more questions, which he was about to start firing off, only for Minato to beat him to it. I can see you have a lot questions about the plan, but before we get into the finer details we need to tell you about Whirlpool. Whirlpool was home to clans other than the Uzumaki. A few of them you may know of as they now reside in the Leaf, the Shihoin clan, who specialize in close combat, their speed only eclipsed by one clan. They have the ability to shapeshift. Then there was the Yazuki clan, a clan made up of sword prodigies, the Haruno clan made up of talented medical ninja, and finally the Namikaze clan, which you know all about, Minato finished explaining. Not that this isn't informative, but what does this have to do with Whirlpool's revival? A lot. Those clans are just as much a part of Yuzashii Agakure as the Uzumaki were, so upon the destruction of Whirlpool the clans made a decision to send the clan heirs of the Yazuki Shihoin and Uzumaki clans to the Leaf. The Namikaze and Haruno clans were already established in the Leaf. As to help them in their building, Whirlpool sent those 2 clans to help the Leaf after the clan wars. The Namikaze were tasked with taking care of the Yazuki and Shihoin clan heirs, while a friend of your mother's from the Haruno clan took care of your mother until we graduated the academy, said Minato. Over time we noticed how most of the Leaf treated us and we investigated all of the Leaf's dealings, where we then came upon a private meeting where they were discussing how they were going to turn our clans into their personalized weapons, says Minato through grit teeth. That's when the beginning of our plan began to take shape, especially after our first meeting with Jigen, in which he informed us of a prophecy how our child would resurrect our once great nation. Though we wouldn't be there to help you physically, the remnants of Whirlpool made sure to have things in place that would help you out in the future. Seeing the question in his eye of what they had in place, Minato answered the question before Naruto could even speak. You were going to require a hefty sum of money to pull off a project this big, so that was something put into place between the ownership of several businesses. Countless S-rank missions and inheritance from our clans. Your finances is taken care of. Another thing we took care of was give you a powerful ally in your godparents Takeda Shinjin and his wife Madame Shijimi. They don't know about our plan, but they do have a few things we left in their possession. Now I am pretty sure you know that you are required to enter the Kra, being the last heir of 2 extinct clans, correct? Asked the blonde father, to which she received a nod. Something tells me I am probably not going to like this, thought Naruto to himself as his father started speaking. We set up a few fiancés, of which only one is obligated and the others we only ask you try. Minato looked on at a shocked Naruto as he tried to compose himself thoughts of who these women could be, but the most worrisome thought was of Anko and how he would have to explain this to her. Great, now I am going to have to explain this to Anko, something I don't think will go well. Sigh, who are these women you set me up with? Breathe out Naruto before he asked his question, accepting the situation for what it was. Besides, he figured, follow their wishes after seeing all the preparation they had done for him. Well, your first fiancés comes from an old contract between the Senju and Uzumaki had, which was for me to marry the male heir of their clan Nawaki, but he died during the Second Great Ninja War, so that contract fell to you and Tsunade, being the last of your respective the clans. Wait a minute, how can I marry her? Isn't Tsunade like 50? I know that is why we came up with a solution to where age wouldn't be a factor, spoke Minato as scroll and vial with a glowing blue liquid were produced from a compartment below the computer. The scroll contains an improved version of Tsunade's creation rebirth seal, the absolute pinnacle of medical ninjutsu. It is the ultimate regeneration technique. By releasing great volumes of chakra, the body's cell division is forcibly stimulated by proteins, reconstructing all organs and all tissues making up the human body. The technique itself did not regenerate the old cells until now. By using your potent chakra and mixing your blood with the hero's water, combined with the improved seal, you can reduce her age to that of about 20 years old, explained Minato. Why would my blood be needed? Asked Naruto at the pure geniusness his parents displayed through the solution. Because Tsunade is 1/4 Uzumaki, but for some reason she never possessed a naturally high life force all Uzumaki possess, so by adding your blood it will jumpstart her Uzumaki lineage. Well, I am willing to give it a try since age is no longer a factor, spoke Naruto as he placed the scroll on his belt and sealed the vial onto the back of his hand. Now who are the other women you have set me up with? Next in line we have Karasuba Ichimaru, the daughter of a good friend of mine, Jin Ichimaru, heir to the Ichimaru clan as well as last surviving members of said clan. Then the next two are Sakura Haruno and Rias Uzumaki. Rias is one of the last Uzumaki and was adopted by Sakura's mother Mabuki. They are both about the same age as you, and Sakura was named the heir, while Rias is of royal blood from the Uzumaki clan, meaning she is likely to awaken any one of the known bloodlines from the Uzumaki clan. But how? I thought all of the Uzumaki perished. Naruto asked about his last living clan member. Ask Yoruchi, she will explain everything to you, Minato told him as keep the conversation moving. And the last two who we each selected based off of what we wanted them to do. I had my chosen fiancé for you travel to the Dragon Realm with Jigen's permission. Yoruchi Shihoin, I gave her the duty of showing you the love of a doting sibling once you were able to get to the Dragon Realm. So Yoruchi was in on this whole time, asked a slightly disappointed Naruto of his parents' decision to make her withhold information. No, Yoruchi grew up knowing that she would marry you someday, but she wanted to tease you as her nature calls for, but I asked her to dot on you as a personal favor. So don't think she doesn't truly love you, because before she got sent to the Dragon Realm she took care of me as a small child, not wanting any harm to befall you, said Minato, making Naruto regret doubting Yoruchi. Now this one is all on your me. Your mother didn't like the choice, but her name is Yugao Yuzuki. She is the heir to the Yuzuki clan. I picked her up on a mission after having found her on the way back from a mission. Her mother and father had been killed by hunter ninja hired by Danzo. I found out that her parents were originally from Whirlpool and took her in, and she is about 5 years older than you, said Minato, a light tone. I placed a seal on her to help with her bloodline as well as the mission of keeping you safe from the shadows. Okay, but why didn't Kasan like the decision you made? Because she doesn't like the fact that I asked her to watch you from the shadows and not interfere until you were ready to accept her as one of your wives. Yugao was furious as well because she wanted to be involved in your life from the moment she found out Kushina was pregnant, but I had no choice. For both your sakes, but especially because there is no doubt in my mind that the leaf would have killed her if they knew her identity. Minato said the last part, feeling a little down. And because of the prophecy, if you didn't experience any hardships, there was a high possibility that you wouldn't have the flair you have now, which would have caused you more heartache than you could handle later on. Don't beat yourself up over it too, Sen. I am glad you did that, said Naruto, making Minato look at him through the screen with wide eyes. You are? Yeah, because if I didn't I would have been blinded to the truths of the world and probably would have been gullible enough to believe any and every bullshit lie anyone from the leaf told me. Then there is the fact that I would have been loyal to a village of controlling bigots who have done nothing but harm me and my family from day one, but because of that I have a new dream, spoke Naruto as Minato listened to his son speak. And what dream is that? His father asked. Freedom so that I can have true friends that won't be reprimanded for simply being nice to me, freedom to openly love someone without having to worry about someone harming them, and freedom to have a family. Minato had no words for how proud of this boy, no man, that he helped produced. And that is the principle that Whirlpool will be built on, freedom. Wow, with words like that, there is nothing left for me to tell you. Everything you are going to need is located in our home, which is in a cave in the forest of death, and also each of your fiancés have a mate seal that has not been full activated but is connected to a master mate seal that you have on your right hand. Now there is one more thing I need to tell you, as Minato looked on at the headband, noticing the chakras starting to run out. No matter if you decide to continue down your destined path, I know Whirlpool is in good hands, Minato said with tear in his eye. Or if you decide to change course, know this, lingered Minato. I love you and I are proudest father in the world for the man that my son has become, Minato said with conviction. At this point Naruto couldn't hold it in any longer and tears just started flowing from his eyes. Be happy and have lots of kids for me to watch over, Minato finished as the chakra ran out and the screen went black, making Naruto look down, trying to compose himself. I know this is difficult for you, but try and follow his wishes and go be happy. That's the best thing you could do for him, Kurama chimed in from the seal, trying to ease Naruto's pain. I know that, but why is it the one thing I want I can never have? I know you always seem to get the short end of the stick, but at least you got to meet them once and know how much they cared for you. Getting his bearings together, Naruto stood up and walked over to where Sieg had just finished absorbing the energies. Thanks, Kurama, and you are right, I was fortunate to have met them, so I am not going to wallow in pity. Naruto picked up his blade and was shocked from at how much power he felt the blade radiate as he gave a few test swings before sheathing the blade in its respective sheath. The Rinnegan wielder made his way back to the edge of the island where his clones had finished cremating the remains of the fallen residents of Whirlpool, leaving the ashes in a large bin, of which Naruto ordered 2 of his clones to release into the ocean. After doing what they were told, Naruto's clones disappeared in poofs of smoke. Activating his Rinnegan, Naruto kneeled on one knee before the ocean and laid his Whirlpool headband in front of him before speaking by the blood and heritage of Whirlpool. May these fallen rescients finally rest knowing that Yuzu will once again rise. Currently just below the clouds, traveling at an incredible rate of speed, crossing over into the land of fire, was Naruto, sprawled out on the back of Saphira with his arms behind his head looking up at the clouds. Naruto was in deep thought, replaying his parents' words over and over in his mind until Saphira's tail came around and hit him right in the pit of his stomach. Groan, what the hell was that for Saphira? Coughed out Naruto while he was clutching his abdomen. Saphira just huffed in annoyance before answering Naruto's question. I have been calling your name for the past 10 minutes, but you have been ignoring me since you summoned me. Now what's the matter? I have found out how corrupt the leaf truly is. I am confused. I thought you already had dirt on like half the council. How much more corrupt could they be? Asked Saphira as she turned her head back to look at Naruto, who had now sat up facing her. A lot more. They were more or less the reason why Whirlpool, my family, is no longer here. Naruto, feeling his power slip due to his anger, took a second to compose himself before continuing. All because those bastards wanted my family to give up our secrets, and like any other clan they refused. So the Leaf decides to arm 3 nations with information of their defense security, all in an elaborate plan to wipe out the clans and strong-arm the following generations into giving them what wanted. Naruto felt his anger returning before he let out a small chuckle. Haha, but they underestimated the intelligence of the clans of Whirlpool and overestimated themselves, thinking their plan wouldn't get found out, and they are going to pay the ultimate price because of it. What exactly do you plan on doing in retaliation, Naruto-sama? He stared out at the sky before he answered her. That I haven't completely figured out, but the one thing I do know is that Whirlpool will be resurrected by any means necessary. Just then his attention was drawn away from their conversation due to his sensing ability. He could feel the ill intent laced in the air. Saphira, slow down a little and slowly start to descend. There is so much malice floating, though the air I can almost taste it, and that doesn't sit well with me, ordered Naruto as Saphira happily followed orders, as she got the feeling that she was going to be able to see her master fight outside of the spar. After a couple of minutes of descending flight, Naruto activated his Rinnegan in order to get a view of what was going on at ground level, as they still too high to get a clear view. Naruto saw exactly what was going on. There was a large group compiled of mostly bandits and a few ninja preparing to attack traveling noblemen and their samurai guards. There had been about 40 civilian level chakra signatures and 10 signatures ranging from High Chunin to Id Jonin. Being who he is, Naruto had already devised a plan on how he was going to spoil their party. Saphira, I want you to stay at this height while I go handle these idiots, Naruto said as he stood up on Saphira's back and put on his black dragon mask before jumping off, headed straight for the group. These idiots didn't even have enough common sense to attack from different angles, but instead they attack in one big group. This is going to be easy, thought Naruto as he pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and created 4 seal-less shadow clones who immediately dove though the trees in a box formation where they then landed, while the original Naruto used his control over gravity and slowed his descent towards the ground to a crawl before throwing the kunai to the ground. The clones then ran through hand seals and called out 4 violet flames formation, producing a large purple barrier made from pure purple flames. Some of the trees caught fire due to touching the barrier, so Naruto used water bullet jutsu to put out the flames before he landed softly in front of the samurai with their katanas unsheathed ready to attack. Whoa, calm down, I am not your enemy. I was passing through when I noticed these low-lives preparing to ambush you, said Naruto as he pointed towards the barrier. What Naruto assumed to be the head samurai stepped forward. He was dressed head to toe in silver armor. What made him stand out was the red markings on his helmet. Who are you? And how do we know you aren't planning on attacking the fire daemon yourself? So my godfather is in the carriage. Thought I would be a while before I got the chance to speak with him. I go by the name of Black Dragon. Allow me to deal with this, then I will leave no harm no foul, right? Questioned the blonde, but didn't give the samurai a chance to reply and disappeared in a yellow flash, only to reappear inside the barrier in front of the kunai, leaving the samurai and those inside the barrier dumbfounded. Naruto stood there analyzing the bandits and the few ninja among them. They all seemed so weak in comparison to what he has been facing in the civil war going on in the hidden mist village outside of one of the ninja he had saw. They didn't look as if even count as a workout. Aoi Rakish Mayor Ank missing nin from the village hidden in the leaves. The dark-haired young man picked out the missing nin among the group, who was pretty tall with green hair. He was wearing the standard uniform of the Hidden Rain village, along with their headband. I am glad to see my reputation precedes me, Aoi arrogantly praised himself from the mystery man, recognizing him. Actually, it isn't your reputation that precedes you, but the weapon you stole, the sword of the Thunder God. Its reputation is the one that precedes, because without it, I doubt you would be even a B-rank ninja, Naruto said lamely as he and Kurama wondered why he was so high on his abilities when his everything about him in the bingo book outside of the sword of the Thunder God was average. Doesn't matter what you think, because with this raising his arm and bringing the sword of the Thunder God to life, no one can touch me. You know what, since you think of yourself as invincible, unsheathing his guardless black-bladed sword and pointing it towards Aoi, allow me to show you just how insignificant you are. Sword and all as pure blue lightning completely coated the blade. Hey, you think, just because you channeled a little chakra into your sword you can match the sword of the Thunder God, scoffed out Aoi at the blonde's claim. Before Naruto could reply back, 3 of Aoi's companions decided to attack Naruto from 3 different fronts, but before they could even get close, blood splattered everywhere as all 3 had their heads decapitated. Squelch. What I didn't even see him move was the collective thoughts of those who have actually trained, while the bandits shared a different thought: kill or be killed, though it was short-lived as they found that they couldn't move. Hey, what the hell, I can't move. Me neither. What's going on? Oh, that would be me. I placed a paralyzing seal on all of you, so me and here can have our fun uninterrupted. Naruto walking towards Aoi, who at this point was sweating bullets, thinking he would be in over his head, the dragon-masked assailant walking towards him, but his arrogance kicked in. I don't care how much lightning he thinks he can produce, he can't produce enough to match up against the sword of the Thunder God, thought the former leaf ninja as he charged the slowly approaching Naruto with his sword overhead. Once he was in striking range, he swung the blade down with tremendous force, only to be met by Naruto's lightning-coated blade in a powerful clash that forced both of them apart due to the output electricity. Aoi charged again, wildly swinging the sword of the Thunder God, only for Naruto to gracefully dodge with bare minimal movements, only using his lightning-coated blade to deflect a few of his attacks. This pattern went on for a few minutes and Aoi hadn't even come close to landing a hit on Naruto, and Naruto hadn't struck Aoi, both for completely different reasons. Naruto hadn't tried to strike Aoi playing defense only, and Aoi hadn't hit Naruto simply because he couldn't. Every move he tried, Naruto had an effortless counter move, making Aoi look like an academy student. Naruto, stop playing with this weakling and end this already, this isn't even remotely entertaining, came the frustrated voice of Kurama. I agree with Kurama, young master, this fight does pauses and good opportunity, Sieg voicing his opinion. What do you mean? Questioned Naruto, only mildly paying attention to his opponent. Well, with time, the assimilation of the spirits and us starting to become one, I think your body can now handle those techniques, so you can use these weakling scum as practice dummies, so to speak. Ducking under a horizontal slash before delivering a devastating jumping spinning back kick right to Aoi's face, sending him crashing 2 trees and being embedded in a third. I love that idea, but first reactivating his Rinnegan and holding his hand out, universal pull, ripping the sword of the thunder god right out of Aoi's hand. Wouldn't want this being destroyed as he put the hilt into his cargo pocket on his right leg. Aoi was speechless. He was being stared at by what he believed to be a story fable, the legendary Rinnegan. Impossible, it's not true, they were just stories, Aoi was mentally muttering to himself, no longer caring about the sword of the thunder god as he watched the lightning disappear from the black-haired man's blade and be sheathed. Holding up his right gloved hand, Naruto summoned a black flame around said hand. As the seconds go by, nature itself starts reacting to the power of this mysterious black flame, the earth starts to rumble, and the skies darken with random lightning strikes. Throwing his fist toward Aoi and his companions, Naruto called out Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Upon release, the flames burst forth in an explosion, as if having a mind of its own, and thus difficult to guide once launched. After being released, the flames took the form of a giant Chinese dragon, compassed entirely of black and purple flames. The dark energy then proceeds to instantly incinerate everything in its path. When the flames from the technique ended, there was nothing remaining but a crater and ash. Naruto looked on at the destruction, and his smoking hand with only slightly heavy breathing. Finally, perfected, no damage to my hand, and a significantly lower strain on my body and reserves. It seems that you are pleased, young master. Very much so. The samurai were flabbergasted, and the fire daemon's eyes were about to pop out of his head looking at the destruction before him. The young man called for his clones to release the barrier, and then they disappeared in puffs of smoke. Not wanting to let this destruction stand, Naruto clasped his hands together and performed a jutsu not seen since the first Hokage would style. Nativity of a sea of trees, turning the area into a vast forest in a matter of mere moments, complete with trees and even grass growing out off barren ground. Naruto then deactivated his Rinnegan and made his way over to the wide-eyed samurai who had been surrounding the fire daemon's carriage. If you don't mind, I would like a word with the fire daemon. The samurai were at a loss, they were too scared to deny him, yet was to protect their lord. It's fine, I would like to speak with a young man as powerful as he is myself. The fire daemon stepped out of the carriage. He has small, circular eyes and dark pupil. He also wears the standard daemon headpiece. Now what is it that you wanted to speak to me about, young man? Daemon-sama, I have information regarding lost clans, but I am not going to release said information in such a public forum, said Naruto, dropping the hint at lost which the daemon picked up on and noticed the whirlpool headband on tied around his right bicep. Fine, let's go talk in private, the daemon suggested, leading the way towards a tree line. You can't go with him alone, Daemon-sama. And why not? He could be up to something. And what per se could that be? He could have killed me, and my guards took out those nasty men, but he didn't, the daemon speaking sense. Besides, a few minutes of my time isn't going to hurt anybody. That shut up any other argument his guards had and lead to him and Naruto moving to a location where they couldn't be seen or heard. Doing a twice over of the area to make sure the area was secure, he looked at the daemon who was wondering what information this man had for him. Naruto looked the daemon in his eye and removed his dragon Anbu mask that turned his hair golden blonde and lowered his face mask, revealing his bright sapphire blue eyes and 6 whisker marks adorning his cheeks. Minato, the daemon was at an utter loss for words. Standing before him was his best friend who he had long since accepted his death with a few differences. Sorry, I am not my father. Naruto. Yep. But they said you died. Who said I died? Belief Anbu, they showed up after the 9-tailed incident to inform me and my wife that Minato and Kushina had died along with their child. This pissed Naruto off. Do they have to have a hand in every aspect of my life? Thought an angry Naruto about belief until a thought hit him. What did these Anbu look like? Like normal Anbu with the exception of Northeast written across their masks, but what does that have to do with anything? Plenty, those are the special forces of Danzo, who happens to have had a hand in destroying the clans of Whirlpool. That's quite a claim, without any proof. Oh, I have proof, but I didn't bring this up to you to have you do anything to the leaf, but to have your backing in a little plan of mine. Oh, and what is this plan of yours? Naruto at this point was searching the fire daemon emotions as he answered him. I want your backing as I may come to you later on in my quest to revive Whirlpool. Why would you need my backing? You are the inheritor of Whirlpool through your Uzumaki lineage, so through that fact alone no one can deny you of what's rightfully yours. You are correct on that fact, but because I am also the 9-tailed fox Jinchuriki, and there are those who would do anything to keep the 9 tails as a weapon. So as to undercut their efforts, before they even get the chance, I am going over everyone's head to my godfather who just so happens to be the fire daemon. I see your dilemma and I haven't kept up my godfatherly duties, so what better way than helping my godson solve his problems. Laughing a little, the fire demon walked up to Naruto and looked him in the eyes. So, what would you have me to do? As of right now, nothing, but you know what, there is something. My father said he left some things in your possession in a letter he left to me. Do you think I could get those? Of course my boy, but I don't have them on me, they are at my palace, so come with me to come and get them. Besides, you coming back with me will put a smile on my wife's face. She hasn't been the same since she learned of your death. Remembering the state his wife was in after the news broke, she was so excited to be your godmother, and then when she heard of yours and your parents' death, it broke her. This broke Naruto's heart to hear, the fact that someone cared so much about him that it nearly mentally broke them to think that they would never get to see him. I am sorry, but right now as I have quite a few things on my plate, but I promise to come by in the next few weeks, spoke the blonde, feeling a little bad for not being able to put a smile on his godmother's face just yet. Seeing this, Naruto's newly recognized godfather pulled him in for a fatherly hug. Don't worry about my boy, how about this? I'll keep this little tidbit from her, so when you do show up it's you who puts that spark back in her life. Naruto responded in kind by hugging him back and agreeing to his suggestion. But I must warn you that, when my wife sees you, she may just squeeze the life out of you. Mentally laughing at what he knew his wife was going to do to their poor godson. I am not that breakable. You don't understand, my wife has nearly killed her cat countless times due to her habit of squeezing the life out of things when she is happy, and the happier she is the harder she squeezes. The fire demon tried to explain to Naruto, which he scoffed at. I am positive that I am more durable than a cat. It's your funeral, I'll see you in a few weeks then, right? Absolutely, Naruto replied back as he watched his godfather head back towards his guarded carriage. While he did that, he pulled up his face mask and put his dragon Anbu mask. Once he was in the safety of his samurai guards, Naruto snapped his fingers and jumped from tree to tree before he channeled a large amount of chakra into his legs and jumped out of the tree line, where Saphira then swooped in under him for him to land on her back. Naruto-sama, that was amazing, you finally mastered the technique, Saphira exclaimed, excited that she got to see the young master fight. I wouldn't say mastered, it could still use some tweaking, but enough about that, I need you to floor it, that took a little too much time. No problem, just hang on, Saphira called out as she took off at almost the speed of sound, headed towards their destination, the village hidden in the sand. A few hours later. After a few hours of flying at unheard of speeds, Naruto arrived at their destination, the village hidden in the sand located in the land of wind. Being surrounded by desert offers the village a natural deterrent against invasion, as few foreign powers would be willing to endure the sandstorms and water scarcity common to the sand village. The sand village itself lies in a fortified valley behind cliffs of rock, with passage in and out of the village restricted to a single cleft between two cliff faces, making the area very hard to attack from the ground. The buildings inside seem to be made of clay or stucco, which would help to keep the buildings cool. Naruto and Saphira were a few miles above the village, hovering due to Saphira's exhaustion and Naruto's plan to sneak into the village. I know you are tired, girl. Go home and get a good rest, I'll probably be here for a few days before I summon you again, Naruto said while rubbing Saphira's back as she panted. Okay, pant Naruto, pant. Sama. Saphira then disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto to start plummeting towards the ground, but having the Rinnegan has its perks. Activating it, he used its control over gravity and slowed his descent until he harmlessly landed in a back alley. During his descent, Naruto pulled up his hood and activated his invisibility seal and his seal, which completely masks his chakra. After traveling through the alleyways for a few minutes, he saw a full-body sand cloak hanging from a clothes wire, which he took and put on so he could get a hotel room for the night without looking too suspicious, while also putting his dragon Anbu mask away, leaving only his face mask. Finding a nice hotel called Sand Sauna, Naruto bought a suite for a few days with the money Orochi gave him. Orochi had given him a scroll containing 2,200,000 yen, it will generally round up the yen conversions. The suite Naruto bought wasn't as nice as his room back in the Dragon Realm, but it was nice nonetheless. It was a fairly large room, nice king-size bed, beautiful furniture and a beautiful bathroom. When Naruto had arrived to the room, the first thing he did was place security and chakra suppression seals all over the room. After securing the room, Naruto laid his sword and gear on the bed and threw his clothes in a chair in the corner, leaving him as naked as the day he was born. Naruto had a body fit for a god, a perfect six-pack. He was lean with muscles in all the right places and stood at a respectable 5 foot 9 inches. Hopping in the shower, Naruto washing his hair, trying to get the sand from the dessert and the blood from his battle out of it with some shampoo. Man, this dried blood is really hard to get out. I wish Nichan were here to do this for me. Hey Naruto, what do you plan on doing about Shukaku's container? From Range's report, Shukaku's container's name is Gaara. I want to meet with Range tomorrow to see everything he knows about the kid and do a little surveillance before I make my move. Having finished his shower and put on a fresh pair of boxers and walked into the room to lay down only for an energy shockwave to blast him back slightly, when he looked up, he saw Sieg floating above the bed glowing with stream of light attached to his own chest. Sieg, what's going on? Young Master M, my body is going through a metamorphosis as I am binding myself to the spirits. The sword was at that moment encased in an orb of light preparing to send out more shockwaves, but Naruto acted quickly and encased the sword and himself in an enhanced barrier. After a few minutes the light died down and Naruto released the barrier around the sword and himself, revealing no major changes. Sieg had merged his and Naruto's soul into one and had taken on a few new changes. The sword had a long black blade with a silver edge to dot. Inscribed into the blade were the elements: wind, water, fire and lightning. Naruto grabbed Sieg out of the air as he inspected the new changes. Sieg, how do you feel? Great, my power has finally merged with the spirits. I know this power will be of great use to you, young master. Now all that is left is for your soul to be merged with them, but that will be later. Now try to get some rest as I'll be feeding information of how to use my new abilities to you while you sleep. Naruto couldn't disagree because he just feel the power rolling off the sword in waves. Good idea, let's get some rest between everything that has happened today. I am kind of tired. Naruto climbed in the bed, laying his new sword down on the other side of the bed before letting sleep take over. The next morning. 6 a.m. Having woken up from a good night's rest, Naruto wanted to go through his normal training routine, but couldn't do, not wanting to look too suspicious, so he opted for 1000 push-ups, sit-ups and squats. After his small workout he got dressed in his usual attire: black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, his utility belt containing his weapons pouch, multiple scrolls and his new and improved sword hanging from a short chain on his right hip. A black muscle shirt with his face mask pulled up, black leather hooded long-sleeved ankle-length coat as arm guards, and black gloves with silver-plated knuckles and plate on the back of the glove with the kanji for dragon. Naruto opted to tie his hair in a high ponytail to keep his hair from flying all about from sandstorms, also putting his dragon Anbu mask on his left hip before throwing on the cloak he stole yesterday. Naruto arrived at a small cafe just a little ways away from the hotel and decided to get a table and have breakfast. Having been greeted by a hostess and shown a table, a waiter came and asked to take his order. Good morning, sir, I'll be your waiter this morning. May I take your order? Yes, may I have 2 French toast, 2 eggs scrambled, 4 sausage and 4 bacon strips with a large orange juice. Finished ordering, Naruto handed the waiter his menu. I'll be right back with your orange juice, and your meal should be out in a few minutes. Bowing light to his customer, the waiter took his leave. So when are you going to find range so we deal with Shukaku? You're up early. As soon as I finish eating I can sense him, not too far from here. As Naruto carried on his conversation with Kurama, the waiter had brought out his meal and drink, then left him to his devices. A few minutes later, after Naruto had finished eating his breakfast, he walked up to the hostess to pay for his meal. Sir, your total comes to 2364 yen. Handing her 3000 yen, keep the change. The blonde left the cafe. The village hidden in the Sand Ninja Academy. Having used a body flicker, Naruto appeared out in the back of the Sand Village's Ninja Academy, where he found Range, who was initially shocked that someone had found him until he realized who it was. Who? Naruto-sama. Nice to see you too, Range. Range was in white four-legged wind dragon about the size of a large puppy with 2 large wings on his back. What are you doing here, Naruto-sama? I thought you were supposed to be handling the situation in the Mist Village. I was, but the situation at the moment is stalled, so I want to address the situation with Shukaku, and to do that I am going to need all the information you have on Gaara. Range and Naruto moved atop the academy under Naruto's invisibility seal to go unnoticed, while Range gave him the rundown. Gaara is the 3rd and youngest child of the 4th Kazekage and Kurara, also the younger brother of Temari and Kankurm. Prior to Gaara's birth, his father had Lady Chiyo seal Shukaku within him in the hopes that he would become the ultimate weapon for Tsunagaker, as he was the only one of the Kazekage's 3 children to be compatible with the beast. Gaara was born premature and was therefore an unusually small and frail infant. Before she died, Kurara passionately held her son, bound to always protect him. Gaara was trained in ninjutsu by his father, but raised mainly by his maternal uncle, Yashimaru. As a child, Gaara made many attempts to connect to the people of Tsunagaker, all of whom feared him because of his connection with the sand spirit, Shukaku. Seeing him only as the monster he contained, it seemed for a time Yashimaru was the only person who truly cared at all about Gaara. When Gaara unintentionally hurt others due to the subconscious abilities granted to him by the beast, Yashimaru alone understood that Gaara hadn't intended to harm anyone. The Tsunagaker Council, however, considered Gaara's frequent attacks a serious threat to the village. Disappointed in the turn of events, Gaara's father decided to test his son by having Yashimaru attack Gaara both physically and psychologically in an attempt to see if Gaara could gain control over Shukaku. Yashimaru revealed to Gaara that his mother had never loved him and tried to assassinate him, only to be fatally wounded by Gaara before the boy realized whom he had attacked. Although Gaara initially tried to consider Yashimaru's attack ordered by his father, Yashimaru lied to him and said he had willingly accepted the mission to kill Gaara. He also revealed that he had never truly loved Gaara and told him that killing him would avenge the death of his sister, who had named him Gaara after the phrase "a self-loving carnage" as a sign of her intense hatred for Suna rather than her love for Gaara. In the last-ditch effort to kill Gaara, Yashimaru detonated a number of explosive tags covering his body, asking his nephew to please die. Using his sand, Gaara managed to survive the blast, but he lost the only person he had thought cared for him, not knowing the truth behind Yashimaru's actions. Gaara then used his sand to etch the kanji for love onto the left side of his forehead. Overwhelmed, Gaara lost control and transformed into Shukaku and rampaged around the village before his father managed to stop him using his gold dust. After the traumatic experience of losing his uncle and being told nobody had ever loved him, Gaara became an aloof and cruel person who obsessively killed people in an attempt to prove his own existence and to obtain recognition from the village. He gave up any and all desire for friendship. Seeing that Gaara was unable to cope with the loss of his mother's affection, the Kazekage deemed him a failure and arranged several assassination attempts on his son, which only made Gaara detest his father more. In time, Gaara's new ideology allowed better control over Shukaku. Appreciating this, his father cancelled all assassination orders and revived the idea of someday using Gaara as the ultimate weapon for the village. Now in terms of Gaara's relationship with Shukaku, something is off. Shukaku deprives the child of sleep, makes him refer to him as mother, and has him convinced that he needs to kill in order to prove his existence. By the time Range had finished his report to Naruto, the academy had started. Naruto had immediately recognized Gaara. Gaara is a little shorter than the average males of his age, due to the fact that he was born prematurely. He has fair skin and short, spiky, auburn hair with a striking resemblance to his father. He also has pale blue-green eyes. Gaara has no distinctive pupils or eyebrows. He has two very notable traits in his appearance. Firstly, he has tanuki-like black eye rings, having them since his birth. Secondly, he carved the kanji love on the left side of his forehead, having it since Yashimaru's betrayal. Gaara's forelocks are parted from the left side, making the kanji more visible. He wore black full bodysuit with t-shirt-like sleeves, 3/4 length legs, and an open neck. With this, he wore a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips and a wide leather band system over the left shoulder and right side of his hips. With this leather band, he carried around his gourd that contains his sand. Naruto had felt for Gaara not out of pity, but because he knew almost exactly what it was like to go through what Gaara went through. Behind Gaara was his two older siblings Temari and Kankuro. Pankram wore a black, baggy full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wears a black hood which covered his head completely and had cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. His outfit is derived from traditional Bunraku puppeteer costumes. Bunraku puppeteers usually wear black outfits and hoods so as not to distract from their puppets. Kankram sports a triangular face paint design. He also wears gloves and carries his puppets on his back. With Temari, it was hard for Naruto to not notice the young teenage girl's budding assets which were visible beneath her black kimono. She was a few years older than him, and he could see she was growing rather well. Her breasts were low C-cup, but since she was still young and yet out of puberty, she was rather impressive. Her body was lithe and toned, letting him know she took care to keep herself in shape with a narrow waist that tapered off into flared hips and strong-looking toned thighs. She was a nice combination of strength and feminine beauty. Her teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive ponytails, only added to her beauty. You might want to stop staring at her like that, because unless you have forgotten, you still have some explaining to do to your mate. Anko was it, and I don't think adding another mate willingly will be conducive to your argument. Kurama interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Just because I appreciate the female form doesn't mean I am trying to add her as a mate. Remember, I am still very much a teenager. Kurama just snorted at Naruto and went back to listening to his and Range's conversation. How's Gaara's relationship with his siblings? Not that good. They fear him, but they love their brother very much, so they try to intervene whenever they can to try and keep him as sane as possible. Range explained to Naruto. I have enough information. I know today is the day you are supposed to check in with Reina, so go ahead and do that while I handle things here. Okay Naruto-sama, I'll see you later. Range crawled out of Naruto's cloak and proceeded to disappear in a puff of smoke. For the next few hours, Naruto watched Gaara and his siblings as he waited for an opportunity to approach Gaara without being caught by the sand ambu. As the day came to an end, all the ninja in training went home except 3 Gaara and his siblings. Gaara was training with his sand in the training field while his siblings looked on. Hey Gaara, I am going to take Kankuro with me, so I can do some shopping for dinner tonight. We will be back in a few. Tamari tried at every turn to better the three siblings' relationship, even if she was scared of Gaara, but it was for naught as wasn't willing to meet them halfway. Naruto watched the two siblings leave and prepared to approach Gaara until two individuals wearing standard Sand Village ninja attire body flicker into the area. Seeing this, Naruto immediately knew they were up to no good after having felt their malice towards the auburn-haired teen. I'll let this play out before I step in. The sand ninja rushed towards Gaara, one of them running through hand seals calling out wind style. Air bullets. This technique shoots multiple bullets of air at the victim with intense speed. Gaara stood there unimpressed as his sand rose up to defend against the attack, only to be dispersed for a split second, which was what they were aiming for, as with perfect timing, the second assailant threw two sealed tags. The tags might have been moving at incredible speeds to normal people, but in Naruto's eyes, it looked as if walk alongside them a demonic sealing tag and a conscience sealing tag so they are trying to seal off Shikaku's influence and knock him out at the same time. When the sealing tags hit Gaara, his body glowed a faint blue before he dropped like a sack of bricks. When that occurred, the ninja pulled out short swords as they charged the down Jinchuriki. Oh no, you don't, Naruto mentally screamed as he ripped off his cloak, deactivated his invisibility seal, he unsheathed Sieg's new form and disappeared in the lightning step, only to reappear in front of Gaara's downed body. Naruto raised his left hand with his index finger extended. Way of destruction number 4 by Akurai as a concentrated bolt of lightning shot out of his finger, piercing one of the sand ninja's heart, killing him instantly. The other ninja was still in pursuit, going for a diagonal slash with his short sword at Naruto, who casually blocked his attack with his sword in reverse grip. He then did a sweeping kick, taking the ninja off his feet. In a swift motion, Naruto was standing above him with his pointer finger directly in his face. Way of destruction number 4 by Akurai. Another concentrated bolt of lightning shot the ninja right between the eyes, ending his life. Having dealt with the assailants, Naruto turned his attention to the unconscious Gaara, studying his momentary condition. These seals are mid-level at best, so he might be out for 2 hours at best, more than enough time to. Naruto's thoughts were cut off by two different voices. What the hell do you think you are doing to my brother? When Naruto turned around, he saw Gaara's siblings standing across the field looking prepared to attack. To avoid any unnecessary attention, created two seal-less shadow clones who body flickered behind the siblings with kunai held to their throats. SHHHH, I am not here to hurt your brother. The original Naruto pointing towards the two dead ninja. Those two over there were assassins probably sent here to kill Gaara until I killed them. That is, Tamari and Kankuro looked at the two lifeless bodies. They had witnessed on occasion the assassination attempt on their brother's life, never having to get involved themselves, as Gaara's protective sand always killed the assailants before they ever got to close. Well, what is it that you want with Gaara? Asked Kankuro. I want to help him. I have heard of Gaara's problems with Shikaku. Let's move this to a new location, and if I harm Gaara, then you can kill me. How about that? Fine, answered Tamari, who felt compelled to answer that way for a few reasons. The kunai at her neck, the fact it felt like this man was telling the truth, and if there was a possibility to help her brother, she wanted to take it. But Tamari, you can't seriously trust him. I never said I trust him, I just see an opportunity to help Gaara and plan on taking it, which made Kankuro conflicted as he too wanted to help his brother, but didn't know if he could trust blonde-haired man before him. How about this, we change locations and you watch me as I help Gaara, and if I harm Gaara in any way, then you're there to stop me. Deal? The two siblings looked at each other, then looked at Naruto. Deal. Naruto's clones removed the kunai from their neck, while the original Naruto slung Gaara over his shoulder. The clones placed a hand on Kankuro and Tamari's shoulder as they all disappeared in a whirlwind body flicker. Naruto's hotel. The group of ninja arrived in Naruto's hotel room via whirlwind body flicker. Kankuro and Tamari stood back near a desk in the room with the two shadow clones still standing behind them, while Naruto had stripped Gaara of his gourd and upper body's clothing. So how do you plan on helping Gaara? Asked Tamari of Naruto, while he narrowed his eyes at the pitiful seal holding Shikaku. Will I fix this shitty seal? I mean seriously, who uses a storage seal to contain a biju? The siblings wanted to defend Lady Chiho as she was the closest thing to a seal master they had, and she tried her best to put together an adequate seal, though her best wasn't good enough. Creating two more seal-less shadow clones, having one go over to the desk and start preparing his ink, while the other sat Gaara up in the lotus positon. The original Naruto started to strip himself of some of his gear and clothes, such as his armguards, coat and shirt, leaving upper body bare naked. Naruto stood there looking like he had been chiseled out of marble with his perfect washboard six-pack. His whisker marks had only added to his handsome angular face, long sun-kissed blonde hair and sharp sapphire eyes. Kankuro and Tamari had been watching him with completely different thoughts. I think I just came, I need a change of panties, with a blush on her face, while Kankuro, noticing his sister staring at Naruto, had one thought, pretty boy bastard. My sister has to be one of the most ice-cold women when it comes to the looks of men, and for her to have a reaction like that from her dude has to have pussy chasing him down the street. Maybe that's why he wears that mask. Okay, you two, I'm going to enter Gaara's mindscape, so I need you to try and be as quiet as possible as this requires my maximum concentration. Why do you need to enter his mindscape? Aren't you supposed to be fixing his seal? Asked Tamari until her brother chimed in. What is a mindscape anyway? Tamari just slapped her forehead at how stupid her brother was sometimes. A mindscape is a subconscious that everyone has but is more advanced in the cases of Jinchuriki, as that is where the Biju are generally held when they meet their jailer. How do you know all of that? Channeling a little chakra, Naruto's seal on his abs appeared. Because I happened to be one. They were both left speechless. They didn't know how to feel, whether to be worried about their brother being killed for his Biju or to reassured that a Jinchuriki wouldn't harm one of their own. Naruto saw and felt their thoughts and emotions, but decided that instead of giving them meaningless words, that action spoke louder. Climbing in the bed, Naruto sat across from Gaara in the same lotus position as Gaara. He placed a hand on top of Gaara's head, activating his Rinnegan. Naruto dove into Gaara's mind. Gaara's mindscape. Gaara's mindscape looked like one of the smallest prisons Naruto had ever seen, not that he had been in one, but small nonetheless. Hearing some mumbling going on, Naruto walks a few yards where he comes upon the two beings he needed to see: Gaara and Shukaku. The huge Biju was on all fours staring intently at Gaara, who was mumbling "yes mother" repeatedly. Shukaku stepped away from Gaara, now Naruto emphasized with his Rinnegan blazing, while leaking killer intent. Naruto may want to help Shukaku as well as Gaara, but it pissed him off to see Shukaku mentally torturing the boy as he was. Who the hell are why, father? The sight of the Rinnegan shocked the one-tailed beast, so much so his chakra flared and he roared out in pain, air clothing his head. Naruto lightning stepped between Gaara and Shukaku and called out almighty push, blasting Shukaku back with an invisible force a few dozen yards. Gaara, are you okay? Gaara stood there, hands on his head, whispering, no, if I don't listen he will kill me. No one loves me. I'm not worthy enough to call myself human. I am a demon, Gaara cried to himself. Shukaku has really done a number on his sanity, thought Naruto as calmed him down, while the screams of Shukaku continued to scare the preteen. Gaara, that's not true. Your brother and sister love you. Don't listen to Shukaku. You are not a demon. What would you know? All they try to do is kill me. I know, because I am the same, Naruto replied back, pointing towards the seal on his stomach. We're the same. Yes, Gaara, we are the same. Naruto looked into Gaara's eyes and saw hope that someone who could understand him would finally be able to help him. Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, getting Gaara to look him in the eye. Gaara, you have people who love you. Gaara's eyes widened. The one time he thought he felt love, he was betrayed. Boo. Your brother and sister, they may fear what you contain, but they don't fear you, and they truly do love you. But father and mother said. Forget what those assholes said. I am going to help you with Shukaku and you will have a family, Naruto said, surprising Gaara the fact that someone was willing to go against the two most powerful beings he knew. Why do you go so far for me? You don't even know me. Because my tailed beast has been my brother in all but blood, and he wants all his brothers and sisters to be safe. We Jinchuriki may not be blood related, but we are all family. Naruto wrapped Gaara in a hug which broke the dam as Gaara started to bawl. Sensing Shukaku gearing up behind him, he spoke to Gaara once more. Sleep, Gaara. Shukaku won't hurt you, I'll make sure of it. Ai-san with that he fell asleep in Naruto's arms, laying Gaara down so he could get the rest he deserved. Naruto then stood before Shukaku. Ahahahaha. Shukaku was laughing like a maniac as his chakra fluctuated. Naruto watching this saw something weird. Shukaku had 3 different chakra signatures, his own as well as 2 foreign. Maybe that's what's driving him crazy. Well, it's my best theory right now, so let's remove those chakras and see what happens. Jumping into Shukaku's face, Naruto fire another invisible force, knocking Shukaku on his back. All Might push landing on Shukaku's chest. The Rinnegan wielder and tailed beast were eye to eye. Naruto used his Rinnegan to subdue the beast enough to where he wasn't moving, stretching his hands out toward Shukaku. His hands emitted a faint blue, while his eye glowed a deep metallic purple. Human path absorption soul technique, touching his hands to Shukaku before throwing them to the side, ripping what had been affecting him out of his body. When Naruto had finished, he had 2 orbs, a green and purple. The purple had felt sort of sinister, while he felt a calming nature about the green one. Hey, wake up. Naruto was waving his hand and snapping his fingers, trying to get the tailed beast to wake up. Shukaku sat up, which made Naruto jump to the side so he wouldn't fall off. As Shukaku sat up, a realization hit him. It's gone, it's finally gone. Yahoo! The tailed beast started dancing to himself, completely ignoring the fact that Naruto was still standing there. I told you my brother was crazy. You did, but I didn't think you meant retarded. Boy Shukaku, I believe I have some questions for you, Naruto stated, bringing Shukaku out of happy dance. Father? No. How do you have father's eyes, you puny human? It's called a bloodline, but that enough about my eyes. What are these that ripped out of you? Gestured Naruto by holding up the 2 orbs. They are chakra consciences, the purple one belonged to Bunpyuku, my first Jinchuriki Shukaku spat out, and the green one belongs to Kurara, the child's mother. How did they end up inside you though? Well, Bunpyuku had been locked in a prison cell for being a Jinchuriki, and it drove him crazy, so, to get revenge, he decided to seal a part of himself in me to drive me crazy, therefore getting a little revenge on the sand and Kurara meant for that merge with Gaara. The way to protect him even in death. Hearing the explanation, Naruto walked over to Gaara and put the orb onto his chest where it then sunk in, and Gaara's body glowed a dim green before fading. Now your true mother is with you. Naruto then crushed the purple orb in his hand, destroying it. Now since there is nothing driving you crazy anymore, will you leave Gaara alone now? Hell no, this place is worse than any prison, it alone is enough to drive me crazy, until my suffering is over his will continue. I can't let you do that. I can fix the seal to a point where it would be just as good as the outside world. Would that be enough to calm you down? If it is that good, then I'll leave the child alone. Okay, I'm going to release the seal. When that happens, make sure you stay contained in his body. If you don't, he will die, and if he dies, I'm coming for you, Naruto said darkly, to which Shukaku nodded vigorously as Naruto's form disappeared. Back in Naruto's hotel room. Naruto had come out of his trance only after a few minutes had passed. Getting up, he walked over to the desk and grabbed his sealing supplies before laying Gaara on his back. Naruto and a clone he had prepped began their operation. The clone ran through a few hand seals shouting Kai, which destroyed the seal on Gaara's abdomen. Then the original started drawing complex symbols with not only precision and grace but also speed. He finished his strokes in a matter of seconds and flew through hand seals 4 symbols seal. When he did that, the dim chakra around Gaara disappeared. This new seal will prevent Shukaku from having any control over Gaara and allow him peace of mind, Naruto said, walking over to where his clothes were and putting them back on, much to Tamari's displeasure, though she had more things to worry about. Now you two have some work to do. Gaara was mentally scared by Shukaku, so from now on you need to show Gaara your affection for him, Naruto explained to them, but they seemed a little reluctant due to the fear Gaara had instilled in them. Listen, I can read you like an open book and see you are still scared of him, but know this, Gaara loves you too and had no choice but to do the things he did due to Shukaku forcing him to listen until Kankuro spoke up. How do we know the One Tails doesn't want to kill us still? Shukaku isn't really to blame, as not only that seal would be enough to drive anyone crazy, but there were 2 chakra consciences sealed inside of him which really drove him off the deep end, one of them being Bunpyuku. This made their eyes widen. They had heard stories of how during his imprisonment he had lost his sanity. There was also your mother Kurara's chakra. She left a part of herself with Gaara to always protect him. That's part of Gaara's defensive sand comes from, Naruto said, watching this revelation sink in. So with your mother protecting Hai, do you believe you have any reason to fear your brother, even with Shukaku still inside him? No, mother would never allow anything to happen to us, said Tamari as she hesitantly reached her hand towards Gaara's head to stroke his hair. When her hand made contact, she smiled at the thought of finally being able to be a good older sister to him. This action woke Gaara up, which made Tamari flinch as she didn't know what his reaction would be. Gaara sat up in bed, seeing his siblings and a man who had saved his sanity standing around him. Naruto was the first to speak. How do you feel? Fine, actually more than fine. The voice is finally gone. You helped me when no one else could or would, and for that I thank you, Nai-san. Tamari and Kankuro were flabbergasted at the familiarity Gaara was showing someone he just met. No need for that, as I already told you, we Jinchuriki are family and all, but blood and family always help each other. Naruto finished by patting Gaara's shoulder during their moment. The blonde noticed the guilty looks on the siblings' faces from his words, but before Naruto could say anything, Gaara addressed them to Mari-ni-san. Kankuro, I want to apologize for how I have treated you and I want to change that. I want us to a real family. If you can forgive me for the things that I have done. Tamari leapt at her brother, hugging him into her breasts, while Kankuro moved to pat his little brother on his head. That's a good thing you have done for them. I am just glad that I was able to help him before any permanent damage to his psyche was done. Now he can't have what we all strive for. Finishing his mental conversation with Kurama, Naruto noticed how tired Gaara was and that the demonic suppression seal was wearing off as his sand was starting to react over in the corner. Why don't you get Gaara home so he can actually rest, Naruto told to Tamari, who turned her head to him and nodded her head in agreement. Naruto saw that probably had a few questions for him and spoke up again. Go home and get some rest and I'll meet you tomorrow so we can talk. Gaara got dressed and left with his siblings. When the 3 of them left, a plume of smoke emitted from the center of the room. When it cleared, it was revealed to be Range. Back already? Yes, and I have a message for you from Jigen-sama. He wants you to visit before you go back to the Leaf. He says you have some things to talk about. No problem, I was planning to anyway. Well, I am kind of tired. Are you going to be staying with me, Range? No, I am going to inform Jigen-sama of your intentions and then do some more scouting, but thank you for your offer. Have a nice night, Naruto-sama. With that, Range disappeared in a poof of smoke. It was 7 a.m., and Naruto had just finished his reduced morning routine and was now meditating in his room until Kurama chimed in. How long are we going to be in this village, Naruto? Not much longer, in fact after I meet with Gaara we will be leaving today, which I need to be leaving for now. Naruto spoke to Kurama through their mental link as he had all of his things from his clothes to his gear. After he double-checked he went down to the lobby and paid for his room for his stay there, which came to 179,182 yen. Naruto paid in cash and left via body flicker. Arriving atop the Sand Village Academy's roof moments later where he then spots a familiar mop of auburn hair sitting under a tree by himself. Checking the area he makes sure that there is no one around before approaching. How are you feeling? Naruto asked the Jinchuriki whose head wheeled around to see Naruto standing next to him with his arms crossed. Nai-san. If that's what you want to call me, but I would prefer for you to call me by my name, Naruto said smiling from underneath his face mask. Come to think of it, I didn't get your name, Gaara stated as he thought back. I'll give it to you on the condition you don't tell anyone about me outside of your siblings and hold them to that promise as well, deal, to which Gaara nodded. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Gaara's eyes widened at the double last name. They were two of the most feared clans throughout the elemental nations. It wasn't the fact that he was from those clans, it was the fact that they were thought to both be extinct. Why don't you skip the academy and go get some breakfast with me, my treat? Naruto asked Gaara, who agreed with no hesitation. Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder, which surprised Gaara as his sand didn't react as it usually did, attacking anyone who tried to touch him. They both disappeared in a whirlwind body flicker. Moments later the two of them appeared in the shopping district. So, what do you want to eat? The blonde asked his fellow Jinchuriki. Doesn't really matter, I'll eat anything. No, that's not what I asked you, I asked what you want to eat. Naruto emphasized by crossing his arms. Gaara, seeing he was going to be pushy about this, pointed to a small cafe. When Naruto saw it, they walked into the cafe. Welcome, how man, the middle-aged waitress was cut off when she noticed Gaara, and Naruto seeing this made sure that this wasn't going to be a problem. Excuse me, but he is with me, and I hope you don't have a problem with that and treat him as you would any customer, the blonde said with narrowed eyes. To which she tried to cover her tracks. No, I was just surprised to see one the Kazukiya's children here is all. Let me show you to your seat, she said while grabbing two menus before directing them towards a table. Anything to drink while you think of your orders? I'll have tea. Me too. I'll be back with your tea and to take your orders in a minute. The aged woman walks away while Naruto and Gaara look over their menus. When she returns a few minutes later she comes with a pot of hot green tea that she sets down in the middle of the table after filling up 2 cups. Are you two ready to order now? Yes, Gaara, you go first, the blonde gestured to Gaara. I'll have miso soup, a side of rice and the grilled salmon. I'll have the same, Naruto ordered before handing the waitress his menu and Gaara doing the same. Once she was gone Naruto looked at Gaara. I know there are some things that you wanted to ask me, I'm all ears. Well, I'll vaguely remember you saying my mother would always be with me, what did you mean by that? Well, it seems your mother, in a last-ditch effort to always be able to protect you, left a part of herself in the form of your sand, but because of that faulty seal her gift ended up in Shukaku, but I corrected it and it is now in your sole possession. This shocked Gaara. For years he has had to listen to his father and other tell him no one loved him, so to find out his mother loved him so much she wanted to protect him, even in death. Naruto saw and felt the multitude of emotions running through Gaara's mind. I know exactly how you feel right now. There are a lot of things I want to talk to you about but not here. So let's move somewhere private after our meal, Naruto said as he pointed towards the oncoming waitress, to which Gaara just nodded as the two prepared to eat their food. After 15 minutes of silent eating Naruto waved over the waitress and asked for the check, which she brought over a bill of 4,000 yen, to which Naruto paid and left a 500 yen tip before he and Gaara left the restaurant. A few minutes later Naruto and Gaara had arrived back atop the academy roof, which Naruto viewed as the safest place away from prying eyes and ears. Now Gaara, I want you to let this sink in. You have those that care for you, your brother and sister both care for you, your mother loved you more than she did her own life, so don't let anyone tell you any different. I don't care who they are, spoke Naruto as he looked Gaara directly in the eye, watching his words sink in. Walking a little closer to him Naruto put his hand on his shoulder. I know it can be hard to believe after everything your father and this village has put you through, but remember your mother will always be in here, said the blonde as he poked Gaara in the heart and there, referring to Gaara's sand. And let's not forget me, even if the whole world turns against you, I will still be your friend and brother. I still don't get it, how can you or anyone else care this much? That's a question that can't be answered in words, all I can do is tell you to keep open mind and allow your family to show the answer. Nai-san, I have an off-topic question. I feel that you didn't come here for the sole reason of helping me. Naruto looked surprised yet amused that he see a secondary motive. You are right and you aren't the only reason I came. I came to not only help you with your situation, but to the sand wasn't a threat to me. Why would they be a threat to you? That's something I'll go into details with you later, but I simply just need to know who my enemies are. Gaara understood what Naruto was trying to say, keep my friends close and my enemies closer, huh? So, what do you plan on doing now, Nai-san? Well, I'm preparing to leave, I have prior engagements and needed to make sure we talked before my departure. Naruto turned around to look over the edge of the roof. Remember what I said, keep your mind open and ignore everything your father says. Naruto channeled a little chakra preparing to leave until the last thought hit him. And try to find to some kind of mutual ground with Shukaku. Believe me, a bond with your tailed beast is a truly special one. So think about it. Gaara just nodded as Naruto disappeared in a whirlwind body flicker. Moments later Naruto appeared in a back alleyway in a gust of wind, using his senses to check the area of any unwanted guests. Naruto unsheathes his sword and holds it straight out in front of him as a purple portal appeared, and as he walked through, both he and the portal disappeared. Dragon Realm. Naruto just walked out of the portal as it disappeared behind him, while putting Seek back in his sheath. Looking around, drinking in the place that's been his home for years, high up in the mountains, overlooking a large lake and city made of marble and stone with dragons gracing the sky. Home sweet home. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash via his flying thunder god jutsu and appeared in his room. Once he arrived at his room he saw no one was there until he noticed the Chinese water dragon Biz flying straight at him. Naruto-sama, the water dragon screamed as he plowed into Naruto's chest. Hahaha, missed you too, chuckled Naruto as the dragon wrapped himself around Naruto's neck. What are you doing here, Naruto-sama? I thought you were in the Mist Village. I was, but I hit a little snag in the road, so I have a little free time and heard Jigen wanted to talk to me. Oh, would you like for me to inform him of your being here? No, but you can tell me where Ni-chan is. She's out tending to your garden, do you want me to go and get her? Yes, I want to talk to her after a shower, so if you would let her know I am here I would appreciate it, the blonde told the dragon, who followed his request and flew out the open window in search of Yuruchi. While Biz was informing Yuruchi of his return, Naruto had gone into his closet and gotten some fresh clothes to change into after his shower. Hopping in the shower under the warm water, cleansing himself of the sand that had gotten in places he didn't even think possible, then moving on to watching his hair, which was caked full of it. It took him almost 15 minutes to get all that sand out of his hair. After having finished his shower and changed into his clothes that consisted of a pair of boxers and a pair of athletic shorts, leaving his upper body bare, as he went to grab the blow dryer, he sensed Yuruchi right outside the door of the bathroom. Come in. When the door opened it revealed Yuruchi in one of her practiced shape, shifting forms she liked to call Rei, the green-haired beauty dressed in a beautiful red dress, which clung to her body just the right way. Want to help me dry my hair like usual, Ni-chan? Naruto asked of the woman, who Naruto had noticed she had a range of thoughts going through her head, more than likely concerning what he recently found out, and because of that the air was kind of thick while she was combing through the ends of his hair with a blow dryer. Having had enough of seeing her scared of what he might say, Naruto spoke up as he looked her directly in the eye through the mirror in front of him. You know I'm not mad at you, right, Yuruchi? It amused him as he watched her go wide-eyed. So, you really did go to Whirlpool? The newly dubbed Yuruchi asked rhetorically. So I'm assuming you came for answers, she asked Naruto, while going back to drying his golden blonde locks. Yeah, there are things my father left out for you and Jigen to answer. Can I ask you a question first? Before we get into that. Sure, go right ahead. Why exactly aren't you mad at me? I mean, I know how much you hate being lied to, so why exactly aren't you angry? So I was at first. The thought of you only acting and not truly caring for me upset me, but I decided to hear you out before casting any aspersions. It touched her heart to hear that. He had a right to be downright pissed, but he wasn't and was being understanding. I want to be completely honest with you, Naruto-kun. At first when I agreed it was out of obligation to Minato-sama and Kushina-sama, they had saved my life and I figured that you would always only see me as a sister, said Yuruchi to Naruto, who was listening intently, but decided to interrupt. Why would you feel an obligation to give your future away? I'm sure my parents would have understood if you didn't want to marry me. I know that, it's just when I was just a year old, I was kidnapped by Cloud Ninja, whose intent was to transfer the two-tailed cat into me and turn me into their new weapon. We had gotten all the way to a base in the Land of Lightning, and the ceremony was being prepared against the previous Jinchurika's will. They were actually going to rip the tailed beast out of her and reseal it in me, but Minato-sama and Kushina-sama killed everyone before they could start the process. Before they could leave with me, she asked that they seal her inside me anyway and take Matatabi away from the Cloud Village so she wouldn't be abused anymore. Naruto listened with his head down and wide eyes. When he felt her hand stop combing the blow dryer through his hair, he turned around to see her Rei form was gone, and standing there was the tree Yuruchi. Gone was her creamy white skin, replaced with beautiful chocolate ebony skin. Her hair was slightly longer and a deep purple flowing down her back. Her eyes were now a beautiful gold. Her breasts had grown from high C cups to mid D cups. Her hips had spread out, only adding to her curves. Her body all in all was sexily toned, and Naruto was able to see it all, as she had stripped herself of the dress and wore only a black thong and bra. Blood was rushing to certain part of his body that he did not want woken up. He was trying to listen to her seriously, but she was making it difficult by standing there damn near naked and looking sexier than anything had seen to date. He couldn't help but whisper beautiful low enough to where she couldn't hear. Yoruichi channeled a little chakra to reveal an exact copy of the 8 trigram seal on her toned abs. Hey, Kurama, did you know about this? No, I had my suspicions, but I am just as shocked as you. Though I had originally agreed because of Minato-sama and Kushina-sama, that's not the case anymore. I don't want to be an older sister, I want to be a wife. Your wife. Hearing her pour her heart out, Naruto stood up from the stool, looking down at her as he was a few inches taller than her. A few stray tears escaped her golden eyes as she thought about the abuse he had to go through because of them lying him. Naruto took a couple of steps until he was in front of her and placed his hands on both sides of her faces, wiping the tears away with his thumb. Yoruichi, I have already told you I wasn't angry, so why cry? Because I feel as if I sat back and watched you be abused and now here I am selfishly asking to be your wife, she told him as the tears continued to fall. Naruto tilted her head up so that she was looking him in the eye. I want you to listen to me, Yoruichi. What I went through was hell, but it necessary. Had I not gone through what I did, there is a high chance that I wouldn't have half the skills that I have now, as well as gave the leaf a good opportunity to control me mentally and physically. I would rather be abused than be forced to be ignorant. Besides, I wouldn't be the man that I am today if it wasn't for those experiences, and I think you will agree that I turned out great, right? This earned a small smile from the ebony-skinned woman. And you are a little selfish, but what's wrong with that? When at any point you can lose your life, why tiptoe around what it is you truly want? You want me, you can have me, you already know you are going to have to share, right? Yeah, I already know the pecking order, she said, smiling up at him as he was still holding her face. Pecking order? Yoruichi, I may be new to this dating marriage thing, but I don't want any of the women I end up dating or marrying believing that anyone has a higher standing than anyone else. I don't want anyone to feel inferior over insignificant things. I want to have a truly happy family without any resentments towards one another, but in order for that to happen, I need help and understanding. Yoruichi couldn't help but smile, barely a teenager and already a playboy. Whatever you say, so long as I get to be with you, I don't really care, Yoruichi said as she moved in and hugged him around his torso, pushing all of her assets into him, getting a lower body reaction that she wasn't expecting. Oh my god, he is so big. He's not even done growing yet. She couldn't help but try to create a flow and leaned up to try and kiss him until he stopped her, which confused her as she thought they were together now. As much as I would love to kiss you or hell, just bend you over the counter and destroy you, I can't. I feel like I would be betraying Anko by doing anything physical with anyone. Before she was to get an proper explanation directly from me, Naruto told her with a certain amount of lust, and he also looked almost saddened by having to deny Yoruichi of something that she really wanted. Don't worry, I understand. That compassion of yours is one of the qualities that made me fall for you in the first place, so I can respect that, so long as you promise not to keep me waiting too long. Naruto nodded his head, which earned him a kiss on the cheek. Now, are you hiding anything else from me that I should know about? Naruto asked as he released himself from her hold and went back to sitting in the stool in front of the mirror. No, but Jigen-sama has some things to tell you. Alright, since we have cleared the air, why don't you put on some clothes and help me finish drying my hair? Yoruichi smirked at him and pushed her breasts into his back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh, does my not so little Naru-kun lack self-control? Yor-chan, I don't think you want to play this game. I have plenty of self-control. But from the scent coming from you, I don't think the same can be said, Naruto said in an amused tone, to which she blushed from his accurate statement. Now put on some clothes and finish drying my hair, alright. She nodded at him as he kissed her forehead, enticing a smile from her as she exited the room, only to return 2 minutes later wearing a black, backless sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants with a pair of lightweight brown shoes, which allow for stealth. She also wore long beige wrist and leg warmers, each secured by bands. Her hair was done into a high ponytail. After the next few minutes of Yoruichi drying his hair, Naruto went into his closet to change into a fresh pair of his usual attire, long black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, his utility belt with seed hanging from a short chain on his left hip. His muscle shirt complete with face mask, though he opted to keep it pulled down, black long-sleeved leather coat and black arm guards. Yoruichi watched him as he walked out of the closet, her eyes roaming his body, thinking about how much he has grown into it. He has a body that any man would kill to have, and any woman would kill to be with, and he still has quite a bit of growing to do, she thought to herself, until Naruto called back. To her over his shoulder, enjoying the view, Yor-chan making her smile back at him. Well, a certain someone isn't allowing me to touch, so looking is all I have left. This earned a small chuckle from Naruto before he walked up to her and whispered huskily into her ear, "Well, keep enjoying the view, but I try to make sure you don't have to wait too long," causing her knees to buckle slightly as she thought about all the things she would do to Naruto when he finally allow her to cut loose. Before things got carried away, Bis came flying in from the window and landed on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto-sama, Jigen-sama is ready to see you." "Alright, let's go, Yoruichi-chan," said Naruto as he held the door open for her to walk through, which she giggled at as she walked through. As they walked down the large hallway, Naruto decided to ask Yoruichi something. "Yoruichi, I have a question for you." "Okay, shoot. Have you had any contact with the others who are involved in all this?" She turned her head towards him with a smile on her face before answering. "Took you long enough, I have been waiting on you to ask that money question since you got here." "Yeah, we have all remained in constant contact more or less since your birth," Yoruichi told him, giving him the opening to ask her about the things he is really curious about. "I'm going to assume you have an at least cordial relationship with them," Naruto asked rhetorically, though she nodded anyway. "So, what I want to ask is, how do my other fiancés feel about the whole marriage thing?" Yoruichi looked up at the ceiling as they continued to walk through the hallways and tapped her finger on her chin. "Well, each one has their own issues, but let's start with least problematic and work our way up," to which Naruto nodded. "Now I have more than a cordial relationship with your fiancés, they are my sisters, but let's start with Karasuba Ichimaru. You'll have no problems out of her, as she has been waiting on you since day one, but I will tell you her circumstances. Karasuba is rare, she was born with an abnormally potent killer intent that would have made her a target of belief, but it was almost uncontrollable, so she was looked after by Takeda Shinjin and his wife for a few years. Training under his samurai and her father periodically until she could control her killing intent. Over those years she trained herself to master two things, Kinjutsu and silent kill techniques, skills that she prides herself on. But even with all her training, she needed help controlling her family's killing intent, so a seal was placed on her that helped her gain control of her need for battle and evened her out slightly, but the side effect is that she must find her chosen partner before she turns 21, otherwise her chakra can go haywire and kill her from the inside out. When you say she has to find her chosen partner, do they get to choose or does the seal force the action, and if so, how do any of you know that I am their chosen partner?" Naruto asked the dark-skinned beauty walking next to him. "No, what it does is enhances that sixth sense that attract people together on a deeper level. As for how we know it's you. Karasuba had a pretty strong reaction to you as you passed by her unknowingly, to the point that she had to be restrained by her father while she visited the village with Madame Shinjin before she started traveling." "Traveling?" Naruto asked, confused as he thought she was still with his godparents. "Yes, Karasuba and myself couldn't be allowed to stay in the village as we would have placed ourselves in more danger than we could have gotten ourselves out of. With only what's left of the Haruno clan and Jin Ichimaru to defend us, we would have been subjugated to one of two things. Produce heirs to restart our clans or death." This pissed Naruto off because he knew of only one man capable of such things, Danzo. Karasuba, until recently taken in by a friend of Jin's who comes from the land of snow to teach her about their advanced technology back in the land of snow, which she did until about a year ago. Having mastered everything he had to teach, she decided to travel until you were ready for her return. In the meantime, she has found friends she wants to help. She hasn't told me who these friends are, but I trust her judgment. Now we have Tsunade Senju, same as Karasuba, you'll have no real problems out of her, but for different reasons." Naruto's ears perked up at the mention of Tsunade, as she was the one he wondered about most. "I can see the questions you have about in your eyes, and can tell you that any public information on her is more than likely a fabrication," Yoruichi pointed out as Naruto raised his one visible eyebrow at her. "You probably have the basic information on her, that during the Second Great Ninja War her brother and fiancé were killed, effectively disheartening her from staying in the village, correct?" "From the tone you just took, I am assuming that none of that is true," Naruto replied back to her as they rounded a corner. "Exactly, you see, during that time is when Danzo first started making his strategical moves, the first being killing the last male heir to the Senju clan after he had come across the marriage contract between the Uzumaki and the Senju in order to limit Kushina-sama's connection to the Senju and increase his chances of turning her into a weapon after she was to arrive and become the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki." Naruto amazingly kept his power and temper under control, despite it seeming like his disdain for the Leaf Village and Danzo in particular. Then a few months later, Dan Kato, Tsunade's fiancé, was killed during a mission, which was made to look like a foreign ninja did it, but the whole fiancé thing was a ruse. They were never even dating, they were both tired of being hounded by shallow members of opposite sex. And for his prodigy-like skills and Tsunade for her rising legend and clan status, after hitting their breaking point, they came up with the idea of pretending to be fiancés until one or both of them found someone. Naruto felt a little relieved that Tsunade wanted to give him a shot for unknown reasons, but saddened that Tsunade had to lose her best friend because that madman Danzo. Around that time was when a few surviving members from Whirlpool were having a group training session when they came across a meeting Danzo was holding where we learned of their plans of killing off the Namikaze, Haruno and Senju clans. If they knew of the plans to eradicate them, then why not leave? Naruto asked. Because if they did, they would have been hunted down by multiple villages, and it was only a few short weeks later when Jigen contacted your mother and father to tell them of the prophecy, which you know of. But after that was when your mother and father brought up this Tsunade after discovering the marriage contract and asked her to be your fiancé. At first she said no to being your fiancé, but really wanted to see those responsible burn in hell. But after Kushina-sama begged her, which she could never refuse, being the little sister she never had, and your father promising her to find a solution to your age difference, she finally agreed to give it a chance. A few years later she left the village to stay out of danger, as Danzo started targeting her. By the end, Naruto had let go of the worries he had about Tsunade. The last couple are going to be your most problematic, so let's start with Yugao Yuzuki. Now your problem won't stem from her not wanting to as she does, but from what I guess you can call a bloodline, the Yuzuki clan, when it comes to their female members, when finding that life partner. They need that person to be able to beat them into submission. Is that really necessary? Naruto asked, not liking the fact of having to hurt her in order to marry her. Yes, either you challenge her or she comes at with the intent to kill anyway, but the good thing is once you beat her, you will be hard pressed to find someone who will be more loyal. I'm assuming the last two are Sakura Haruno, plus there is her adopted sister as a possibility, stated Naruto, after having accepted the situations that lay before him. Yeah, and the most complicated out of everyone, as although Sakura is not aware of anything, she doesn't know of any of the plans or history. Orochi started before Naruto interrupted. Why haven't they been informed of this? I was getting to that, Orochi with a slight glare that said, don't interrupt me again. Let me give you a little history on her sister first. Ria's Uzumaki was found in her dying mother's arms by Minato-sama and Mabuki on their way back from a diplomatic mission. Ria's parents were survivors that laid low until they could make the trip to the Leaf and find some allies, but they were attacked by Root Ninja. Her father tried to buy time for Ria's mother to get away with her. He perished as the numbers game caught up to him. The few that caught up with Ria's, and her mother died at her mother's hands, though she was fatally wounded. When they found her, she didn't have much longer to live, so she asked if they could take care of her child. From there Mabuki adopted her and Minato-sama placed an advanced transformation seal on her to keep her hidden. Ria's and Sakura have always been smart children. They have the goal to become one of the, if not the greatest Kanachi of all time, which their mother has done all to help but pound the books into both of her children's head, and Ria's and Sakura have the potential to achieve their dreams, especially after we solve their confidence issues. Which was an issue holding them back, Sakura more so than Ria's, but when they first started their training while getting picked on by the other kids didn't help, but eventually they grew out of their shells and started fighting back until they left the sisters alone, and later on they ignored them. Naruto listened on and liked hearing that with a little push they were able to finally stand up for themselves, as he found strong women to be a turn on. But about 9 months ago Mabuki Haruno asked me to be there with her, as we let Sakura and Ria's in on everything from their clan's origins to the Leaf's betrayal, and also their engagement, but something was off with Sakura. She had changed completely, shirking her training for beauty tips. Starving herself in the name of dieting and throwing her very own goals to the side in favor of someone else's, which seemed too far-fetched to be a coincidence, and she started mistreating Ria's. So we held off on telling her while I did a little investigating, and doing so I found that someone has placed multiple reinforced loyalty seals. Multiple reinforced growth stunting seals and multiple reinforced love seals. The Leaf was making it hard for Naruto to not to just outright wipe them off the face of the earth. Why haven't you had them removed yet then? Naruto asked in a restrained voice. Because these seals are around level 7 and I am only a level 5, and asking Jigen to go to the Leaf is out of the question, as the seals Mito Uzumaki-sama provided them would alert his presence the moment he got within 100 yards of the village, so we are left with no choice but for you to do it. We moved Ria's in with Karasuba's father for her protection from Danzo. The only things is how much damage these seals have done to Sakura's mind and body, Orochi told Naruto, worry evident in her voice. Naruto wrapped one arm around her shoulder before speaking. Don't worry too much, Orochi-chan. If the seal has had to be reinforced that many times, then it means her mind is fighting back, and not having been a full year, it hasn't had enough time to do any permanent damage. Don't stress yourself, I promise both Sakura and Ria's will be just fine, and the Leaf, before it's all said and done, will pay for their transgressions against all of our clans. The ebony-skinned beauty felt relieved at the blonde's words of comfort and leaned more into his embrace as they arrived at their destination, but before going in she kissed him on his cheek and whispered a thank you to him as she pushed the large stone doors open to see large Master Dragon in his humanoid form, sitting upon one of 5 thrones. Ah, young master, I hope your time away from us proved to be useful, the master dragon told Naruto as Yuruchi closed the doors behind them. Yeah, it has proven to be. I have mostly solved the problems in the Mist Village, except for the Agura problem, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem for too much longer, as Galain seems to be fairly close to finding him, and I managed to help Gaara the Jinchuriki to the one-tailed raccoon dog. Shukaku. That's really good to hear, young master. Now I know you may be a little upset with me, Jigen started but was cut off by Naruto. I'm not that angry. I may not like the fact that all that information was withheld from me, but I am not angry. I am relieved to hear that, but I can't say you won't be perturbed in a separate decision made years ago, Jigen told Naruto, who was looking the master dragon directly in the eyes with his one visible eye, saying nothing as sign for Jigen to continue. This goes back a few decades when the toads and snakes were having an all-out war. The toads are pretty good friends of ours, but we were busy constructing Sieg, so we were going to let them handle it until we got wind of a new breed of snake and a powerful new poison that they contained. That's when we intervened. Naruto listened intently, having questions, but opted to let him finish before asking them. Now I am sure that you have noticed that we dragons are of all the basic elements except earth. Jigen asked Naruto, who gave a single nod and remembered noticing it but never thought to ask about it. The reason for that is our earth dragons and their leader Caliwarner, who was closer to the toads than the rest of us, wanted to handle this personally, and she felt Sieg's construction took priority over the situation at hand and proposed the idea to let her and the rest of the earth dragons take care of the snakes, which she accomplished, but with a heavy price. Naruto could hear the grief in Jigen's voice, but in the back of his head, he was thinking about that name Caliwarner. He knew he has heard it somewhere before, but couldn't remember where exactly. The poison that these new snakes had was powerful enough to even affect us. It was deadly to the lower level dragons, and to master level dragons, it severely reduced our lifespan and prevented us from reproducing. In the end we wiped out their new breed completely, but with a heavy price. Quite a few of the toads had lost their lives, and we had lost all of our earth dragon brethren except for Caliwarner, but she had also gotten hit with the poison, and those side effects took a toll on her and prevented her from contributing to Sieg's construction. Naruto winced inwardly as he really didn't like hearing about the amount of sacrifice that those he considered family had to endure. Then around a few months before your birth, Caliwarner managed to sneak up on me during one of my visions. That day we found out that if I am touched while having a vision, then the one who touched me can see what I see as well. It just so happens that I was having a vision about some of the things you would go through that most wouldn't be able to stand seeing, and that upset Caliwarner to great lengths. She was in tears and her feeling like she hadn't helped at all in the preparations only made her feel worse. She had cried the entire day and nothing anyone said calmed her down, so we left her alone until the next day, where she came to tell us about a decision she had come to. Caliwarner had decided to break a law and use a forbidden technique called reincarnation cycle. Naruto was feeling like his hole of debt was getting deeper and deeper, though at the same time he was wondering if this technique was anything like the name suggested. Our technique, the reincarnation cycle, allows master level dragons to give up their power in order to reincarnate themselves as human and one other soul. The blonde's one visible eye showed its surprise before he asked Jigen a question. Why is this technique forbidden? Long story short is a few hundred years ago one of our dragon brethren felt he should be our master and we should bow down to him, but when he was denied he used the technique and fled with our summoning scroll. But he was dealt with and we made the technique forbidden as to not have another situation like that. I guess even these pure-hearted dragons can be corrupted, Naruto thought as Jigen continued. When she told us what she wanted to do we thought she had lost her mind after seeing that vision and reminded her the consequences, but in her words, she wanted to give you something as she couldn't do anything else because of the poison. As Naruto listened while having an odd feeling in the pit of his stomach, and Yuruchi was waiting for his reaction. Caliwarner decided to reincarnate a special individual and Kushina Uzumaki. When Jigen spoke his mother's name, you could hear a fly land on the wall. Naruto was in a state of shock. His entire face now being shadowed by his bangs as a million thoughts ran through his mind, but he only voiced one, but it was too low for anyone to hear it. What was that, young master? Jigen asked before the entire room was blasted with wind laced with killer intent coming from Naruto, as his hair was blown with the wind revealing his glowing Rinnegan eyes. Where is she? The blonde screamed out, while Yuruchi was struggling to keep her balance, and Jigen put up a strong front but wasn't faring too much better than Yuruchi. Calm down, young master, look what you are doing to Yuruchi, Jigen said, snapping Naruto out of his anger, causing the killer intent-laced wind to die down and his eyes to return to their normal sapphire blue. Naruto walked over to Yuruchi, who had gone down to one knee, and helped her up before apologizing. I am sorry, Yuruchi-chan, I don't know what came over me, are you alright? After catching her breath she answered him, I am fine Naruto-kun, most people would react like you just did if they found out what you just did. But why not let Jigen finish? Before reacting like that again Yuruchi told him with a playful smirk that Naruto couldn't help but return as H nodded and turned to Jigen to let him finish. Young master, I apologize if our actions may have upset you, and know you may be upset with the fact that your mother wasn't in your life even though she was alive, but we didn't even know where she was until about a week ago, the Dragon Master told Naruto, which made him feel worse about his outburst. Our technique, the reincarnation cycle, is not like that poor excuse for adjust to the impure world reincarnation which turns the person brought back into a semi-living puppet. Our technique hives the soul a completely new remade body to limbo. Their age is reversed to that of a 5-year, while their appearance and abilities are completely altered until their soul has fully bonded with their new body, and usually it takes time for them to become fully bonded with the new body, which takes about 10 to 15 years, depending on their level of strength. After the soul has been bonded they regain their appearance, abilities and their memories, with a slight boost to their physical attributes. Jigen finished, waiting for the bombardment of questions soon to follow. I have a few questions that I hope you won't mind answering. Naruto asked, to which Jigen just nodded once. You said they regain their memories after their soul fully bonds, does that mean they remember nothing of their previous life? It's a little more complicated than that. They have a grasp of who they are just not able to remember anything of their previous life, like someone with amnesia. How did you find out where she was? As the soul gets closer to bonding with a new body, there are frequent chakra pulses that occur, and she seems to be very close to coming back as the pulses are strong and repetitive. The Master Dragon answered Naruto's question before they got ready to ask the money question. Who and where is my mother? He stated with finality. If they lied to him there was no telling what he would do. No longer going to beat around the bush, Jigen just answered the question as flatly as he could. Your mother is in the village hidden in the mist, and she goes by the name Mei Terumi. Naruto stood there frozen at the revelation that his mother was someone he was going to be with in the near future and had flirted with countless times on numerous occasions. Yuruchi was the first to speak, seeing as Naruto was still frozen in place. Why didn't you tell me that Mei Terumi was actually Kushina-sama? Yuruchi questioned with a sour look on her face, thinking about how Naruto felt after having grown so close with a woman. I didn't tell you or anyone else for that matter because it was something that needed to be heard by the young master before anyone else. Jigen looked at Naruto and saw he had a million thoughts running through his mind from the look on his face. Allow me to quell these thoughts, young master. I know what you're thinking, but know that this was going to happen regardless. You remember the conversation we had about my visions, correct? Naruto never looked up and just answered him with the same look of shock on his face. The vision's outcome is nearly impossible to change, so it's the path taken that matters. Exactly, some kind of way, whether Kalorina brought her back the way she did, or through some other means, you and Kushina were going to find each other. I thought that with everything he gave up for me that Toussaint would at least get to spend his afterlife with Kasan. Your father had to use the Reaper death seal in order to stop the rampaging Kyuubi, so his soul would be forever with the Reaper. He knew this, which is one of the reasons why he and Kushina agreed to our proposition. Kushina because she was willing to take any opportunity to see her son and Whirlpool thrive, and Minato had to be one of the greatest if not the greatest man ever to walk this earth because he was willing to give up not only his life but his wife as well to his son, who in his words he wanted to surpass him in every way possible and not just in strength. He saw how much being a mother would have meant to her and agreed for her sake as much as for yours. So considering that this is anything but a blessing does the both of them a disservice. Naruto hearing what Jigen had to say and letting it sink in, he realized he was right, but he was still a little conflicted about the whole thing. If what you are stressing over is the whole incest thing, then quell those two. I don't know if you know this, but the Uzumaki clan were practitioners of incest themselves. Because of their healing ability there is zero possibility of being born with any sort of defect, and if that isn't enough to ease your worries, then maybe the fact that you and Kushina technically aren't mother and son anymore. Both Yuruchi and Naruto looked at him, both ready to ask the same question. But Jigen beat them to the punch and answered before they could ask. The side effect of the reincarnation cycle is that it severs immediate family ties. If you took a blood test, it would come back as clanmates, but no longer mother and son. Then there is the issue of your Rinnegan, which slightly alters your DNA when fully active. These bits of information made Naruto think about Kushina. If she would be the same person she was before her death, why not give it a shot? His father wanted him to. His mother wants him to, and genetics seems to want to help as well. It's not like they are telling me to marry and bang her the moment she regains her memories. After everything they have done for me, there is no harm in trying, Naruto thought to himself before he let out a sigh. Naruto looked up at Jigen, who had been letting Naruto soak this all in, waiting for his rebuttal. You say it's going to happen, then I guess it's going to happen, no need in getting upset over that, but I am upset that withheld information that serious from me for that long." Jigen smiled and chuckled, while Yoruichi just shook her head at him, thinking typical Naruto, never staying hung up for too long. What about the other soul? Ah yes, the secondary function of the technique allowed her solidify her power into an orb before choosing to reincarnate a second soul. The soul wasn't dead, but instead came from a different dimension. By using the solidified mana we were able to temporarily break the dimensional barrier. Bring her over, have her body's physical makeup converted to that of this world's, as her body didn't have the ability to use chakra, it used another source. She also seemed to have been the subject of some form of experimentation as parts of her body were machine parts, but that is no longer the case, as a side effect of the transformation removed them from her body. She has been given a second chance at life that she deserved and give you another worthy future ally and wife. When Jigen finished and Naruto soaked in the information and asked one more question. What's her name? That we don't know, she has been in the stasis chamber, unconscious since coming from her dimension. I assume she won't wake until the technique's near completion like you with Kushina. You're not withholding any other information that I should be aware of, are you? We are, but please understand that we want what's best for you, and everything will get revealed in due time. Alright, I can live with that. Naruto and Yoruichi looked at each other right before the doors burst open, revealing Galen flying towards Naruto before landing around his neck. Naruto-sama, I found Yugura. The village hidden in the mist. On the beach of the mist village there was a yellow flash. When it died down it revealed Naruto dressed in long black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots with a weapons pouch tied around his right thigh, a utility belt with multiple scrolls, and a long black katana hanging from a short chain. A black muscle shirt with lower face mask attached, a long-sleeved leather hooded trench coat that reached his ankles. Black arm guards with a diamond-like crystal implanted into the underside, and he wore a black dragon Anbu mask which was half covered by his long sun-kissed blonde hair that reached his lower back. Not a second later, through a poof of smoke, Galen appeared next to Naruto before flying up to wrap himself around his neck. As soon as he did that, in another poof of smoke, Saphira, the large lightning dragon, appeared next to the two. Now where is Yugura located, Galen? Naruto asked the water dragon parked on his neck as he climbed onto Saphira's back. He and his followers are on one of the smaller islands that surround the village, about 13½ miles southeast. Saphira, hearing her location, took to the sky with her master on her back. After Haven gotten close to their destination, Naruto told Saphira raise the altitude a little so they wouldn't be seen, which she quickly complied to. Once they were at the correct island they noticed there was a fairly large mountain so circled around, and there it was, a 4-story building right behind the mountain, hidden from sight. Naruto wouldn't have seen it if he weren't traveling through the air because of the trees surrounding the area. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and began scanning to see roughly how many ninja Yugura commanded. After he concluded the numbers were between 100 to 120 ninja Chunin level and higher, he sent Galen and Saphira back to the dragon's realm and told Saphira to remain on standby. After the two dragons disappeared in plumes of smoke, Naruto began to freefall from a few miles up, but before too long he disappears in flash of yellow, only to reappear in that same flash of yellow light back on the beach of the mist village. As he made his way towards the village via tree hopping, Kurama made his mental presence known. Going to judge how this whole mother-son not mother-son thing is going to play out. Hearing Kurama's comment made the blonde sigh at his partner's blunt attitude before replying. I'm guessing you were awake throughout at least that part of the conversation. Actually, I was awake for the entire thing, but I figured you needed to hear them out without any distractions from me. And I thank you for your consideration. Can I offer an opinion? Go ahead. I think you should just let your worries go. I know you and you aren't worried about the whole incest thing. You are worried about how people will treat your mother, but I am saying that if this is something Kushina wants, accept it sooner rather than later. Life is too short for meaningless worries. Besides, if anyone ever offer up an unwanted opinion, Kushina, being who she is, would make them second guess being born, so there is nothing to worry about, just accept her love, and everybody else be damned. Kurama hit the nail on the head. Naruto was never concerned over the incest thing, he was worried about Kushina's safety, but as he thought of Kurama's and Jigen's advice, he made a decision. You're right, I have been letting insignificant worries cloud my mind, so much so that I forgot the legend of the Red Death, so if this is supposed to happen it will with no resistance from me. Glad to hear it, I didn't want to have to pull you in here and knock some sense into you. Naruto could almost hear the smile in his voice. Mizukage's office. May the intern Mizukage was sitting behind her desk filling out all kinds of paperwork, ranging from new academy programs to village reconstruction, but she wasn't really focused on any of it, as since Naruto left that feeling of not belonging has only gotten stronger. She didn't know what to do. Over the years she had been able to ignore it, but she can't anymore. Ever since Naruto arrived, the feeling has only gotten stronger whenever he wasn't in her presence, and she didn't know why, and it frustrated her to no end, because it was like her spirit knew the answer. But that same answer eluded her mind. Knock knock. The sound of knocking at the door brought May out of her thoughts. And she called out as a familiar blonde-haired ninja walked through the doors. She had to contain herself and wait for him to lock the door and put up a privacy seal. When he turned around with his mask removed showing his one visible piercing sapphire blue eye, her heart rate speed up and she felt a slight thumping in her head as she looked at him. At the same time, that feeling of not belonging vanished the moment she laid eyes on Naruto. Missed me. She could hear the smirk he had behind his mask as he started closing the distance between the two. Before he could get to close, Naruto heard Kurama speak. "Kid, those chakra pulses are almost as frequent as a heartbeat. It won't be long before Kushina arrives." "How long?" Naruto asked the nine-tailed demon fox. "Could be at any minute but no more than 24 hours. The closer Naruto got to May, the more frequent the chakra pulses got. Naruto could hear her heart rate picking up as she started to break out in a cold sweat. "Kid, forget what I just said, it's happening now." Naruto acted quickly and closed the curtains over the windows. Once he turned around, he saw that May had gone down to one knee. Then out of nowhere she was engulfed in yellow flames, but they didn't give off any heat. The light they gave off kept increasing and increasing until Naruto could no longer keep his eyes open. The intensity of the light went on for about 10 minutes until the flames died down completely, and in the place of May stood Kushina with a megawatt smile on her face. May was a beauty whose level of beauty wasn't that was common in the elemental nations, but Kushina's was still a step up. Kushina had long red hair that reached her backside. She had beautiful violet eyes. She stood at 5 foot 7 inches. She had perky DD cup breasts, a sexy flat-toned stomach, curves in all the right places, sexy shapely legs that lead up to her firm shapely ass. It took a few seconds for Kushina to get her bearing, but once she did and got a grasp on where and who she was, she did something no one was expecting and launched herself at Naruto, squeezing Naruto's head between her impressive breasts while squealing Kaionaru-chan. That caused Naruto to struggle with his lust, not because of the hug, but because she did it while completely naked. Ka-chan, not that I didn't miss you, but could you put some clothes on before we continue?" Kushina turned the same shade of red as her hair before shooting into a walk-in closet on the other side of the room. After a few minutes, Kushina returned wearing tight low-rider leather pants that showed off her form with a rip pattern from the top of her thighs to her ankles, exposing parts of her skin. Her black thong underneath was also slightly exposed. The tight form-fitting tank top that stopped just below her DD cup breasts, allowing for her midriff to go untouched, a pair of red fingerless gloves and a pair women's low-heeled boots. As soon as she laid eyes on Naruto, she rocketed into him once again, knocking them both into the love seat in the office Naruto was standing in front of. Naruto found himself face first in her impressive breasts once again as she straddled his waist. He could feel every curve of her body and once again started to struggle with his lust, but was brought out of his lust when he heard Kurama laughing like a maniac at Kushina, who still had Naruto pressed into her breasts while mumbling Naruto-chan over and over again. Ha 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 ha, oh it hurts, oh make it stop. The dreaded black dragon being cuddled like a teddy bear. Ha ha. Naruto gained a tick mark on his head from the annoyance that was his partner. He wanted to put a muzzle on him to shut him up, but he opted to just cut their mental connection so he wouldn't have to listen to his loud laughter. Ka-chan, can you get off so we can talk?" Naruto asked of his reborn mother, only to get squeezed tighter into her breasts and a shout of no, so he just used the substitution jutsu with a large pillow that was on another couch in the office, which earned a teary-eyed pout from Kushina. That made Naruto feel like he did something wrong. "Sorry Ka-chan, but we are currently in the Mizukage's office, which you are technically supposed to be, and if someone were to come here and not see May, things could get a little hairy. So we need solve this little situation and leave." Kushina, having the memories of when she was not really herself, knew he was right and they needed to get things done and done fast. "Well, what do you propose then, Naru-chan?" The nickname she used made May giggle. "First of all, could you please stop calling me Naru-chan? I am not a baby," Naruto asked with sharpened eyes, not at her, but at the nickname. But Kushina didn't see it that way, and a dark aura surrounded her as her red hair started to float and split into 9 tails behind her. May being in the room with the two of them was uncomfortable to say the least. Kit, you may want to apologize. When Kushina gets like that, there are not many who can stop her," Kurama told Naruto, having remembered some of the sights he had saw when she had got like this, which earned her the title Red Death of the Leaf. Kurama had clearly forgotten about Naruto's own title, the Black Dragon, and he doesn't back down no matter who it is, no matter how much he loves her, he can't help it, it's just in him to step up to the plate whenever someone challenges him, and to him this was a challenge. As he released his own aura with small sparks of lightning dancing on his shoulders, Kushina had her own thoughts. He has become strong. Even Minato wasn't able to stand up to me with a straight face while challenging me, and it feels like it's only the tip of the iceberg. Naruto was surprised when she released her aura and flashed him a beautiful smile. Sure Naruto-kun, but remember you are still my Nari-chan, no matter what this technique has done, she told his as she walked up to him and stroked his chin seductively with her long slender fingers. She stepped back and for the first time since being reborn drunk in his appearance, and she could say that without a shadow of a doubt that he was the sexiest young man she had ever laid eyes on. Kurama, is that normal? Naruto asked, referring to her complete 180. For her to back down, no, but her switch-ups are the norm when it comes to Kushina, you'll get used to it. Naruto made a mental note to try not to cross her too much before he went back to the situation at hand. The way I see it, we have two options. 1, we fake your death in a battle with Yagura, or 2, we can wait until I have handled Yagura, and a few weeks after I have left Mei turns rogue never to turn up again. I think I would prefer option 2, I still love this village, just not more than I want Whirlpool revived, so I'll see them get back on their feet before leaving. That statement alone brought a smile to Naruto's masked face, as he felt she was still Mei, just in a different form. No problem, Naruto said, before he turned to look at the door due to him sensing a familiar chakra signature. Ao is coming, use this. He handed her an advanced seal to change her appearance back into Mei. Listen, I'll handle Yagura, he is on one of the surrounding islands, this is more than likely going to get very messy, so I need to handle this alone. Kushina looked at him like he had grown a second head. Do you honestly think that I am going to let you be arrogant enough to take on someone who has full control over his Biju as well as a small army? Because if you do, then you're not as smart as I thought you were. I am not trying to act arrogant, but no one in this village can handle a full Biju, and I don't want anyone getting caught in the crossfire. Besides, I never said anything about taking on his entire army, he emphasized back to her with his Rinnegan blazing at her, which made her agree to let him go. Against her better judgment. Okay, I'll allow you to go alone, but if you don't come back to me in one piece, I promise you I'll heal you or revive you, whichever is required. Then I will put you in a hospital, where your only meals will be sucked through a straw, understood? The redhead told him in a sickly sweet voice, to which Naruto nodded as Kushina activated the seal, turning her back into Mei, clothes included. As she did that, Naruto deactivated the privacy seal and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Knock knock. Mei said from behind her desk, making it look as if she had been going over her paperwork the entire time, as Ao walked in holding a scroll and a small stack of forms. Mei-sama, these documents are for the new academy program, and this is something that may really interest you, Ao told Mei, as he put the documents on top of the stack, already sitting in front of her, and handed her the scroll. She unraveled the scroll to find a letter written to her from Zabuza that read. Hey Mei, me and Haku have finally found a way to financially support the rebels. I am currently working for the owner of Gato Shipping, he has paid me half the money up front, so I had an associate of mine bring this to you. I should be done with this job and back in the village in a month or two to help with Yagura, so please try to hold out until then. Zabuza. At the end of the letter was a seal that she channeled some chakra into, then 120 million yen plopped on the table. Where is this associate of his that brought this? I want to send back a message with him. Mei asked Ao, who was picking up some of the money that had fallen on the ground. Well, she was in a hurry and said her task was done by dropping of the scroll, she wouldn't even give us her name. Before leaving, Mei didn't have time to worry about this woman, as she had paperwork to handle, as well as worrying about Naruto. Alright, take this money, 25% of it goes to the academy, and the rest goes into the treasury, she ordered Ao, who resealed the money back into the scroll, before leaving her office. Once he left, she turned around in her chair looking out the window hoping Naruto would do as she asked. But Naruto was currently flying towards Yagura's island on top of Saphira's back with his Rinnegan active, prepared for battle. When he and Saphira came within range of the island, Naruto noticed something off. The entire island was covered in a thick mist. The reason he noticed it was off was because it was laced with a lot of chakra, but that was secondary to him noticing chakra signatures disappearing one by one. Once they were over the large chakra signature that seemed to be responsible for the other chakra signatures, Naruto waited as it seemed to be attacking another signature that was dimming. Saphira, remain on standby, I'll summon you again later, Naruto told her as he placed his black dragon mask on and leapt off Saphira into the thick mist. When he landed, he was before the very person who was attacking Yagura's army one by one, with his sword drawn, poised to attack if necessary. She stood at a reasonable 5 foot 7 inches, she had long silver hair done in a high ponytail, and she was incredibly beautiful. Her clothes consist of a short black battle dress that hugged slim yet curvy figure from her C-cup breasts and slim waist to her long legs and perky backside. She wore thigh-high leather boots and a grey haori over her shoulders that was decorated with the Sekirei symbol. She also had on black fingerless gloves and gripped in her right hand was a long katana whose hilt was green. The outfit showed she had a sexy figure. Wait, that's a mate seal. Hey Kurama. Naruto called the ancient fox through their connection, but didn't receive an answer, meaning he was more than likely asleep. Lazy ass fox, Sieg, do you think this could be Karasuba? Naruto asked his sword spirit as he and the woman continued to stare at one another. I believe so, young master, seeing as she seems to have the high killing intent of the Ichimarus and on top of that seal, I would assume so. Having gotten his answer from Sieg gave his full attention to the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him seemed to be having just as lost in thought as she stared at him with an expressionless face as her seal glowed faint enough for Naruto not to notice. Who are you and why are you killing all these Miss Ninja? She whispered something under her breath before she answered his question. I am Karasuba, I am a business partner of Zabuza. He asked me to deliver a message to a mate Terumi, who is leading the rebels, as we didn't know the rebels were winning this war, and seeing as Yagura's protection doesn't seem too strong, I decided to do Zabuza a favor and kill Yagura for him. Naruto had only one thought as the beautiful soft-spoken woman finished its her. Naruto removed both his dragon mask that turned his hair from black to blonde, as well as removed his face mask after sheathing his sword. Hello Karasuba, we have never met before, but I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. When those words left his mouth her eyes widened before she closed the distance between the two and wrapped him up in a hug and whispered of Naruto-sama over and over again. If he hadn't actually felt how she seemed to have missed him, though they hadn't formally met before, he probably would have been thinking about her sexy body that was wrapped around his, but he couldn't think that with the way she was clinging to him. Karasuba-chan, this is not the time nor the place for this, but I promise we will have plenty of time to get to know one another, but right now taking Yagura down is the priority, okay? The blonde told the beautiful woman, who blushed but was reluctant to let go, but did so anyway as she composed herself and nodded. Naruto looked around at the mangled bodies of the members of Yagura's followers and wondered what technique she used. Karasuba-chan, what was the technique you used to cut through them that cleanly? It wasn't a technique per se, but pure wind manipulation that adds wind chakra to my sword, producing clean cutting ability without blood splatter. Naruto watched as Karasuba pulled out her katana from its sheath, almost as long as her lower body, revealing it to not having a drop of blood on it. Hearing about her silent kill techniques and seeing it as two different things. As the two conversed, two of Yagura's followers tried to get the jump on them, attacking from their backsides, clearly underestimating them. Even in this thick mist they both saw them coming. The attacker went for kill blows with their short swords, only for their swords to be met with air as Naruto and Karasuba had vanished. Before they could react, they both froze, one from being cut in half, and the other froze due to a black sword sticking out of his chest. After pulling his sword from the dead ninja's body and letting him drop, he and Karasuba locked eyes. No words needed to be spoken, only two goals: Yagura and his followers. Naruto pulled up his hood, activating his seals of invisibility and completely masking his chakra, while Karasuba merged her chakra with the mist, making it thicker and completely masking her chakra signature. Over the next half hour, Naruto and Karasuba proceeded to take out Yagura's followers through silent kill techniques. Meanwhile, inside the 4-story building, down in the basement, Yagura was berating his men. Despite his height and childlike appearance, Yagura was an adult male, with a head of messy gray hair, pink pupilless eyes, and what seems to be a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. He wore a gray, sleeveless shirt with a mist forehead protector attached to the front, short-sleeved mesh armor over which he also wears a green poncho along with a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a green apron over his pants. He wears a pair of brown boots, and on his back, he carried a staff-like pole weapon with uneven-sized hooks with a green flower on the larger end. You mean in only an half hour, 2 large chakra signatures were able to take an army of 120 high Chunin level ninja, and up were reduced to a mere 8? Yagura asked the 2 Anbu who kneeled before him, who nodded. Yagura was frustrated. Over the past 8 months he and his believers have lost most if not all their influence in the village, and now they have been wiped out, all due to the meddling of the Black Dragon. I will kill him if it's the last thing I do. While Yagura was busy fuming, Naruto and Karasuba had just taken out the 6 Anbu on the roof of the 4-story building. Karasuba-chan, you can go ahead and lift the mist. Yagura only has 2 subordinates left, so the mist is no longer needed. Karasuba lifted the mist, as Naruto asked, while he pulled out 4 of his enhanced paper bombs, before he made 4 seal-less shadow clones, their objective clear 1 tag per wall as they disappeared in bursts of speed, while the original wrapped an arm around Karasuba's waist and disappeared in whirlwind body flicker. Barry appeared 200 yards away. A few seconds later, Naruto received the memories from the shadow clones, and he held up the ram seal. Then the paper bombs went off in dramatic fashion, completely destroying the building and even blowing up a small chunk out of the mountain, and a few trees from the forest were caught in the blast. When they walked out of the tree line, they saw that the building had been reduced to nothing but rubble. The ground was charred and the rocks were still smoking. Suddenly the air was filled with malice as the rubble started to quake and red chakra started seeping through the rocks. Naruto acted quickly as he saw what was coming and ran through a series of hand seals before slamming his right hand on the ground as black kanji spread across the ground as he called out summoning jutsu when the smoke cleared. Saphira was standing there in all her glory. Karasuba-chan, I need you to hop on Saphira, and Saphira, I need you to get to a safe distance and circle around the island. Karasuba looked and directed her killing intent towards him, but before she could say anything Saphira beat her to it. But I can help you, Naruto-sama. I know you can, but he is using tailed beast chakra and it is hazardous to non-Jinchuriki, so the best way you can help me is by keeping her at a safe distance. Now please go. After hearing his explanation they quietly complied as Karasuba climbed onto Saphira's back before the lightning dragon took off into the sky. Once they were out of range Yagura exploded through the rubble and landed only a few feet away from where the explosion took place with his one-tailed cloak activated which slightly darkened his features. Noticing the dark-dressed black-haired young man who wore the black dragon mask, the sight of him made him inwardly snarl, which didn't go unnoticed by said blonde, then he smiled and dispersed the tailed beak cloak. Ah, the famous black dragon, we finally meet, Yagura said to Naruto as he swung his staff-like weapon around into place across his back. Former 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Naruto fired back trying to get at least somewhat of a reaction from him. I think you are mistaken, I am still the Mizukage, Yagura replied back through gritted teeth. No, you happen to be the one mistaken as Mei Terumi is the temporary 5th Mizukage, but that's enough about your status. I want to ask you a question before we get started. Fine, I'll entertain your question before you die at my hands, so shoot. Why did you do it? Why plunge your own home into a civil war by pitting bloodline users against non-bloodline users? The dragon summoner asked Yagura with narrowed eyes. Because you bloodline users get unfair advantages over normal ninja from day one and you walk around like we should bow down to you, as if the entire planet belongs to you while the rest of us are given a raw deal. Not that you could understand as you are bloodline scum yourself. Naruto's initial reaction was to kill him with no more talking, but he had one more thing to tell him. You are a hypocrite, you are the Jinchuriki to the three-tailed turtle, something that only 9 people who can handle tailed beast chakra can achieve. You used a power gifted to you unnaturally to get to the top, yet you excoriate those who use their natural abilities to their advantage. Even going as far as killing children whose only crime was living, you are a disgrace to all Jinchuriki and have spent your final moments on this earth. With that said he disappeared in a burst of speed and tried to deliver a spinning back kick to Yagura from behind, but he expertly ducked under the kick and countered with high kick of his own, which Naruto blocked and using the position to his advantage, delivered a devastating left elbow to the former Mizukage's ribs, sending him crashing into a tree with a loud thud. Yagura's body arched as he hit the tree back first. He looked up to see Black Dragon on the attack, again aiming a punch straight at his face, which missed and collided with the tree, splintering it in the process as he sidestepped out of the way. Yagura swung his staff off his back and attacked Naruto's midsection, only to miss as Naruto completely jumped over the staff while it collided with the tree. When Yagura looked up he saw Naruto coming down with his sword drawn, coming down, aiming for a vertical slash, but clashed with Yagura's staff with a loud clang. Yagura was on one knee due to Naruto's superior strength, but that wasn't for long as Naruto kneed the childlike adult in the chest, breaking his guard and attempted a horizontal slash, aiming to loop his head off his shoulders, but collided with a log that Yagura had substituted himself with. Turning around Naruto saw Yagura strike his staff into the ground from 25 feet away and call out rising coral as multiple poles of coral shot out of the ground. Had it not been for Naruto's reflexes he would have been skewered, but instead he found himself trapped due to the coral's close proximity. When the corals shot out of the ground they didn't only trap him, but knocked his sword out of his hand and his mask off his face, cutting through his face mask, revealing his face, while his hair reverted to its original blonde color. Yagura was stunned at what he saw under the blonde's mask. The yellow flash Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. This earned a small chuckle from the trapped blonde. Yagura felt a spike in the trapped blonde's chakra. Going from high cage to a level that surpassed even Asobu the three-tailed turtle sealed inside him, the chakra was so concentrated, so full of raw power it was visible, though it was so powerful it had a calm nature. No, you are only partially correct, I am not Minato Namikaze. When Naruto looked up, his Rinnegan was active and glowing. I am his son, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. No, it can't be, that's the R Rinnegan, but that's supposed to be a story fable, Yagura whispered to himself before he heard Naruto call out almighty push as an invisible force destroyed the coral, trapping him, sending small pieces of coral in every direction. Yagura's reflexes had him twirl his staff to block the flying coral. Jumping back he glanced at Naruto, wondering how he was going to defeat the man before him, feeling said man's power beating down on his persons. As Yagura was in thought the weather started to change, thunder was ringing through the area, signaling a storm brewing. Naruto saw Yagura contemplating his next move as he stared at him, so Naruto sent a pulse of chakra to his hand, which made his sword seed come flying towards as he caught it and hefted it on his shoulder. Are you going to stand there admiring my good looks, or are you ready for round 2? Yagura wasn't one for teasing, so he charged Naruto with his staff, as Naruto did the same with his sword, meeting with a clang. When they clashed, they fought for dominance for a few seconds, until Naruto's expert sword skills allowed him to break Yagura's guard and deliver a swift middle kick to his chest, knocking him further back and off balance. Naruto charged once more to stab him in the heart, but Yagura twisted his body and sidestepped Naruto while blocking the sword with his staff as Naruto skidded past him. Once his skid stopped, he turned around to see Yagura above him with his staff pointed at and blasted him with a powerful stream of water, sending him through a tree. After going through the tree, he flipped, planted his feet and offhand on the ground to stop his momentum. Holding his sword to the side, he looked up and glared at Yagura, who had a smirk on his face until he saw what was to come. Sieg, activate the lightning blade. Yes, young Master Sieg did what was asked as a powerful aura of lightning swirled around the sword as he prepared to close the distance between him and Yagura. Yagura, seeing this, called water style water mirror jutsu and creates a large flat circular pool of water in front of Naruto. Its surface acts like a mirror, perfectly reflecting the attack by then hooking onto and rotating the mirror 90 degrees with his staff. The reflection Naruto emerges and materialize from the mirror where he and the original Naruto collide, producing tremendous amounts of electrical output until they produced too much and blew each other and Yagura away, while the reflection turned back into water. Came a groan from both Naruto and the former Mizukage. Yagura was leaning up against a tree to hold himself up, while the blonde was crouched with one knee on the ground watching Yagura. He saw he was off guard and decided to use a jutsu he just recently learned. Holding out his right hand, he formed a ball of spinning chakra about the size of a large water balloon, but this didn't go unnoticed by Yagura as he prepared to use the water mirror jutsu again, but never got the chance as Naruto disappeared in a bolt of lightning he called the lightning step. He appeared before the unprepared Yagura and thrust the spinning chakra ball into his abdomen while calling out Rengen. When the ball of chakra made contact, it ground into him for a second before there was an explosion of power that sent him crashing all the way into the mountain, creating a small crater boom. All the dust was covering the crater Yagura was in, preventing Naruto from seeing what had become of him. After he took the full blunt of that Rasengan, Naruto pulsed his chakra into his hand, which in turn made Sieg come flying to its owner. Meanwhile, Karasuba and Saphira, flying above the island, were dumbfounded by the technique the blonde had just used. They couldn't help but say the same thing as they saw Yagura go crashing into the mountain. Whoa. Saphira, what was that? The beautiful swordswoman was amazed at seeing a jutsu so powerful. If I am not mistaken, that was a technique Naruto-sama's father created, but as far as I know he never even attempted to learn the jutsu while he was with us. Looks like Naruto-sama has been doing more than helping the rebel. Saphira finished when she saw the crater Yagura was in start to crack as they felt demonic chakra start to skyrocket. Naruto was watching the crater intently as he saw red chakra bubbling out. As that was going on, a large humanoid turtle cloaked in dark red chakra jumped out of the crater, staring directly at Naruto and roar. This was Yagura in version 2 of the tailed beast cloak, but it wouldn't be that way for long as the demonic chakra exploded outward, blowing Naruto back over 40 yards. After regaining his balance, he looked up to see the humanoid turtle gone, and in its place was what resembled a large turtle just a little smaller than the mountain on the island, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under its shell, it has red, muscle-like tissue. It has a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. His face is concealed between a large forehead and lower jaw, both of which have spikes. Its eyes are red and have crimson pupils. Its right eye was closed. The amount of demonic chakra would have been suffocating had Naruto's very own chakra hadn't been dwarfing the tailed beasts. The newly formed tailed beast used a jutsu called water style. Great water mass bullet jutsu, releasing 2 large masses of high-speed water projectiles. Seeing the attack coming, Naruto used his exceptional control over the elements, most specifically his control over gravity and wind. Using the 2 in stereo with a perfectly timed jump, somersaulted over the water projectile and the tailed beast. During mid-somersault, Naruto pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and with pinpoint accuracy, hit the top of the mountain. Once he landed behind the tailed beast, his Rinnegan started glowing as he began drawing on its power. He held out his hand and channeled a massive amount of chakra into his attack as he called out Almighty Push, sending out a powerful repulsive force that sent the 3-tailed turtle crashing along the path of destroyed forest from the tailed beast's previous attack. Naruto then flashed to his Hiraishin kunai on top of the mountain and created 3 seal-less shadow clones. The clones jumped from the top of the mountain, using their control over gravity to levitate as they sped through hand seals and called out Storm Dragon Jutsu as each clone fired off the dragon jutsus from the elements of wind, water and lightning that met and formed a huge Chinese dragon made up of those 3 elements. The Storm Dragon Jutsu that was headed towards the 3-tailed turtle double time, but he retracted himself into his shell and rolled into a ball to protect himself. There was a big explosion when the jutsu made contact. Boom. When the smoke and dust cleared from the explosion the attack created, it revealed the three-tailed turtle still in its shell with only light marks but otherwise unharmed. I guess I need to kick it up a notch, Naruto thought as he raised his guardless sword horizontally and started drawing on the dragon portion of his sword's power as the two of them released massive amounts of mana in the form of light blue glowing arcs of lightning manifesting into the form of a blue dragon that was composed of pure lightning energy. Raising his sword above his head, Naruto called out Dragon Strike before he swung his sword, unleashing the dragon made of lightning's full power upon the three-tailed turtle, who had just come out of its shell in time to see the attack about to make contact. Upon contact there was another huge explosion, kicking up huge clouds of dust and huge sparks of lightning. Boom. When the dust cleared the tailed beast was standing there with singe marks all across his body from the lightning attack, having done a great deal of damage to him, but he didn't look too happy as red chakras started to surround him as he fired two more huge blasts of water towards Naruto who blocked the attacks with an almighty push before he ran through more hand seals and finishing with his hands clasped together while calling out wood style. Fu dog heads creating a series of wooden pillars, which are engraved with fu dog faces and lit wicks on top of them. As they surrounded the beast a seal with the kanji for Sid appeared on Naruto's palm, channeling more chakra the wooden pillars wrapped themselves around the tailed beast's limbs and torso and started draining as much chakra as possible without disrupting the jutsu and suppressing the rest. The three tails let out a huge roar at Naruto as he started gathering up all his chakra, blue and black tiny orbs of chakra gathering in his mouth. Naruto was watching the beast and knew what he was preparing for the tailed beast bomb. Naruto made eye contact with Saphira who was floating above the island and through the seriousness of his expression and seeing Yagura gathering all that chakra she knew it was about to get even more destructive and decided to put more distance between them and the battlefield. Naruto unsheathed his sword once again after he made a seal-less shadow clone to continue the wood jutsu. As he did that he synchronized his chakra with Sieg and unleashed the full might of their power covering the mountaintop in a dark blue light. His mana was so powerful and dense that it made it hard to breathe for anyone in the vicinity of a few miles. Karasuba was feeling excited at Naruto's display of raw power. Ooh, when I get my hands on him, Karasuba thought as she subconsciously licked her lips. Meanwhile Naruto had shifted and condensed all of his chakra into his sword as the blade once again became encased in pure lightning. The three tails had just finished gathering up its chakra and condensing it into a giant and wrapping his mouth around it. As the ball went into his mouth, Naruto raised his sword above his head. Both Naruto and the three tails released their attacks at the same time, the three tails firing off a huge red ball of demonic chakra whose force of the speed from the attack uprooted trees and boulders. Naruto swung his sword unleashing all of the lightning-enhanced attack that was as large as the mountain itself, and force from his was enough to blow the tip of the mountain off. As the lightning left Naruto's sword it formed into a giant Chinese dragon. Tailed beast bomb. Dragon strike. Ooh, a huge explosion occurred as the two attacks collided and started fighting for dominance. The collision itself caused a rift in the middle of the island. The two attack went back and forth before the dragon strike overcame the attack and pushed back and collided with Yagura with an electrified explosion that leveled about a fourth of the island. Saphira and Karasuba had two different looks on their faces. Saphira looked in awe at what her master was capable of, while Karasuba was completely and utterly turned on. No matter how different their faces were, their words were the same. Wow. When the dust settled, Yagura had reverted back to his human form with scorch marks, bloody and beat up all over. Naruto seeing this used his lightning step to reappear in a small spark of lightning in front of the downed Yagura, panting from all the chakra he had used. Naruto checked his pulse to see that he was only unconscious, so he signaled for Saphira to come to him. Upon landing, Saphira bombarded Naruto with a million questions ranging from the techniques he used to his overall health, but he quickly silenced her. Saphira, I am fine, tired but fine, but I need you to wait here for a second, I'll be right back, Naruto told them, turning around and stabbing a Hirishin kunai into the ground before disappearing in a bright yellow flash. Izukage's office. Naruto arrived in a yellow flash behind Mei, who had just signed off on the last of her paperwork. What is it, Naruto-kun? I want you to become the new Jinchuriki to the three-tailed turtle. Mei was stunned at what he was asking of her, not because of not wanting to be a Jinchuriki, but because of the backlash that could follow. You do realize that this could possibly entice more negative movement amongst the major villages? Kushina asked of Naruto as she deactivated her seal, revealing her true appearance. It could, but my priority is Whirlpool's revival. Besides, view it as compensation for this village not only having a hand in Whirlpool's destruction, but also for my services over the past 8 months, Naruto told her as he turned to the window looking in the direction of his previous battle. So are you ready to become a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked of her as he took off his right glove and replaced it with an experimental fingerless glove he has been working on. By channeling chakra and his knowledge of seals into this glove, it applies the seal through means of chakra instead of ink, making the process of the seal more efficient. Kushina let out a low sigh before she asked one more question before she agreed. You know the mist will come looking for their tailed beast. They will, but I'll have them to believe the tailed beast died with Yagura, therefore buying us 3 years, seeing as that's how long it takes for a tailed beast to reform, he told her as he quickly grabbed Kushina's waist before they disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto and Kushina both appeared in front of the embedded kunai in a flash of yellow. Naruto immediately walked over to a downed Yagura whose clothes were in tatters and shirt had all but been singed off with singe marks all over his body. Naruto ripped off the rest of his shirt to reveal his seal holding the 3-tailed turtle. At the same time Karasuba felt like her heart had jumped into her throat seeing Kushina in the flesh. She knew she was dead, her father had seen her die. How is she still alive and looking younger than she did when they first met? Kushina seeing Karasuba walked over to Karasuba and did something she wasn't expecting, she pulled her into a loving hug. Karasuba wanted to protest because she thought Kushina never really liked her, but that wholehearted feeling of love that Kushina was giving her made her give eye and wrap her arms around the taller woman's waist. Naruto turned around to see the embrace between the two beauties. He didn't want to break it up, but they needed to get this moving along as he was tired, running low in chakra, and knew it was a matter of time before Ao showed back up at the office looking for Mei. Kushina was the first to see that Naruto was ready for the transfer, so she ended the embrace with a smile that let her know they would all talk later. Having no more questions, Kushina disrobed her red tank top, leaving her in a black spaghetti strap bra, revealing her DD cup breasts and her toned 4-pack abs. Had Naruto not been as tired as he was or in what was referred to as his work mode whenever it involved him applying seals, he would have been admiring her female form, but he was too tired and too focused to do that at the moment. Naruto walked up to her and channeled the chakra necessary into the glove as it created the 4-symbol seal on her abdomen. Quickly he tuned around towards Yagura and activated his Rinnegan before blazing through hand seal and finished with both his hands glowing blue. He touched Yagura's seal. Moving his hand away, a red stream of chakra followed it as he guided it to Kushina's new seal. His eyes pulsed and sped the process up exponentially. Once the beast was transferred, her seal momentarily glowed red before settling. Kushina and Karasuba had saw how exhausted Naruto looked after fighting an entire army and a cage, then transferring a tailed beast, all the while expending crazy amounts of chakra. Who wouldn't be? So Kushina quickly redressed as she and Karasuba made sure he was alright, which he quickly said he was just tired. Naruto unraveled a sealing scroll and sealed Yagura's dead body into it before he, Kushina and Karasuba jumped on Saphira's back to head back to the village. After a short flight back to the village, Saphira landed back on the beach, letting the 3 of them down off her back. Once down, Naruto reached up to stroke the side of Saphira's head. I'll be summoning you again tomorrow, so I need you to go and tell Yoruichi-chan that upon my summoning I want her to be with you, alright? Saphira nodded her head, but was still more concerned with Naruto's health. Saphira, don't worry about me, I'm alright, just tired, so do as I ask, and I'll be fine by tomorrow. Saphira let out a huff before disappearing in a poof of smoke. After her disappearance, Naruto turned around and handed Karasuba a seal tag to change her appearance before heading to the village. What's this? It will change your appearance like Kachan. We don't need you becoming too recognizable too soon, Naruto said and pointed to Kushina, who had turned back into Mei. Karasuba followed suit and activated the seal, which in turn made her hair black, eyes brown and her normally creamy skin tan. About 2 hours later, Naruto finds himself asleep in a room provided by the best hotel in the village. He was tired after the battle and explaining what's been going on the last few years, along with his mother's rebirth. In the bed next to his was Karasuba, who like he was tired and disrobed to her underwear, but she wasn't asleep yet as her mate seal was going nuts. It was taking all her willpower not jump Naruto in his sleep. After a couple more minutes passed of her seal's reaction, she couldn't take it anymore and made her way over to the blonde's bed. She carefully climbed onto his bed and straddled his waist, brushing his hair out of the way to reveal his handsome face. She placed her hand on his bare chest as she leaned down, closing the distance between their faces. When she felt her lips make contact, she opened her eyes to see Naruto had raised 2 of his fingers to stop her lips from touching his. One would expect to see either irritation or anger, but all Naruto did was smile as Karasuba leaned back, while still straddling his waist with a small blush on her face. I must say I am flattered, but that will have to wait until we get back to the Leaf Village. I know your seal's reactions are rather strong, but I need you to have just a little more patience, then we can bond, alright? The silver-haired beauty climbed off of Naruto to head back to her own bed, but Naruto had pulled her back into his bed with her head cradled in his arm. Sleep here with me. The reaction should ease when Naruto said that. It wasn't long before she snuggled into him and succumbing to sleep with the handsome blonde man holding her. Mist Village. Hotel. It was an early morning for a blonde ninja known as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He had just gotten out the shower, hair still wet cascading down his back, well dressed in his usual attire minus his coat and ninja gear. Walking into the room, Naruto looks at the clock on the wall and sees it read 8:13 am, so he decides it's time to wake his silver-haired fiancée, who was currently hugging a pillow he had substituted with, so not to wake her up while he took his shower. Sitting on the bed next to her, he brushes some of her long silver hair out the way before caressing her cheek, which she leaned into as he spoke to her. Time to wake up, sleeping beauty. Her eyes fluttered open, drinking in her surroundings. She looked at Naruto and gave a rare half-smile. Morning stud. Sitting up and stretching, she noticed Naruto discreetly ogling her body, his eyes roaming all over her assets. She had a body that models would sell their souls to the devil for. That action had given her slight boost of confidence in her body, something she had worried about as she kind of slim and wasn't as curvaceous as the likes of Yoruichi, Yugao, Tsunade and now Kushina, who if things went right were going to be her sister wives. She wondered if her lack of curves would keep Naruto from being as aroused as he would be by the others. Naruto, being who he was, picked up on the various emotions she was going through due to his sensing abilities and stopped his appraisal of her body. "Something you want to tell me, Karasuba-chan?" "It's nothing really." She was a little embarrassed that he was able to see through her like that. "You know I can sense emotion, so I can tell when you're lying, or there is something wrong," Naruto told as he looked her straight in her beautiful gray eyes. The look he was giving her was one genuine concern and persistence. It was enough to make her give in. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" To which all she got was a smile back. She let out a sigh as she resolved herself to be honest with him. "Alright, but if you repeat anything that I tell you, you will find out why I am called the Silver Demon," she finished darkly as she crossed her legs. Naruto nodded his head, but was mentally chuckled at the fact that had the Master Dragons and Kurama not have trained him to resist killing intent, he would be afraid of both Kushina and Karasuba. "Okay, when you were checking me out it made me happy, but it brought up some of my insecurities of how you would feel about my body, because I'm not as equipped as any of your other fiancés." When she finished, Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little. Which was the wrong thing to do, as Karasuba's face became red with embarrassment before she dashed to her sword. "That's it, I'll kill you." Naruto unsheathed his and clashed swords with her to keep her from killing him. "Hold up, I wasn't laughing at you," Naruto said as he held her off from trying to kill him. "I'm not hard of hearing, I know." A laugh when I hear one, spoke the silver-haired beauty through grit teeth as she backed up, still ready to stab the blonde in front of her. "I was laughing at the comment, not at you." "Oh, and what was so funny about my comment?" Karasuba asked sarcastically. "The fact that your insecurity was for naught," Naruto said as he sheathed his sword, and Karasuba followed suit. "You say they have assets that you don't have, well they are no doubt well-endowed women. I say that you have assets that they don't have." Naruto grabbed her by the hand and pulled her towards the large closet mirror, standing behind her with both hands on smaller woman's shoulders. "My time in the Leaf Village, hell on earth for 98% of that time, but during those 2% I learned a philosophy about what people bring to the table in 3 different forms: physically, mentally and spiritually. Everyone has a physical attribute that distinguishes them. My other fiancés are their womanly curve, but you are different. You have a model's figure and an attribute most women couldn't compete with: your long sexy legs. Legs that men would give their left arm and right leg just to be able to simple touch," Naruto told Karasuba as he wrapped both his arms around her, placed his chin on her shoulder, and used his right hand to point down towards her legs in the mirror. Karasuba had gone from milk white to apple red as she blushed from the appraisal Naruto was heaping on her. "Mentally refers to a person's intelligence, which I can tell you don't lack whatsoever, but there are also different forms: book smarts, street smarts and common sense. Book smart is how well someone can absorb information through books, street smarts is how well someone can adapt to their surroundings, and common sense is what we are all born with, but some more so than others simply because they are not gifted with the other two. And spiritually refers to not a person's spirituality, but a person's moral code of belief you have as a person." By now Karasuba's mood had lightened up considerably as she leaned into Naruto's embrace, enjoying the godlike body draped over her. "Which is why I believe your worries were for naught, because each person is different, not one is exactly the same. We all have differences." Naruto leaned closer and whispered the last part into her ear. "And I look forward to getting to know what makes up the rest of you." Karasuba weakened the knees from Naruto's hot breath in her ear, coupled with the feel of his muscles. She was really having a hard time fighting off the effects of the seal. Naruto, having said what he knew she needed to hear and having seen the faint glow of the seal, backed away. "Get dressed. We are leaving within the hour, so we can get to the Leaf Village to take care of that seal." "Why can't we take care of it here?" "Oh, I never explained that to you, did I?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "I made a promise to someone back in the Leaf Village before I knew about any of you being my fiancés, so to be a man of my word, I want to explain it to her before taking these new relationships past platonic levels." Karasuba nodded her head understanding his point before grabbing her clothes and heading for the bathroom, but she stopped before entering looking at Naruto. I may understand, but this seal doesn't. So I'll appreciate it if you handle that situation ASAP closing the bathroom door as she finished her thought. After about an half in the shower Karasuba walked out fully dressed and saw that Naruto was ready as well. Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist as they disappeared in a flash of yellow. Mei was sitting behind her desk finishing up some paperwork when a flash of yellow light revealed Naruto and Karasuba. Seeing them Mei signaled for the Anbu in the room to leave. Once they were gone Naruto quickly activated the Uzumaki-style privacy dome. Once the room was secure, Mei dropped her advanced transformation jutsu, revealing herself to be Kushina. Kushina in the blink of an eye had removed Naruto's dragon mask, threw him onto the couch while sitting in his lap with his face smothered into her bountiful DD cup breasts. "Ah-chan, do you have to do this every time I see you?" Naruto mumbled out through her breasts, trying to get some air. Meanwhile Kurama as usual was laughing at Naruto's misfortune and Karasuba was trying to get over the dizziness caused by the flying thunder god technique. Naruto having had enough of his other treating him like a teddy bear substituted himself with a large pillow from across the room. This earned him a cute teary-eyed pout from Kushina. "Don't do that, we have a schedule to keep and you treating me like an enlarged teddy bear isn't helping me keep it," Naruto said from across the room as he ran his gloved hand through his long golden locks. "Fine, be that way," she grumbled at him as she folded her arms under her DD cup breasts and crossed her legs with a small glare aimed at Naruto for not allowing what she wanted. Naruto just sighed at his mother's antics. "I wish she would go back to her seduction attempts because this treating me like a baby is getting really old." "Ah-chan, when can I expect Mei to leave the Mist Village?" Naruto asked ignoring her glare knowing it was half-hearted and playful. Her glare melted into a somber look. About a month Naruto saw the look and moved back over to the couch and wrapped his right arm around her waist, which caused her to lay her head onto his shoulder. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just this job is so stressful, I wish I could leave with you right now, but I need to help them get on their feet," Kushina told her future lover while she enjoyed him holding her. "How has Asobu been treating you?" Kushina chuckled when she thought about her new friend the three-tailed turtle. "Great, he is really lazy, though but I think we will be great friends." Naruto heard Kurama grumble about Kushina's lazy comment before he looked at the clock on the wall and saw it was time for him and Karasuba to leave. "Well Ka-chan, I am going to trust your judgment in how you leave, just once you get to a safe area throw the kunai so I can come get you," Naruto said as he walked over and stood over next to Karasuba who had finally regained her bearings. Kushina had one more thing to tell Naruto before he left, so she hugged him and wrapped her arms around his neck pushing her DD cup breasts into his chiseled chest and whisper seductively into his ear. "When we reunite again I am expecting you to treat me like you did when I was Mei, because I won't be Ka-chan anymore, I'll be Kushina-chan." Naruto smirked at her words and before she could release the hug pinched her plump ass making her jump until her whispered back into her ear, "I hear you loud and clear, Kushina-hime." Kushina went weak in the knees hearing his manly voice in her ear. Naruto released her, put his dragon mask back on as he wrapped an arm around Karasuba. "See you later Ka-chan," he called out to her as he released the privacy seal and they disappeared in a yellow flash of light. A second later on the beach of the Mist Village Naruto and Karasuba appeared once more in another flash of yellow light. Naruto seeing Karasuba was still a little dizzy, tells her to sit down on a large rock that was on the beach while he collected the Hirshin kunai he had hidden and stored it back into his weapons pouch on his right leg. The blonde ninja after doing scan to make sure no one was in the immediate area started running through hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground and calling out summoning jutsu enveloping the area in a lot of smoke. When the smoke cleared it revealed Saphira the large royal blue lightning dragon. "Morning," Naruto saw Miss Saphira said as she nuzzled her head into his chest. "Morning to you to Saphira, where is Yuruchi-chan?" "She is waiting on you to open the portal." Hearing this Naruto drew his sword, pointing it to his right opening the portal to the Drago realm. A slender and well-endowed woman of average height stepped out of the portal. She has dark skin, golden eyes, and black hair. Her hair is waist-length and kept in a ponytail with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face. Her attire consists of a black, backless sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt over her D-cup breasts with two white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants that hugged shapely ass perfectly with a pair of lightweight brown shoes and a katana in her right hand. As soon as Yuruchi stepped out of the portal she saw Karasuba sitting on a small boulder a little aways from her, and in the blink of an eye Yuruchi had wrapped Karasuba in a sisterly hug. It shocked Karasuba at first as she was still recovering the flying thunder god jutsu she had just experienced, but quickly returned the hug of future harem sister, as that's what Naruto's fiancés called themselves in private. Yuruchi started firing off question after question ranging from the things she had been up to where she had been but, before she could get her answers Naruto interrupted. I know you two have a lot of catching up to do, but we really need to get going. When the two looked towards Naruto, he was already on the back of Saphira. Yoruichi handed her sword to Kurasuba and told her to hold it for her and proceeded to transform into a small black cat. So this is the shape-shifting ability of the Shihoin clan, Naruto said out loud as Kurasuba climbed onto Saphira's back behind him and the cat jumped into his lap. Yep, unfortunately it also changes my voice, came an extremely deep voice from the cat known as Yoruichi. Saphira head west at full speed, we are already running late, as Naruto told the lightning dragon, who responded in kind by taking to the skies, quickly ascending above the clouds. It took Saphira and her passengers 3.5 hours to reach their destination of the capital of the Land of Fire. They landed about 250 yards away from the city itself, as there seemed to be a festival going on, and a large dragon landing in the middle of the city wouldn't have been a good idea. As they walked through the village, Yoruichi, who was back in her original form now, asked Naruto if he knew what the festival was for. I think it has something to do with the Kyuubi, as there seemed to be a lot of kitsune novelties being sold. When he said that, it was like a light bulb went off in Yoruichi's head as she slapped her hand to her forehead. How could I have let that slip my mind? The ebony beauty said as she jumped on Naruto's back, whispered, "Happy birthday, Naru-kun." Naruto's eyes widened because he had been so busy that he had actually forgotten his own birthday. Kurasuba was surprised as well, so she leaned in from her spot walking next to him. "So what do you want for your birthday, Naruto-kun?" "Truthfully, nothing. I would rather get everything that I need done by the end of today than worry about a gift, but the thought is very much appreciated," Naruto told the two of them as Yoruichi climbed off high and they made their way to the Fire Daemon's castle. The Fire Daemon's castle was a work of art. It had to be sitting on at least 15 acres of land. There was a 30-foot wide man-made moat that surrounded the castle and needed a drawbridge in order to get into the castle, whose walls exceeded 50+ feet high. The three of them were at the side of the drawbridge, where two of the samurai stood guard. Naruto was the first to speak to the samurai. "We are here to meet with the Fire Daimyo." The two samurai looked at the group in question before their eyes landed on Kurasuba, causing them to bow before her. "Oh, Kurasuba-sama, we didn't see you. Release the bridge. The madam will be happy to see you have returned." And with friends, once the bridge was lowered, Kurasuba led the way with Naruto and Yoruichi following closely. Inside, the castle walls were even nicer than one could have imagined. There were multiple Japanese-styled houses surrounding the main Japanese-styled castle, sitting upon a stone structure in the center. On their way to the main house, the samurai had all been bowing before Kurasuba. "Ah, Kurasuba-sama, are these friends of yours?" One of the two samurai guarding the front entrance to the main house. "You could say that. Are Oji-sama and Oba-sama in the main chamber?" "No, they are in the royal suite," the samurai said as they stepped aside for them to enter, only to move back into place once they did. The inside was as extravagant as one could imagine: marbled floors, expensive oak furniture, silk curtains and decorative suits of armor lining the hallways. They stopped outside the doors to the royal suite. Knock knock. Kurasuba rapped lightly on the large doors, waiting for an answer with Naruto and Yoruichi flanking her on each side. They didn't have to wait long, as a few seconds later Takeda Shinjin answered the door in a formal kimono. Upon laying his eyes on his visitors, he noticed Kurasuba immediately and engulfed her in a hug. "Kara-chan, my girl, how have you been?" Kurasuba was usually a distant person, hating anyone outside of a select few to enter her personal space. Luckily her Oji-sama was one of the few, which is why she returned the hug. "I have been good. After I finished my training I ran into some people. I think you and Oba-sama might want to meet," the silver-haired woman said, gesturing towards the blonde-haired young man wearing a lower face mask and the purple-haired ebony beauty behind her. After releasing Kurasuba, Takeda noticed Naruto and Yoruichi standing in the background and gave them a warm smile. "Glad to see you made it, Naruto-kun," he told the blonde, before turning his attention to Yoruichi. "Haven't seen you in over a decade. You have become a very beautiful woman over that time." Yoruichi let out a small giggle before thanking him for his compliment. "Thanks, Oji-san. I bet you have a lot of questions, don't you?" The Fire Daimyo simply chuckled before responding, "Oh, you know as well as I do that my wife is the one you are going to have to explain things to, not me." Yoruichi and Kurasuba paled at the trauma they suffered through whenever Madame Shinjin became emotional. The two couldn't help but shiver at the thought of what she might do when everything is told to her. Naruto meanwhile was trying to keep from bursting out in laughter at his fiance's reactions, but before they could notice him laughing, the Fire Daimyo gestured for them to come in, which two of the three did begrudgingly. The room itself was extravagant. On the back wall was the largest collective shelved literature one would lay their eyes on. In the center of the room was a crystal chandelier. In front of the bookcase was a desk made from oak. There were two expensive-looking couches sitting across from each other with an equally expensive rug on the floor in between the two couches. There was a nice coffee table sitting atop of the rug, and on the eastern wall was a large painting of Takeda and Madame Shinjin in their younger years. Once they were fully into the room, they saw Madame Shinjin and her cat sitting on opposing ends of the couch while sipping a cup of tea. Madame Shinjin is a corpulent woman with dark brown hair that she keeps in 3 separate poofs. She wears pink lipstick, pink nail polish and purple eyeshadow. She also wears many different colored rings. "Honey, we have some guests think you may be interested in meeting," Takeda called out to his wife as they approached. As they were walking, Yoruichi was trying to hide behind Naruto, while Karasuba was busy looking for an escape route. Madame Shinjin put her tea down on the coffee table when she heard her husband's voice, and the sight she saw brought utter joy to her face as she bolted off the couch and wrapped her arms around Karasuba in a bone-shattering hug. Naruto's amusement immediately stopped when he saw this, one of the strongest kunoichi he knew going limp in the arms of a civilian. All he could think of was unfucking believable. Takeda sees Naruto's persona change and sent him a smirk that screamed out, "I told you so. Hara-chan, where have you been? Oh my god, you are so much more beautiful now, and why haven't visited or written any letters?" The madam was squealing as she the life out of someone she viewed as a daughter figure until her husband stepped in. "Honey, don't you think it's best to let the child breathe so she can answer your questions? Besides, she isn't our only guest," the fire daimyo said as he pointed towards Naruto and Yoruichi, who was still trying to hide behind her fiancé. Madame Shinjin dropped Karasuba in a heap once she laid her eyes on the ebony beauty behind the blonde, and she started to tear up. "Why, Yor-chan, is that you?" Yoruichi knew she was caught, so she walked out from behind Naruto and accepted her fate. "Yeah. It's me." Yoruichi was immediately snatched into a hug as the madam swung her body around in circles, being subjected to the same bombardment of questions as Karasuba. "Honey, you have just one more guest that I believe will make your day," Takeda said as he placed a hand on his wife's shoulder to stop her from spinning Yoruichi around like ragdoll. Naruto got the hint and decided to help his godmother recognize him by tying his sun-kissed blonde hair into a high ponytail and pulling his face mask down, revealing the 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The side of his face brought back memories that she had not thought of in over 14 years. Minato. "Try looking a little closer, honey," the fire daimyo urged his wife to rethink who she was thinking of. She looked her husband in the eye to see the glint in it before looking back towards the blonde and couldn't believe what her mind came up with. "Naruto. Naruto. Bingo." The moment he said that, she crashed into the taller blonde's chest, wrapping her arms around his midsection with tears in her eyes. "But how? They said you died." "I know, there is a lot of false truths and lies that you need answered, and all of them revolve around the Leaf Village." The madam looked at her 3 guests, who each had a look of anger on their faces at the mention of the Leaf Village. She gained a serious look as she broke the hug, but kept close contact with him. "What exactly have done? Before I tell you, I want you to promise me you won't try to exact revenge on them." Her godson asked her, stunning her a little. "Why should we? If it's as bad as I think it is, it would be exactly what they deserve," the husband and wife voiced to their godson. "Because it would be too easy, and frankly too good for them. Besides, I already have plans in place that will make this saying ring proud and true to every action." There is an equal reaction. The whiskered blonde and his fiancés had smirks on their faces at his declaration, which became contagious as Takeda gained one as well. "Okay, I nor my wife will do anything to the Leaf, but I do want in on these plans of yours." "That's fair," Naruto told the before Madame Shinjin chimed in once more. "Why don't we sit down while you fill us in?" she told, gesturing towards the couches where they took their seats. Naruto, Karasuba and Yoruichi on one couch, while Takeda and his wife sat on another. Naruto then proceeded to tell his godparents everything, such as Danzo giving up information on Whirlpool's defense security, his plans of bringing Whirlpool's clans under his rule, trying to strong-arm said clans into giving up their secrets, and his overall dark deeds over the past few decades. "It sounds like the problem isn't the Leaf, but Danzo himself, so why not just take him out?" Takeda asked Naruto. "Because that would be too easy. I want him to suffer in knowing that he alone caused the Leaf's strongest ally to break all ties with them after being reborn from the ashes stronger than ever, like the legendary Phoenix. And as far as the Leaf is concerned, I don't really care what happens to them, as they have been just as bad in terms of the treatment of our clans." Takeda and his wife looked at their godson with one word in mind: amazing. "Sounds like you don't really need anything of us, you seem to have this all figured out." "Actually, there are a few things you could do, such as giving me and anyone I bring under the protection of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan diplomatic immunity." "I can do that, but what good would that do?" "A large portion of the Leaf's council are in Danzo's corner, so to be safe, it will give us a political shield from them, trying to bend the laws to their benefit and our detriment. Consider it done." "Anything else?" "Yes, the items my parents left in your care." Takeda's eyes flickered before he jumped off the couch. "Oh, sorry, why boy, I had almost forgot about that." He headed towards the large portrait of himself and his wife. He pressed a hidden button on the underside of the portrait. As he did, the portrait raised slightly, revealing a small high-tech safe embedded in the wall. He put in a quick code, then scanned his thumbprint to open the safe. Once it was open, he pulled out 3 scrolls and a red gem hanging from a black rope necklace. Takeda handed Naruto the scrolls and the necklace. I don't know what in the scrolls, but I know that gem is an heirloom of the Uzumaki clan and is worth enough money to buy Fire Country. Naruto looked at it for a second before slipping it around his neck. For some reason he could feel power radiating off it, but he put that to the back of his mind. I already know what in them, and this one is the Uzumaki clan's banking information as well as investment. This one is the Namika's banking and investment information, and this has my parents' housing information, Naruto said, holding up each individual scroll. How could you know that without opening them? These symbols on the scrolls belong to a written language only from Whirlpool. Naruto glanced at a clock on the far wall and saw that they needed to leave now if they were to make it to the leaf by early afternoon like he intended. I hate to cut this short, but we are a little pressed for time, Naruto told them, pointing towards the clock on the wall, to which made Takeda go back to his desk, pull out a form, jotted down his signature and stamped it with his official daimyo seal. He then handed it to Naruto. Here. This is here will give the Uzumaki Namika's clan and anyone under their protection diplomatic immunity temporarily until I have the real paperwork filled out and sent to the village within the week. Well, that went on with Takeda and Naruto. Madame Shinjin had hugged both Karasuba and Yuruchi, telling the both of them that she loved them and to try to stay in contact more. When Naruto had finished with his godfather, he stopped in front of his godmother, who enveloped him in a motherly hug. And you, I really want to stay in touch. I didn't get the chance to dote on you as a child, so I'll be damned if we don't have a relationship going forward. Naruto chuckled a little. Don't worry, Oba-san, you and I will have a relationship going forward, Naruto said as he hugged her back before letting go and walked towards the door with Karasuba and Yuruchi in tow. Before walking out the door, Naruto pulled up his face mask, gave one final goodbye, and the three left, but not before handing over a Hiraishin kunai. Within the hour, Naruto and his fiancées had stopped by the capital's bank to check the clan's accounts. He knew both of his clans were wealthy, but he didn't expect the numbers he got back. The Namika's clan 510,600 million yen and the Uzumaki clan 790,400 million yen. But what surprised him even more than those numbers were the video proof of the elders of the Leaf trying to get access to his clan money. Multiple times shown to him by the bank manager. Naruto thanked the bank manager after reactivating the accounts, getting cash and checks. He also pocketed the tapes for ladder. Around 2.5 hours later, they found themselves on Saphira's back about 10 miles away from the village hidden in the leaves. Saphira, you can land now, Naruto told the large lightning dragon, who readily complied by quickly descending from the clouds to an open area amongst the vast forest. Karasuba was the first to speak up. Why are we landing here? The village is at least another 10 miles away. 2 reasons: 1, I rather not excite an already hostile village by riding in on a large dragon, and 2 is the location of my parents' house isn't actually in the village, but about in half-mile out. When they landed, Naruto dismissed Saphira. Alright Saphira, you can go back now, and do me a favor and look out for Biz since neither I or Yuruchi will be there. Sure thing Naruto-sama, see you later, and stay safe. Poof, disappearing in a plum of smoke, she was gone. Naruto picked up Yuruchi, who was in the form of a black cat, and put her on his shoulder before turning his head to Karasuba. Alright, follow me. With that said, Naruto started tree hopping with Karasuba in tow at Jonin level speeds. It took them 45 minutes to get within 2 miles of the village, but they weren't going straight to the village, so instead of continuing down the path to the village, they made back into the forest, headed towards a rather large mountain a little ways outside the village walls. As they got within range, they saw a cave entrance to the mountain, but Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, making Yuruchi in cat form, with a surprisingly deep voice, ask why he stopped. Something's going on here, someone's chakra is really disturbed and messed up right now. What do you mean? I don't know, it's hard to describe. Rinnegan, he activated his Dojutsu to do a scan of the area. During his scan, he found there was a bunker about 75 yards away from their position and that there were 2 people in there. One seemed to be getting farther away from them, making Naruto come to the conclusion he was leaving, but the other was unmoving, and that was the disturbed chakra. You 2 stay right here, I want to check something out really quick. When he said that, the black cat jumped from Naruto's shoulder to Karasuba's. Naruto quickly vanished in a small spark of lightning as he used his lightning step. Reappearing in the area where he sensed the signatures, he gave the area another once over and saw that other chakra's signature was long gone, but the other was still in what seemed to be an underground bunker, so threw an Hiraishin kunai at the base of a nearby tree before he started running through hand seals before calling out earth style. Hiding in rock jutsu, camouflaging himself with the earth around, and moved through earth surfaces as he phased through the ground. Once Naruto had completely phased through the ground, he fell into what looked like an underground lab. It was dimly lit, plenty of medical devices scattered around. There were 2 cameras set up in the room. Naruto pointed a single finger at each camera and zapped them with a concentrated bolt of lightning, destroyed both cameras. He deactivated the jutsu once that he walked to the center of the room, where there was an examination table, which is where the chakra signature was coming from. On the examination table was a young unconscious girl who looked to be about 12 years old, 4 foot 11 inches, long pink hair and wearing a hospital gown. Doing a once-over of her body, his keen eye saw her body was littered with seals, loyalty seals, love seals, growth-stunting seals and chakra flow restriction seals. When he finished analyzing the seals he saw that they had just been reinforced. Right then Kurama spoke up from within his mind. "Hey kid, I think she is one of your fiancés, Sakura Haruno I believe. Glad to see you're finally awake you lazy ass fox, and I have already deduced that. Okay, it seems she has been sedated, this might work out better for us, as I can get rid of these seals," Naruto thought to himself as he took of his leather coat, wrapped her in it, before picking her up bridal style, as the two of them vanished in a flash of yellow light. They both reappeared at the side of Naruto's kunai, he collected the kunai before lightning stepping back to Karasuba and Yoruichi. The moment Naruto arrived with the girl in his arms Yoruichi jumped back onto his shoulder in a panic. "Oh my god, Sakura, is she okay? I thought this was her, but yes she is just sedated." Yoruichi felt relieved knowing she was fine. "Yoruichi, I need you to go run a quick errand for me, we are getting these seals off her." Yoruichi nearly jumped out of her skin because over the years she has racked her brain over how to save someone she viewed as a little sister from Danzo's clues, now she gets her wish. "What do you need me to do?" "Go into the village and bring me her mother, she is a ninja medic right?" "Yes, one of the best." "Great, have her bring an IV of nutrient-rich liquid now go with it." The black cat took off in the direction of the village. Naruto created a seal-less shadow clone with the orders to bring Yoruichi and the girl's mother to him when they came back. Naruto turned to Karasuba. "Alright let's go." The two of them along with the unconscious girl head for the cave opening leading into the mountain. Once in the cave Naruto handed Karasuba Sakura to hold for a second. He then pulled out a scroll and unsealed a little stone tablet no bigger than a wallet, after which he channeled chakra through it, which sent a flash of light throughout the cave. "What was that for?" Karasuba asked the blonde with a hint of annoyance at the sudden flash of light without a warning. "Sorry, that disables the genjutsu on the cave so we don't get lost." He took Sakura back into his arms as they walked deeper into the cave. They came to a point where the cave split into two tunnels. They took the left tunnel and caught what they thought was dead end until they saw that the wall was actually a double door. Naruto touched the door. When he did that a beam of light scanned him from head to toe. When it died down the doors slid open, revealing it to be an elevator. They all stepped in, amazed at the complexity of the home's initial defense. When they got into the elevator the doors closed and Naruto noticed a panel with 5 buttons, of which only one wasn't glowing. There was a button for each level: basement, ground level, first floor, second level and roof. Seeing as they were at ground level he pressed the first floor button causing the elevator to start moving. When the elevator stopped moving and the doors opened they were treated to a sight of beauty: marbled floors, exquisite furniture, 70-inch flat screen television surrounded by an entertainment center, and that was just the living room. Naruto laid Sakura down on one of the couches as he wanted to at least the rest of this floor before Yoruichi came back. The kitchen was a thing of beauty, it had everything from size to the overall look, a real 5-star kitchen that is probably unmatched. The rest of the floor contained 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms and an office library. Each bedroom was the same from the furniture to the size, though each room so far was already gigantic, he could only imagine what the master bedroom looked like. Karasuba was in awe, though she had grew up in a life of luxury, this made the fire daimyo's home pale in comparison. Naruto received the memories from his clone, knowing Yoruichi and Mibukki Haruno were on their way, so he was going to meet them so that they don't get lost in that genjutsu. "Wait here and watch over Sakura, I'm going to show Yoruichi and Mibukki the way here," the blonde told his silver-haired fiancé as he walked over to the elevator. Before he got on the elevator he turned back to her. "Don't think I have forgotten about you, I'm going to solve things with Anko and give you what you want within the next 24 hours," he told her with a wink from his one visible eye that wasn't covered by his long hair as he backed into the elevator and the doors slid closed. "Oh, you better, because if you don't, I'm afraid I'll have to take it," the silver-haired swordswoman chuckled to herself. Outside the cave, Yoruichi, still in cat form, was leading the way to the entrance of the cave at high speeds, with Mibukki Haruno following closely behind. Mibukki is a fair-skinned woman with shoulder-length, blonde hair with a single bang which falls down into her face. She also has green eyes. She was wearing the standard leaf nin attire complete with flak jacket. She did not, however, wear the village's forehead protector as she was a retired ninja. They came to a skidding stop when they saw someone leaning up against the cave wall. Mibukki was at a loss for words with what she saw: a tall, blue-eyed, long-haired blonde male, dressed in black with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting on them. "Did you bring what I asked for, Mrs. Haruno?" Breaking out of her stupor she raised a small lunchbox cooler in her hand. "Where is my daughter? Is she oured?" "She is fine for now, come with me and I'll take you to her." The cat and Mibukki Haruno followed Naruto as he went through the same procedure to get back to where he left Sakura and Karasuba. When Naruto and the others got off the elevator, Yoruichi immediately shape-shifted back into her original form before unsealing her clothes and quickly getting dressed. Mibukyo ran over to the couch to see Sakura laying unconscious, while Karasuba stroked her hair. "This is Haruno, you can calm down, she is just sedated, and that bodes well for us as it gives me enough time to destroy those seals and reverse the effects of the growth-stunting seal. While she sleeps," Naruto said as he pulled off one of his gloves and then pulled out and on his sealing glove. Naruto gestured for Karasuba to move away from the couch as he took his leather coat off of Sakura and threw it onto the couch's arm. He then took off her hospital gown, which made Mibukyo want to protest until Yoruichi placed a hand on her shoulder, letting her know to let him work. Naruto started channeling chakra into the glove, making it glow light blue, and waved it over her body, forcing the seals to reveal themselves. The love seal was located just above her left A-cup breast outside her bra. The loyalty seal was located at the base of her neck. The growth-stunting seal was located just above her navel, while the chakra flow restriction seal was located below the navel. After Naruto located the seals, the glow switched from to a dark blue. He moved his hand to the love seal first, analyzed the seal before destroying it. He did that for each seal until they were all gone. Once he removed the seals, he turned to Mibukyo. "I need you to start that IV now. Before I do so, what is it for? Just like you can slow one growth to a crawl, you can speed it up, but you need the necessary nutrients to be sent throughout the body so that there is no damages or pain." After Naruto had explained to her the reason, Mibukyo couldn't have moved any faster as she pulled out her medical supplies and started an IV on her daughter. When she finished, she had the 2 bags of fluid hanging from a pole she brought with her with an IV in each arm. "Okay, it's done," she told the blonde as she stepped away to allow him to work his magic. Naruto then kneeled before his pink-haired fiancée. He then created 3 seals using his sealing glove. One seal was between her breasts, another was just below her navel, and the last was located exactly in between the other 2 seals. The first 2 seals were placed at her chakra core and her central Tenketsu point. Naruto placed one hand above her chakra core and the other on her central Tenketsu point as he channeled his chakra through these points. That is where the third seal comes into place and uses the healing properties of Naruto's chakra to accelerate Sakura's growth. Sakura's body began to glow a faint white light. Within minutes the light died down, revealing a whole new body that actually reflected her age of 15 and her true appearance. This person was 5 foot 4 inches, long flowing bright pink hair, sexy 2-pack abs, low C-cup breasts and sexy legs that led up to flared hips. "Okay, done. I don't know if there are any mental after effects. For that you will have to wait for her to wake up to evaluate, but physically she is in the best condition she could possibly be in," Naruto told Mibukyo as she quickly enveloped him in a hug, thanking him. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You don't know how much this means to me for you to have saved my daughter from that one-eyed bastard. I don't know how to thank you. Don't worry about it, she is my fiancée and part of new family, so what I did was only natural, but as you put it, that one-eyed bastard will get what's coming to him," Naruto told his possible future mother-in-law as he got out of her hug and put on his leather coat. "Why don't you take her home, and then we can talk tomorrow," Naruto suggested to his fellow blonde, who agreed by picking her daughter bridal style and headed towards the elevator. "We'll see you tomorrow then," she called back to the 3 as the elevator doors closed. Once they were gone, Naruto looked at Yoruichi and Karasuba. "You can stay here for now, I'm going to go see Gigi, then settle something that's been long overdue." The 2 here, they couldn't really roam around too much due to Danzo. Well, Yoruichi could, but Karasuba couldn't, at least until Naruto talked to the Hokage. "Why don't you 2 go through the kitchen's pantry and write a list of groceries for the week and also whatever you think you may want to eat tonight so I can cook," Naruto told them before he left via the elevator. Karasuba then turned to her future sister wife and asked, "Can he really cook?" Yoruichi couldn't help but laugh at the remark. "Oh yeah, you name it and he'll make it. You say that like he is a world-class chef or something. Pretty damn close, where most men can't even boil water." Naruto-kun will put housewives with decades of experience to shame the dark-skinned beauty, told the silver-haired woman who had went and started lounging on one of the sofas. Yoruichi did what was asked of her and quickly went through the pantry to see what was needed. Seeing that nothing was salvageable, she created 2 shadow clones to dispose of everything out of the pantry, refrigerator and freezer while she got started on a list before going shopping. But Naruto. After Naruto got out of the elevator, he went back to where the tunnel inside the cave split, and instead of going left he went right. The tunnel eventually led him out another cave's entrance, which was deep within the forest of death. Stepping out of the cave, he was surrounded by bear-sized jaguars and leopards looking at Naruto like he was the next thing on the menu until he unleashed a wave of killing intent, making them all retreat with their tails in between their legs. Not wanting to walk through this huge forest, Naruto activated his lightning armor and tore through the forest in seconds. Once he was out, he deactivated it and pulled up his hood to walk through the village. As Naruto walked through the village, he didn't get the usual hate-inspired looks. Instead, he got lust-filled glances from most of the women he passed and looks of jealousy from the male population. Funny how they can't recognize the object of their hatred after only a few short years. You don't exactly look like the scrawny little brat before we left, though, so can you really blame them? Not really, but I can't wait to see the look on their faces when they realize just who I am, Naruto told the being of mass chakra as he came upon the Hokage tower. He navigated his way through the building until he reached the top floor, where outside of the office was the Hokage's secretary, a woman of average height, shoulder-length brown hair. She looked to be in her mid-30s, and she was wearing a business suit. "Excuse me, the Hokage wouldn't happen to be available, would he?" The woman looked up at him and blushed slightly before replying. "Do you have a meeting?" "No, but I am an old friend." "Well, in that case, you can go in, but try to keep it short. He does have an appointment in an hour." Naruto thanked her with a bow before entering the large door leading to the Hokage's office. Upon entering the room, Naruto was treated to the sight of someone that he has viewed as a grandfather figure as far back as he could remember, the god of shinobi Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. At the same time, the Hokage was analyzing the young man before him, who stood at 6 foot 1 inch. He wore black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, a black girdless katana with a silver dragon wrapping around its sheath, which was hanging from a short chain attached to a utility belt, a black muscle shirt that showed off his toned upper body and extended a face mask to just above his nose, a long-sleeved hooded leather coat. After closing the door behind him, Ian removed the hood to let his waist-length sun-kissed blonde hair flow down his back, though it covered half his face. The half that wasn't covered showed in sharp sapphire blue eye. "May I help you?" the aged Kage asked after a few moments had passed, which in turn earned him a light chuckle. "What's the matter? You don't remember me, Gigi?" he replied back as he pulled his face mask down, revealing his whisker marks. This action made the Sarutobi's eyes almost pop out his head. "Naruto. Raiden 1, no wonder you're dubbed the professor. By how you've grown, and looks like the training's paid off," Hiruzen told Naruto in a fatherly tone as walked around his desk to stand in front of him. He was surprised to see Naruto was a little taller than he was when he got closer to him. Naruto, though, engulfed the elderly man in a bone-crushing hug when got close enough. "I missed you, Grandpa." This earned a smile from Hai as he hugged him back, as did I, my boy. No matter how much of a warrior Naruto had become at heart, he was still a young boy who yearned for a family. They separated and the two took seats across from each other. "Why don't you tell me what you have been doing all these years?" "Sure, but I rather do that in private with that." Hiruzen dismissed his Anbu with a single hand sign, but Naruto wasn't ready yet, so he put up a privacy barrier that destroyed a few listening devices around the office. "There are some things you need to know that I have found out in my time away." Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed a huge stack of papers, pictures and documents for him to inform the Hokage what's really been going on in his village. But the Harunos. Meanwhile, at the Haruno residence, Sakura has now just woken up in her room, alone in her room, a little dazed. She was looking at herself in the mirror, amazed at her new looks. Most of the things she hated about herself gone. Her small breasts gone and replaced with fairly large breasts. Her skinny frame gone and replaced with a toned and curvy figure. "I'm finally back in control, and I look different," she said to herself as she looked on in awe at herself in the mirror, while testing her motor skills. "Yes, now when I get my hands on that one-eyed pedophile, I'll take that cane, stick it so far up his wrinkled ass that the handle will be permanently lodged in his throat." When she finished her little rant, her bedroom door opened, revealing her mother for a moment before she shot across the room and buried her daughter's head into her chest while she asked how she was feeling and voicing her apologies for not being able to protect her. "Don't apologize, Ka-chan, it wasn't your fault, but I am going to hurt that old man and his little pretty boy. If you are talking about Danzo, then don't. He has too much influence for you to do anything to him and get away with that." Didn't sit well with Sakura. "So, I'm supposed to let what he did to me go? He tried to turn me into mindless slave, and if you had not found a way to break those seals, they were going to start experimenting on me next week. I'll be damned if I don't make him and that fucking Uchiha pay for their transgressions." Sakura barked out with tears in her eyes from the memories of what they had put her through. Miyuki placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. "I never said he wouldn't pay, but there are things you must know in order to know why we must wait." Miyuki then went on to tell her adopted child about the clans of Whirlpool, the alliance between the Leaf and Whirlpool, how the Haruno clan ended up in the Leaf, the adoption of a young Uzumaki girl that later became her sister, the seal that adorned her, and then the Leaf's betrayal of said clans. "Then why are we still here if they have chosen to betray us like that? And where is my sister Rias?" "Because, my child, there is a saying, good things come to those who wait. We have plans in place to bring back our once great village, but something like that takes time, and Rias is with a friend. I had to separate you two after that seal was put on you. I want." And when the words left Sakura's mouth, Miyuki couldn't help but laugh. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, just nostalgia. When we found out about how the village was trying to manipulate us, Minato and Kushina brought up the idea of our village eventual revival. My exact words were, 'I want,' and Sakura smiled at what her mother just said before her mother spoke up again. I want to ask though, you don't seem to have any hesitation in leaving the village in the future, why is that? Simple, my entire life here outside of spending time with you, Ria's Ni-chan and Yuruchi Ni-chan has been miserable. I have been bullied, ridiculed, and let's not forget what I have gone through recently on top of being costed time that me, you and Ria's Ni-chan could have truly spent as a family, so why wouldn't I want to pack up and start over? The pink-haired girl told her mother, with a far-off look in her eye as she recalled the things she had been through. Sorry, if I had been a better mother and protected you and Ria's, then maybe you two wouldn't have had to endure what you did. Don't say that, you're the best mother I could ask for, there was nothing you could do to prevent what happened. I do have something else I need to tell, though I'm not sure if you are going to like it, Mibuyuki told Sakura. What is it? You are kind of engaged, that did not sit too well with Sakura. What, so you promised my future to someone that I don't even know? Calm down Sakura, I know how you feel, you want the freedom to choose the man you spend the rest of your life with, but let me explain first before you judge, Mibuyuki said, to which Sakura huffed before letting her mother continue. You know that I had a best friend who I have told you on more than one occasion I considered my sister in all but blood, so when we found out the gender of her child, we jumped the gun and thought that you two could make a good match, especially with you two being our firstborn children. If it makes you feel any better, you aren't being forced to marry him, the only requirement is you go on a few dates to see if it would work out between the two of you. Sakura let what her mother said sink in and thought about it for a few moments before she replied. I still don't like it, but before I agree to even try, can you tell me what he is like? Mibuyuki smiled at that, taking what she could get. Well, his name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he is the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, making him the heir to two of the most powerful clans throughout the elemental nations. From what I have heard from Yuruchi, he is insanely strong, has an incredible amount of intelligence. Kind, loyal, and has a really big heart, and something else you may want to know, is he is the one who saved you, not me. But I thought it was you. No, it was Naruto, he along with Karasuba and Yuruchi were on their way to the village, when he sensed something off and found you, Yuruchi came to get me on his instructions. When we got there he destroyed the seals before reversing the effects of that one seal that prevented your body from developing right. Ria's gained a somber look on her face. He did all that for me, I guess a few dates can't hurt, and he might be a looker, if he looks anything like his father. Sigh, alright, I'll give it a chance. Mibuyuki couldn't help but turn the corners of her mouth up at how her and her daughter always seemed to have a similar thinking pattern. Mibuyuki got up from where she was sitting and headed towards the door. Sakura went to ask why she was leaving, as she felt they still had a lot to talk about, but her mother beat her to the punch. Why don't you get dressed so you can walk with me to get a few things for dinner and go get Ria's, then we can finish this. Then with those part words she left Sakura to get dressed. Sakura looked at the door for a second before letting out a sigh and walking over to her dresser. She looked in the mirror, still admiring the fact that most of her insecurities were gone. Her breasts were no longer what some of the girls at the academy called pathetic. She was no longer a walking stick, but instead curvy. This is a lot to take in. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just finished his meeting with Naruto. Naruto had left, and now the aged Kage was lost in thought while looking out the window at his village. Has the will of fire really diminished this much? Are my people beyond redemption? These questions were burned into his psyche from the corruption of not just the councils but the village as a whole. The things that they have done was making him question whether he still wanted to lead people like that. Looking toward the Hokage monument, what would you do, sensei? Naruto. Naruto was just leaving Ichiraku Ramen after having a little reunion with the Ikrakus, but it was his grandfather figure Hiruzen Sarutobi who occupied his mind. Think you can trust him? Only time will tell, but it does seem his faith in this village has been wavering for a while, judging by the look on his face. Naruto said, affirming he would give Hiruzen time to simmer before even presenting the option of leaving with him. Naruto continued his walk through the streets of the village, but something caught his attention, a familiar chakra signature. He came across a woman he had not seen in years. She stood at 5'6" with a build caught between slim and athletic while also being curvy and alluring at the same time, mildly tanned skin, light brown eyes and dark purple hair that seemed to be about shoulder length being swept up in a tight and messy ponytail that looked like the feathers of a peacock. She was clad in a form-fitting short-sleeved fishnet top that did virtually nothing towards concealing her D-cup breasts, narrow waist, broad hips and shapely legs, while a tan short skirt hung from around her hips over a pair of fishnet shorts. Over the fishnets, she wore a light tan knee-length long-sleeved trench coat with her leaf headband tied around her head on a strip of blue cloth, her shins covered in wide ambush shin guards and blue ninja sandals. Banko-chan. Banko, Naruto said out loud to himself as he came across someone that has been on his mind every day for the past couple of years. Instead of confronting her, Naruto quickly body flickered to a nearby rooftop before she could see him. Not wanting to have their reunion in public, he decided to discreetly follow her until she arrived somewhere where he could talk to her alone. As Anko walked into a small restaurant called the Dango Shop, he heard Kurama speak up from the seal. You do know this looks a little stalkerish. I know that already, so why don't you just go back to sleep, because this is something that I want to do alone. So long as you know, the tailed beast replied back before doing what was suggested and going back to sleep. Anko walked out of the shop with a bag filled with containers of dango and a second bag of sake while heading in what seemed like the direction of the training grounds. Naruto was quietly following her. During the trip, Naruto noticed that the population glared at her with the same level of disdain they did him when he was here, but she gave them a look of warning, making each of them stop unless they wanted a problem on their hands. Okay, so she has found a way to instill fear in them. I like. It wasn't long before Naruto had followed Anko to the Forest of Death. Once she was past the gate surrounding said forest, she took off through the forest at low jonin speeds with Naruto not far behind. She stopped at a small stream that flowed through the forest. Naruto himself had stopped on a tree branch about 25 yards away. He was about to make his presence known until he heard her yell out, "You can come out now, or I can come get you, your choice." This didn't really surprise Naruto, that she knew he was there as he wasn't going out of his way to really hide his presence. Don't want to keep a lady waiting. Naruto in a quick burst of speed appeared 5 yards away from the alluring woman. Anko soaked in the appearance of the man before her. He was standing at 6'1", waist-length sun-kissed blonde hair with chin-length bangs that hid the left side of his face. He wore a pair of long black cargo pants tucked into a pair of black combat boots, a form-fitting black muscle shirt that showed off his athletic six-pack torso and extended into a short face mask, a utility belt containing multiple scrolls, and a guardless black sword with a silver dragon design hanging from a short chain. A pair of black gauntlets with a single diamond-like crystal embedded in the forearms under his ankle-length long-sleeved hooded leather coat, and a pair of black gloves with silver knuckles and backhand plate with the kanji for dragon carved into it. Anko had to contain herself from licking her lips at the sight of the man before her, as she needed to know why he was following her. "Mind telling me why you are following me?" she said while leaking a little killing intent to get her point across. Naruto, in another burst of speed that she wouldn't be able to follow, got behind Anko and wrapped his arms around her, pinning her arms to her side, and placed his head on her shoulder to speak in her ear. "You don't remember me, Anko-chan?" Naruto was a little lucky that he was sparking a memory, or otherwise he would be dodging her snakes right about now for touching her without her permission. "Should I?" She leaned in and whispered into his ear teasingly. "I guess you don't want the gift I promised you then," he told her as he released her and took a couple steps back so she could turn around. When she did, he pulled his hair back into a ponytail and pulled down his mask, hoping that would make her remember. "Naruto-kun." "Yep, so do I get a welcome back hug now?" he asked as he opened his arms, waiting, which he didn't do for long as she wrapped her arms around his torso and in a low voice, "Any longer and I would have had to find a new boyfriend." Naruto chuckled and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "Now there's no need for that, I'm back now, just as promised." Stepping out of the hug, she looked at him with a smile on her face, arms behind her back and head tilted to the side. "Can I have my gift now?" "That depends." "On what exactly?" "On how much time you can take off." This comment made her really curious as to what this gift was exactly. "I have about 2 weeks vacation time saved up." "Perfect, you only need a week," though before he could finish his thought, Anko chimed in, "Will you just tell me what it is already?" Naruto pulled her collar to the side and pointed to her cursed seal. Anko was speechless. She was told that it was impossible to remove by both the Hokage and Jiraiya of the Sennin, who was a seal master. "How?" "I was told it couldn't be removed." "Well, whoever told you that clearly doesn't have too much information on these sorts of seals. This seal is made up of 3 parts. The first is a chakra corruption seal. It takes the excess chakra and taints it, creating a separate pool of chakra for you to tap into. The second part holds a small portion of the person's soul who applied it to you. The third part is a torture seal. And the last part is based off a demonic mate mark, which, as the name suggests, will tie you down to one person for life." Naruto let Anko soak in the information for a second before he continued. "Now I have good news and bad news. The good news is I can cleanse the tainted chakra, add it to your reserves. I can also remove the soul and eradicate the first 3 parts of the seal. But the bad news is because the last one is partially activated, I can't remove it, but I can alter it to where tied to me instead of him. But the seal will then become fully active." Anko wasted no time in answering, "I don't give a damn. If I get this thing off of me, then so be it. Before we do this, I have something I need to talk to you about." Anko wanted to get the seal off and wanted to protest, but the seriousness of his voice told her to hear him out, so she remained quiet to let him speak. "Not too long before I left, I found out about my heritage." Anko cut Naruto off right there. "I know, Uzumaki and Namikaze heir." Naruto could only give her a look that said, "How?" "I have my connections. Well, I found out being the last of my clans means I am to be put into CRA, and my parents, knowing this, set up future marriages for me so that at least a few of my wives would be there for me and not my clan status." Anko stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly processing what she was just told. I take it that you have met them, then? Yes and no, I have met 2 out of the 5. Are the ones you met good people? Very much so. And I am assuming your purpose for telling me this is you're hoping I'll join your little harem? Well, sort of. When I found all this out I made sure that until everything was explained to you, that the things they have wanted from me were off limits at least until you made the decision to be with me or get rid of me. That statement touched Anko as it showed that he was thinking about her. You know, if anyone else had come to me with the idea of being one of their wives, they would have had to worry about my snakes giving them the worst case of blue balls in history, making her point by showing him one of her snakes that slithered out of her sleeve and into the forest. But you are different from regular people. Since I have met you, you have done nothing but help and think about me. You saved me from getting raped. You are about to remove that bastard's mark from my body, and where you could have many different women you remain loyal and still think about me. Anko took a step forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, looking him directly in the eye. For those reasons, I am willing to give it a shot, but know this, I will not be some concubine who gets forgotten. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he brought her body closer to his. Of course not, I wouldn't dream of doing that to any woman. I want to build a family with strong bonds. I don't want anyone to be considered a concubine. That was all she needed to hear as her lips met his. The moment their lips met they felt a connection like out of a romance novel. Wanting more, Anko deepened the kiss by diving her tongue into Naruto's accepting mouth, but he wasn't one to be outdone, so he reached down and grabbed 2 hands full of her sexy ass, making her moan into his mouth. They continued for a full minute until they both needed air and separated with one word: wow. Anko, being caught up in her lust for her handsome blonde boyfriend, tried to capture his lips again, only to have him place a finger on her lips, stopping her. Well, he rested his forehead on hers. As much as I want to continue, I think that seal's removal is more important than our lust. Anko was having a hard time. On one hand she wanted the seal gone immediately, and on the other hand she wanted to explore more of the man's body that was currently holding her up against his toned body. Fine, but when it is done, you are mine, she growled out sexily into his ear, earning a smile from him, and he whispered back to her, if you're still willing after this process, then yes, I am yours. Anko backed up with a smile and grabbed his hand. Well, let's go. We're going to my place. Before Naruto could say anything had performed a leaf body flicker on the 2 of them as they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Anko's apartment. Anko's place wasn't very fancy, but it was a nice place nonetheless, a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment with pretty decent sized rooms throughout the apartment. Wasting no time, once they were in the middle of her living room she looked towards Naruto. So, how is this getting done? Naruto gained a serious look on his face, going into what Yuruchi has called his work mode, all while removing his coat, gauntlets and gloves, leaving only his black muscle shirt on his upper body, which without his coat really insinuated how in shape and toned he was. It was causing Anko to have a mini fantasy about what she was going to do when this was done, and she was running her hands all over his body. I need you to remove all of your upper clothes and sit in the lotus position, he told her, while he was unsealing his sealing supplies and laying them out on her coffee table in the middle of the living room. Once he was finished setting up he turned around to see Anko completely topless. A look of lust flashed across his face as he saw her perky D-cup breasts out in the open. Anko, seeing the look, crossed her arms under her breasts, pushing them forward like what you see Naruto-kun. Naruto bit back a growl. Just sit down so I can remove that mark. Anko smiled as she complied and sat in the lotus position. I love a forceful man. Naruto ignored the comment and took down to one knee as he began to draw seals across her neck and shoulder with precision. Stopping momentarily, he ran through a few hand seals before placing it on her neck. This may hurt, but bear with me please. Seal matrix breakdown. With that, her seal gave her a painful burning sensation throughout her body as the seals separated the different functions from each other. Before the seal could get out of control he used a containment seal, while he systematically destroyed the seal. Running through more hand seals and activating his Rinnegan, he called out human path, soul absorption. As his Rinnegan pulsed, he pulled his hand away and a white chakra flowed behind it. The chakra then formed a long white snake. His hand quickly grabbed the snake and engulfed it in fire, destroying the soul. Dismissing the fire, he went to work on the others. Putting on his sealing glove, he proceeded to destroy the torture seal and the chakra corruption seal. Once they were destroyed, he placed his hand on the pit of her stomach and created a chakra purifying seal that in a matter of moments purified the tainted chakra. After that was done, he made a seal to slowly add that chakra into her reserves over the next week. Okay Anko, everything but the mating seal is destroyed. Are you still willing to be bound to me? Anko was a little out of it from the pain the seals caused her, but coherent. Yes, you are someone I trust with my life. With that, Naruto kissed her on top of her head and leaned down to her neck. This is going to hurt, so just bear with me. She nodded and Naruto channeled chakra into his teeth to make his canines grow. With that he bit into the side of her neck making Anko bite back a moan. The moment he bit into her, he sent chakra through his teeth into the mating seal fully activating the seal and rewriting it. The seal took on the appearance of a glowing purple collar with a Uzumaki spiral in the middle. Naruto pulled his teeth out of her neck and watched her wound heal from one of the minor functions of the seal. The master mate seal activated on his hand in the form of a glowing red circle with a complex sealing formula inside the circle. Anko had laid down right where she was, exhausted from the process. Naruto looked out the window to notice the sun had started to set, so he scooped up Anko bridal style as he walked her to the bedroom. He laid her down in her queen-size bed, he removed his shoes and placed a small kiss on her lips as he turned to leave. She grabbed his arm. "Stay with me Naruto-kun," she mumbled in her sleep. Naruto smiled at that and created a shadow clone. "Go back home, tell Yuruchi and Karasuba that I will be back a little later on tonight and you go ahead and cook whatever meal it is they decided on." With a nod, the shadow clone disappeared in a whirlwind body flicker. Turning towards his girlfriend, he whispered in her ear, "Let me clean up and I'll be right back." She let him go and he made quickly cleaned up. He came back with his things and dumped them all in a chair in the corner of the room, her remover, his shirt, boots, utility belt and leaned his sword up against a wall. He laid down beside her. When he did, she turned and laid her head on his chest. Naruto threw the sheets over them, wanting her to get comfortable as she went to sleep. Clone Naruto had just got off the elevator to see groceries on the kitchen counter, Karasuba cleaning her sword in a lazy boy, and Yuruchi laying on the couch watching a movie. "You're back?" Yuruchi asked. "No, I'm only a clone, came to let you know boss will be back later and cook dinner," the clone told Yuruchi, then turned to Karasuba. "Boss has settled things with Anko and plans on doing the same with you when he returns later tonight." Karasuba smiled at knowing it wouldn't be too much longer as her seal had gone from small whispers to full-on shouts at her to bond with her mate. "So what did you two decide on for dinner?" Naruto asked his two fiancés as he walked into the kitchen. "We went with something simple, steak and baked potatoes." "How do you two want your steaks?" he asked, while heating up the stove, and began to clean the meat. "I'll take mine medium rare," was Karasuba's reply. "Same here," was Yuruchi's reply. After cleaning and seasoning the meat, it took him maybe 30 minutes to cook their steaks to perfection with sauteed onions on top and nice baked potato from the oven on the side. It was mouthwatering. He put their plates on the kitchen table with 2 glasses of iced tea in his. He wrapped up and left on the stove. "It's done," you two hearing their future husband call them with a delicious aroma filling the room. They both made their way to the kitchen table, but not before they planted a kiss on both sides of the clone's cheeks as thanks before they sat down to eat. After he cleaned up the mess and washed the dishes, he went over to see Yuruchi and Karasuba look as if they were in heaven as they were enjoying their food. "Boss will be back later, so see you two later," he told them as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. With Naruto was in bed with his girlfriend Anko asleep on his chest for the past hour, but now she was beginning to stir from her nap. She opened her eyes to see she was laying on her boyfriend's well-defined naked chest, and she herself was naked waist up. Looking into his sapphire blue eyes, she could not only see but feel one emotion coming from him, love. He cares for her deeply, and he just continued to show it to her over and over again. "Seems Sleeping Beauty has awakened." Anko didn't say anything. She sat up to stretch a little. "With that bastard's mark gone, I feel like a brand new woman. Just more reason why I want you," she thought as she turned to Naruto and straddled him, making sure to sit right on his package with her breasts right in his face. "Like what you see, Naruto-kun?" Anko asked him as she felt his package grow from beneath her ass, and by what she was feeling she was guessing he was larger than most men, which was just another plus in her book. "Why, of course, my Anko Heim is sitting on top of me, topless. Were you expecting any other reaction?" he replied back from below her with a smirk making her blush at the nickname. He tried to reach up to cup her face, but before his hand could reach her face, she crashed her lips into his and dove her tongue into his mouth, initiating a tongue war. In the beginning she was winning due to her rubbing her thumbs across his whisker marks, which were a bit of a weak point for him, but that was before he found a weak point of hers, her ass. Once he started gripping, fondling and lightly smacking her ass, she was putty in his hands. Pant. When they finally parted ways, they both had to catch their breaths from the half-naked make-out fondling session. Naruto was the first to say something as he caught his breath first. "As wonderful as this is, I do believe we still have things we need to talk about." Anko pouted cutely at the statement and mumbled "party pooper" under her breath, making Naruto laugh as grabbed her chin and kissed her softly on the lips. Naruto changed their position to where he was sitting up against the headboard with Anko in between his legs and his arms wrapped around her torso. "First let me tell you about this mark," he said, while placing a butterfly kiss on the mark. "I don't know how Orochimaru got his hands on a demonic mate seal, but it seems he didn't really know what he had, because from the basis of the cursed seal was to give a boost to your attributes such as strength, speed, chakra and ect. But this running his finger across the seal does all that and more." Anko had been enjoying the petting Naruto had been giving her while she listened to him. What does it all do? She asked him. Well, now that it is fully active you will get a boost all you attributes. It also bounds us as mates with me as the dominate. What that means is the seal is going to make it hard for you to go against me. So it's turned me into a slave. No, you are free to do whatever you want, you will not be a slave, it only comes into play when you try to challenge or betray me. That relived her, because she wasn't feeling the idea of being a mindless slave. Another feature is it prevents you from being raped. If anyone were to try to rape you, they would be hit with lethal doses of electricity. Anko grinned at how useful this was, seeing as she has had to escape near rape multiple times. The last feature is a mental link will be made between us after we officially made. Anko then started mumbling something I was trying to do until someone interrupted me. Naruto ignored the comment and went to his next topic. I do want to ask you how you feel about the village as a whole. What does that have to do with anything? It is very important, so please answer the question. Honestly, I hate this place, and if it wasn't for my friends and the fact that if I left I would be a missing ninja and hunted for the rest of my life, then I would have left this place already, she replied back with a small hint of shame. Naruto turned her head around to look at him, he held a small smile on his face. There is no need to feel bad about it, because that is a feeling we both share, and a feeling I plan to eradicate. What do you mean? At some point in the near future I am going to have my ancestral village rebuilt, and I am going to leave this doomed village behind. Anko's eyes widened when she heard that, she didn't know what to think. I can see you are confused, this village has caused us both pain, and in my case it goes beyond what they have done to me, but what's been done as well as attempted against my family for decades. Naruto then started telling Anko every dark secret the village has done or had a hand in. I can't believe it, are they really that fucked up? They are, but that's irrelevant right now. I want to ask, are you coming with once we leave this village? Anko looked forward and leaned back into Naruto on one condition, I want my friends to come with. Naruto hugged her body into his. That's fine, but I need you to hold off on telling them until I have everything I need in place. I can do that, is there anything else you need to tell me? No, that should be everything, unless there is something you want me to tell you. Actually there is, I want you to tell me about your fiancés. Well, they're Yoruchi, she has been with me since the day I left the village, and she is the heiress of the Shihoin clan. Then there is Karasuba, I just recently met her, she is the heiress of the Ichimaru clan. There's Sakura Haruno, heiress of the Haruno clan, I haven't officially met her yet. Then Yugao, haven't met her either, she is the heiress of the Izuki clan. Ria's Uzumaki, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, also haven't met. And lastly is Tsunade Senju, I can't tell you anything about her that you don't already know. Anko was shocked. Her boyfriend had a list of fiancés from the elemental nation's most powerful and well-known clans, but the name of one of her best friends kind of irked her, but she kept it to herself. Later she didn't want to judge her, especially after everything she has done for her. Before she could speak, a small poof of smoke signaled a summoning next to her bed. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a black cobra. Little Anko has a boyfriend now, huh? The cobra commented on Anko and Naruto's position and state of dress. Aoda-sama, what are you doing here? What, can't I visit my favorite little summoner? No, you can, it's just whenever you visit you have a reason. Very perspective, I did come for something, but before that, who is the young man who my little Anko seems to be infatuated with? I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, summoner of dragons. Naruto told the black cobra with an analyzing look. Aoda seemed to freeze at the mention of a past enemy. Anko looked back and forth between the two, confused about what was going on. Young dragon summoner, could I ask you to deliver a message to the dragon leaders? Aoda asked in a sincere tone, which shocked him a little, because of how vicious he had heard them to be, but this was different. Sure, what's your message? Manda and his followers have been banished, the rest of us want to establish peace talks between the participating factions of that old war. Naruto smiled at the possibility of losing another enemy. I'll be sure to tell them next time I see them. I thank you for that. Anko then decided to interject, since when have you been able to summon dragons, and when did you banish Manda, and what about that asshole Orochimaru? Whoa there, one question at a time. To answer your questions, Manda and his followers were banished 2 years ago, and Orochimaru's name taken off our summoning scroll. From what I know, Manda and his followers became his personal summons. And I have been a dragon summoner since the day I left the village. Wait, 2 years, why wasn't I told sooner? Anko shot back at Aoda. Because we were waiting on that cursed seal to be removed before telling you, and since it was removed I have something for you. Aoda opened his mouth and spit out a weird-looking white katana. It had 2 white snakes wrapped around its hilt. The blade was bright red, and the blade's tip had a curve to it. That's the white snake sword. Anko was flabbergasted that Aoba would give it to her. Orochimaru had spent years trying to get Aoda to give him the sword, but he always told him he was unworthy. Orochimaru finally gave up when he got his hands on the grass-mowing sword. Why me? You were a candidate from the day I met you. I watched you grow into the beautiful, yet deadly snake mistress, someone truly deserving of the white snake sword. So I bid my time until someone would finally free you from his clutches, turning his attention to the blonde, and for that I thank you for finally freeing my little Anko. There is no need to thank me, that was as much for me as it was for her, Naruto replied back as he placed another kiss to her neck, causing a slight moan from her. Either way, you have my thanks. Now little Anko, I need you to smear some of your blood on the blade so the sword becomes yours completely. Anko climbed out of bed and grabbed the sword by its hilt. She then bit her finger to draw blood and smeared it on the red blade. When she did, the blade glowed slightly before producing a sheath for the sword, signifying that it was now hers. One more thing, at some point the snakes will train you in the sage arts, but only once we know you are ready, so see you later little Anko. See you later and thank you again Aota-sama. With it the black cobra disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto looked at Anko's alarm clock on the nightstand next to the bed and saw that it was 9:48 p.m. and that he probably should go home for the night. Wrapping his arm around her waist as he sat next to her on the edge of the bed. I hate to leave you right now, but I have to take the genin exam tomorrow, so get something to eat, get some more sleep, and I'll see you after the exam. Anko let out a yawn and said fine as she walked into her kitchen to grab a bit to eat while Naruto got dressed. After getting dressed, Naruto went into the kitchen to find Anko devouring multiple sticks of dango. He snuck up behind her, kissed her cheek as he wrapped his arms around her midsection. See you tomorrow. Turning her head, she planted a kiss on his lips and replied definitely. Good night my Hebeheim. With it he disappeared in a lightning body flicker. Naruto back at home. It didn't take Naruto long to get back home. As soon as he got off the elevator he felt a kunai pressed up against his neck. Did you wait long Karasuba-chan? Not really, but the seal is reacting more frequently, she said as she removed the kunai and stood in front of him with her arms wrapped around his neck. I assume you can't wait to move this to a bedroom, can you? Naruto never got an answer, just lips crashing into his. When she did, silver energy covered her from head to toe. The energy then began to drain Naruto's chakra until a certain level was met. When they broke the kiss, all that energy focused onto the back of her neck, where her mate seal was located. The seal glowed, then transformed into a demonic mate seal exactly like Anko's, a glowing tribal collar tattoo. How do you feel? She wrapped her arms around his neck once again. Wonderful and under control. Naruto kissed her again briefly. Where is Yuruchi? She told me to tell you she was going to find Rise, she replied back while trying to grab his package, which he blocked her from doing. Kara-chan, not everything is on the menu. Why not? I thought you settled everything with Anko. I did, but I think she has the reserved right to be the first I have sex with. Karasuba let out a heavy sigh. Alright, but can I at least cuddle with you like I did back in Mist? Naruto smiled and kissed her forehead. Sure, but can I eat and have a shower first? That's fine, I need a shower myself. She headed down the hallway towards one of the 6 bathrooms on this floor. When you are done with your shower I'll be in the master bedroom on the next floor. Up with it she entered one of the rooms with a bathroom. Naruto reheated his food and scarfed it down before heading up to the master bedroom. Getting off the elevator he came to a long hallway. There was 2 bedroom doors on each side of the hallway, and at the end of the hallway were large double doors. Naruto went through the double doors. Inside the room was larger than most apartments throughout the village. The bed was about the size of 2 king-sized beds merged together. Multiple oak dressers decorated the room. On the far side wall was a large 55-inch flat-screen television mounted on the wall. There were 2 doors inside the room, one led to a large walk-in closet and the other led to the master bathroom. Putting his gear down on the bed he went into the bathroom to take a quick shower. Once he was done he walked out the bathroom, shirtless and wearing a pair of blue athletic shorts, with his hair still tied into a high ponytail. When he walked out of the bathroom Karasuba was already laying on the bed. She was wearing a pair of grey extremely short women's athletic shorts that showed of her long legs and a white half tank top that exposed her midriff. She is intent on tempting me, isn't she? Naruto asked himself as his eyes roamed over her body. She wants it, I say give it to her. How about you go chase down one those deer and let me handle this, Naruto told his partner as he cut the mental link so he could focus his attention to his silver hair fiancée. Naruto placed his clothes on top of the dresser, then climbed into bed with Karasuba. As soon as he laid next to her, she tangled one of her legs with his and laid her head on his chest. Karasuba then initiated a makeout session, something Naruto wasn't unwilling to do. They continued to suck face until they were too tired to continue and fell asleep in each other's arms. 6 a.m. The next morning Naruto woke up not being able to move either of his arms. He knew Karasuba fell asleep on the left side of his chest, so he looked to the right to see what was holding that side down, only to be greeted by a naked sleeping Yuruchi. Naruto substituted himself with a shadow clone he effortlessly created. He went into the bathroom to clean up and get dressed for the day. 10 minutes later Naruto emerged from the bathroom fully dressed. He looked to the bed to see Karasuba and Yuruchi were still asleep, so he slipped out of the room and took the elevator down to the basement training area. When he got to the basement training ground, it is a large room with a ceiling and walls painted to resemble a cloudy sky over a floor of desolate, brown, craggy land dotted with dead trees. His parents seemed to have built the room using high-quality seals from lighting, space and durability. Think the Urahara shop training ground from Bleach. Naruto created 100 clones and had them split up into groups of 10 to each work on an element: fire, water, lightning, wind, earth, wood, ice, crystal, storm and gravity. While the clones did that, Naruto ran 100 laps around the training ground, 1000 push-ups, sit-ups and squats. He then practiced his taijutsu on some of the wooden posts. By the time he was done training it was 7:20 am. Naruto then went to the kitchen, cooked a simple breakfast that consisted of bacon, scrambled eggs, sausage and toast. He made plates for Yoruichi and Karasuba, then finished his breakfast before leaving a note for them letting them know where he would be and left via the elevator headed towards the Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy. Teenagers were filling in for their final exam to become genin. Most of these were clan heirs. Two of the most notable genin hopefuls were Sakura Haruno and her newly reacquainted sister Rias Uzumaki. Rias was a beautiful young woman about the same height as Sakura. She had long wavy crimson red hair that reached down to her thighs and beautiful jade green eyes. She had a seductive and curvy figure, high C-cup size breasts, a slim waist, seductive hips, toned legs and a plump ass. Sakura wore a tight red top that hugged her low C-cup breast and was cut off just above her navel, a pair of thigh-length black biker shorts with a thin pink line going down the side, a thigh-length black skirt over her shorts with a slit exposing her shorts, black gloves with her clan symbol on the back and black ninja sandals. She was wearing black-heeled ninja sandals, a purple skirt slid all the way up to her thigh, a yellow kimono top that barely contained her much larger breasts, black fingerless gloves that extended up to her elbows, and a beautiful katana at her side. Overall her outfit was very revealing, showing off her legs and cleavage. With her long red hair and jade green eyes, she made for a beautiful young woman. Sakura and Rias was sitting in the class when a blonde-haired Kanachi, Ino Yamanaka. Ino has fair skin, blue eyes, and long pale blonde hair worn in a ponytail, with bangs framing the right side of her face. Her ponytail extends to her waist, the bangs grow to cover half of her face. She wears a purple outfit consisting of a high-collared blouse and matching apron skirt. She sports this attire with bandages on her abdomen and legs, small hoop earrings. Forehead. Ino asked as she stopped in front of both Sakura and Rias, shocked at her transformation. Had she not seen her uniquely colored eyes she wouldn't have noticed her. "What do you want, Ino pig?" the pink-haired young woman asked, annoyance evident in her tone. "What the hell happened to you? I hope you don't think a little change in appearance and wardrobe will win you Sasuke-kun's heart," the blonde said smugly as she flipped her hair. Before Rias could say anything in defense of her sister, the object of the conversation walked through the door with many of his fangirls fussing and squealing over him. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the last surviving members of the famed Uchiha clan, wielders of the Sharingan. He has black eyes and spiky black hair with a blue tint. Sasuke's hair has hung over his face as bangs. He wears a navy blue short-sleeved shirt with a high collar, white shorts, and, for a time, wide arm warmers with the Uchiha clan symbol on his back. A man of average height and build. He has brown hair that he keeps in a ponytail, dark eyes and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He wears the standard leaf shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. His sleeves are also rolled up about 1/4 way with mesh armor underneath it. Walked in with a stack of folders in his arms. This was one of the academy instructors, Haruka Yamino. "Alright, get to your seats so we can begin." The talking was a little too loud, so they didn't hear him. "Get to your seats and shut the hell up with that." The teenagers were in their seat and so quiet, you could hear a pen drop. He noticed someone who shouldn't be in the classroom sitting next to where Sakura was sitting. I think you may be in the wrong room." "No, I'm not. I am a new student. My name is Rias Uzumaki. I am Sakura's sister." The newly introduced Uzumaki answered back to the instructor who had a baffled look on his face as she handed him a form from the Hokage. "Let's just say we had some family issues, and that's why I wasn't around." Haruka just dropped it and moved on. Good, now we have another new student who will be joining us for the final exam. When he said that, a young man by the name of Kiba Inuzuka of the Inuzuka clan stood up with his partner dog Akamaru in his arms. He has several physical traits more akin to animals. Like most of his clan, he has messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that he can change into claws. He also has the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. Kiba's attire consisted of dark grayish pants reaching to his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with a hood usually placed on his head, over an apparent plate of armor and fishnet undershirt. "Hey, how come they don't have to go through the academy like we did and gets to just skip through to the final exam?" Sasuke was next to agree. "The mud is right, that right should only be reserved for elites such as myself." That over yourself was the only thing Riaz could think of when she heard what Sasuke say. Well, the fangirls just kept squealing about how cool their Sasuke-kun was. Shut up, Iruka roared at them as they did. What was said and shut up now. These students have not been in the village for years, but has kept up with their studies and training. They were deemed by the Hokage skillful enough to take the exam. If any of you have a problem, then I suggest you take it up with Hokage-sama. No one said anything, knowing that it was not wise to question the man who survived 3 ninja wars and was known as the god of shinobi. But no one said anything. He went over to the door, opened it, telling the new student to come in. The person that walked in looked older than the rest of the students, who were all around 14 years of age. Though he looked that way, he was the same age. He was tall, standing at 5 foot 10 inches. He wore black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, a utility belt that had multiple ceiling scrolls, and a black sword hanging from a short chain. He wore a black muscle shirt that clung to his well-defined muscles and extended up into a face mask. He had black gauntlets with diamond-like gems embedded in them and a black long-sleeved leather hooded coat. He had long waist-length spiky sun-kissed blonde hair and chest-length bangs that seemed to block the right side of his face. His eyes were beautiful sapphire blue, as well as sharp and piercing. But the most notable thing about him was his presence. It was so strong it was almost suffocating. The girls all had one thought: so hot. The blonde looked to the class and introduced himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. His voice coolly carried itself throughout the room. Namikaze? Wait, like the 4th Hokage? Was the question of Kiba. Yes, he was my father, he announced impassively. The entire class went silent at the new information. They didn't know the 4th was ever married. A few wanted to ask how it was possible, but the evidence was evident. He looked like a carbon copy of his father, with slight differences of course. Why don't you take a seat? Naruto walked up the stairs to sit in between his fiancée and Riaz, but on his way up he passed Sasuke, who was internally fuming at Naruto showing him up. Hello Riaz, Sakura, glad to finally meet you, Naruto spoke lowly, so that only they could hear him. Both adopted sisters blushed at his close proximity and at just how handsome he was. This fiancé thing might not be so bad, Sakura thought to herself. Well, Ria's thoughts were just a little different. I wouldn't mind producing more Uzumaki with him. I'm glad to meet you as well, and thank you for what you did for me yesterday, Sakura said to him as she extended her hand for him to shake, but instead of shaking her hand, he placed a kiss on her hand through his mask. It was my pleasure, Sakura-chan, he said to her, just increasing the blush on her face, turning her almost as bright as her hair. Then he grabbed Ria's hand and kissed hers as well. And I do hope I get to know a long-lost clanswoman, making her smile with a faint blush. Here he goes again, Mr. Casanova, the 9-tailed fox thought to himself as he listened in on the conversation. Okay, class, your final exam will consist of 5 portions: a written test, weapons, taijutsu, jinjutsu and ninjutsu. Your written test will begin now, Iruka explained to the class as he passed out papers to every student. You have 1 hour to finish the test. Once the papers were passed out, the students went to work on them. Naruto finished the test in 10 minutes, Sakura and Riaz weren't too far behind, finishing in 19 minutes, Sasuke finished in 35 minutes, and the rest of the class needed the entire hour to finish. I don't know why they are so focused on history. It won't save you in a battle to the death. They have really fallen off over the years. There was never a written test when your mother and father were here. Okay, now that I have collected your tests, move outside to where Mizuki is waiting on you for the weapons portion. They all left the classroom to go the training ground to see Mizuki. He has white shoulder-length hair with a slight hint of blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard attire of the Leaf Nin, which included flak jacket and forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. He was standing next to a table littered with kunai and shuriken. Not too far away was target dummies set up. For this portion of the test you will be required to hit at least 6 of the 10 targets each with kunai and shuriken. Those of you who don't have your own weapons, come up and get the ones we have provided, he said, pointing to the table behind him. Most of the class, minus the clan heirs, collected some of the weapons from the table. Meanwhile, Naruto was having a little conversation with a fiancé candidate and clansman until Kiba decided to interrupt them. Why don't you drop the loser and come hang out with a real alpha, Kiba said arrogantly, though his partner seemed infatuated with Naruto because he ran around him with his tail wagging, and Naruto, seeing the little dog, bent down and rubbed him behind the ears, which the dog really enjoyed if his tail wagging was any indication. Kiba wanted to say something to Akamaru, but he was more focused on the new and improved Kunoichi, who transformed from unattractive to hot, and her sexy sister Riaz. I think we're fine right where we are, thank you. Besides, what basis do you have to call Naruto-kun a loser when you're the dead last of the class? That earned a light chuckle from Naruto, who was still petting Akamaru and just utterly ignoring Kiba's insult. And what the hell are you laughing at? Kiba asked angrily at the blonde, making Akamaru jump a little, but settled down when Naruto scooped him up in his arms while continuing his ministrations. I'm laughing at the fact that you call me a loser when you know nothing about me, he told him with a small glare, nothing serious, just enough to make him rethink insulting him. Before he could retort he was called over by Mizuki. Come on Kiba, you're next. Kiba huffed and walked over to the throwing area. He stood there until Mizuki gave him the signal. When he did, Kiba launched 10 kunai at each target. He hit vital areas on 7 of the targets, 1 in a no vital area, and missed the last 2. Okay, very good, now the shuriken, Mizuki said as a random student collected Kiba's kunai to prepare for the shuriken portion. Giving the signal once again, Kiba launched his shuriken, this time only hitting 9 targets while missing only 1. Kiba turned to everyone with a smirk as his score of 17 out of 20 had tied for the best so far amongst the boys with Shino Aburam. Standing so far. Boys. Shino Aburam 17. Kiba Inuzuka 17. Sai Shimura 16. Toji Akimichi 13. Shikamaru Nara 12. Girls. Inada Hyuga 16. Ino Yamanaka 13. Ami 11. The only students to not have gone were Naruto, Rias and Sasuke. Sasuke was up next. He grabbed his kunai and launched them at the targets and hit 9 out of 10. Another random student collected the kunai after finishing. Sasuke threw his shuriken. This time hitting all of the targets, giving him a score of 19 out of 20 and the best score of the day. His fangirls erupted in screams. Aya, Sasuke-kun is so cool. As Sasuke was leaving the area he saw the blonde let Kiba's dog out of his arms so he could return to his owner. He then turned to Rias and said something to make her giggle. This made Sasuke's blood boil to the point that his Sharingan spun to life with 2 tome. How dare those nobodies laugh at me, and Uchiha Elite. While he was fuming he saw just how much chakra Naruto was producing. It was more chakra than he had ever seen, even more than the Hokage who was rumored to have the most chakra amongst the cages. Something else he saw was the sword was also giving off an insane amounts of chakra. Sasuke walked right over to them with a purpose in mind. Hey, loser, give me that sword. Naruto looked at Sasuke as if he had grown 2 heads. Excuse me? You heard me, I said give me the sword. It looks like something only an elite like me can handle anyway. And what makes you think you are an elite? You're still an academy student, so by the very definition not elite. The title of elite belongs to proven jonin, as far as my sword goes. You won't be getting it. That earned another chuckle from his pink-haired and red-haired companions, as well as some of the other students who were in hearing distance laughed as well. I am an elite because the Uchiha are the elites of the elemental nations, now give me the sword. This Uchiha is delusional and is making a very bad decision picking a fight with the kid. The sword doesn't belong to you, so why don't you just leave him alone? Sakura jumped in after getting fed up at his stuck-up attitude, but that made things worse as Sasuke raised his hand to strike her. Shut up, I wasn't talking. He never got finished the sentence because Naruto had a vice grip on his wrist when Sasuke turned to him. He saw the blonde's eyes were as cold as ice. I don't know how you Uchihas are raised, but most men are taught not to hit women unless you're on a battlefield, and this is clearly is not a battlefield. With it he shoved him back and stood in front of Sakura, with Rias backing him up as if to protect. Sakura, how dare you touch me, you're weak and low class just like your clan. Kid, I know he has gone too far, but don't kill him, it will only deter your plans. The nine-tailed fox pleaded with Naruto to calm down. He did when he mentioned the possible headache that could come later, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to put him in his place. You call my clans weak and no class, but there is a misconception about how strong your clan is. My clan, the Uzumaki clan, was wiped out, but it took the combined might of 3 villages to do, and they took most of them with them in a 4-day-long battle. Well, your clan was taken out by a single man in a single night. Sasuke was seething at his words, but he wasn't done. The Namikaze clan was the fastest clan known to the elemental nations, and their numbers were wiped out due to them being on the front lines during the Second Ninja War. Both clans were responsible for this village even being here by providing the funds to do so and stopping the clan wars. What has your clan done? Everyone who was listening were stunned, even Sasuke's fangirls. They wanted to say something, but had no comeback because everything he said was fact. We don't have to give anything, we are the elites, the true warriors of the village. They get the gift of simply being in our presence, and if we feel like it, our protection, Sasuke smugly rebutted. You keep saying elite, but that comes from your clan piggybacking off the strength and success of the very few special individuals that they have produced like Madara, Izuna, Mikoto, Shisui, and Itachi, shinobi who made a name for themselves due to their skills, not their bloodline. If you take them away, then your clan isn't all that special. Sasuke's eyes spun to life once more, but before he could get a word in, Mizuki interfered. That's enough, Break it up, Sakura you're up after Rias. Now Rias you're up next. Sasuke glared at Naruto before he stormed off, not that it had any effect, a few of his fangirls were following him to cheer him up. Naruto turned to Rias losing the cold stare he had a moment ago. It made her smile a little, because that glare kind of scared her. Not wanting to keep the proctor waiting, she went up with her kunai, she waited for the signal, and then launched them, hitting 9 of 10, shocking a majority of the class. Now she waited for the cleanup, then launched her shuriken, hitting all targets, giving a score of 19 of 20, tying Sasuke's best score. Now Sakura, come on, she listened to the instructor, waited for the cleanup, and like her sister, got some pretty impressive scores, hitting 8 of 10 kunai and 9 of 10 shuriken, a grand total of 17 of 20. Okay, you're up, Uzumaki, Mizuki called with just the tiniest bit of venom that only he picked up as Naruto passed Sakura to take her place, but not before he gave her a wink, enticing a small blush from the pink-haired Kunoichi. Naruto channeled chakra through his gloves and brought forth unmarked 3-pronged kunai as he didn't carry any unmarked with him. The only weapons he carried were the Hirshin kunai and his sword. The class and instructor were all at a loss for where he got the kunai from, and as certain Uchiha was just stewing in his anger towards the blonde, Mizuki shook off his surprise and gave Naruto the signal. Naruto added a little lightning chakra the kunai as he launched the kunai at blazing speeds. He hit all targets with deadly accuracy, but the lightning chakra ensured that the kunai tore straight through the dummies and embed themselves in the trees 25 yards away, hill deep. That power should be mine, the Uchiha thought to himself through grit teeth. Naruto didn't wait for the Mizuki to snap out of his shock. He created some shuriken and again with deadly accuracy hit all the targets, but this time he didn't add the lightning chakra and aimed a little higher as to avoid the holes he made in the dummies. The shuriken were halfway deep in the dummies. Perfect score, Mizuki stuttered out that had only been done 3 times before by an academy student, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Haddock and Minato Namikaze, each legends in their own right. When Naruto got back over to Sakura and Rias, all they could do was stutter out one question: how did you do that? In response he smiled under his mask and said lots of practice. The class then moved on to dispelling Jinjutsu. That portion of the test didn't last long, as everyone seemed to be able to do so they moved on to the next portion, which was Taijutsu. In this test, they would have to last at least 5 minutes in a spar with Mizuki or defeat him. Iruka had now come to help out with this portion of the test as the judge of the spars. Most of the students did well, some just barely lasting the 5 minutes, but the 3 standout so far were Hinata Hyuga, due to her skill in her family's Taijutsu style, the gentle fist. Sakura Haruno by surprising Mizuki with the strength behind her blows, Rias Uzumaki by controlling the tempo of the fight, and Sasuke Uchiha with his family's Taijutsu style, the interceptor fist. Sasuke had pushed Mizuki to the limit, almost scoring a ring out. Had the timer not gone off he might have done so. Sasuke was soaking up the attention his fangirls were showering him with, stroking his ego even further. He walked past Naruto and uttered something for only him to hear. Beat, that loser Naruto had been the last to go again. Heading into the squared circle, Naruto locked eyes with Mizuki. There was nothing but hate and contempt behind them. So that's how it is, you aren't going to play with me like you did the others, huh? Well, let's see if you are truly worthy of the title. Chunin, the blonde thought to himself, but before match started, he noticed Sasuke watching with his Sharingan active. I'll give something to watch, he thought as Iruka gave them the signal to start. As soon as he did, Mizuki charged straight at Naruto, holding nothing back as he tried to deliver a right hook to his face, only for Naruto to duck under with a powerful body shot that took the wind out of Mizuki, and then he followed up with a spinning middle kick, sending Mizuki crashing outside the squared circle with a thud. Ring out, winner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The silence was deafening, everyone's jaws had hit the ground. He had defeated a Chunin in 5 seconds flat. Okay, everyone move into the classroom, and you will all be called out one by one for the ninjutsu portion of the test. As they moved into the classroom, Iruka went to check on Mizuki. He saw that he was alright, just a few bumps and a bruised ego. One by one they were all called out to perform 3 jutsu: transformation, substitution and clone jutsu. Everyone had taken and passed the test and had received their headbands. Naruto had wrapped his around his left arm. They were now sitting in the classroom awaiting Iruka to give out the final scores. I just want to say I am proud of all of you and welcome to the Shinobi Corps. Now without further ado. The Kanachi of the year is Sakura Haruno, and the Shinobi of the year is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, but unfortunately I can't give it to you as you haven't been here all year, so it goes to the runner-up Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's fangirls started screaming at Iruka about how there is no way their Sasuke-kun could come in second, while Sasuke himself was glaring deathly at the blonde in question. Naruto though didn't really seem to care. Shut the hell up, Iruka yelled at them. Now Naruto had a perfect score in every category and would have been deserving of the title, and Sasuke, while doing better than everyone else, didn't do as well as Naruto. With that being said, Sasuke and Sakura received their awards. In 1 week's time you will all be assigned teams, so be here at 8 a.m. In 1 week both Iruka and Mizuki went to leave the classroom after dismissing the class but were stopped when a familiar Kanachi walked in through the doors. "What are you doing here, Anko?" Iruka asked while Mizuki was lecherously eyeing her form, which he got a quick glare for making. "Stop immediately, don't worry about me, I'm just here to pick someone up." Iruka dismissed it and left the classroom to continue on with his day, with Mizuki following suit, but not before another unnoticed once-over of Anko's body. As soon as she walked into the classroom, Kiba damn near started drooling at the sight of Anko before he got his bearing together to ask why she was here, a reaction he commonly had around her whenever he saw her when she was hanging out with his sister, one of her best friends, Ana Inyazuka. "Hey Anko-chan, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to pick up my handsome boyfriend so he can take me to lunch," Anko replied back to Kiba, who was in his own dream world thinking she was talking about him. "She finally sees me for the true alpha that I am. Finally, a strong woman who can produce me some strong heirs, unlike these useless fangirls," was the thought of Sasuke as he stood from his seat. "Hey you're going to be my woman," Sasuke declared with a confident smirk on his face, shocking the entire class and enraging Naruto, but Kurama calmed him down. "Kid, let her handle it. She doesn't come off as the type of woman to allow disrespect," and sure enough he was right as a kunai flew fight past Sasuke's face, nicking him right under his eye. "I would watch that mouth of yours before I remove those monkey marbles out of your head and use them as dice," she threatened in an even kill voice. Then Kiba decided to chime in. "Yeah, don't talk to my girlfriend like that." She fixed him with a glare as well. "Whoever said I was talking about you?" "Then who were you talking about?" said Kiba, irritation and fear evident in his voice. Then Anko felt two arms wrap around her midsection from behind while a head was resting on her shoulder. "She was talking about me." It was Naruto. Everyone was frozen because of the speed he just displayed. No one saw him move yet was behind Anko, who was in the front of the classroom in full view of everyone. Ami, one of Sasuke's fangirls, decided to stand up for her crush in hopes of impressing him. Why would anyone want to be with that loser when Sakyu-kun is clearly the best? Besides, he is just really ugly under that mask of his, which is why he hides his face. Anko glared at the girl who had just insulted her boyfriend, making said girl shrink back into her seat. Anko turned around to face Naruto and reached up to cup his cheek. "May I?" she asked, referring to removing his mask, to which he nodded. Anko took an extra hair tie she had on her wrist and tied his hair into a high ponytail, then pulling his lower face mask down, revealing his face. Without any obstruction to his face, he looked like a carbon copy of his father, the fourth Hokage, with the exception of his 3 whisker marks on each his cheeks. The girls in the class all gained blushes on their faces once they looked at how truly handsome he was. "Oh my god, so hot, I think I'm in love," was inner Sakura comments upon seeing him. "Ditto" was the only reply she could think of, as Rias had similar thoughts. "As you can see, my boyfriend is anything but ugly, and now I believe we have wasted enough time here," Anko said as she dragged Naruto out of the classroom, but not before he gestured for both Sakura and Rias to follow, which she did, scrabbling to her feet, following the duo out the academy. This isn't over yet, the Uchiha thought to himself as he watched them make their exit, and Kiba was fuming about his woman being taken. Outside the academy, Anko had Naruto's arm wrapped in her arms, pressed firmly in between her breasts with her head on his shoulder. Both Sakura and Rias were walking right behind them, thinking on if they would be able to handle seeing another woman get close to someone who would be their husband in the future and be okay with it. "Sakura, Rias, I want you to tell your mother to set some time out tomorrow so we can all talk." "Okay, we'll go tell her now, since she wanted to have lunch with us today anyway, so we'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun," Anko-san, Sakura said with a polite bow as she ran down the street with Rias in tow, leaving the two of them alone. "Are they fiancés of yours?" "Yeah, Sakura is, but I don't think she has really come to terms with the idea of possibly sharing her would-be husband. As for Rias, I'm not really sure." Anko nodded but then decided to change the subject. "How do you feel about the academy test?" "Honestly, it's pathetic. I mean, everything that they tested on in order to qualify us as ninja were things that I accomplished in my first 3 months of training. Well, they needed 6 years, wasting their time on history when they could have focused on chakra control, taijutsu styles, sealing techniques, ninjutsu and elemental training, things that all the other villages teach their up-and-coming shinobi. I know the standard has continually fallen since I left the academy," said the purple-haired beauty, still leaning on his shoulder as she was leading him. "So where are we going?" "We are going to my favorite dango shop, and I want to introduce you to some of my friends," Anko told him happily while turning a corner that led to the dango shop. Upon their arrival, Anko let go of Naruto's arm as they walked in, with Anko leading them to a table near the back of the restaurant. "Hey Anko, what took you?" "I had to get someone I wanted to introduce you guys to." She gestured to the blonde standing next to her. "This is my boyfriend Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto-kun, this is Ranjiku Matsumoto and Yuga Yazuki." Ranjiku was a 19-year-old woman who has long and wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, full lips, and a beauty mark located under the right side of her mouth. She is well known for her curvaceous figure, her most distinctive feature of it is her very large breasts. She wore a black kimono, though she lets her robes hang loose for her ample bosom to be revealed. She wears a thin golden necklace tucked between her cleavage and a long pink scarf over her shoulders while she carries her katana behind her back. Ikao is a 20-year-old woman with straight, purple hair reaching down to her waist, warm brown eyes, and a shade of red lipstick. She wore black Anbu-styled pants that hugged her womanly figure, a grey long-sleeved form-fitting sweater that was a little tight on her D-cup breasts with a katana strapped to her back and black shinobi sandals. "Hello ladies," the blonde said to Anko's beautiful friends who were all subtly checking him out, having not seen anyone as handsome as Naruto around the village. "My god, look at that body, it looks like his chest was carved from stone, and those abs look as if it could shape diamonds. Where on god green earth did she meet him?" was the thought of Ranjiku when she laid eyes on Naruto and noticing Anko's teasing smile as they made eye contact. "He has finally returned, we can officially meet later, this is not the time or the place," was thought of Yugao. "Why hello Naruto-kun, I didn't know Anko had a boyfriend, how long have you two known each other?" Ranjiku questioned as Anko made Naruto sit down so she could sit in his lap. That action shocked the entire restaurant as no one has ever seen Anko show any sort of affection towards anything other than her dango. "I met Anko here around 7 years ago, and we made a promise to get together once I returned," Naruto said as he wrapped his arms around Anko, making her smile form the action as well as his explanation as she didn't like talking about what happened that night. "What about you girls, how do you know Anko?" "Well, me and Anko were a part of the same graduating class and Yugao we met during a mission where we hit it off and have been friends ever since." Ranjiku spoke with a smile on her face while taking a sip of the sake in front of her as she looked around the table to her friends who returned her smile. "Didn't you have another friend that you called Nai-chan?" Naruto asked the purple-haired woman in his lap. He felt her and saw the other two women freeze. "Did I say something wrong?" Anko let out a sigh as she turned in his lap to cup his cheek. "No, you didn't, there is just history there." Yugao decided to interrupt Anko and tell Naruto what happened. "There was a falling out between us the day after you two met." Naruto tightened his hold on Anko as he listened to Yugao. Flashback. It was a day after Naruto had saved Anko from being raped by 3 Chunin. All her friends had just returned from missions and like usual got some takeout to eat in one of the empty training grounds. It was 4 of the least finest kunoichi sitting around nibbling on food waiting for Anko. Yugao Yuzuki, Ranjiku Matsumoto, Hana Inuzuka and Kurenai Yuuhi. Anko came running into the training field a little late. "Way to finally show up, Anko-chan," Yugao said while never looking up but with a smile on her face. "Well, excuse me for being late, but I had a really long night last night." "What are you talking about?" Hana asked from her spot as she fed her partners. "Last night I got chased through the streets by 3 Chunin who were hell-bent on trying raping me," Anko informed the group with a small shiver from remembering the incident as the rest of them all gasped. "What? Are you alright?" they all asked collectively. "I'm fine, a handsome little gaki saved me and prevented them from doing anything, but I do need a favor from you, Chan." Anko told to calm them down, but it made them stare at her as she wasn't the type of girl that was a damsel in distress type. "What is it?" "I want to know if you have anything on a Naruto Uzumaki." That question brought out different reactions. Yugao externally remained stone-faced but internally smiled at the mention of the name. Ranjiku didn't give too much of a reaction since she hadn't ever interacted with him and she didn't hold a grudge against him either. Then there was Hana and Kurenai who both bit back a growl before lashing out. "Why do you need to know about that filthy demon?" they both spat out, shocking everyone at their tone. "What the hell is your problem? Why do the two of you have so much hatred at the mere mention of his name? Are you kidding? He is a demon, why else?" Hana shot back before Yugao stepped in. "And how would either of you know he is a demon? As far as I know you have never even been in his presence." Hana and Kurenai quitted down knowing Yugao had them there. Their tone set aside it as a legitimate question. "Why do you want to know about Naruto?" Anko's face gained a true genuine smile. "He was the one to save me from being raped by those Chunin." Both Yugao and Ranjiku raised their eyebrows at that, while Hana had another outburst. "We need to tell Hokage-sama that the demon is getting too strong." "What the hell is wrong with you two? I tell you I was nearly raped and all you want to talk about is how much you hate and want the guy who saved me dead." Anko screamed at them. Kurenai jumped up to challenge her statement. "And why the hell are you acting like the demon bitch?" Kurenai yelled back, making everyone go silent. "And there it is, you know what, that so-called demon has shown me more kindness in 10 minutes than anyone in this village has since I was abandoned by the snake, and if you two are going to act like this, then I would rather be a demon bitch instead of a bigoted bitch." Anko's words cut like cold steel. I have lost my appetite, she said as she walked off. Yugao stood to follow, but not before she said her piece. I thought you two were different, but I guess I was wrong. You're just as bigoted as the rest of the village. With her piece said she followed after Anko. Ranjiku looked at Hana and Kurenai in disgust before wordlessly following after her two purple-haired friends. Flashback end. After that we all ended our friendship with them. We didn't want to be associated with people who had that much hatred in their heart, Yugao finished as she and Ranjiku noticed Naruto squeeze his arms around Anko to comfort her. What about you, Naruto-san, do you have any friends? This time it was Ranjiku. I do, but you girls seem to have a special type of relationship that I hope to have someday. A waitress came to the table, took their orders. They spent the better part of the next half hour getting to know one another. By the time they were done they felt he was a good match for Anko. Before they left he also paid for everyone's meals, which impressed them as their male colleagues never did. Hell, they would stick them with a bill. After leaving the dango shop, Naruto and Anko were now walking through the cave in the forest of death that lead to his home, so he could introduce Anko into what she would be getting herself into. Are you sure it is wise to bring her here so soon? Yes, she needs to know what's going on. Besides, the mate mark makes it hard for her to betray me, and not only that, but even if the entire village knew of this location it wouldn't do them any good without security clearance. They were now getting off the elevator. Anko was in awe at what she was seeing. To think someone was able to make all of this without anyone from the village knowing, incredible. Just as they walked through the hallway both Yuruchi and Karasuba came out of separate bathrooms. Karasuba had a few shallow cuts on her arms, legs and torso, making Naruto come to the conclusion that they were training most of the morning. Anko saw them and couldn't help but analyze the women as they did the same once they laid eyes on each other. Yuruchi was the first one to break from the staring contest and walk over to Naruto and envelop him in a hug. I take that by all the cuts littered all over Karasuba that you two have been training. If that what you want to call it, Karasuba said under her breath as she remembered the so-called training session and feeling like Yuruchi might have really been trying to kill her. Naruto picked up on that and looked at the ebony-skinned woman in his arms. Want to tell me why you were so hard on her? Yuruchi looked away as she mumbled, because she took what was mine. You know that's not fair, you weren't here and her seal has been driving her crazy. She was being patient enough as she sighed as she let go of him and made a note to apologize later, but right now they had more important things to talk about. As she, Karasuba and Naruto all turned to the dango-loving Kanachi. Anko, these are two of my fiancés, Yuruchi Shihoin and Karasuba Ichimaru. So this is the woman you kept talking about. I can see how a beauty like her would catch your attention. Listen, when he first came with us he would go on and on about a beautiful girl he met right before he left the village. Naruto gave her a deadpan look as Anko lightly laughed at the fact that he thought about her so much. You sound like an overbearing mother trying to embarrass her child in front of his new girlfriend, Naruto said to Yuruchi before he walked over to Karasuba and dragged her off to the living room where he started applying a special ointment that would clear up those cuts within the hour. Anko and Yuruchi followed and took seats next to Karasuba while Naruto was on one knee in front of the silver-haired woman while applying the ointment. Anko, I need to ask, because I assume Naruto explained the situation of his status to you, Yuruchi said, to which Anko nodded before she continued. Why do you seem okay with this? I mean, most women want their man to belong to only them and no one else. Everyone looked to Anko as they really wanted to hear her the answer. There are multiple reasons why, but the main reason is that I grew up in a household with one father and three mothers before they all died during a mission when I was 6 years old, leaving me as an orphan, but me and my 4 parents were happy. Plus I have seen this type of thing work out more so than the monogamous relationships, and add to the fact that I would be hard pressed to find any man who would show me even a fraction of the true compassion that Foxy-kun has shown me. The choice was simple. Naruto and his fiancés could feel her sincerity when she spoke about him and her parents. Since you have seen this work, how would you suggest we go about it with us, since we have no idea what we are doing? Well, how it worked with my parents was they developed a sister-like relationship. No one had any say over the other except my father. He had the last word in everything, and everyone had a certain aspect that they were in charge of. When Anko said that, they all looked to Naruto to see what he thought of it. It's like I have said before, I want you girls to love each other just as much as you love me, the rest I don't really care about, so long as everyone is happy. Though they were glad to have someone that wanted their happiness above all else, they all sighed at how much detail he leaves out when describing what he want, but they couldn't blame him because of how much is on his plate right now. Karasuba pointed her thumb to Naruto before she turned her attention to Anko and Yuruchi, and this is why we are going to have to be the ones that keeps this family stable. Yuruchi and Anko agreed wholeheartedly. You girls can do that later. I only came to introduce Anko to you girls and let Yuruchi know to round up everyone so we can start planning, Naruto told them as he stood up and motioned for Anko to head to the elevator. Naruto turned to Yoruichi and Karasuba. I promised to set out time for both of you. Yoruichi will be first since you did get the jump on her knowing she wanted to be the first woman I kissed after Anko, he told both of them, before laying small kisses on their lips and leaving with Anko. Naruto body flickered them over to her apartment. Once they were in the apartment, Anko snatched his lower face mask down and attacked his lips with ferocity as she pushed him into the couch, where she straddled his lap and deepening the kiss by diving her tongue into his willing mouth. They both started groping, Anko feeling on his muscles and Naruto groping her ass. Breaking apart to catch their breaths, they stared into each other's eyes as Anko rested her forehead against his. What was that all about? Well, since you wouldn't let me give you the gift of me yesterday, I decided to take the gift of you forcefully if need be. Anko grounded out sexually as she grinded her hips into his. I denied you yesterday, so you could have time to think about it before you just offered your body to me in gratitude for what I did for you only to regret it later, he told her as she sat back, still straddling his lap, so he could really see the emotion in her eyes. Well, I have had time to think about it, I know I won't regret it, and I still want you to make me yours in every sense of the word, she said huskily as she leaned closer, placing a kiss on his whisker marks on the right side of his face. Then moving her mouth to his ear to speak into. Now am I going to have to rape you, or are you going to be a good little boyfriend and give me what I want? Lemon alert, if you are under 18 skip. Naruto looked into Anko's brown eyes to see she was dead serious about what she just said, and then he made a decision to give in to her. He grabbed the back of Anko's head and pressed her lips into his, inciting another tongue war. Anko started running her hands over Naruto's toned abs and pecs, moaning at the feeling of the muscles beneath her fingers and her tongue being dominated by Naruto's. Anko pushed off of him and stood up while holding her hand out to a confused blonde who had just given in. Let's move this to my bed. Upon entering her bedroom, they both shed themselves of almost all their cloths. Naruto left on his cargo pants and Anko left on her miniskirt. Naruto now had Anko pinned beneath him with her arms above her head while he was sucking on her neck and kissing her collarbone, causing sexy moans to escape her lips. Hearing her moans enticed him to try to earn more of them. So he slid down to her breasts while still pinning her arms and planted butterfly kisses in between and around her breast, driving her crazy. Naruto, if you don't hurry up and fuck me, I will make good on my threat. Anko managed to threaten to rape him through her moans from the dreadfully slow foreplay he was giving her. Looking at her from his spot in between her breasts, I am giving you what you wanted, but I want you to enjoy every second of intimacy, not a quick fuck, so just lay there and enjoy with that. He went back on the attack and took one of her beautiful pink nipples into his mouth. Her nipples were almost as hard as diamonds from how turned on she was. The moment he took her nipple into his mouth and swirled his tongue around it, she arched her back and then she had a mini orgasm. It sent a small tremor down her spine. Unlatching from her nipple, he looked at her with a look of not only pride at what he caused, but one saying he was only getting started, seeing she had recovered from her light orgasm. He gave her other nipple a quick suck so it wouldn't feel left out before he started placing light kisses on her body again as he made his way south. He let go of her hand, seeing as he couldn't hold them there and continue with his foreplay. He stopped at her flat-toned stomach and kept kissing her belly button as his hands went up her skirt, grabbed a hold of her silk thong and expertly pulled it off. When he lifted her skirt to see her womanhood, he saw it was as beautiful as her, clean, a patch of trimmed purple hair, and she was drenched from her arousal. Anko, seeing her boyfriend so close to her womanhood, expected him to just dive on in to bring her to her climax, but as Naruto had said, he had other plans. He began kissing her along her thighs as he slowly inched closer. He would rub a thumb on the very outside of her vagina, then he started licking the outside of her womanhood, never fully satisfying her, bringing her to the brink of insanity. Anko grabbed Naruto's hair and forced him to look at her as she gave him a pleading look. Please, stop teasing me. He didn't need any more convincing. His lips met her nether lips as he drove his tongue right into her pussy, causing Anko to throw her head back in pure ecstasy. Why yes. Right there Naruto-kun. Naruto was proving that his tongue wasn't made of silver, but something much more valuable, diamond. It wasn't long before Anko grabbed two fistfuls of his hair, bucked her hips into the air screaming, oh god, I'm QUMing with, that she squirted all over Naruto's face and chest, before falling to the bed on cloud 9 and panting from her first ever squirting orgasm. Naruto wiped his face off with a towel that was on the nightstand to get her juices out of his eyes, and then sat next to Anko, who still had not recovered from her orgasm. Anko looked over to Naruto once she got her bearings and saw the pure unadulterated lust in his eyes, but he was holding himself back as to give her a chance to recover. She then got off the bed, kneeling before it, and then grabbed his legs. Swinging them off the bed to where she was kneeling in between them, she looked at Naruto, who had a questioning look on his face. Time to return the favor, Anko said seductively as she unbuttoned his pants, freeing his penis. When she freed it, she was shocked by what was released. He was about 8 to 8.5 inches long and 2.5 inches thick, and he was as hard as steel. She grabbed him by the base of his cock and looked up at him seductively. You're a big boy, aren't you? Really? I thought I was average. She looked at him like he was crazy. You're kidding, right? You're not even done growing yet, and you are already quite a bit bigger than most men. Naruto looked back at her wondering how she would know this. I know because during some of our more extreme torture sessions, where we have stripped men naked while using my snakes and some imagination, the average man wasn't anywhere near as hung as you. That made Naruto inwardly shiver, knowing that snakes, being naked, and imagination did not mix. Anko, done talking, licked the head of his penis, getting a growl from him. Liking what she heard, she then ran her tongue from the base of his cock up to the head of his penis, before then taking 3 inches into her mouth, and once she did that she started swirling her tongue around the portion of the penis that was in her mouth, mostly focusing on the head of his penis. Ugh, Naruto groaned at the pleasure his girlfriend was sending through his member, but she wasn't done yet. She then took the entire length into her mouth and down her throat. Naruto looked down to see she had indeed swallowed his entire dick. Her lips were pressed up against his pelvis before she started bobbing her head up and down on his penis entering and exiting her throat, causing Naruto put his hands on top of her head, guiding her along. Any normal man would have came within seconds, but he wasn't any normal man. His lineage dubbed him a stamina freak, and then added Jinchuriki status, supercharging his stamina, a fact that Anko was about to learn. After 20 minutes of deep-throating Naruto, he was finally getting close. Anko by this time had gotten so turned on she started to finger herself. Naruto stood off the bed and started skull-fucking Anko. Ugh. I'm queuing with that he shot his load down her throat as she swallows his thick semen, then pulls his cock out of her mouth with a pop after she had literally sucked the cum out of him, but he was still as hard as he was before she started the blowjob. His stamina is unreal, Anko thought to herself as she climbed to her feet. She looked Naruto in his eyes filled with lust, no words needing to be spoken. They hastily stripped themselves of the rest of their clothes and Anko tackled Naruto onto the bed in a heated makeout session. After a few seconds he flipped her over, placing his cock at her entrance. Go slow. They're kind of big, and this is my first time. The whiskered blonde smiled at her and slowly inserted his penis into her womanhood. Fuck, they both growled when the blonde entered his lover's pussy. She was like a vice grip around his dick. They both had to take a few seconds to get used to it. Naruto started kissing Anko's neck, hoping to relive the pain she was in, but little did he know she wasn't in any pain. No, she was in a world of her own, a world filled with pleasure. As he was kissing her neck he heard her say something, but didn't hear her clearly. What did you say? I said fuck me already, she roared at him, a little frustrated from the coddling he was doing. She wanted him to fuck her into oblivion. Your wish is my command. Naruto pulled back 6 inches, then rammed into her, getting a silent scream of pleasure as he pounded away on her pussy, making her wrap her arms and legs around him from below. Ah, yes, right there, fuck me, Naruto-kun, and fuck her he did, pounding into her sweet walls, getting sweet moans of pleasure from her as he groaned from her hot, wet, tight pussy. Please, harder, fuck me harder. Anko screamed through panted breaths. Oh god, I think I'm cooming, shouted Anko as she dug her nails into Naruto's back. Boom for me, my little snake mistress. Just as he said that, her walls constricted around his appendage and her legs tightened around his waist, halting his movements as she shouted from her orgasm, squirting out her love juices. When she started to release her hold on him, he rested his forehead on hers and stared into her eyes. By God, I have never cum that hard before, and he hasn't even cum yet, Anko thought to herself in the afterglow of her orgasm. He flipped them over to where she was straddling his waist with his dick still inside her, and while still looking into each other's eyes. We're not done yet, Anko Haim, Naruto said lustfully. I could lose myself in those beautiful blue eyes. She smirked back at him with a new lusty fire in her eyes. Anko was not one to back down from a challenge. Naruto moved his hands to grip her full, round ass. With that grip he lifted her up, sliding about 5 inches out of her, before slamming her back down on his full length, making her squeal from the pleasure shooting through her body. Ah, yes, Naruto-kun, fuck me harder, Anko moaned as she rocked and rode on top of Naruto's dick, giving him just as much pleasure as he was giving her. Complying with her request to be fucked harder, he started thrusting his hips upwards, forcing her lean forward and wrap her arms around him as he pounded away. Oh, god yes, right there, she moaned out as he continually hit her G-spot. She felt another orgasm building, and this one would be the biggest one yet. I'm coming, ah. Me too, ugh, they shouted in union as they both orgasmed. Anko once again squirted, while Naruto filled her pussy to the brim with his sperm. A sweaty Anko collapsed on top Naruto while panting, his penis slipped out of her, and some of his sperm seeped out as well. End of lemon. Naruto wrapped his arms around his beautiful, purple-haired lover, and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, getting him a giggle from her. Then he felt a burning sensation on his right hand, and looked at it to see that he and Anko were now fully mated as the master seal glowed on the back of his hand. You know, I am actually glad you have to go through the CRA, Anko said as she sat up on top of him, looking down at him and saw he had an puzzling look on his face. Why is that? Because it is probably going to take multiple women to satisfy you. I mean, I'm at my breaking point and you don't look even the least bit tired, Anko said, while panting and sweating profusely. Naruto just smiled at her, seeing as she was right, his heritage made it hard for anyone to keep up with him. Really, you know, I think I have some candidates for your other wives. Aren't you jumping ahead a little too quickly? I mean, it's not like I have to be married anytime soon. I know that, but this particular girl I feel could use someone like you in their lives. Besides, the CRA isn't all about you, we have to be able to get along as well, or it doesn't work. I know that, I just figured I could have some time getting to know and spending time with my other soon-to-be brides before I had to look for more. She leaned down and softly kissed his lips. That's all good and dandy, but don't you think it would be easier to pick them out now than it will be later when all the power-hungry gold diggers come after you later on? That's true, alright, who is it? My friend Ranjiku, since you already have me, and Yugao. When she said Yugao, he remembered he hadn't told her about Yugao's real identity yet. About Yugao, I know you want to know how she is one of my fiancé and why she didn't tell you. Anko had a genuine smile on her face, but she also had strange negative thought as she thought of Yugao. He could tell it was from the mention of her friends' names due to their connection through the demonic mate seal. I can see what you are thinking. I don't have all the answers, but I will tell you this, she would have been in immense danger if the information of her connection to Whirlpool got out. I don't think you will be disappointed once you sit down and talk. Anko thought about it from Yugao's perspective and relented to hearing her out. It was the least she could do for a long-time friend. Growl. Anko's stomach growled, making her blush, and Naruto chuckled. Looks like someone is hungry, why don't I fix us something to eat? She nodded her head, making him laugh again as she rolled off him to let him up. Naruto put back on his boxers and pants before heading into Anko's kitchen. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not having a good day. Multiple parents of the graduation class had come to complain about Naruto being allowed back in the village and being allowed to become a shinobi. These civilians are becoming much too big for their britches, the aged Hokage thought to himself while signing paperwork. Slam. The door flew open, revealing three people that had been in question as of late: Homura Midokado, Kaharu Udatane, and Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, the demon has returned, Homura blurted out as they entered the office and slammed the door behind them. First of all, it's Hokage-sama. Second of all, he is not a demon and his name is Naruto. The head of the Sarutobi clan said with an edge to his voice, making Homura think twice before disrespecting him or Naruto again. Danzo then cut in. Your favoritism aside, he has been gone for years doing who knows what. We need to make sure the weapon's loyalties still reside with us, Danzo said, getting nods of agreement from the other two elders and angering the Sarutobi, but he took a calming breath. You say favoritism, as if I did something wrong. I did not only Naruto a favor, but the village as well. It prevented my people from making the dumbest mistake they could. If they had driven him insane enough, there was a possibility that he would have released the most powerful tailed beast upon us. But this time there wouldn't have been a fourth Hokage, which spells the end of us all if that were to happen. Hiruzen finished, then took a drag from his pipe. That still doesn't change the fact that we don't know where his loyalties lie. We need to have a Yamanaka search his thoughts, Kaharu said with a scowl on her face. I will not subject any Yamanaka to the mercy of the nine-tailed fox, because you want to control Naruto, but since this will probably only escalate, so I'll call a council meeting tomorrow and ask Naruto to come and possibly quell your worries. Then now can you kindly leave my office so I can finish my paperwork? Hiruzen told them, not leaving any room for argument, making them silently leave the office. They acted just as you said they would, Naruto-kun. Now I want to see how this plays out. 7 a.m. the next morning, Naruto stirred from his slumber and noticed Anko asleep on his chest and all her naked, and he was in the same position. The previous night's activities came back to him after they had made Naruto cook some dango, Anko's so-called food of the gods. They had then spent the rest of the night playing 20 questions, getting to know one another, while Naruto hand-feed Anko her dango piece by piece. Looking down at her, he smiled and brushed a strand of hair out of her face to admire the beauty before him. He then expertly, without waking her, got out of bed to take a quick shower, which he hoped she didn't mind. After a 15-minute shower, he began preparing breakfast. It didn't take him long to make a full breakfast of pancakes, sausage, bacon and eggs. As he was finishing up, two arms wrapped around his torso. Good morning, Anko. Haim. Morning, you know you make the perfect little house husband, Anko told him as he put all the food on plates for the two of them. I'll take that as a compliment, he told her as he turned to her, gave her light kiss before leading her to the kitchen table so they could eat the food he had just prepared. So, what's on the agenda today? Anko asked Naruto, knowing he had a week before team assignments. Well, we will be meeting everyone today to prepare for our departure, and I have a council meeting too later on this afternoon, Naruto told her as they began eating. Anko looked to be very appreciative of the food as she started scoffing it down after the first taste, making Naruto chuckle. I'm glad you like it, but slow down, it's not going anywhere. She stopped her fast-paced eating at his statement and took a sip of orange juice before replying, sorry, it's just, this is really good. There's no need to feel bad, I just don't want you to choke. She nodded her head and dug back in at a slower rate. When they finished breakfast, Naruto quickly washed the dishes. As he came around the corner, Anko pushed Naruto into the couch and sat on his lap while caressing his whisker marks, enticing a low rumble from his throat. As wonderful as this is, we have too much to do to be doing this, so take a shower, get dressed and I'll be back in an hour, Naruto told her as he got out from under her, kissed her forehead and left via lightning body flicker, leaving Anko to do as he said. Oh well, I need a shower anyway, Anko thought to herself as she remembered how much of Naruto's cum was still inside her from the previous night's activities. Thank God for the anti-pregnancy seal, otherwise I would be knocked up. Naruto's home. It didn't take long for him to make it home. As he was getting off the elevator, for the second time he felt cold steel pressed up against his jugular. Turning his head to the side slightly, he saw who he knew it to be, Yuruchi with a kunai up against his neck and a very displeased look on her face. I know you are pissed that I didn't come back, and I know you probably don't care for my reasons, so instead of giving an excuse I will just make amends. Tonight we will spend time together, just the two of us. Yuruchi stopped glaring at him as her expression softened and removed the kunai from his throat. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist as he pressed her body up against his. You're going to have to be patient with me, I am not used to have one girlfriend, let alone multiple. I'm learning as I go. I'll make sure you and no one else is neglected. As soon as he said that, Yuruchi snatched his mask down and smashed her lips into his. He responded by upping the ante and slipping his tongue into her mouth, making her moan in satisfaction as she wrapped her arms around his neck. When they finally parted due to a need for air, he rested his forehead against hers. You know it's not fun if you learn your lesson before Ni-chan gets to teach it to you, the dark-skinned beauty teased as she pecked his lips again. Well, get used to it cause you know that I am a fast learner, he teased right back while matching her kiss for kiss until Karasuba stepped off the elevator. Releasing Yuruchi, Naruto pulled Karasuba in for a hug and gave her passion-filled kiss. Morning to you too, Karasuba purred out after breaking the kiss, making Naruto smile, kiss her one more time before heading into the kitchen. He prepared them breakfast while they both took showers as they had just finished training. They finished cooking their breakfast before they got out of the shower. While they ate, Naruto decided to go down to the underground training area. When he got off the elevator he felt Sieg pulse a few times in a heartbeat-like fashion. Sieg, what's going on? Naruto asked his sword through their mental connection. That was the finishing touches of the merging of our souls with the ancient spirits. So it's finally done? Yes, now enter your mindscape and I'll show you. Naruto found a spot atop of a boulder. He took off his coat and utility belt. He laid his sword across his lap as he sat in lotus position atop the boulder to enter his mindscape. Appearing inside his mindscape, walked past the trees that acted as the cage and saw the Kyuubi laying on his two front paws, looking as if he had been waiting on him. Let's go, Sieg is waiting, Kurama said as he stretched his body out, wrapped a tail around Naruto to lift onto his back as he took him towards Sieg. Not long after he entered his mindscape, he and Kurama entered a cave. Once they were in the center of the cave they came across Sieg. Sieg was standing on a platform with 4 balls of glowing energy circling him, one black with a red outline, one pink, one baby blue, and the last was yellow. Ah, young master, now that you are here I can explain in full detail, Sieg said as he noticed Naruto riding in on the back of Kurama. He directed the energies behind him. Now, as you know, these orbs were ancient beings with solidified spiritual power in the form of swords, each with a different ability, but at the same time common techniques. These 4 powers were sealed away by the sage until the day came where they would find their master. That day came and they were unsealed, and then the dragon masters helped by using their unique mana to restore their power. In the process they lost their sentience, but everything about their power and techniques reside within them and will transfer over to the person worthy enough to handle it. The connection will be similar to our bond through your very soul, Sieg explained to Naruto, who climbed down off of Kurama and stared at the orbs behind Sieg, and only visible to Naruto he saw a silhouette with no distinct features behind each orb. So you're telling me that I am worthy of this power? I believe so. May I ask why you chose now to bring this up? Because we are out of time. You see, young master, your body is very special. Since before you were born you were bathed in demonic chakra, then had said demonic chakra sealed inside you, which increased your own chakra tenfold. Over the years you were also exposed to dragon mana. Those 3 energies, chakra, demonic chakra and mana, are working in harmony inside your body, but the infusion of the spiritual power is upsetting the balance, and this can, in worst case scenario, can destroy not only you but the entire continent, Sieg told Naruto, whose mind was now working 100 miles an hour after taking in that information. What if we sealed it back into the containers, would that prevent this? No, I am fully bonded to the spiritual power, but that's not the problem, it is the fact that you aren't fully bonded. This problem can only be solved by having you fully bond with these spiritual powers, right now. What's the catch? This all sounds too simple. He bonds with the spiritual power and gains not only control over their power, but knowledge of their techniques. There has to be some sort of catch, Kurama chimed in after he had listened to the detailed conversation. The catch is the way the bonding must occur, Sieg replied, getting raised eyebrows from both Naruto and Kurama. Before they could ask what he meant, he reached his hand out, and a portion of each orb's power merged into his hand, creating a sort of glowing light. The way you will bond with the power is to not only have a pure heart, but one full of conviction, and taking this to the center of your being. Kurama and Naruto went wide-eyed. Sieg had just asked Naruto to allow himself to be stabbed in the chest with the sword in Sieg's hand. Kurama went to speak up, but Naruto beat him to it. Fine. What, kid, this doesn't sound too safe, you sure you want to do this? Doesn't sound like I have much of a choice, besides Sieg wouldn't put me in harm's way unless he had no choice, Naruto explained as he walked up to where Sieg was standing with the sword of light in his right hand and the orbs of energy still floating behind him. "Psi, alright, if both of you believe it's going to work, then I'll believe it as well." With his piece being spoken, Naruto thanked him as he stood a foot from Sieg. "Remember, young master, conviction, so long as you have nothing to worry about." When he said that, Naruto nodded his head as he steeled his mind while clearing his mind off any and all doubt. "Okay, do it," Naruto said in a calm voice as he had his eyes closed, making Sieg raise the sword to chest level and pierce Naruto through the middle of his chest. Naruto opened his eyes as he didn't feel anything when he saw the sword was through his chest and the orbs had now surrounded him. The silhouettes had now started to take shape as information flooded his mind and his eyes started glowing a light blue as well as emit a light blue aura. The first to take form was the blue orb. It formed a tall man with an icy blue X-shaped mark extending across his face, gray eyes, and long teal green hair which reaches his lower back. He wears a dark blue chest plate underneath a pale blue kimono, which is connected by two bronze, star-like clips joined by a pale green rope. The kimono also has a dark blue horizontal stripe on either sleeve, has wide edges, and is bound at his waist by a long piece of pale green cloth, which acts as a prehensile tail and is tipped with ice. He has a scarf-shaped piece of ice on his shoulders which extends around the back of his neck, and his arms and legs are completely covered in ice. The information influx told him this was Meru. The second orb to take form was the pink orb. It takes the form of a tall, light-skinned man with blue eyes and long, dark brown hair, which frames his face with two chest-length bangs, and is tied up in the back with a white ribbon in a long ponytail which reaches his lower back. His face is covered by an ornate mask featuring golden teeth, black lips and fangs, a golden protrusion on either side, and a golden headpiece shaped like 3 cherry blossoms. He wears a long, light purple kimono with white stripes running down the center and sleeves, which is tied at his waist with a long piece of white fabric that hangs down in 2 long loops in the front. He wears a red gold pauldron on each shoulder, which are connected by a golden band with strips of red fabric hanging from it and 2 interweaved strips of red fabric above it. He wears red elbow-length gauntlets and red greaves. This was Senbon. The third orb was the black with red outlined. It formed a tall, lean-built, and stoic teenaged man. He has pale skin, high cheekbones, and long ragged black hair with brown highlights. His attire consists of a tattered white dress shirt with an upturned collar and cuffs, black pants, low-heeled boots, and a long, amorphous black overcoat with a burgundy highlight that flares out into ragged ends. This was Zangetsu. The last was the yellow orb. It formed a handsome, tall, and slender young man. He had fair skin with pointy ears, golden eyes with slit pupils. He wore a white kimono and hakama, armored boots, and a long flowing sash, with the latter two suggestive of Chinese influence. They also share similar breastplates, with a spiked rim, with the addition of Chinese vambraces and armored gauntlets, as well as layered spiked pauldron on each shoulder. He wears a parted pelt that extends from both shoulders and trails behind him as he walks, representing the 2 streaks of fur running down the back. His white hair is only seen in a very high ponytail. This was Sega. The now identified powers returned to orb form, absorbed into the light sword in his chest. The sword then pulsed and then was absorbed into his body. There was an explosion of power as the power swirled around him like a typhoon, and his reflected said power. When the influx of power finally died down, Kurama and Sieg smiled at Naruto because they knew they were watching a legend in the making. "Excellent, young master, I hope this new power will serve you well," Sieg said as he felt the power merge with Naruto. "I'm sure it will, but I need to go, we'll test it out later," Naruto said as he faded from his mindscape. Coming out of his mindscape, Naruto felt great from the merger. Rising from the lotus position he had been in, he headed back up to see if Yuruchi and Karasuba were ready. Upon seeing that they left to go their gathering, Naruto sent a shadow clone with Yuruchi and Karasuba while he went to pick up Anko. As he arrived at Anko's apartment, he got the memories of his clone, giving him the location of the gathering. After knocking on the door, he didn't wait long as Anko quickly answered, wearing her usual sexually enticing attire. "Hey there, handsome," Anko said seductively as she wrapped her arms around her boyfriend, who responded by her a quick kiss. "Hey yourself, beautiful, you ready?" Anko nodded at his question. After locking up her apartment, Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and they vanished in a whirlwind body flicker. But the gust of wind, they reappeared in front of the best 5-star restaurant in the village, the Golden Leaf. It, like many other businesses, was privately owned by the Namikaze clan. Upon walking in the exquisite restaurant, they were greeted and then guided to the top floor by a hostess. The top floor was reserved only for the VIP guests. It was the best feature of the entire 5-story building, littered with expensive statues, paintings, chandeliers and oak dining room sets. When Naruto and Anko were let in, everyone stood up from their seats and began to introduce themselves to him. The first was Jin Ichimaru, Karasuba's father. Jin has his eyes constantly narrowed to slits. He appears to be an early to mid-20-year-old person. He is unusually thin and tall with very sharp features, giving him a skeletal appearance, and bears unusual silver hair. He also has his face set in a wide smile. He wears a long white robe over his hakama. Jin wears his robe open in a narrow V down to his waist, closed to below the hips, and then open again to the hem, which falls about to mid-calf. His robe has long bell sleeves, into which he hides his hands. The lining of the robe and edges or layers of the underrobes appear to be black dot. He also has a katana on his hip. "Hello Naruto-sama, I'm Jin Ichimaru, Karasuba's father. It's good to finally meet you," Jin introduced himself as he shook Naruto's hand. "It's nice to meet you as well." The next person to walk up was Yugao Yuzuki. She looked on at the embracing duo, but directed her attention to her blonde fiancé. Yugao has long, straight and shiny purple hair, and she is also shown to have blue eyes and sizable D-cup breasts. She is quite tall with relatively long limbs. One of Yugao's distinct physical features is her lips, which have a shiny pink appearance. She was wearing battle boots with heels, long lace purple stockings, purple gloves, a black tank top, a skirt that shows the string of her thong in her entire right thigh, a purple lacy bra, and a special belt to hold her sword. "We have known each other for years and we never hid things from one another, so what's up with you hiding something as important as this? Why didn't you ever tell me about any of this?" Anko asked as she looked at one of her best friends. "Without knowing where you truly stood, it could have put not only myself but Naruto-sama and everyone else in a predicament that we wouldn't be able to escape." Anko's expression dropped as what Yugao said made complete and total sense, making her drop all disappointment and anger for being kept out of the loop and hug Yugao. "So still friends?" Yugao asked with a hint of amusement as she wrapped her arms around Anko. "Always." After Yugao and Anko separated, Yugao circled Naruto. He raised an eyebrow at the action. While he was confused, Yugao was busy appraising her fiancé, as she couldn't do it when they met earlier. She closed the distance between them so that her breasts were pressed up against his chest. "Though we already met, I feel like giving another introduction. I'm Yugao Yuzuki, one of your fiancés, and I look forward to seeing if you will die by my blade or if you can make me submit," Yugao said seductively as she stared into his sapphire blue eyes. But Yoruichi interfered as she bopped Yugao on top of the head and dragged her away. "Okay, that's enough out of you. I told you to save that for later." The next pair to step up was the Haruno mother-daughter trio, Mibuyuki, Sakura, and Rias. "Hello Naruto-sama, I'm glad we can meet under less stressful situations," Mibuyuki said as she shook his hand, still thankful for what he did for Sakura. Both Sakura and Rias was standing a step back from her. Sakura still pondering on her stance on the fiancé situation while Rias had already made a decision. "Hello Naruto-kun," they both said in union. "Hello Sakura-chan, Rias-chan, I hope you are feeling a little better. You seemed a little down yesterday." She nodded her head in confirmation and then went to shake his hand. That's when he pulled her into a hug and began to whisper into her ear. "Try not to think too hard on this, remember, I will never force you into anything and we are all in this together, one big happy family." The pink-haired genin smiled at his words as she sunk into his embrace. As they released each other, Naruto embraced Rias and whispered, "I look forward to us getting to know one another." After releasing her, the last person stepped forward. It was Tuchi Ichiraku, the ramen stand owner, who looked after Naruto along with his daughter Am as much as they could while he was still in the village. "Gucci Gigi, you too?" "Yeah, I actually manage all of the businesses controlled by both the Uzumaki and Namikaze families, so that the transition is easier when Whirlpool is revived." Naruto was a little stunned. He knew Tuchi was a great businessman, but managing all that by himself spoke volumes about him. "Okay everyone, we don't have much time, the council meeting will be starting soon, so right now we will just be doing an overview," Naruto told them as he and everyone took their seats to begin. "Let me start by asking you how much my parents told you about the rebuilding process." Naruto asked the entire group, to which Jin spoke up. Not much, we were given the responsibilities of managing the politics while they worried about the actual rebuilding process. Well, it seems they came across something that Whirlpool's elders tried to keep under wraps. He pulls two necklaces out of his shirt, one with a red gem and the other with a blue. These were made with the purpose of restoring the island, as well as conjoining the islands of eddies. Tsunade has the third and final gem. I plan on traveling to Tenzaku tomorrow to get her and the gem, then have the islands conjoined and restored before the end of next month. I will talk to Takeda Gigi about some carpenters to completely remodel and rebuild the village. I expect our village to be ready in no more than 4 years. Everyone looks satisfied with what Naruto laid out in front of them. Also, 2 things before we end this meeting. First, those of you who want to reveal yourselves can, as I was given diplomatic immunity as well as anyone under my clan's protection, and second, my mother Kushina Uzumaki is still alive. There was 2 reactions. Mostly they were in shock, but the second reaction was Mibuyuki with free-flowing tears at knowing her friend was indeed alive. How? Was the only question they all had on their minds as they knew she had died. She was brought back by an ability unique to my summons. She'll be joining us in no more than 2 months. Mibuyuki wiped her tears and put a smile on her face along everyone else as they were happy to hear they would get to see her again, especially Rias, as she gets to know another member of the Uzumaki clan. They looked at the time and saw that the council meeting would begin very soon, and they all began to leave. Everyone had left excluding Naruto, Anko, Yoruichi, Yugao, Karasuba, Sakura, and Rias. Okay girls, now that I have a bit of time to talk to all of you, I want to set out one-on-one time for each of you, so Yoruichi is first tonight. I want to take Sakura and Rias with me when I go get Tsunade tomorrow, then Yugao when I get back, and then you Karasuba. After I have had my one-on-one time getting to know each of you, then we can tweak how my time is split up between everyone. Alright. They all looked at each other and agreed before both Sakura and Rias gave him a hug. Yugao kissed his cheek and Yoruichi and Karasuba both kissed him on the lips. He looked to Anko to see if she wanted him to take her home before he went to the council meeting. No, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to Yugao-chan before going home. Naruto nodded his head and walked over to her and pulled her into a soul-searing kiss. He pushed his tongue into her mouth, memorizing her oral cavity, making her go weak in the knees by the time he broke the kiss. See you later, Anko Haim, girls, he said as he pulled up his face mask and disappeared in a water body flicker. Just how many elemental body flickers does he have? Maybe I'll have him teach me one when I can use my chakra again, Anko said out loud to herself before she turned around to see her future sister wives, giving her jealous looks. What? No one said anything, just turned away while muttering lucky bitch. Council meeting. Naruto appeared outside the Hokage Tower in a swirl of water. He walked in and was told to go to the top floor by the secretary, though not without a lot of animosity. When he got to the council room, 2 Anbu directed him in. Upon entering, he noticed a huge U-shaped table in the middle of the room that divided the 2 councils, the Civilian Council and the Shinobi Council, with the Hokage sitting at the head of the table. There were 13 clan seats and 7 civilian seats. Akimichi clan, Aburam clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Inyazuka clan, Saratobi clan, Shimura clan, Haruno clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Senju clan, Uzumaki clan and Namikaze clan. 4 of the clan seats were empty. The Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki and Namikaze seats were all empty. Naruto analyzed everyone on the room. He recognized Mibuyuki immediately as he began to survey everyone else. Tsume has an animalistic look similar to that of her son Kiba. She has long, spiky, untamed brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, elongated canine teeth and nails. She also has the clan fang markings on her cheeks, as well as markings over her eyes and a dark shade of purple lipstick. She wears the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi consisting of flak jacket and a black suit underneath with the sleeves rolled up and bandages around her legs. Mza Akimichi is a tall, plump man with long, spiky red hair and purple markings on his cheeks, with the latter being a common trait in the Akimichi clan. He wears a samurai-like outfit which entails a black suit completed with armor that has the kanji for food on it. He also wears a rope belt, hand guards, and instead of a forehead protector, a hachimaki tied around his head. Shibi Aburam, like all members of his clan, has his eyes obscured by dark glasses which feature a single tassel hanging down from one side. He has very spiky short black hair and a mustache. He typically wears a high-collared outfit while carrying a gourd on his back that is used for holding more kikage. Inoichi Yamanaka had long ash blonde hair reaching into his back, which he wore spiky on top and ending in a long ponytail, blue-green eyes and strong facial features, which included a well-defined jawline. Inoichi was wearing the standard flak jacket over a black outfit, complete with hand guards, forehead protector and a sleeveless red haori. Shikaku Nara had 2 scars on the right side of his face, which were probably his most noticeable feature. Like his son, he had dark hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes as well as a goatee. His ears were also pierced. Shikaku wore a meshed shirt underneath his flak jacket, a deerskin coat over that and hand guards. Asuma Saratobi was a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of the standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, flak jacket, regular shinobi sandals and forehead protector. He also wore a sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around his waist, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. The Ashihika has long, black hair and featureless wide eyes like all members of his clan. He normally wears very traditional, loose-fitting robes with a long-sleeved brown haori. Ansem Shimura appeared as a frail, old man who would normally walk with a cane. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged, concealing a sharingan underneath. Dansum has had an X-shaped scar on his chin ever since his youth. He wore a white shirt, with a black or dark gray robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe conceals his right arm which was bandaged and covered with 3 large golden braces. The bandages hid an arm implanted with 10 more sharingan, originally belonging to some dead Uchiha clan members, and Hashirama's cells were injected into his body. When Naruto saw Danzo, his hand got the itch to draw Sieg and behead the one-eyed bastard right there. Not just yet, Naruto, he will get his, besides it would be too easy, Naruto thought to himself as he took a calming breath. Ah, glad to see you made it, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said from his seat as he saw him walk in. The aged Kage watched the council have multiple reactions stemming from loathing, jealousy and awe from the presence he gave off of a seasoned shinobi. Yes, Hokage-sama, may I know why it is that I was asked to attend today's meeting, Naruto said while looking at the Hokage, which pissed off the civilian council as they felt he was ignoring their presence. Well, I thought after revealing your heritage I might have you enlighten us on where you have been and what you have been doing for the past 6 years. Sure, over the past 7 years I have been training with my summons in their realm, away from anyone who wanted to cause me harm. I have been trained in Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Kinjutsu, Sealing Jutsu and control over my bloodlines. When Naruto finished he noticed Danzo sizing him up. What are you up to, you old fuck? Shikaku was the first to ask a question. Troublesome, can you clarify your heritage, summons and bloodlines, Naruto-san? I am heir to both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. I have the summoning contract for dragons and I possess this, he said simply as he closed his one visible eye then opened it, revealing his Rinnegan, causing the entire council's mouths to drop and for a smirk to appear on Danzo's face. Is that what I think it is? Questioned Hiruzen as he and everyone in the room were looking a fable. Yes, it's the Rinnegan. You wouldn't mind informing us of its abilities, would you? I'll give you an overview, but I'm not going into detail, the Rinnegan wielder replied back as he received nod from the Hokage. To proceed, the Rinnegan gives me an high affinity to all 5 basic chakra natures, every sub-element and control over gravity. It also enhances my sight as well, allows me to see chakra, and that is all I am willing to divulge for now. That's fine, Naruto-kun, that's more than enough, and I must say those are some impressive abilities. I propose we enact a CRA on him, Danzo interjected, getting a sideways glance from Naruto who could see the gears start to turn in his head as power-hungry nature started to rear its ugly head. Naruto-kun is aware of his status and has accepted the fact that he must take on multiple wives, Hiruzen said as he took a drag from his pipe and received a confirming nod from Naruto. Great, then we can start looking for candidates. No. What do you mean no? Exactly what I said, no one in this village is going to have anything to do with the choosing of my wives, Naruto said with a slight growl to his voice. Naruto-kun here is going to have the opportunity to choose his wives, as he doesn't have to be married until he's 25 years of age. Yes, but Hokage-sama, he needs at least 10 wives. Wouldn't someone need help finding that many candidates? One of the civilian council members said, trying to sound like she really was just looking out for Naruto, but everyone could see she just wanted to get in his good graces, so her daughter Ami could possibly marry into his family's fortune. I already have multiple fiancés and they are more than willing to help me with finding candidates, he shot back to the gold-digging councilwoman with a look that said, I'm not even considering anyone you recommend. But, I am more interested in if you have learned Minato's signature technique, Danzo spoke up again, getting a glare from Naruto. I don't see how that's any of your business, but yes, I have mastered all of my family's techniques. Well, by law, I am going to have to ask you to hand over that summoning scroll and copies of your family's jutsu, Danzo said, the smirk never leaving his face. Hiruzen was about to intervene, but the look Naruto had on his face made him want to see how he was going to handle this and would only intervene if it looked as if he needed help. And which laws would those be? Because I don't have any knowledge of any laws that would force me to hand over my summons or family techniques. Naruto asked coolly as he shifted his gaze slightly over towards Danzo. Law 6 subsection D and Law 44 subsection B, Danzo replied back, expecting him to not really know any of the laws and hand over his summoning scroll. Clearly you don't know these laws very well, because it states that all low-level summoning contracts are to be guarded in the village's security vault so that it is not stolen and used against the village. By summons is anything but low-level, and the other law refers to if there are any forbidden techniques in a family's arsenal, then a copy is to be given to the Hokage for safekeeping, so it is not made public knowledge. Naruto shot back as a few of the clan heads snickered. It doesn't matter, you will do as Danzo-sama said, and hand them over. And random overweight civilian chimed in, earning a glare from Naruto, who then had to redirect his attention to Homura. And while we are at it, you can hand over that sword at your hip since you stole it from the Uchiha clan, as he said that Homura gave a signal to one of the hidden Anbu who appeared in the room with a smirking Sasuke Uchiha. That sword is an ancient heirloom of the Uchiha clan that has been missing for a while, so I would appreciate it if you handed it over, Sasuke said, while pointing towards the sword on Naruto's hip. Do things work against your claim? First is that the Uchiha are known to put their clan symbol on everything they own, and 2, the Uchiha's animal representative is the crow. My sword carries a dragon symbol on it, with the Uchiha clan symbol nowhere to be found. Your claim seems false, Naruto said as he sideways looked at the accusing Sasuke. Besides, even if I were to hand it over, no one besides me could touch it, let alone wield it. What do you mean, Naruto-san? Asked Choza. My sword is sentient, it does not allow anyone other than myself to touch it. Naruto noticed what he was saying wasn't getting through any of their thick skulls, as he saw Sasuke with a gleam in his eye from the prospect of gaining what he considered a worthy weapon. So he decided to let them learn the hard way. But, if little Sasuke can wield my sword, then he can have it, the blonde said as he unsheathed his sword, revealing its black blade. He then stabbed it into the floor and backed away. You need not worry, Dobe, this is a weapon made for elites, the arrogant Uchiha goaded as he reached for Sieg. The moment he touched the sword he was blasted across the room from an outburst of lighting, getting a shriek of pain before he collided with the wall. Naruto couldn't help but smirk under his mask at the Uchiha's stupidity. Anbu, arrest him. One of the civilian council members screamed out, but before they could move the Hokage interjected. On what grounds? Assault. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at this, but that made those who weren't checking Sasuke sneer at him, and what the hell is so funny? Naruto walked back over to his word and put it back in its sheath. Your ignorance, I told you my sword was sentient and wouldn't allow anyone but myself to wield it, yet your arrogance blinds you from common sense. How dare you? You will show us respect. Respect is earned, not given. In that same breath, Naruto looked towards the aged Kage. Are you going to tell them or should I? What is he talking about? This Hiruzen pulled out a document with the official seal of the Fire Daimyo. This is from Lord Shinjin himself, giving Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and anyone under his clan's banner diplomatic immunity, meaning that he and his clan are impervious to any and every law in the village. Anyone who ignores it will be executed and the village severely punished. This caused an uproar at how unfair it was, but they were silenced by Naruto, who undid the seal concealing his chakra and unleashed a portion of it to the yelling council members. The floors started to crack under the pressure as the chakra became visible around him. Shut the hell up. The room went so quiet that you could hear the fast-paced beating hearts of everyone in the room as they sat there in awe and fear of the display of killing intent and the raw power behind him, simply flexing his chakra. None of you are in any position to question what the Fire Daimyo decrees. In case your minds have slipped, he owns this village, so that means he is the law. Naruto sneer out towards the civilian council. And while we are on the subject of laws, I would like to know why the civilian council is even here. That didn't sit well with those he was questioning. Boy, we are here because we are the reason why the village is still at the top of the food chain, one of the arrogant civilian council members shot back through labored breaths. And that is where you are wrong. He then pointed to the Hokage. First of all, he along with past leaders are the reason the village is where it is today, not you. He has survived 3 ninja wars and has led by example through each one. He, like his predecessors and successor, instilled so much fear in the opposition that they were given monikers to describe them, as being the god of shinobi. That reason alone is what keeps your enemies at bay, not some lazy-ass civilians who sit on their asses all day, while the ninja do all the work by putting their lives on the line day in and day out. And second of all, no civilians should be in this room discussing and making decisions on shinobi matters, because the last time I checked, the civilian council is only to be instated in times of war, which clearly isn't going on at the moment. And not only that, you are the advisory council, meaning you can only offer the Hokage advice and nothing more. This village is run by 2 powers, the Hokage and the Fire Daimyo. When he finished, he let up on his display, allowing everyone in the room to breathe again. If possible, it got even quieter before there were whispers among the shinobi council. It was like a light bulb going off in their heads. Naruto had just presented a way to be rid of the civilian council. Seeing that things weren't looking good for them, they all started shouting. Naruto was about to unleash killing intent towards them once again, but was beat to the punch by the Hokage. Silence. Naruto-kun is absolutely right. Tobirama Senju created the Civilian Council only to help regulate business-related things, so, as of now the Civilian Council will not have anything to do with topics unrelated to the civilians, Hiruzen said to the entire room, shocking everyone. You can't do this to us, we have been nothing but a service to this village, the village needs us. You are right, you have been a great service for the civilians, but these are shinobi matters, so from now on that is all you are going to have input on, as civilian matters. Now as this meeting is for shinobi matters, I want the Civilian Council to leave the chambers along with Sasuke-cha. Boo. Unless you want me to completely disband the Civilian Council and send you all to Ibiki, I suggest you leave under your own power, the Sarutobi told them with an icy glare. Not wanting to face the wrath of the god of shinobi, they all exited the room willingly as some collected Sasuke before leaving. Danzo was not happy. Over the years he had used the Civilian Council to his advantage to undermine Hiruzen, but now that they were gone from shinobi matters, his political power took a big hit. Ding dong, the witch is dead, Tsume laughed out, along with a portion of the council who all laughed at the declaration made by the Hokage, since they couldn't stand any of the Civilian Council members, which in turn made some of the other council members start to giggle as well. Now that they are gone and you have answered everyone else's questions, I have one for you, Naruto-kun, the Cage said, to which he received a nod. Who are these fiancés of yours? Naruto decided to reveal only 5 of them until further notice: Anko Mitarashi, Sakura Haruno, Rias Uzumaki, Yugao Yuzuki and Karasuba Ichimaru. Ichimaru, is she any relation to Jin Ichimaru and the Ichimaru clan? Asked Shikaku. Yes, she is his daughter. Naruto could see that Danzo was planning something when his eyes lit up at the mention of Yugao, Rias and Karasuba's names. What about this Rias? I thought you were the last Uzumaki. I am the last male Uzumaki. She has been adopted and under Mibukki Haruno's care since she was baby. She was hidden to protect her, but now she is ready to stand by my side as Rias Uzumaki. Naruto shot back to scare anyone off from approaching Rias. I'm going to have Rise watch him more carefully, I think he is planning something. I would agree, watch after your mates, Kit. I think that this should be all today, so meeting adjourned, Hiruzen said as he dismissed everyone. Tsume on the way out stopped in front of Naruto. Would you mind stopping by the Inizuka compound later? I'd like to talk to you in a private setting. Sure, but later, I am pretty busy right now. That's fine, see you later, Naruto sent, Tsume said with feral grin on her face as she left the council room. Mibukki then walked past him after seeing that and spoke just loud enough for him to hear her. Tsume is a good person, but be careful around certain members of the Inizuka clan. Hiruzen directed Naruto to his office to talk in private. As soon as they entered his office, they grabbed Naruto in a bone-crushing hug. Thank you, my boy, you have no idea how grateful I am now that I don't have to deal with the council's ridiculous demands. Are you grateful enough to grant me a request? Alright, I don't see why not, so long as it is within my power and won't cause me any backlash. All I want is for you to put me in a squad with Sakura Haruno and Rias Uzumaki, with Anko Mitarashi and Karasuba Ichimaru as the Kojonin instructors. After he thought on it for a second, he asked why. Because, I have a feeling the civilian may try to get to me by harming those close to me, so I feel more comfortable with having them near me just in case they do. Alright, before the week is over, bring Karasuba in to fill out the paperwork to become a Jonin, and from there I'll make sure everything gets done, Hiruzen said as he took his seat behind the desk. I do want to ask though, yesterday you told me you didn't want me to imprison them, you had them at your mercy, so why not reveal all of this and be done with it? Because that would be too easy. They have made me suffer more than anyone will ever know, so the way I see it is the best way to make them suffer is to strip them of their power, while flexing my own in more ways than one, and do the one thing that seems to eat at them, live my life with them having no say so over it. Hiruzen smiled at his words, while Naruto mentally frowned at having to lie to someone he viewed as his grandfather figure. Why not tell him your plan? You have only showed him the surface of their corruption, show him the depth of their darkness, and I'm sure he will understand. He needs to be baby-stepped into seeing things as I do, he needs to be the last domino to fall. Eventually he will learn it all, and I will get to see my grandfather happily retired while spoiling my future kids, Naruto said back mentally to the fox. I understand, you are much more than they deserve, you could have come back seeking revenge, and I'm not too sure I would have stopped you, because it's what they would have deserved. I won't sit here and tell you it didn't cross my mind, but I came to the conclusion that the best way to get revenge on those who hate you is to make them watch as you succeed. That's truly admirable, Naruto-kun. As much as I want to stay in chat, I can't as I have a date later on, and looks like you need to get caught up on some paperwork, Gigi the blonde said as he pointed to the huge stack of papers on the desk, earning a loud groan from the old man who really didn't hated that aspect of the job. How about I tell you how to make sure you finish your paperwork with time to spare every day? As soon as he said that, the aged Cage was in front of him on his knees grabbing at Naruto's coat, begging for him to tell him. I'll do anything, just tell me how to defeat that monstrosity, he yelled, while pointing to the stack of papers, making Naruto laugh at him as he wiggled out of his grasp. Calm down, Gigi, it is actually very simple, Shadow clones with that. He left the Hokage sitting there with a stupefied expression via whirlwind body flicker. The cage then began banging his head on the floor repeatedly. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But Naruto. When Naruto got home, he saw Yoruichi, Karasuba and Yugao all sitting on the couch watching television. Yugao was the first to speak up. So how did it go? For the most part exactly how I expected. We won't have to worry about the civilian council for a while, at least, seeing as I have cut their feet out from underneath them, so for the moment we can begin moving without worry. Naruto then turned to Yoruichi. I am going to talk to Tsume and Yazuka, then I will get some things ready for our date tonight. I'll be back no later than 7 to pick you up, so dress nice. The blonde said, earning him a seductive smirk. Yes, be prepared, Naruto-kun, because tonight you're all mine. Don't think I forgot about any of you, each of you will be getting your date soon enough. Just be patient with me, Naruto told the rest of them, before vanishing once more, leaving a group of smiling women behind, but none of them had a wider smile on their face than Yoruichi. Once Naruto left, the dark-skinned beauty turned to Yugao. Do you mind helping me get ready? I'm kind of at a loss of what to wear. Sure, let's see what you have in your wardrobe to see if we need to go shopping first, Yugao said with a grin at the thought of being able to use Yoruichi like a human-sized dress-up doll. In Yazuka compound. Naruto appeared outside the Inyazuka compound. Upon his arrival, 2 of the Inyazuka guards saw him and asked what he was doing there. I was invited by Tsume, Naruto told them. One of the guards perked up and decided to escort him to the Tsume's home. After a short walk, the guard showed him to her house and then left him to return to his post. Once they arrived to a 2-story house located in the center of the compound. It was only a few moments later when the door opened after he knocked, revealing the clan head, Tsume herself. Ah, Naruto-san, come in. Tsume lead the blonde into the living room to have their discussion. So what is it that you wanted to talk to me about? Naruto asked as he took a seat across from Tsume. I wanted to ask you if you would be willing to consider my daughter Hana as a wife candidate. As of right now I have too much on my plate and have my hands full with getting to know the fiancés I already have, and adding another right now will only make things more complicated, so I will have to decline. Why? Hana is such a beautiful young woman. Where's Hana anyway? I think she should be a part of this conversation, seeing as it does involve her, Naruto asked as he looked at Tsume from the opposing couch. She just left a little while ago, said she was staying over with her friend Kurenai. Besides, I wanted to set this up for her, knowing her she won't approach you, as to not step on Anko's toes, so I want to give her a little push, Tsume told him, making Naruto let out a sigh. You know, Tsume, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I have to be honest with you, your daughter has zero chance of me ever considering her as a candidate to be one of my wives, Naruto told her, making her raise an eyebrow in confusion. May I ask why? Because I refuse to marry someone who openly hates me as much as your daughter does. Huh, what are you talking about? Your daughter, along with Kurenai, had a falling out with Anko and her friends a few years ago based on both Hana's and Kurenai's hatred of me and what I contain, and I in good conscience can't subject not only myself but my other wives to such hatred and hostility. Tsume had a look of shock plastered across her face. I apologize, I had no idea. I have always tried to teach not only my children but my clan that everyone should be treated equally and fairly. That is admirable, but as the saying goes, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, so there is no need for you to apologize. It is Hana who feels that way, not you. I won't hold it against you or your clan, and Hana can feel any way she wants, but be warned, any action taken against me and those close to me will be dealt with in kind under normal circumstances. Tsume would have taken that as a threat, but knowing what Naruto had gone through, she couldn't blame him. That's fair and agreeable, and again I apologized, Tsume said as she stood up and shook his hand. Just as they did, a voice rung through the house emanating from the front door. Hey, Ka-san, when is dinner going to be ready? It was Kiba. As soon as he saw Naruto, his entire mood changed from someone happy to be home to someone out for bloody murder. What the fuck are you doing in my house? He screamed at the blonde, who to his credit just flat out ignored him and kept his attention directed towards Tsume. I'll be seeing you around, Tsume, as he went to walk past Kiba like he didn't exist, said boy, grabbed Naruto by the arm. Didn't you hear me? I asked. What the fuck are you doing in my house? Kiba all but screamed. Tsume was about to discipline Kiba until Naruto took action, deciding to use one of his new powers blessed upon him. Naruto's eyes started glowing. He pointed 2 fingers at Kiba as he called out, way of binding, number 1. Restrained. Kiba's arms were forced to interlock behind his back as he fell to the ground. Ah, what the hell did you do to me? Kiba demanded as he glared up at Naruto. The blonde in question just looked down at him uncaringly. I restrained you, you need to learn a hard lesson. That lesson is that just because you have a big bark doesn't mean anyone is going to fear your bite. As far as I'm concerned, your bite is as about as lethal as a fruit fly, Naruto said, the one of the coldest voices that anyone in the room had ever heard. Turning to Tsume before releasing the technique, he told her, "You may want to control the little dog's bark before he runs into a bigger dog that wants to exercise his bite." With that being said, Naruto vanished in a lightning body flicker. Tsume glared at Kiba, who was now sitting up while rubbing his wrists. "We are going to have a Luung talk." The look she gave him promised a lot of pain, making Kiba already regret his actions. 2 hours later. It was 7 p.m. now, and time for Naruto's date with Yuruchi. Naruto had rented out the penthouse suite at the Golden Lease Hotel affiliate. He also got some new clothes that would surely impress his ebony-skinned date. When Naruto arrived back home to pick up Yuruchi, the only person in the living room was Karasuba, who was watching a movie. When she laid eyes on Naruto, her jaw hit the ground. Naruto had his hair pulled up into a high ponytail, no longer hiding his handsome face. He was wearing a red button-down silk shirt with a black tie, a two-button suit jacket, black slacks and a pair of black leather dress shoes. Naruto smiled, knowing that her look meant he cleaned up pretty well. Walking over to Karasuba, he smirked down at her. "Don't worry, you'll be getting the attention on your date," he told her as he kissed her forehead before leaving to find Yuruchi. Naruto found Yuruchi with Yugao, who had just finished straightening Yuruchi's hair in one of the rooms Yuruchi used as her own. Upon entering, everyone's mouths dropped, the girls at how handsome Naruto looked and Naruto at how beautiful Yuruchi looked. She was wearing a stunning orange dress that nicely hugged her form with a high slit on the right side, showing off her long legs. The dress had a deep V-cut showing off ample amount of cleavage. She wore a pair of match orange high-heel shoes and wore her beautiful purple hair down. Naruto was the first to break to silence. "Well, don't you look beautiful?" Yuruchi wasn't one to be outdone. "You're one to talk. Who knew you cleaned up so well?" Naruto noticed the look Yugao was giving him. It was a mix between seduction and one of bloodlust, but before he could say anything, Yuruchi slapped Yugao in the back of the head. "Aren't you supposed to be having a sleepover with Anko and Ranjiku? You better get going," Yuruchi said with a sickly sweet smile, snapping Yugao out of her thoughts. "Thanks for your help." "No problem, I'll see you two later," Yugao said as she winked at Naruto, before disappearing in a leaf body flicker. Naruto held out his hand for Yuruchi. "Shall we?" Smiling at him, she took his hand, and they both disappeared in a yellow flash, courtesy of the flying thunder god Jutsu. A millisecond later, they were standing in the suite Naruto had rented out for the night. The room itself was extravagant. It had everything you would expect a small mansion to have: a kitchen area, an over-the-top decorated bedroom, a private connected open-air hot spring bath, amongst other features. The living room had a nice white sofa with a white bear rug laid on the wooden floor in front of a fireplace. Naruto broke Yuruchi out of her appraisal of the room and led her to the dining room, sat her down at the table where he had already cooked dinner for the two of them. As they sat there and ate the feast Naruto had prepared for them, they made small talk, using the moment to forget about everything going on in their lives, and were having a great time. After dinner, they moved to lay on the bear rug to eat some of the chocolate-covered strawberries. Yuruchi laid her head on Naruto's lap while he fed her the strawberries. It was one of the most sensual things Naruto had ever experienced. Every time she finished off a strawberry, she would make sure to suck the chocolate off his index finger as slowly and sexually as she could. "She's really trying to seduce me." "Well, two can play that game." Naruto took one of Yuruchi's fingers and dipped it into the warm melted chocolate before doing to her what she did to him and slowly sucking the chocolate off her finger, making her shudder at the feeling of his tongue on her skin. Reaching up with her left hand, she cupped his whiskered cheek and guided his face down to hers as she enveloped his lips with her own in a loving kiss. When they separated, Yuruchi was the first to speak. "Why don't we make good use of the hot spring?" Before Naruto could reply, she had already gotten off of Naruto's lap, kicked off her heels, and unfastened her dress, letting it pool around her feet, revealing everything: her perky D-cup breasts with pink nipples, her flat-toned stomach, her supple legs, a round ass and a small patch of trimmed purple hair covering her vertical smile. "Don't stand there staring at me all night," Yuruchi said to him as she walked out to the hot spring. As she left, Naruto's eyes went straight down to her ass, watching how it seemed to bounce hypnotically. Breaking himself out of his musings, he quickly undressed and followed. Stepping out into the night air, he saw Yuruchi already in the hot spring. When he himself stepped into the water, Yuruchi began admiring his godlike body, from his chiseled chest, his toned six-pack, but what really caught her attention was his third leg sitting in between his legs. "Oh my god, that thing is huge. He isn't even hard yet, he just may tear me apart." Naruto, seeing her stare at him, took the opportunity to pull her till she was straddling his waist in the warm water. "Like what you see," he whispered in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine, destroying last restraint she had left. Lemon warning: skip if you are not 18 years of age. Yuruchi smashed her lips into his and drove her tongue into his mouth, enticing a heated tongue war as her hands roamed his muscled chest and Naruto moved one hand to her hair and the other to her waist. They separated with a trail of saliva as she rested her forehead against his. "You don't know how long I have waited to finally be connected with you. Now that it is about to happen, it seems surreal." Let's not wait any longer then and move this special moment to the bedroom, Naruto told her while kissing her. They left the water, quickly dried off, and Naruto had now pinned the dark-skinned beauty underneath him as they were on the lavish bed. Their hands roamed the other's body, but Naruto was the one to go on the offensive. He started kissing her around her neck, trailing down to her breasts, where he then attacked her nipples with his tongue and left hand, getting loud moans of approval. Ah, yes, right there, Naru-kun. Liking what he was hearing, he continued even further when he started traveling further south. He trailed kisses along her abdomen down to her pelvis, then he went to her right thigh and then switched to her left thigh. He was about to attack the most sensitive part on the female body, but she breathlessly stopped him. Wait. Did I do something wrong? No, in fact you did everything too good, but I want to be able to please you as well, Yurichi told him as she quickly flipped him over on his back. She positioned her womanhood above his head, while her head was above his throbbing manhood. Now we can both give and receive. Yurichi wrapped her left hand around the base of Naruto's penis and gave it a few test licks to the head before taking 2 inches into her mouth and swirling her tongue around his manhood, sending waves of pleasure through Naruto. Naruto wasn't one to be outdone. He wrapped both arms around Yurichi's hips and brought her womanhood within a hair's breadth, where he wasted no time and lapped up her womanly juices as he attacked her nether lips before going after her clit. Was the only sound either could make as both had their mouths full. They were both closing in on orgasms, and when they did arrive, they both burst into each other's mouths with an even louder After swallowing the other's body fluids, Naruto flipped Yurichi over and stared into her eyes as he lined his cock up with her pussy. Are you ready? Pulling him down into a kiss. Just fuck me already with that, he pushed deep inside her walls, giving both the pleasure they had been seeking for a long time, after taking a moment for her to adjust before he started thrusting in and out of her, causing wave after wave of pleasure to wash over her. Yes, Naruto-kun, right there, oh god, yes, moaning at his relentless pounding he was giving her. Naruto wanted to increase the pleasure, so he changed the position to where she was on all fours with him on his knees, lined up behind what he thought of as a beautiful sight when he saw her full round ass. The sight increased his lust as he began pounding away again while he gave her ass a nice slap. Oh my god, I think I'm about to cum, Yurichi screamed to the high heavens. Me too, Naruto screamed back at her as he increased his thrusting. Please, cum inside me. Not being able to hold back, they both reached their orgasms for the second time while screaming coming. And Yurichi collapsed after her orgasm, but Naruto had other plans. I hope you don't think we are done, because I clearly remember telling you, I want to destroy you, he whispered into her ear as he fucked her into oblivion for the better part of 3 hours. End of lemon. After completely destroying her, Naruto activated her mate seal and bonded with her as his master mate seal glowed as attuned to her seal. As he watched his dark-skinned beauty sleep, Naruto got the memories of one of his clones he had spread throughout the village. I knew you were up to no good, Mizuki. Naruto quickly got dressed in his normal attire before placing a kiss to Yurichi's forehead. I'll be right back, Haim, he said as he disappeared in a flash of yellow light. But Mizuki had just stolen the forbidden scroll and was hoping through the forest, trying to leave the village with said scroll. Almost there, he thought, until he was blasted off the tree branch by a wind jutsu, making him bounce off the base of a tree and crash into the ground. After groaning, Mizuki looked around to see what hit him. You didn't think you were going to get away, did you? Mizuki, the silver-haired man, searched for the source of the voice until he came across Naruto standing a few feet away from him with his arms folded and leaning against a tree. Mizuki glared at the blonde who stood between him at his way out of the village and to the power promised to him. Unstrapping the demon wind shuriken from his back, he launched it at Naruto at full speed, but the blonde was a lot quicker than him and jumped up to a tree. Mizuki started flying through Hand Seal's hazy jinjutsu. Mizuki used the shuriken as a distraction and then tried to catch him and a jinjutsu to escape, but little did he know, because jinjutsu didn't work on Naruto. He went to take off trying to get away. That was until he heard Naruto's voice. Way of binding number 4. Crawling rope. Naruto generated a crackling yellow energy rope that wrapped around Mizuki, immobilizing him. Naruto followed up by unsheathing his sword. Way of destruction number 11. Bound lightning that generated a yellow electric current, tapping the blade on Mizuki's back. He electrocuted Mizuki into unconsciousness. Naruto walked over and picked up the scroll that had fell off Mizuki just a few feet away. As he grabbed the scroll, he was surrounded by 4 rude Anbu. Danzo-sama requires your presence. You can come peacefully or by force. It's your choice. Naruto couldn't help but smirk under his mask as he had expected Danzo to do something like this. Well, I have a little message for Danzo. With it, he disappeared in a burst of speed and kicked one of the rude Anbu in the chest, sending him crashing into a tree. He then had to dodge and saber attack aimed at his neck, then unsheath his own sword, blocking a few kunai that was thrown at him. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6, pointing his index finger towards the 3 Abu across from him. Way of binding number 61. 6 rods prison of light. Naruto generated yellow sparking energy, which summoned 6 thin wide beams of light for each target, slamming into their midsection, preventing them from moving. Naruto had to duck another sword strike aimed at his head from the anbu he kicked earlier. Using his far superior speed and reflexes, he bent his body, sliced upward, and completely severed the anbu's arm as blood gushed out of his open wound. Way of destruction number 54. Abolition flame purple energy glowed around Naruto's hand before he threw it at the severed arm, completely incinerating it. Turning to the immobilized anbu, he began another chant. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash, but slightly the wrath of your claws. He begins to concentrate blue energy into his palm. Way of destruction number 33. Blue fire crashed down, pushing his palm out. Blue energy discharged from his hand, moving like a large blue wave of flames. Upon making contact, the flames exploded, vaporizing the 3 rude anbu. The wounded rude anbu was about to retreat since he was close to losing conciseness from all the blood lost, but before he could escape, Naruto looked to him. Tell Danzo the next time he crosses me, hell will seem like a spa resort when I am done with him. The rude anbu body flickered away. Naruto collected the down Mizuki and the forbidden scroll and used his own whirlwind body flicker to transport to the Hokage's office. Missing something, Jiji? The aged Kage looked up to see Naruto holding the forbidden scroll and a slightly singed, unconscious Mizuki. Where did you find him? He was running through the training grounds. Thank you, Naruto-kun, I owe you one. If he had gotten away with the scroll, there's no telling who he would have given it to, and thank you for leaving him alive. It give us the opportunity to interrogate him. No problem, I'll use that favor later. I have to get back, see you later, Jiji, Naruto said as he disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Arriving back to his hotel suite, he stripped himself of all his clothes and let Yorichi snuggle up to him as he let sleep overtake him. Brute base. Danzo was not happy, things just weren't going his way like they had been for the past few decades, and it was all Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze's fault, and here he was angering him once again. One of his anbu returned with only one arm and a message. Danzo-sama, a message from Tamari, one of Danzo's loyal members, informed him through the intercom. Patch her through, Danzo ordered. Tamari appeared on screen before the one-eyed man. What do you have for me? He asked the woman on the screen. Not long ago, someone named Naruto came to the village hidden in the sand and fixed Gaara's seal and ending his crazed thirst for battle. Bring me Kurenai, the one-eyed old man ordered. A few moments later his order was fulfilled as Kurenai body flickered into the room. You called Danzo-sama? Yes, you will be refocusing your efforts on Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Danzo ordered Tamari, making Kurenai raise an eyebrow. But I thought you wanted me to watch over Anko. You are going to still be watching over her, but I need you to watch the Jinchuriki as well. We can't afford to lose to power of the Kyuubi. Yes, Danzo-sama. If you do well, I will consider releasing both of you, Danzo said with a sinister smile. You are dismissed. Tamari signed off while Kurenai took her leave. Soon I will free you from the demon's grasp, Anko-chan. Forgive me, Gaara, Kankuro. Little did they know Rise had seen the entire thing and had all the information he needed to take back to Naruto. The next morning Naruto woke up with his dark-skinned beauty, Yorichi, still asleep on his chest. He quite liked seeing his fiancée naked while snuggling up against him. Leaning down, he planted a kiss on her forehead which caused her to stir. Kittens, feeling like a new woman after her mate finally broke her in. Hamadatabi commented from Yorichi's seal, expecting to get a rise out of her, but she was ignored. What, ready go again already, stud muffin? Yorichi asked, earning a small laugh from her blonde mate. Sadly, no, it's about time for me to go see about Tsunade. This earned a pout from the dark-skinned woman. But you really have to leave so early? Well, look at it this way, the sooner I leave the quicker I come back, Naruto said as he kissed her on the lips and quickly got dressed in his black cargo pants tucked into his black combat boots, black muscle shirt that had a lower face mask attached, black leather coat, utility belt with his sword hanging from a short chain, black metal gauntlets with a diamond embedded in the center of each, and black gloves with metal plates on the back of the hands on the knuckles. After Yorichi grabbed her clothes, he flashed them home. Once there, he prepared quick and easy breakfast for himself, Yorichi, Karasuba and Sakura. Before he sat down to eat with Yorichi and Karasuba, he body flickered to Sakura's house to get her so she could eat with them before he and she traveled to meet up with Tsunade. It didn't take long to retrieve Sakura, eat the breakfast he prepared, and be on their way. They were traveling at a relatively slow pace since Taznaku was only an hour away, if traveling at ninja speeds, and, since they had left so early, there was no real rush. As they were walking, Naruto noticed Sakura stealing glances. He turned to look at her, to which she blushed and quickly redirected her attention elsewhere. Something you want to ask me, Sakura-chan? Not really. Sakura-chan, I am not going to bite your head off, nor am I going to force you into anything. I have told you this before, so why don't we do this, since we have quite a bit of time before we get to Taznaku? There are things I want to know about you just as I know there are things you want to know about me, so you ask a question, then I'll answer it, and vice versa, that way we get to know each other pretty quick, okay? Fair enough, should you go first or should I? Ladies first. Why do you hide your face behind that mask and your hair? Sakura asked. Well, my hair has always been at a long length and I kind of like it like this, but as to why I wear this mask, it's so I don't give those villages the satisfaction of seeing my face. Wow, I knew he hated the village, but damn, to not even want them to see your face. Naruto, reading her emotions, answered the question she was thinking before she could ask. You want to know why my distance is so much more potent than everyone else's, don't you? She could only nod in shock from him being able to read her like that. Well, besides what they have done to our families, they have tortured me from the time I could walk until I was 9 years old, and they only stopped because I was no longer in that hellhole. Had measures not been taken to remove me from there, then there is no telling what would have happened to me. No wonder, I'm surprised he hasn't set the village on fire, yet Sakura thought half sadly and half angry from what her fiancé had to go through. My Ka-chan said you are a little younger than me, but you look to be around 17 or 18, why is that? Naruto laughed a little because she was firing off questions left and right and he wasn't getting the chance to ask any. That would be because of the nine-tailed fox. I was malnourished when I finally met him on my 8th birthday. But he rectified that with his chakra's healing properties, but the side effect was a huge boost in my own chakra reserves and it accelerated my growth by about 2 years or so while I am 15 my body physically is about 17. Sakura looked as if she was about to ask another question, but Naruto cut her off. Nah, don't you think it is only fair I get the opportunity to ask a question or two? You're right, go ahead, the pink-haired teenager said with a light blush. What exactly is your issue with the Uchiha? I know he is an asshole, but you seem to have an even deeper hate of him than most would have for anything. Sakura's face went from happy blushing to dark rage. While I was under those seals, he made it a mission to humiliate me on multiple occasions. He would actually slap me for the slightest thing like speaking out of turn, and with those seals I was forced to endure it and pretend to be happy about it like he was a gift from God. When she finished, Naruto wrapped an arm around her shoulders, bringing her in close to his body, making her face go flush from their close proximity. Don't worry about him anymore, I promise. The next time he attempts to put his hands on you, by the time I am done with him, there will be only one Uchiha left in the elemental nations. Sakura couldn't help but smile at his sweet words. Now the only question left that I really want to know is, how do you feel about me and the marriage contract? Well, I like spending time with you. I don't know about marriage though. I feel like maybe in time, but right now I can't bring myself to think about marriage. Naruto smiled at her honest answer. Relax, I wasn't expecting an answer to a marriage proposal right here, just your thoughts, which you gave me. Sakura couldn't help but return his smile as they continued their conversation, getting to know one another with occasional questions about the clans of Whirlpool's history on their way to meet Tsunade. Back in the Leaf Village, Iruchi and Karasuba just finished a light sparring session and both took a quick shower, ridding themselves of the sweat on their bodies. After getting redressed, Iruchi came across Rise, one of Naruto's spy dragons, resting on the bed. Hey, Rise, what are you doing here? Where is Naruto-sama? He is going to want to know of this, Rise told her seriously as he lifted his head to look her in the eye. He is on his way to meet up with Tsunade, he should be back later this afternoon. DSK, the young fire dragon, sucked in air through his razor-sharp teeth. What's wrong? Why are you so set on talking with Naruto-kun? Looking at her, the young dragon muttered one word, Danzo. Iruchi narrowed her eyes at the sound of his name. Let me hear everything. You can tell Naruto-kun when he gets back, but you are going to tell me now, Iruchi demanded with a small glare, leaving no room for argument. Yes, ma'am. With Naruto and Sakura. Naruto and Sakura have just arrived at Tenzaku Town, the trading and gambling village in the Land of Fire. They were walking through the impressive busy city as Naruto looked for Tsunade. While he was doing that, Sakura was kind of lost in thought, and Naruto was the subject of said thoughts. She couldn't help herself. He had told her pretty much everything she wanted to know about him without hesitation, and in doing so, she now knew not only about his troubled past, but him in general. She could see his truly kind nature despite his aloof exterior. He was smart beyond expectation. Ruthless to enemies yet loving to those he considered friends and family. He was everything a woman wanted in a man. As Sakura continued to think like she began to realize that if there was anyone that her mother was going to set her up with for a future marriage, she was glad that she picked Naruto. The sharing was still something she wasn't really comfortable with, but she was maybe willing to give it a try. He was every woman's dream, from his values to his appearance. He was probably the most handsome man she had ever laid eyes on. Just looking at him was enough to set fire to a woman's loins. As soon as she thought like about it, her face began to heat up, and she turned her face away from Naruto hoping he didn't notice, but he did. But he isn't the type of person that would embarrass her any further, and left her to her thoughts. "This is the place," Naruto said, breaking Sakura out of her thoughts. When she looked up she saw they were in front of a large casino. It confused her as to why they would be looking for Tsunade Senju, the greatest medical ninja ever and one of the legendary Sannin in a casino. "Why are we looking for Tsunade-sama here?" Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the question as he thought this was common knowledge. Well, it turns out that Tsunade has two vices, alcohol and gambling. Sakura was shocked that her idol had fallen to two ninja taboos, but it also made her respect her a little more, because even though she had those vices, she was still considered one of the strongest kunoichi ever. Naruto led them into the casino with no resistance. Kids their age would have been kicked out immediately, but because of their ninja headbands, it signified them as adults. As they walked through the casino past the blackjack tables and into the slot area, upon getting into the area they heard a loud groan from someone on the other side of the slots. "Oh, come on. Tsunade-sama, maybe we should call it quits for today. Leave me be, Shizune, if you want to be useful then get me another drink." During the banter both Naruto and Sakura walked around to see the legendary woman known as Tsunade Senju. Tsunade has brown eyes and straight shoulder-length blonde hair that she usually keeps tied in two loose ponytails. The strength of 100 seal taking the appearance of a violet diamond shape is clearly visible on her forehead. Tsunade has probably the largest breasts in the elemental nations, Cup, she is in fact widely regarded as the most beautiful kunoichi in the world. Despite being in her 50s, Tsunade maintains the appearance of a young woman using an advanced transformation jutsu. Tsunade was wearing a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble written on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath she wears a grey, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-grey obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. She has red polish on both her fingernails and toenails and uses a soft pink lipstick. She wears the first Hokage's necklace, the green counterpart gem of the two Naruto already has in his possession. Standing next to Tsunade was her apprentice Shizune holding her pet pig Tauntaun. Shizune is a fair-skinned woman of average height and slender build with black eyes and hair. She is in her late 20s, her hair is straight and shoulder length with bangs that cover her ears and frame her face. Normally, Shizune is seen in a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a wide obi, and open-toed sandals with low heels. Naruto walked up to both Tsunade and Shizune with Sakura in tow. The two didn't notice him as they continued their banter. Just before they got close, Shizune left, probably to get her mentor the drink she asked for. "Ah, Tsunade Senju, I must say the reputation of your beauty does suit you." Tsunade looked towards the blonde flatterer and rolled her eyes. "Listen kid, I'm flattered, but I'm not that easy." As soon as she said that Naruto laughed, making her gain a small annoyed tick mark on her forehead. "Mind telling me what I said that was so funny so I could incorporate it into my stand-up comedy routine?" the busty blonde asked sarcastically. "Well, there are two reasons. One is the fact that I wasn't trying to bed you," he said to her, both confusing her and relieving her of her annoyance. "And the second?" Naruto pulled down his mask revealing his face. "The fact that typically it's the woman's job to seduce their fiancé, yet you spoke as if I was taking away your duty." When Naruto said that he put a genuine smile on her face, something she hasn't done because she hasn't had a reason to smile. Tsunade stood up and finally took in his appearance. Damn, Minato was handsome, but his son is going to end up being a god amongst boys. She circled around Naruto, appraising him from head to toe. "So you're my fiancé?" Unexpectedly, Tsunade grabbed him by his head and pulled him into a hug, pushing his face into her massive breasts. He was stunned for a second before returning the hug. "I'm sorry for what we allowed you to go through. I wish I could have found another alternative, but I couldn't. There's no need for you to feel sorry. I am in a way glad I was exposed to the harsh truths of the world early on, which helped me in the long run." Tsunade smiled at him once more, moved his blonde hair out of the way, and kissed his forehead. Tsunade-sama. Both Tsunade and Naruto separated from each other as they heard Shizune call her master's name in confusion that her mentor was embracing a stranger she had never seen before. "This is Naruto." Shizune. At the sound of his name, Shizune smiled, knowing that the time was close for avenging her uncle's death. "Why don't we move to somewhere more secluded and private so we can talk?" Naruto suggested, to which Tsunade and Shizune nodded. "We can go back to our hotel room," Shizune said. As they walked out the casino, the group consisting of Naruto, Sakura and Shizune led by Tsunade was approached and surrounded by another small group of Yakuza. "Tsunade Senju, you won't be getting away this time. You are going to either pay your debt or maybe we find some other way to settle it," the leader said lecherously as he eyes her breasts. Naruto then stepped up next to Tsunade. "What are they talking about?" "I owe their boss 15 million. "How can you possibly owe them anything when the Senju assets easily exceeds 150 million? The lead froze my family's assets, hoping to make me and Shizune return." Naruto sighed and stepped in front of Tsunade. "I'll pay the debt. How much are you looking for?" he asked, shocking everyone there. 18 million. Fine, here Naruto said as he quickly unsealed his bank book, wrote in check, and handed it to the leader. The leader looked at the check and smiled. Okay boys, we're all good here. The men took their leave after finally having the money they tasked with getting from Tsunade. After they made haste and arrived at Tsunade and Shizun's hotel room. Once inside the room, Tsunade turned to Naruto. You know you didn't have to do that. Typically a husband doesn't allow any harassment of his wife, Naruto teased with a small grin from under his mask, but I do have a favor to ask of you to do, since I took care of your debt. Tsunade looked at Naruto out the corner of her eye with a slight glare, wondering what he was going to ask of her. Relax, it is nothing perverted, he said with a chuckle. I just want you to train Sakura here and her adopted sister Rias. The pink-haired teenager in question was stumped that Naruto had paid all of that money just to ask her idol to personally train her. Tsunade looked over. Sakura, you're Mibuyuki's daughter, and this Rias is in Uzumaki that your mother adopted, right? Yes, ma'am, Sakura answered. Tsunade turned to Shizune. Would you mind taking Sakura with you and checking us out so we can head back with them? Shizune nodded her head as Sakura followed closely behind. So, why exactly do you want me to train them? I mean, I know Mibuyuki and knowing her she probably trained her daughters herself, so why me? Tsunade asked her fellow blonde. Because of Danzo, he seems to have targeted them. He has tried turning Sakura into a slave for one Sasuke Uchiha, and he has only recently discovered her presence and has developed a deep interest in Rias because of her Uzumaki descent. So I need them and everyone to be as strong as possible so that they aren't the weak link. We need all of our ducks in a row, plus Rias has one of the Uzumaki bloodlines, so she needs this training. I see, I agree to that statement, but it's not like I can work a miracle and make her as strong as you want overnight. Actually you can. Naruto's statement caught Tsunade off guard. You see, my father and mother created a seal and attached it to their underground training room. This seal allows for 1 year to be condensed into 24 hours, which will give you the time needed to train both Sakura and Rias to where we know they can take care of themselves. Tsunade was amazed at what Kushina and Minato had created, but she scowled slightly at Naruto. So you are trying to make me even older than I am now. You will be a year older when all of you come out, but I have the means of reverting your age back to that of your 20-year-old self. As soon as he said that, Tsunade shot across the room and smashed his face into her massive breasts while smiling down at him seductively. If you do that, then I will give you more pleasure than you ever thought possible, she whispered into his ear, and if possible let her voice get even more seductive. You have no idea the amount of knowledge I have about the male anatomy. Naruto separated from her and looked her in the eye. As wonderful as that sounds, I'm not doing it for that. As beautiful and sexy as you are, before moving to physical activities, I would like to get to know you. The busty blonde in front of him blushed at his words. The woman who had been on this planet for more than a half a century blushed at something a 14-year-old had said to her. Maybe he is what I have been waiting for, she thought to herself as she tried to remember the last time a man made her actually feel like a woman and not a hot piece of ass, and she was coming up empty. You know, I had my doubts about this, but I promised Kushina I would give it a shot since she was working so hard on finding a way to restore my youth, but now I think I want to do more than just give it a shot. From the way Yoruichi spoke about you, and with how you seem to be putting this whole operation on your back while still caring for everyone's well-being, makes you stand head and shoulders above the rest of the male population in my eyes. Naruto smiled beneath his mask at her praise. Shizune and Sakura walked into the room after paying for the room and checking out. Everything is settled, Tsunade-sama. Thank you, Shizune. Tsunade turned her attention to the pink-haired teenager. I hope you have prepared yourself, because tomorrow morning I will be taking you under my tutelage. Sakura was elated. Yes, thank you so much, Tsunade-sama. Don't thank me, the busty blonde pointed her thumb towards Naruto. Sakura leapt across the room and buried her face into his chest as she ensnared the blonde in a huge bear hug. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. Naruto patted her on her head. I don't need you to thank me, but if you want to, then all you and Rias need to do is give Tsunade your absolute maximum effort while she trains you. Sakura nodded into his chest as she seemed to squeeze him. Alright you two, we need to leave so we can get back to the village, Tsunade said, making Sakura break away from Naruto. I'm going to make the trip exponentially shorter, so just grab a hold. Tsunade had an idea what he was going to do, but Sakura and Shizune were confused but complied anyway. After Shizune grabbed their things, once they put a hand on Naruto, they all disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Naruto's home in the Leaf Village. In a flash of yellow light, Naruto appeared in his living room with Sakura, Shizune who was holding onto her pet pig Tauntaun, and Tsunade. They were all trying to get their bearings back from the dizzying effect that the flying thunder god Jutsu had. It will pass, it gives you that feeling the first few times, Naruto told them, just as he saw her eyes, his young fire dragon spy fly from the hallway and landed around his neck. Pair eyes, what's going on? Naruto-sama, it's Danzo. The sound of the name made the entire room's anger flare. What has he done now? He has had his hand in more things than I initially thought, things you may want to rectify or just have knowledge of. The fire dragon told his master, making him raise an eyebrow. Let's go to my father's office so you can tell me about it, Naruto said as he walked down the hall, but before going to the office, he turned to Tsunade and Shizune, you can pick any of the free rooms to stay in, then he disappeared into the office with Rise. Just as Naruto disappeared into his father's office, Yuruchi and Yugao walked off the elevator, both with strained smiles on their beautiful faces. They were happy to see their future sister wives, but upset at situation at hand dealing with Danzo. Hey Tsunade, Shizune, Sakura-chan, since you're here that means Naruto-kun is back, Yuruchi said as she and Yugao greeted them. Yeah, he went into the office with a red dragon named Rise, Sakura told Yuruchi and Yugao. Oh yeah, Sakura-chan, your mother wanted me to bring you back home as soon as you got back. She said she wanted to get you and Ria some more equipment and new clothes and wanted you to come with. Sakura nodded, walked over to Yugao before turning back to the blonde San and I'll be back tomorrow. Morning for training Tsunade-sama. The blonde smiled back at her as the purple-haired swordswoman and red-haired genin disappeared via leaf body flicker. Turning her attention back to Yuruchi. So, what's this about Danzo? Tsunade asked as she nearly snarled out the dark shinobi's name. He seems to have gotten his hands on some people that could have caused problems for Naruto later on, but now that Rise is giving him the rundown, it greatly reduces any danger. While they were unknown, the dark-skinned woman informed Tsunade, why don't I show you two around while Naruto-kun is speaking. With Rise, he'll tell us his plans later on. The two women followed Yuruchi as took them on a tour. With Naruto was sitting in his father's office chair with Rise laid on the desk. So what has he done? Well, he has blackmailed two Kanachi into his root program, Tamari of the desert and Kurenai-Yuhi. Naruto's mind started racing as he heard the names. He didn't know what to feel, since he did hear Rise mention blackmail, so he would withhold judgment until he knew the full story. Tamari is what you would call a double sleeper agent. From comparing information with range, she in an act of trying to protect her village, got in good with one of Danzo's spies, and long story short, he eventually introduced Tamari to Danzo, who then blackmailed her into becoming an root agent by threatening to kill her brothers. Kurenai-Yuhi's case is different though. She sought out Danzo and was brought into the program 7 years ago after her friendship with Anko, Yugao, and Ranjiku ended. She seems to hate you and what you contain so much that she was willing to sell her soul to the devil. The reason she seems to hate the Kyuubi so much is that her twin brother was the victim of a failed experiment to infuse him with residual Nine Tails chakra, which made his body break down from the chakra and he ended up dying because of it. Not having the money or resources to do much, so Danzo stepped in and promised to help with her brother if she joined. She agreed and turned out to be a terrible mistake. Her brother died 4 years ago, but she is stuck not only because of the C-lol his agents are forced to bear, but because she actually buys the propaganda Danzo spews. Naruto let the information sink in that Rise had just given him before he spoke up. Okay Rise, in your personal opinion, how loyal are they to Danzo? Are they willing to betray him or do I need to eliminate the two of them? The two of them hold no allegiance towards Danzo, only distant or indifference from what I have observed. The first opportunity that arrives to see him in dead at their feet, neither will hesitate to take, but in Kurenai's case is a little different. Though she despises him, she is only loyal to him because the ends justify the means. I would still be extremely careful of Kurenai as her hatred really does run deep. Okay, what I need is for you to inform Range that I would be coming to the Sand Village in 2 days' time, and I need you to continue watching Danzo. I'll handle Kurenai later. I think I may be able to use her against Danzo, Naruto said as he stood up from his chair. Rise having his orders vanished in a plum of smoke. Just as Rise vanished, Kurama spoke from within his mindscape. So what next, kid? Eventually, recruitment, he thought simply as he walked out the room. Naruto checked in on a few rooms before he found who he was looking for. Glad to see you have made yourself at home, Tsunade. Tsunade was getting comfortable on the large queen-sized bed after putting her belongings away when Naruto walked in. She sat up abruptly, making her large breast jiggle from the movement. Yeah, I must say Kushina and Minato really outdid themselves with this place. Naruto smiled, glad to have another of his fiancés with him and seemingly happy. Tsunade, I'm going to need that, Naruto said, pointing towards her necklace, but from her perspective, he was pointing at her breasts, making her glare at her fellow blonde. Just because we are engaged and you are kind of handsome doesn't mean I'm going to let you grope me. Who said anything about groping? I admit you are alluring, but I was pointing at the necklace. Tsunade's face went red from embarrassment. No one could really blame her for her reaction when she has spent the better part of 4 decades with a self-proclaimed super pervert. It tends to put you on edge. She looked up at him again. What do you need with my grandfather's necklace? It is one of 3 crystal keys that will restore Whirlpool's land as well as merge the other islands that broke off from it. Okay, but I want it back at some point. It has a lot of sentimental value, Tsunade said to him as she took off the green crystal gem necklace and gave it to him. As Naruto prepared to leave, a thought hit him before he turned to leave. Is there anything you need prepared for your training with Sakura? No, Yuruchi and Karasuba are already taking care of that for me. Alright, well I'm going to step out for a while, you're welcome to anything in the house, I should be back in time to prepare dinner, though Tsunade gave him a nod of understanding as he left via whirlwind body flicker. Naruto reappeared outside an upscale shinobi apartment, looking for an specific apartment number. When he found the room he was looking for he lightly knocked on the door, he didn't wait too long as someone answered th door. Oh hey, Naruto-kun, it was Yugao, but she was back in her Anbu uniform. He smiled at her from beneath his face mask. If you're ready we can have that battle now, Naruto said, making Yugao gain a smirk as she had been getting impatient as of late, but now that he was here willing to beat her into submission like she has been wanting for as long as she can remember she could. Barely stand it, in a matter of seconds she grabbed her gear, locked her door and grabbed Naruto by his arm, making them both disappear in a swirl of leaves. Forest of Death. When they reappeared in the middle of the forest Naruto looked over at her, a simple answer would have sufficed. By now she had deactivated her clothing seal, reverting back her comfortable fighting attire, wearing a black tank top that was barely containing her large D-cup breasts, a black leather skirt split all the way up to her right hip, exposing her thigh, knee-high heeled boots. Purple gloves and her katana held in her left hand. Seeing she was ready as she ignored his statement, so how does this work? An all-out battle, no hold barred until one of us concedes, but I will be coming at you with everything I have, so don't hold back, Yugao said as her right hand hovered above her blade, clearly ready for battle. Naruto mirrored her and moved his hand above Sieg. They both sized each other up for a few moments before springing into action, their blades drawn, and they clashed with sparks flying. Yugao was the one to go on the offensive, slashing at the blonde with precise attacks, all of which would have been death blows, but Naruto blocked each strike. Yugao went for a leg sweep to which Naruto flipped over and then had to dodge a sword thrust aimed at his chest. He used her momentum against her and elbowed her in her back of her head. She dodged it and kneed him in his stomach before kicking him away. Using his offhand he flipped and skidded across the ground. She is better than I thought, gonna have to step it up, Naruto thought. He stabbed his sword into the ground, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his hairband and tied his hair into a high ponytail. Pulling out his sword he began his own assault. Yugao was having a much tougher time blocking his attack than he did blocking hers. She was getting pushed back and nicked up. She went for a kick to his head, he swept her plant leg from under her, and while she was falling, he punched her in the torso with enough force to send her into a tree. Naruto followed her trajectory and kneed her in the abdomen, but when he made contact she wasn't there. It was a log indicating the use of a replacement jutsu. Naruto quickly turned around when he heard the cry blade dance. Yugao changed him with her sword now glowing from the chakra she had poured into it. The attack was exactly like its name, a dance incorporated with her blade, slashing the 8 fatal points on the body. Though Naruto would have been cut to pieces, he blocked each sword strike while receiving only a few nicks before he kicked her away. Naruto let go of his sword, levitating it right in front of him, lightly hitting one of its ends, causing it to spin like a fan. Stopping it, he calls out a technique Way of Destruction number 58, Orchid Sky, creating a widening tornado-like blast, which is fired toward Yugao. It was too fast for her to dodge, so she was hit with the full blunt of it as it sent her into a tree, splintering it with a cry of pain. Ga. She quickly rebounded and used a body flicker to appear behind Naruto and swung her sword down, trying to split him down the middle, but he predicted the action and used Sieg to block the sword strike. As the two battled for leverage against one another, Yugao cracked a small smirk from behind her jacket. You are a lot better than I thought you would be, but if you want to survive you are going to have to do better, she said as she kneed him in the ribs and jumped away. Yugao channeled chakra into her sword, again making it glow blue as she took off at high speed towards the blonde swordsman. Naruto dodged her sword strike and jumped onto one of the higher tree branches. Hope this doesn't hurt her too bad. Sieg glowed blue before turning from the black guard-less sword and transformed into silver katana with a bronze guard in the shape of a 4-pointed star. Yugao tries to pursue Naruto. He then jumps off the branch to meet a rain over the frosted frozen heavens. Orochimaru, as he commanded, ice started forming around the blade. Bringing the blade down, he hurls a Chinese dragon made of ice at her, sending her crashing back to the ground and encasing her in ice from the neck down, completely immobilizing her. Naruto lands next to her with his sword next to her neck. Do you concede? Yugao for a second glared at him before her eyes softened and then smiled up at her fiancé. Yes, I concede. Now think you can let me out of this ice? It's freezing. Naruto smiled back as his sword glowed blue and turned back into its original form before he sheathed. Naruto pointed to the ice. Way of Destruction number 1. Thrust. A small amount of energy was dispelled from his finger, destroying the ice. He held out his hand and helped her upgrade. Naruto never got to finish what he was saying because as soon as he helped Yugao up, she snatched down his face mask, tackled him to the forest floor, straddling his waist, and delivered a soul-searing kiss, pushing her tongue into his mouth. After a few seconds, when they finally separated, leaving a thin trail of saliva, Sapphire stared into purple as Naruto waited for an explanation. He didn't mind the kiss, but he could do without being tackled into the ground. I waited so long and you exceeded my expectation, but now I don't think I can wait any longer, so please activate my mate seal. Allow me to belong only to you. Yugao finished with a look of pure want on her face as she stared into his eyes. Naruto looked at her for a second before letting out a light sigh before sitting up with her still straddling his lap. He channeled chakra into his fangs, moved her shirt out the way and bit into her left neck where her seal was located, sending the chakra through the seal, activating it. The seal pulsed as her body was outlined in pearl chakra. Some of the chakra traveled to Naruto's master mate seal, adding Yugao to the seal. The chakra died down after he removed his teeth from her skin. Yugao looked into Naruto's eyes again and kissed him once again. She deepened it by pushing her tongue into his mouth. Her right hand started traveling south towards his waist. Naruto grabbed her hand and pushed her away. To break the kiss as willing as I should be, let's get to know each other a little more before we take it to that level. But you had sex with Yuruchi and Anko. Yes, but I have also known both of them since I was 8 years old. Anko I have thought of nothing but her until a few weeks ago when I found out about everything, and Yuruchi has been with me since the day I left, so I already knew her for years before taking it to that level. Something that I want to do with all of you. Yugao smiled, kissed him on the lips once more before climbing off him. Alright, but you can only hold out on me for so long. I promise, he replied back with a smile as he stood up and engulfed her in a tight hug. Once they separated, he pulled his mask back up. You going to be joining us for dinner? Not tonight, we're going to be sleeping over at Anko's place again. Naruto got an idea as soon as she mentioned Anko. Well, since you're sleeping over at Anko's later, why not help me go shopping, and I'll make you girls some homemade dango to take with you. Yugao smiled as she and the rest of the ice queens really enjoyed dango, and from what she heard from Yuruchi, Naruto could outcook most professional chefs, so him making homemade dango would definitely be an experience. Well, what are we wait for? Let go, she said as she grabbed his hand, pulling him with her towards the market. After about an hour shopping, Naruto and Yugao were just getting off the elevator with big bags of grocery. They saw Karasuba sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, watching a movie and cleaning her sword. Karasuba looked up to see them getting off the elevator and noticed her seal had been activated and glared at them. She knew how Yugao was. If Naruto beat her into submission, then she was going to want sex immediately. I see you have been busy. Karasuba vanished and reappeared behind Naruto with her sword at his neck and a kunai at his jewels. I don't like waiting, so when am I supposed to be next, and shouldn't skipping the line be prohibited? The silver-haired woman spoke into her blonde fiancé's ear. Whoa there, Tiger, we didn't have sex if that's what you are referring to, just activated my seal. Besides, I am next. Karasuba felt two strong arms wrap around her waist as she turned her head to see it was Naruto. How? The Naruto in her arms vanished in smoke, signaling that it was a shadow clone. I explained this before, but I'll do it again. We have the rest of our lives for me to satisfy all of your needs, Naruto whispered into her ear seductively as his hands roamed around her body before he grabbed a handful of her plump backside, making her jump a little. But let's get to know each other a little better first. All she could do was nod. She was putty in his hands. Now will I go make dinner? Why don't you go finish watching TV, then maybe after dinner we can have a little spark. Karasuba nodded again as she went back to polishing her sword, but not before he gave her a kiss. Naruto removed his coat, arm guards, gloves, utility belt and mask as he went on and made enough dango to fit in 4 large containers before handing them to Yugao. She accepted them, gave Naruto a kiss for all the trouble. Don't forget your date is tomorrow night, she smiled, then vanished in a leaf body flicker. Naruto then finished preparing their dinner, stir-fried rice, sesame chicken and dumplings. He had Karasuba prep the table as he went to gather everyone for dinner. Naruto, before getting everyone, went to his room to quickly change his clothes. He was now wearing a black form-hugging muscle shirt and black athletic shorts with red strips going down the sides. The blonde found Shizune in her room with her pet pig, informed her dinner was ready, to which she went to the dining room. He then found Yuruchi in the room with Tsunade, who was in a bathrobe that barely contained her massive breasts and had a small blush on her face, no doubt from something Yuruchi had been telling her. Dinner is ready. They followed Naruto back to the dining room. Shizune and Tsunade looked on at the mouthwatering food as their stomachs growled. Naruto told them all to go ahead and eat, to which everyone dug in. They all enjoyed a nice family-like dinner, and afterwards Naruto kept his promise. He changed back into his normal clothes and took Karasuba into the basement training area for a spar. Standing across from each other with their hands above their respective blades ready to strike. Alright, when I toss this pebble and it hits the ground, then we begin tossing it into the air. The both of them tensed. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, they disappeared in blurs of speed, reappearing as their swords clashed against one another. Karasuba pushed off Naruto's blade and went to slash at his chest, to which he ducked under, but she then slashed down, narrowly missing him as he dodged. Then he one hand back flipped away. As he was mid-air from the flip, he saw Karasuba had stabbed her katana into the ground and started running through. Hand seals wind style. scattering flower dance summoning a cyclone of petals to attack Naruto. As soon as it hit him he substituted himself with a rock behind her. When the wind around her died down, he swept her legs from under her. Delivered a knee to her stomach while she was still in the air, then an elbow to her back sending her crashing, then bouncing off the ground. He then caught her with a spin kick off the bounce sending her into a boulder. Before she could recover he was in front of her with his sword at her neck. Do you concede? Karasuba chuckled as she found herself to be quickly and easily defeated. I concede. Naruto removed Sieg from her neck and put it back into its sheath before Karasuba pulled down his face mask and wrapped her arms around his neck, then deeply kissed him, to which he returned it wholeheartedly. Even up the ante by sliding his hands up her legs to grip her shapely backside, making her moan into his mouth. After a brief makeout session they separated, so they didn't go any farther. You really didn't take it easy on me, did you? I felt you would have been angry with me had I not given you 100% effort, so that's what I did. You're right about that, and I'm glad you did. She kissed him once more, and they both took showers before rejoining in the master bedroom with Yuruchi, where the two women slept on each arm. 7:30 a.m. the next morning. Naruto just finished his morning training and was now finishing up cleaning the training area while he was preparing it for Tsunade, Sakura and Rias to use. After he finished, it didn't take long for Yuruchi to show up with Sakura, Rias and Tsunade in tow. The three of them had their own bags of necessities, while Yuruchi had 2 bags with scrolls filled with what Tsunade asked for in order for her to train the siblings. Follow me, Naruto told them as he took them towards the corner of the underground training. Along the way Sakura asked Naruto a question. How is all of this possible? There are multiple seal all over the place that gives this place sunlight, makes the space use multiple times bigger, and the seal I am going to use in a minute will slow down time to the point where 1 year in here will be equal to only 24 hours outside. Coming over the ridge they saw a small 4-bedroom house. This is where you will be staying. It is fully stocked with everything you could possibly need. Naruto showed them around the home. It had 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a decent-sized kitchen with a fully stocked pantry of non-perishable food. He led them to the living room, where there was a large ceiling array on the wall. If at any point in time, in case of emergency, put your hand here and channel chakra, and it will nullify the time effects of the training area. Naruto looked over to Yuruchi, who placed the 2 bags on the couch. Everything you asked for are in those bags. Now any questions before we leave and activate the time seal? No, I think I can take it from here, Tsunade said as she watched Naruto and Yuruchi nod before leaving via the elevator. Once the elevator was back at ground level, Naruto pressed a button in the elevator and a small ceiling array flipped out of the wall. He channeled chakra into it, activating the time seal. Naruto and Yuruchi went to the first floor and got off the elevator to see Karasuba and Shizune sitting on the couch, possibly waiting on them. Okay girls, I have some things to do today, so I would you later tonight for dinner. He looked at the silver-haired beauty Kara-chan. Let's go. To her credit, she followed him to the elevator without question. Oh Yuruchi, mind prepping the ceiling room for me? She smirked. Only if there is a reward in it for me later. Sure, we can work something out, the blonde said as doors closed on he and Karasuba. As he and Karasuba were walking through the forest of death they were both making small conversation. Why is it that wherever I am with you, none of the dangerous animals seem to be around, but if I am alone or with anyone else I have to be on high alert? Karasuba asked. That's because an animal's instincts are much more keen than us humans. While I am able to hide my chakra signature with the use of seals, it doesn't work on animals. Their instincts lets them feel the small amount of the 9-tailed fox's bloodlust that seeps into my chakra, and those instincts gives them 2 options, stay away or submit. It just so happens that they choose to stay away, Naruto explained to the silver-haired beauty. After a bit more traveling they noticed multiple chakra signatures and stopped in their tracks. We know you're there, so you might as well come out, Naruto spoke loudly, to which 6 black mask Anbu appeared before them, 5 flanking the one who they assumed was their group leader. Brute, both Naruto and Karasuba growled. When they landed in front of them. Danzo just doesn't learn, does he? Since you know, then make it easier on both yourselves and us and come peacefully, the root leader said in a monotone-like voice. Sorry, we're a little busy at the moment, so we'll have to take a rain check, Naruto said as he signaled to Karasuba with a blink of the eye and tiny twitch of his left hand. She smirked at the thought of getting the chance to spill blood. Doesn't matter, you're coming with us, the leader said as he and his squad went to step forward only for Karasuba to vanish. When she reappeared she was behind the group with her katana drawn. What are you waiting for? Subdue her. When he turned around he saw all 5 of their heads roll off their bodies, then the bodies dropped to the ground as blood started pouring out of their wounds. When he turned back around, prepared to retreat, Naruto was already in front of him and sheathed his fist into the Anbu's stomach, making him cough up a little blood into his mask. He went to try to escape again, but it was too late. Naruto had slapped a paralysis tag and a chakra sealing tag, restricting his movement and cutting off his chakra. Naruto took off his glove and replaced it with his sealing glove. He then snatched off the blank mask, revealing a male with brown hair in his late 20s. Naruto forced his hand into the man's mouth and pulled out his tongue, revealing the cursed seal that all rude Anbu bore to prevent them from spilling secrets and disobeying Danzo. The man was struggling as Naruto held his tongues in place, while Karasuba looked on in utter glee. Naruto's glove glowed white as he touched it to the seal, the green seal, then faded away as it was broken. When Naruto released his tongue, the man glared daggers at him. "What did you do?" "I broke the seal so you can either willingly tell why Danzo sent you or forcefully, and that sea would have prevented that. If you think I am going to betray Danzo-sama, then you must have a few screws loose." Naruto closed his eyes as he sighed. "Well, seems you've chosen the forceful route," he said as he opened his eyes to reveal his Rinnegan. Naruto held his hand in front of the man's face, which held no emotion. "Human path. Soul absorption," Naruto spoke as his eyes glowed and pulsed. The man's body was covered in a glowing white aura. The aura was then absorbed by Naruto, leaving the body to fall to the ground lifelessly. As Naruto did, that it only took him a few moments to go through the man's memories. "Did you get anything?" Karasuba asked. "Yeah, a little but not much. The names and patterns of Danzo's spies in the Sand Village. Everything else I already knew about," he said over his shoulder to his fiancée, who now had her arms wrapped around him from behind. "You know what you did was kind of sexy," she spoke seductively into his ear. "And you know you're kind of sadistic," he teased back as he tapped her nose before replacing his glove and put his sealing glove away. "I can't help it, that's how we of the Ichimaru clan are. We like to see our opponent suffer. Toussaint is just like the rest of the clan, so don't be fooled by his smile. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's get rid of the bodies, pile them all up, and I'll handle the rest." Karasuba did as she was told, and all the corpses were near each other. Naruto then ran through hand seals and called out Earth style. Moving Earth core, the jutsu created large hole where the bodies then fell into. He then ran through another set of seals lava style. Molten peak lava erupted and filled the crater, melting the bodies into nothing. Then he ran through one more set of seals water style. Water trumpet, he launched a large jet of water from his mouth, cooling and hardening the lava into rock. "Alright, let's go," the blonde said to his silver-haired fiancé as they sped through the forest and into the village before arriving at the Hokage Tower. Upon arriving, Naruto and Karasuba ignored the secretary and just walked right into the Hokage's office. The aged Kage, seeing his secretary trying to stop Naruto and this unknown person with him, "That's enough. I'll handle it from here and cancel all of my meeting for the next hour." The sighed and bowed before exiting the room. "As you wish, Hokage-sama." Once she left the room, Naruto looked around the room to see 4 shadow clones doing paperwork at the large desk, while the original Sarutobi was sitting on a couch in the corner trying to hide a book in the couch cushions. "I see you're using the trick I told you about, Gigi." "Yes, I must thank you, my boy. The tip has allowed me to get my work done and go home early, while not really stressing over paperwork when I do get home," Hiruzen told Naruto with a smile plastered on his face, clearly happy with additional free time the shadow clones have afforded him. "I see you brought over your fiancé to sign off on the paperwork," Hiruzen pointed out as he noticed the silver-haired beauty with Naruto. "Yes, Gigi, this is Karasuba Ichimaru." "Karasuba, this Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage." Naruto introduced the two. Karasuba reached out and shook the old man's hand. He then handed Naruto a single sheet of paper for Karasuba to fill out. "Just fill this out and then go down the hall, and you two can take pictures for your ninja license." "Thanks, Gigi, I'll be sure to visit when I have some free time. There's some things we may need to talk about," the blonde told the aged Kage after Karasuba filled out the form. The two then left to take their pictures for their ninja licenses. After having their pictures taken and their licenses printed out, they walked out of the Hokage Tower before Karasuba spoke up. "I'm going to go see my father. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun." Naruto pulled down his mask, gave her a light kiss on her lips. Karasuba then went on her way to see her father and Naruto went off to go see Anko. Once Naruto arrived at Anko's, he knocked on the door. When Anko answered and saw him at her door, she pounced on him and wrapped her legs around him. To his credit, he caught her without the least bit of stumble. "Where did you get those, dango?" she exclaimed. I made them." Anko's eyes just seemed to radiate her excitement. "You have to make more." Okay, I'll make more, but can I come in first?" he asked jokingly, to which she smiled and nodded at his tone. Naruto just walked into the apartment with Anko still in his arms and closed the door behind him. Once inside, he saw Yugao sitting on the couch with knowing smile on her face. No doubt from her knowing Anko was going to react the way she did when she saw Naruto again after tasting the dango he made for her. After Naruto greeted Yugao and Anko released him, he shocked the by running through a set of hand seals Uzumaki style. Privacy dome. The moment he activated the privacy barrier, 3 distinct buzzing sounds were heard. Naruto located where the sounds came from and found they were from an hidden camera and 2 listening devices. "Where did those come from?" Anko asked, clearly pissed off that someone was spying on her. Naruto gained a very calm demeanor. "Who else has been here?" Yugao took the chance to speak up. "Just Giku-chan and Kurenai came over to try and patch things up, but she and Ranjiku went to go get some dango, so we can eat as we talk." And that's your culprit. The two women looked at Naruto like he was crazy. There's no way Giku-chan would ever do something like that, and I would like to think that something so low would be below Kurenai. Ranjiku, no, Kurenai, yes, Naruto simply stated as he still held the evidence in his hand. Why would she do this? Yugao asked confused. Yes, they had a falling out, but at one point she thought of Kurenai like her very own sister. Did either of you know she had a twin brother? He asked, getting a nod from both purple-haired beauties. Yeah, he died about a year after we graduated the academy due to a rare disease, Anko answered. Well, actually he was experimented on with the Kyuubi's residual chakra, and it resulted in him developing a condition that only Tsunade could have possibly known how to cure, but she wasn't in the village to do so. So him being in the hospital only prolonged his death by maybe a year, but she kept praying for her brother. Then Danzo struck. Both of the purple-haired women growled at the name, almost knowing where this was going. He offered to cure her brother if she joined his root program, which she reluctantly did. She didn't know he didn't actually have the means to cure her brother, and by the time she figured it out, she was stuck in root, as each member has seals applied to them, making it impossible to disobey his commands or speak of anything related to him. And her brother died later on. As a result, the two women had tears of fury in their eyes as they heard what their friend had gone through right under their noses. But from what I was told, she is far from loyal to Danzo. She has spent every spare moment studying sealing techniques to try and figure a way to free herself of him, but to no avail, Naruto told them, making them perk up knowing one of their best friends isn't willingly betraying them. So what do we do? Kurenai should be back any minute now with Giku-chan. Anko asked. I hate to say this, but I believe there is only a slim chance for you girls to return to the way you were. Kurenai is a woman who wants me dead at any cost, and with our bond, it could force her to turn a portion of her hatred to you. Before they could say anything, Naruto sensed both Kurenai and Ranjiku approaching the apartment. He raised an eyebrow and pulled his hood over his head. I'll handle everything, just act normal, he told them as he deactivated the privacy seal and activated his invisibility seal and disappeared from view. Kurenai and Ranjiku walked into the apartment with Ranjiku carrying boxes of dango and a shopping bag with a few bottles of sake. I don't see why I have to carry everything. Since I paid for everything, I think it's only right you carry it, Kurenai replied back as she closed the door behind her. As soon as she turned around, her world went dark after she felt a blow to the back of the neck, but before she hit the ground she was caught by Naruto, who deactivated his seal, revealing himself. What the hell are you doing? Ranjiku exclaimed as she gained a furious look and quickly laid the food and sake on the coffee table, prepared to attack Naruto, but she was grabbed by both of her purple-haired friends. Hold up there, girl, just let him be and watch. But boo, she was instantly cut off by Yugao. Just watch, and she did just as she was told. Naruto sat Kurenai down on the couch and replaced his right-hand glove with his sealing glove. He placed the gloved hand on her forehead as it started to glow green, analyzing any seal on her body. He read 3 seals on her body. One was the anti-pregnancy seal that all kunoichi have on her abdomen, the other was a torture location seal on her mid-back, and the last was the loyalty seal on her tongue. The glove then turned white as he moved his hand to her back and destroyed the first seal after a few seconds, then pulled her tongue out of her mouth and did the same thing, destroying that seal as well. When he was finally done, Ranjiku spoke up, is anybody going to tell me what's going on? Naruto turned to look her directly in the eye, not being too fond of her tone and attitude, no matter the circumstance. Listen, I know you want to know what's going on, but right now I need you to shut up, Naruto told Ranjiku before turning his attention back to the black-haired woman. Naruto activated his Rinnegan to go through her memories. Typically he would kill her by ripping her soul out of her body to read her memories, but by modifying the technique, he was able to get the information he needed without any harm to the unconscious Kurenai. Naruto turned around to face the other women in the room after he deactivated his Rinnegan. Yugao, I need you to take her home. We don't need there to be a situation when she wakes up. Alright, Yugao went to grab Kurenai, but she began to stir. How before she could get her bearings together to realize what was going on, Naruto quickly knocked her out again by pinching a pressure point on her neck. Yugao grabbed her and disappeared in an seal-less silent body flicker. Are you going to tell me what's going on now? The busty Ranjiku asked impatiently. Anko, seeing her frustration, told Ranjiku what Naruto had told them earlier, shocking Ranjiku that Kurenai was willing to go so far. I destroyed the seals on her body, so maybe she will end her alliance with Danzo, but she needs time and possibly an explanation later if you want things to go back to the way they used to be. But I can't say the same for Hana. Ranjiku's eyes widened hearing Danzo's name, along with the fact that Kurenai was working with a mummy, plus that Naruto had the skill to remove something like the cursed seal that most would think was impossible to remove. What do you plan on doing? To make sure he leaves me what belongs to me and those close to me alone, I am going to destroy that base which holds at least half his forces. As a warning, Anko's eyes widened at his statement. Do you know where the base is? Ranjiku asked. The base is located 8.5 miles southwest of the village in an abandoned mine. The base is actually underneath the tunnels, Naruto confessed as he closed the distance between himself and the two women and placed a comforting hand on their shoulders. I promise no harm will come to you. The both of you are now under my protection, Naruto told her, earning smiles of thanks. Just as he did that, Yugao came back via body flicker. Now I leave you girls here as I am sure you have a lot to talk about, Naruto said as he kissed both Yugao and Anko before moving towards the door. Yugao, I haven't forgotten we'll have our date tonight, and with that he vanished in an whirlwind body flicker. As he left, the three ice queens looked at each other before Ranjiku spoke up. We all have a lot to talk about, I want to know everything. With Naruto. A few minutes later, Naruto found himself jumping through the trees outside the village headed towards Danzo's base. So, how do you plan on doing this? Kurama asked Naruto from within his mind, curious as to how he planned on taking out Danzo forces. If you're thinking I'm about to go in there with gun blazing, then you will be disappointed. It's going to be a quick and efficient operation. So just sit back and watch me work, Naruto told Kurama as he put on his Dragon Anbu mask that turned his hair black and pulled up his hood and activated the invisibility seal. It didn't take much longer for Naruto to reach the abandoned mine. Standing outside the mine, he activated his Rinnegan and got a look around for any traps of anything. Not seeing any, he left a Hirshin kunai at the entrance before proceeded in. As he made his way through the long tunnel, he made sure to place a modified explosive tag on the wall every couple of yards. As he made his way in, he got to the center of the mine and found a manhole cover littered with seals to prevent anyone from entering and security seals. So as to not set of those seals, he ran through a few hand seals and earth style. Hiding in rock jutsu with it, he phased through the ground. Touching down, he looked up and saw an advanced facility, and Danzo's route were littered throughout the place. There had to be at least 200 members down there, and it made Naruto smile, knowing that he was about to cripple an operation that Danzo had worked on for the better part of 30 years. Breaking himself out of his thoughts, he got down to business. He started planting tags on walls in unnoticeable places while avoiding wandering route. As he was doing this, he came upon a closed door and phased through it. That sick fuck in this room was large tanks, and floating in said tanks were hundreds of Sharingan eyes. Then in thought came to him, he pulled out a blank scroll and quickly sealed one of the tank of eyes into said scroll. Put the scroll away and quickly went back to planting explosive tags before disappearing in a yellow flash. Naruto then made sure to put amicable distance between himself and the mine. He wanted to watch the show, so he used his Rinnegan's ability to levitate and held up a hand seal, activating the explosive tags. The explosion sent fire nearly 1 mile straight up into the air. When the flames died down, there was a crater 3 miles wide and 4 miles deep filled with nothing but ashes, everything inside the mine eviscerated. Ahahaha, oh, I can't wait to see the look on the mummy's face when he comes to see a crater where his hidden base used to be. Kurama laughed at the scene before them, making Naruto chuckle in amusement. Back in the village. The villagers were a little confused at the moment. They didn't know what was going on. Was there an attack on the village, or was some high-profile shinobi training? Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking out his window towards where the smoke was that's coming from the abandoned mine. As he watched the smoke, his 3 advisors walked into his office. Hiruzen, are we under attack? The Hokage looked like he wanted to throw himself out the window the moment he heard them come into his office. No, I don't think it was an attack. I think it came from the abandoned mine. As soon as he said that, all of the color drained out of Danzo's face before he quickly gathered his thoughts and spoke up. I think Hiruzen is right based on the location and then those rumors that there may be hidden treasures still in that old mine. So it may just be some idiots who actually believed the rumor and used some explosives to clear out some of the stone. I say just ignore it unless it gets closer. The mine is quite a bit away from the village. Danzo reasoned, lied, hoping the Hokage didn't send anyone until he knew what was going on at his hidden base. You may be right, but just to be cautious, for the next 2 hours the village is on lockdown. No one in or out until everything with a 5-mile perimeter of the village is secure, the Sarutobi told them as he noticed Danzo acting a little off, but brushed it off before sending out orders to his Anbu about the lockdown. Just great, now I have to wait until the end of the lockdown procedures are over with before I can find out what happened. Back with Naruto. Naruto was still levitating in the air, waiting to see if Danzo would show when a portal opened up and Rise flew out next to him and sat on his shoulder. Naruto-sama, Range has told me that the best time for you to strike is now. They are having their collaboration meetings in 30 minutes, so they will be in one location for you. That does make sense. Does Range have my Hirshin kunai? Yes, he is waiting on you right now. Naruto wordlessly created a seal-less shadow clone and made the clone watch for Danzo. You coming, Rise? No, I need to get back, but I'll see you later. Naruto-sama, Rise informed him as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. As he did that, Naruto himself closed his eyes, sensed for the marker, and vanished in a yellow flash. Village hidden in the sands. When Naruto transported himself to the sand village, he was instantly hit with the village's humidity, but luckily his clothing contained a cooling seal, so he wouldn't die from the humidity. He was standing next to Range in an empty training field next to Sand Village Ninja Academy. "Hello, Naruto-sama." "Hey Range, so where are Danzo's lackeys?" Naruto asked the Wind Dragon, who directed him towards an empty office on the other side of the academy, with 4 fairly tall males sitting at a table, seemingly having a discussion. "That's them, your best bet would be to strike now, they are waiting on Tamari, and don't expect her for at least another half hour, and the normal village patrol doesn't come for another one." 5 hours. Naruto smiled and rubbed the Wind Dragon's head. "That's more than enough time, wait here," Naruto told Range as he silently entered the office. Naruto, under his invisibility seal, created 3 shadow clones, each cloned with quickness and finesse, decapitated 3 of the spies, while the original restrained the last member by calling out way of binding number 1. Restrain, causing his arms to lock behind his back. Naruto removed his hood as his Rinnegan eyes bore into the spy's brown eyes, freezing him in his place, placing his hand on top of his head. What do you want?" In the coldest voice he uttered, "Your death." His eyes started glowing. "Human path." Soul absorption. The man's body glowed purple as his soul was pulled out of his body, and his entire being was absorbed by Naruto. The blonde stood still for a few seconds as he analyzed his memories. Finding nothing useful, he put the bodies in an unsealing scroll before returning to Range. "Wow, that was quick." "Yeah, well, they were just expendable forces, but I just want to say thanks, Range, you've been a big help. I don't think you will need to be here nearly as much as you had, but I do want you here for a little while longer just as a precaution." Naruto thanked the Wind Dragon, who smiled at him, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. "Thanks, Naruto-sama, I think I'll go home and see my family, it's been a little since I saw them." "Go ahead, you've earned it, and send the other Wind Dragons my well wishes," Naruto said as he opened up a portal for Range. "Sure, see you later, Naruto-sama." The Wind Dragon vanished into the portal before said portal disappeared. Naruto found his way back to the training field, where it was no longer empty, but being occupied by 3 familiar faces, the Sand siblings Gaara, Kankuro and Tamari. Gaara seemed to be working to further his control over his sand. Kankuro fiddled with his puppet, and Tamari was trying to split a stone with wind chakra. Naruto uses his lightning step to appear behind his fellow blonde in a flash and knocked her out with a chop to the neck and caught her as she started to fall forward. "Hey, get away from my sister," Kankuro yelled as he went to charge at the unidentified blonde holding his unconscious, but was grabbed and stopped by Gaara's sand. Turning to his red-haired brother, "What are you doing, Gaara? He has Tamari." Kankuro, "Shut up," the redhead said icily before turning his attention to the blonde holding his sister. "Any reason you've knocked out my sister, Nai-san?" "I will, but can we move over to that empty office first?" Naruto asked as he moved Tamari into a bridal carry. "Alright, let's go," Gaara said, and Kankuro went to say something only for Gaara's-san to cover his mouth and force him to follow along. When they got to the office, Gaara and Kankuro noticed the blood on the ground. Gaara was the one to speak up as Kankuro was still bound by Gaara's-san. "Did you kill someone in here, Nai-san?" "Yeah, let me explain everything that's going on." Naruto then went on to tell them about Danzo and his forces infiltrating their village, them offering Tamari help with Gaara, then later turning the offering of help into threats, before actually applying the seals to her and forcing her obedience. Gaara and Kankuro were livid. Kankuro was released from Gaara's sand. "Where the hell is the bastard?" the cat-suited teen demanded from the blonde in front of him. "Calm down, for the most part I have at least crippled his forces, meaning he won't be making any moves outside of the leaf, and I have killed the spies he had here, so Tamari and you are all safe, but first let me remove her seals." And remove her seals he did in a matter of minutes. He removed the seal on her back and her tongue, freeing her from Danzo's clutches. Not long later, Tamari woke up to see her 2 brothers standing across from her with a blonde. She realized it was someone Danzo wanted either under his control or dead. She quickly grabbed a kunai from her holster on her right leg and jumped into a defensive stance when Gaara stopped her and wrapped her in his sand. "Stop, Nisan, you don't have to do that anymore." Tamari looked at Gaara in shock. "Oh my god, do they know?" Almost as if he read her mind, her fellow blonde answered her mental question. "They know, Tamari, and I don't think they blame you. You no longer need to follow or fear Danzo. I removed his hold over you in this village. Now whether you move on with your family or will you continue down the path of destruction that Danzo laid before you, the choice is yours." Tamari's eyes watered at his words. She was free, her family was free. Gaara released her as she dropped her kunai. Walking over to Naruto, she threw her arms around his neck and sobbed out a tear. "Thank you, thank you so much." She was cut off by Naruto, wrapping one arm around her waist and placing one hand behind her head, pushing her into his firm chest. "It's alright, he won't hurt you anymore." When she separated from Naruto and turned to her brother, she sobbed once again. "I'm so sorry," wrapping both of her brothers in hugs. Gaara was still getting used to human contact, but hugged his sister nonetheless. "It's okay, you tried to protect me, and for that I will not hate you. In fact, it make me happy that someone other than mother loved me that much." Tamari hugged him a little tighter at his words. I really hate to break this up, but before I leave you may want to talk to someone who you trust about tightening up security. Naruto told them, having Temari separate from her brother's embrace, and hug him once more. I'll do it, but thank you again. You keep finding ways to help me and my family. Naruto patted her back. There's no need to continue to thank me. I didn't have the luxury as a young child of having a family, but now I have a growing one and know what it's like when you would do anything to protect it. As Temari and her siblings smiled at his words, Naruto separated from Temari and said his goodbyes, telling them that they would see him again, which made Gaara and Temari happy, Kankuro not so much. He then vanished in a flash of yellow light. Outside of the Leaf Village, Naruto appeared next to his clone in a flash of yellow light while levitating in the air. The clone then poofed away after having served its purpose. Moments later, Danzo and 5 of his root soldiers were now standing at the crater where his once hidden base stood. Rage filled the man once known as the Shinobi of Darkness. Who did this? He screamed as he turned to his subordinates. Whoever did this, I want their head on a spike. Danzo screamed out, thinking about not just the forces he lost, but the resources spent on the base now lost to him. Naruto, still under his invisibility seal, floated down enough to where Danzo would be able to hear him, and he used a technique to distort his voice. Let this be a warning to you. As of this moment, Temari of the desert, Kurenai, Yuhi and the 3 ice queens are all off limits. Who's there? It isn't of your concern, but heed my warning. If anything happens to those women, I'll burn the leaf to the ground while making you watch before divorcing your head from the rest of your body. To make his threat seem just that more serious, he embedded kunai in all of the root operatives' skulls, killing them instantly. Heed my warning, for I can do much worse, he told the Warhawk as he left the man with his entire presence vanishing. The old man stood there for a few moments, stewing in his own anger. Decades of preparation and resources gone in a mere moment. Eventually he will be dead at my feet. If it's the last thing I do, the old Warhawk thought to himself. But Naruto was back in the village in front of Anko's apartment. After knocking, Yugao answered this time and let him in. Upon going in, he saw Anko and Ranjiku still sitting in the living room. Anko was devouring her favorite food, dango. Hey, Naruto, come back already. I figured you would have been gone until later tonight, Anko asked, after swallowing the mouthful of dango, making Naruto laugh, though most would consider it unladylike. He found it to be oddly cute. Yeah, I like to work efficiently. Oh, and 2 things, at some point maybe you can clear the air with Kurenai, and also none of you should have to worry about Danzo anytime soon, Naruto said, looking around the room at the 3 beauties. Well, that's good to hear about Kurenai, but what do you mean about Danzo? I know that man through certain run-ins, and he won't just leave us alone if he is truly after us. After a simple conversation, Ranjiku said, baffled at his statement. Who said anything about a conversation? I crippled Danzo's forces and left him with a warning. If any harm comes to you, then he will be made to watch helplessly as the leaf burns to the ground. Ranjiku raised an eyebrow at his statement. You actually went through with it? She asked in an extremely curious tone. I destroyed the entire base, and everyone inside. The 3 women were shocked that someone had the gall to oppose Danzo the way Naruto was doing. He won't let an action like that pass. He will come for you, and he will use any means necessary, and he will use underhanded methods like going after those close to you, Yugao said, but she was shocked to see Naruto's eyes change from sapphire blue to a glowing metallic purple with ripple patterns. The Rinnegan let him try. Besides, he doesn't know it was me, Naruto shot back as he deactivated his eyes. None of you have any reason to fear Danzo. I can truly promise you this, Danzo will eventually pay for all of his past transgressions, the blonde said as he places a calming hand on Ranjiku's shoulder. Besides, you have 2 Jonin level friends that are willing to fight with and for you, but the question is, are you willing to fight with and for us? Everyone in the room looked at Busty Woman, waiting her answer. This may be my only chance at seeing Danzo's corpse, she thought angrily, while thinking about how he manipulated Kurenai. Yes, I will join you, she said as took hold of Naruto's hand and shook it before Anko hugged her, while Yugao smiled at the scene. Over the next half hour they went on to filling Ranjiku in on mostly everything: Yugao's clan connection to Whirlpool, the deep dark secrets that the leaf tries to hide, and the origins of Whirlpool. All of this really surprised her. She knew only bits and pieces of the darkness that the leaf had spread throughout its existence, but now knowing everything made what Danzo did to them seem tame compared to what they did to Whirlpool, and that thought alone made her wonder if she could continue fighting for a village full of what she could only describe as monsters. They had all made a silent agreement that they wouldn't let Ranjiku in on their future plans, just to be on the safe side. Ranjiku tended to drink a little too much and could slip up. Alright, I'll see you girls later, then Naruto told them as he went to leave before Anko stopped him. Leaving already? Yeah, it's getting late and I have to get ready for my date with Yugao later on. Anko put on a fake pout as she wrapped her arms around his neck. No fair, what about me? I know, how about I make a few boxes of those dango for you and drop them off before my date? Anko immediately brightened up and snatched his mask down before smashing her lips into his best boyfriend ever. After separating, Naruto leaned down to whisper into her ear, "And you're the sexiest girlfriend ever." While they were having their moment, they missed Ranjiku blush at seeing Naruto's face. "He really is handsome. I don't think I have seen any man even remotely as handsome as he is." Naruto kissed Anko once more, made his way over to Yugao, kissed her, "Make sure you're ready by 8. He then said his goodbyes to everyone before leaving via Flying Thunder God technique. Once he left, Ranjiku looked back and forth between Yugao and Anko. The two of them looked back towards her and asked, "What?" "Their boyfriend just kissed one of your best friends, then announced he was taking her out on a date, and all you say is what?" the blonde-haired Jonin told Anko, who along with Yugao, laughed at her comment. "What are you laughing about?" Ranjiku demanded, not liking her friends poking fun at her. "The fact that you, the smartest amongst us, made the decision to not use common sense and ask a question she could have answered herself," Yugao said after gathering her bearings from laughing so hard. Still looking confused, Hana decided to enlighten her. Naruto is the last of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, two of the most feared and prestigious clans throughout the elemental nations. Now what is the law that comes with being the last surviving member of any clan? Ranjiku's eyes went wide at her own airheadedness before she slowly answered the question. "CRA. Ding, ding dot ding, I believe the lady has won. Yugao-chan, why don't you go ahead and tell her what she has won?" Anko mocked her friend. "An all-expense-paid date with Naruto-kun." She blushed as an image of the handsome blonde appeared in her head at the sound of his name. What? Don't try to deny it. We saw your reaction when you saw his face. You find him attractive, so why not go on a date with him? He has treated me how you have always said you wanted to be treated by a man since day one," Anko said as he wrapped her arm around Ranjiku's neck while Yugao sat back with a light-hearted smile on her face before they started full-blown giggling at Ranjiku being flustered. Yugao decided to put her 2 cents. "I say go for it, he seems to be your type, these two want you to do it and it might get some of these pricks off your back." "As tempting as getting these perverts off my back sounds, I'm not keen on the idea of being a concubine," Ranjiku tried to reason. "Stop, we all know how much polygamy is practiced, though in private, I grew up in a home with 2 mothers and they were happier than most monogamous relationships. Giku-chan, trust me on this, I know you and I know him, if there is anyone that can make you happy then it's Naruto-kun. No one is saying sleep with him, just go to dinner and I promise he will be a perfect gentleman and you will see another side of him," Anko reasoned with her busty friend. "Alright, let me sleep on it first." Anko then sighed and agreed as she knew that was the best she was going to get out of Ranjiku. "Well, since we've solved that, you girls want to help me get ready for my date?" Ranjiku gained a smirk, loving the thought of getting to treat Yugao like a human-sized dress-up doll, while Anko sat off to the side laughing from her knowing what Yugao was about to go through. Naruto's home. When Naruto arrived in a yellow flash, before getting ready for his date he created 5 shadow clones. 2 were going to cook dinner for Yoruichi and Karasuba, while the other 3 were making the dango for Anko. He then went to find Yoruichi. She was in a room she had designated as her own, going through reports from the other spy dragons across the elemental nations. "Hey, Yoruichi-chan." Looking up from the desk she sat at, she saw her blonde fiancé standing in the doorway. "Hey, Naruto-kun, any idea why there was a feeling of an aftershock caused by an explosion?" Yoruichi asked while not even looking up, simply because she already knew the answer. She just wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, I blew up one of Danzo's bases." Yoruichi's eyes widened. "The one under the village, are you crazy? You could force the village to cave in on itself before our plans come to fruition." First of all, calm down. Second, no, not the one under the village, it was the hidden base that Rise couldn't find the location of. It's a couple of miles outside the village under an abandoned mine." Or was Yoruichi let out a sigh of relief from thinking Naruto had gone a little too far? She could care less about the leaf, but she didn't want Whirlpool's revival compromised. "And you did that, why?" "I know Rise gave you the information on Danzo before he told me, so all I did was make sure that both Kurenai and Temari were free from his clutches while crippling his forces, which will in turn allow us freer movement without having to worry about Danzo as much." Yoruichi nodded. "That was a brilliant idea, cripple your enemy's force, steal key members while buying yourself time to bolster your own forces. Did you finish prepping the sealing room?" Naruto asked his ebony-skinned fiancé. "Yeah, what did you need it prepped for anyway?" "When Sakura, Ria's and Tsunade come out tomorrow morning, I'm going to do as promised and restore Tsunade's youth." At that, Yoruichi gained a smirk. "You sure you want to do that? Because I can tell you a young Tsunade is even more of a knockout than that advanced transformation jutsu that she has. Constantly active, you might not be able to keep your hands off her." Naruto pulled down his mask to smile back at her. "Do you believe I am the man to talk to about restraint?" Making Yoruichi think back on the time she tried to entice him only for him to turn the tables around on her. "Well, I need to get ready, I have a date with Yugao-chan later tonight," Naruto said as he got ready to leave, but Yoruichi wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. "But what about my reward for prepping the sealing room?" I promised to give you one, but after my date, alright. Yuruchi was going to protest, but Naruto flipped her from his back to in front of him and delivered a toe-curling kiss, jetting his tongue into her mouth while grabbing a handful of her nicely shaped bottom, forcing a moan to escape her. When they separated she felt like she was melting. Let that be a little preview of your future reward, and with that he left. Looks like he's done it to you once again, Kitten Matatabi. The two-tailed cat spoke to her partner from within her seal. Shut up, Yuruchi thought simply to the flaming cat. About 2 hours later, after Naruto had taken a shower and changed his clothes to a nice all-black suit with a red tie and new shiny black dress shoes, he saw his clones finished cooking the meals for Karasuba and Yuruchi. They put their plates on the table, and he noticed they had just finished putting all the dango into 3 huge boxes. After dismissing the clones and sealing away the clones in a small sealing scroll to keep them fresh, he let Karasuba and Yuruchi that their dinner was ready before leaving via whirlwind body flicker. Yugao's apartment. Naruto went to Anko's apartment first, but no one was there, so he assumed they were at Yugao's place, which he just arrived at. He knocked on the door and was greeted by Ranjiku this time, who, when she saw him, was awestruck. Oh my god. Hey, Ranjiku, is Yugao here? Before Ranjiku could answer, a purple-haired bullet jumped on him, wrapping their arms and legs around him. Well, don't you clean up nice? It was Anko, having taken in his appearance, tried to flirt with him a little. Thanks. I do have a little gift for you. Naruto pulled out a sealing scroll and handed to Anko. Figuring out what it was, Anko grabbed it and disappeared into the kitchen with her precious dango. As he was chuckling at Anko, Ranjiku finally snapped out of her daze and greeted him, though with a small blush, the girl's words of her dating him replaying in her mind. It might not be such a bad idea to go on one little date, the blonde-haired woman thought to herself. Then out came Yugao. She was wearing an elegant purple dress, the same she as her hair. The dress really brought out her figure the way it laid on her body, extenuating her large D-cup breasts, slim waist, the slit up the right side of her thigh showing off her legs with her wearing matching heels. Ranjiku had helped Yugao put on light makeup, taking her natural beauty even further. Wow, you look incredible, and these are for you, Naruto complimented as he unsealed a bouquet of red roses and handed them to Yugao. Thank you, you don't look so bad yourself, Yugao said as she took the roses and took a small sniff. I try. Yugao asked Ranjiku to put them in water for her before she wrapped her arms around one of his. So we're too handsome. Let's leave that as a surprise for now, beautiful, the blonde said as he and his date bid everyone goodbye before leaving for their night of fun and getting to know one another. The next morning after his date, Naruto woke up with a reminder from his internal clock to get in his morning training, but since the training area was still in use for about another 2 hours, so he jumped in the shower and began to reminisce about the previous night. Naruto and Yugao spent a majority of the night out at dinner. He took her dancing and then stopped at a park to just talk for a while longer before he returned her home like a true gentleman would. After his shower, he cooked a big breakfast for everyone and set 2 plates to the side for Sakura and Tsunade. While eating, Yuruchi and Karasuba both asked Naruto about his date, which surprised him a little. Not from the questions, but the level of comfort they had with him being with other women. They treated it as if it was the most normal thing to them. After eating, everyone went and got dressed for the day, while Naruto got prepared to release Sakura and Tsunade from the training area. Naruto arrived to the elevator and saw the seal's effects just coming to an end, so he set a course for the basement training facility. After stepping off the elevator, he saw that the walls had a white glow to them that was starting to fade, effects from the seal, and then there was the destroyed training ground, but the restoration seal was taking care of that. Naruto went to the small house that Sakura, Rias, and Tsunade were living in temporarily. As soon as he walked in, the 2 of them were sitting in the living room already packed and ready to go. Tsunade's appearance hadn't changed at all. She was still beautiful and well endowed, even if it was under an advanced transformation jutsu, but Sakura and Rias on the other hand had done more than a little changing. Rias filled out even more so than before to developing curvaceous young woman. Her breasts grew to a full D cup. Her hips widened, adding a little volume to her thighs and her ass. She also had her hair in a high ponytail, and she grew 2 inches. She wore a yellow battle kimono top that barely contained her breasts, a loose purple skirt with a slit going up to her thigh, knee-length black stockings, elbow-length black gloves, black and red ninja sandals, and her mother's black and red katana at her side, with an Uzumaki clan symbol on it. Sakura got a little taller and filled out as well, her breasts increasing to mid-C cups, filling out in all the right places, mainly her ass, and the rest her body toned as a kunoichi should be. Her hair was still pretty long, touching mid-back as she had them tied into 3 pigtails draped across her back. She continued to wear a similar outfit to what she wore before, a tight red top that hugged her high B-cup breast and was cut off just above her navel, a pair of thigh-length black biker shorts with a thin pink line going down the side. The thigh-length black skirt over her shorts with a slit exposing her shorts, black gloves with her clan symbol on the back, and black ninja sandals. "Hope you girls played nice in the dungeon," Naruto said, catching their attention. As soon as he did, both Sakura and Rias leapt across the room and enveloped him in the strongest hug he had ever had the pleasure of feeling. He could swear he felt his bones cracking. "As wonderful as it is to see you, Sakura-chan, Rias-chan, even though for me, it's only been a day, can you ease up a little? You both seem to be a wee bit stronger than I remember." They blushed scarlet at his words and loosened their grip but kept their faces buried in his chest. This being a new attitude towards Naruto had him looking down at her in confusion. "What's the matter with them?" Naruto asked his fellow blondes, since they seemed to be lost in their own world. "They have just come to terms with being engaged, and over our time here, to make sure they had clear minds, we spoke about the situation where they both came to the conclusion that they really wanted to give it a shot," Tsunade explained, causing the two of them to blush even harder. If that was possible, Naruto looked down at them. "Is that true, Sakura-chan, Rias-chan, is this what you truly want?" he asked them in a very caring tone, to which they just nodded into his toned chest. "Well, since we haven't gotten a proper chance, how about in 2 days' time we go out on a date? One gets an date and the other an evening date," Naruto asked the young women. "We would like," that they finally spoke back simultaneously with a cheerful tone, making him plant a light kiss on top of each of their foreheads. At the moment he was really loving the reactions they gave from his compliments and displays of affection. "What about me?" Tsunade tried to tease him by pressing her generous bust into his back. "Well, I did have Yoruichi prepare the sealing room you after you exited this room, so you could finally get what it is that you want." Tsunade gained a look of lust. "If this goes right, I'm going to send him to heaven first class. As for your date, you may want to wait, you're going to be sore for at least 48 hours, Tsunade frowned, but shrugged as she figured no pain no gain. After gathering their things, everyone left the training area, and then he let the two of them eat the breakfast he prepared. After they finished eating, Naruto made a shadow clone, handed the clone the scroll that contained what he would need to reduce Tsunade's age. He then told Tsunade to go get cleansed while he escorts Sakura home, while the clone took the scroll into the sealing chamber. On their track to Rias and Sakura's house, Rias noticed quite a number of villagers glaring at Naruto. She wanted to say something, but she let it go since Naruto didn't seem to care, so the two of them just made small talk. Mostly Naruto asking a few questions to find out a little about the two of them, so he could personalize the date for each billboard. "Brow, is that you?" Sakura, Rias and Naruto stopped and turned around when they heard the voice call out. Rias had a frown on her face, showing her displeasure from hearing that nickname that has been stuck with her sister for most of her childhood. It was Sakura's best friend Ino Yamanaka. Ino has fair skin, blue eyes and long platinum blonde hair worn in a ponytail, with bangs framing the right side of her face. She, like Sakura, had a change in attire. She wore form-fitting purple shorts that hugged her budding hips, a dark purple halter top, a deep purple jacket that stopped just below her developing C-cup breasts, black gloves and black thigh-high heeled boots, all in all a very attractive young woman. "Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you." "We just got back from Tenzaku, we did some shopping and just got back," Naruto answered for her, so she would have an alibi and wouldn't spill something she wasn't supposed to. "Why would you go all the way out there with him?" Ino inquired, her gossip queen personality coming out, wanting to know what was going on between the two of them. "Well, typically one doesn't need a reason to go anywhere with their fiancé," Aria said as she wrapped her arms around one of his with Sakura, doing the same to the other. Ino was flabbergasted. Here was someone who used to be one of her best friends and rival in pursuit of Sasuke's affection, but now she was hanging off of another boy's arm who wasn't Sasuke, while her sister hung off the other arm, and if she was being truthful, he was better looking than Sasuke. "What about Sasuke? What about him?" Rias asked in a sarcastic tone. Sakura then let out a heavy sigh. "Look, Ino, the Uchiha can care less about you, me or anyone else on God's green earth. He is selfish down to his core." "That's not true, he just needs someone to be there for him." When she said that, Naruto put a hand on Sakura's shoulder, telling her to let him give it a shot. "Okay, Ino, you say he needs someone to be there for him, referring to him having a tough time because of the massacre, correct?" Naruto asked his fellow blonde, to which she nodded her head. "If that's the case, then can you give me just one example of Sasuke being even remotely nice? You guys spent 2 years in the academy before the massacre, so if he is who you say he is, then surely you can give me at least one instance." Ino was stumped by the question. She couldn't come up with one. "Listen, I'm saying this for your own good. Sasuke isn't who you think he is. You're going to get your hopes dashed and your heart broken if you continue chasing after someone as self-centered as him." She really wanted to disagree with him, but everything he said to her was just the truth. "But Ino happens to be a very stubborn girl. And how would you know what he's like? You've only been here for a few days," Ino replied back with her voice filled with anger. "You're right about me not knowing Sasuke personally, but anyone can find out anyone's character by simply paying attention. The Uchiha is selfish. I have been here only a few days and have had 2 incidents with him where he has tried to take what doesn't belong to him because of his selfish desires, and that combined with him having no respect of anyone other those of the Uchiha clan tells me everything I need to know about him, Naruto shot back. Making Ino look down at the ground before looking up to argue again. Ino, stop being hard-headed, you know everything Naruto-kun said is accurate, Sakura interjected, wanting to knock so sense into her best friend. Look, I'm not going to tell you who you can and can't like, but I will tell you, not to neglect yourself in your pursuit of him. This is a cruel world and you've chosen an even crueler profession. In this profession a routine mission can turn into a bloodbath. So my advice would be put your crush on the back burner and train. Maybe once you have the strength the Uchiha will look your way. Ino was looking a little depressed as Naruto, Sakura and Rias left her to her own devices to think. As they left Ino, Sakura hugged Naruto's arm. Thank you, I think you may have actually gotten through that thick skull of hers. No problem, I did it for her as much as I did it for you. I've seen this type of scenario play out before, and the results aren't something I would wish on my worst enemy, Naruto told her as they arrived at their house. Want to come in to see Kachan? Rias asked her blonde fiancé. No, I need to get back, I'm sure Tsunade is probably impatiently waiting my return, so I'll see you later, Sakura-chan. Rias-chan just as Naruto was about to turn and leave, both of them grabbed his arm, spun him around, and gave him a quick peck to each cheek. Thank you for everything, Naruto-kun, the red-haired and pink-haired Kanachi said before they disappeared into the house. Naruto smiled at the gesture of his fiancés before disappearing in a flash of yellow light. A moment later he was back home, and he wasted little time and made his way to the ceiling room. His clones had just finished setting up the room. There was a large ceiling array circle etched in the middle of the floor. He laid his coat, gloves, gauntlets, sword and utility belt in the corner of the room. He grabbed the ceiling scroll that contained what he would need to restore Tsunade's youth. With the removal of his clothes, a project of his was revealed. He had tattooed ancient ceiling symbols into his arms in triple bracelet form. Tsunade came walking in wearing only a white bathrobe. She noticed the tattoos on his arms as she walked further into the room and asked about them. You have tattoos? No, these are a sealing project I finished recently. It allows me to forego the use of sealing ink and use my chakra as the catalyst for the seal instead, Naruto said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow in wonder of the deeper intricacies of his little project. There are 3 levels as you can see. The first is analytics. It analyzes the body structure, seals on the body and chakra network, then that information is sent to the second level, which is the breakdown level, where everything is broken down from how to recreate or destroy a seal that was analyzed and perfect placement of a seal based off of the person's chakra network. Then the last level handles the task of creating and destroying seals using information sent from the previous 2 levels, as well as my own knowledge and understanding of seals. Then a permanent chakra imprint is used instead of sealing ink. When he finished explaining, Tsunade was left dumbfounded. He makes it sound so easy and effortless. Just how talented is he, she wondered to herself. Okay, now let me explain how this will work on you, Naruto said as directed her over to a table with a scroll that contained the contents of the upgraded creation rebirth seal, a vial of hero water and a med kit. The first thing I need you to do for me is to draw a vial of my blood for me, Naruto said as he handed Tsunade the med kit. Why? That's part of the process. Tsunade did as he said. She took a needle and found a good vein as she proceeded to draw his blood. After she finished, she cleaned the excess blood on his arm and went to put a bandage on his arm until the bleeding stopped, but to her shock the wound had already closed. She gave Naruto the vial. Tsunade watched as he grabbed a larger vial off the table and mixed a slightly glowing hero water and his blood. The mix made a solution of glowing purple liquid. This is how this is going to work. When I apply the upgraded seal on you, I'm going to need you to drink this, as it will bring out your locked away Uzumaki heritage, and then I will channel massive amounts of my own chakra into you as your body starts to de-age. You may not like how this has to be done, but it does have to be done this way. You have to be completely nude. I need you to release the genjutsu, and I'm also have contact in areas of your body that may make you either uncomfortable or angry. Tsunade, though it didn't bother her too much, she still wasn't a fan of the fact that he would be seeing her naked and touching her bare skin. She could deal with that. But having to drop her genjutsu was really perturbing her. There was a reason she had the genjutsu in the first place. She was self-conscious about her looks under the genjutsu. Naruto, being who he is, read the atmosphere and responded to her insecurities. I promise I won't judge, and besides it will only be for a few minutes and you will be back your young, vibrant, beautiful and sexy self, Naruto told her with a smile, making Tsunade feel better and want to hurry and get it over with. Okay, let's do it, but you better keep your promise, because as easily as I can offer pleasure, I can do the same with pain, Tsunade said, making it clear how bad she could make it for him if he judged her. Tsunade dropped her white bathrobe, revealing her naked form to Naruto, who had gone into work mode. Tsunade then released her genjutsu. She lost color in her hair and skin. She was wrinkled up like a prune. Her breasts were saggy, and she had moles and a pudgy stomach, but Naruto ignored all of that, though the one thing her couldn't ignore was the look of depression on her face. Let's get you beautiful again, wait for my signal then drink, that he said as he handed the vial of glowing purple solution. He placed one hand in between her breasts and the other on her lower belly slightly above her vagina. The first level of the seals on his arms started to glow blue as they spun around his arms, a faint blue glowing light outlined her body as the seal did its job of analyzing. Then the next level activated and started spinning around his arm glowing green breaking down and feeding Naruto the information. Then the final level started to spin to life glowing white and covering his hands in a glowing white light as well. Tsunade's creation rebirth seal activated forming seal markings on her forehead, the sides of her face, and down her limbs. Naruto added an high-leveled seal matrix on her abdomen that would work in tandem with the seal she already had making it multiple times more effective. Okay, drink it now, Tsunade did as he commanded and downed the liquid as he simultaneously activated the seal. As he did, that he released the full force of his chakra making the ground quake under the sheer amount as he started pouring massive amounts of that chakra into her chakra pool located in her core and into her master Tenketsu point in the middle of her chest. Tsunade's seals started to glow neon baby blue and small whips of steam started rolling of her body. Tsunade was in some pain during the process of reversing her age, but she held in her screams. After about 30 minutes of Naruto pouring almost all of his chakra into Tsunade, the process was done and it worked better than they had anticipated. They assumed it would bring her to her early 20s, but it actually brought to her back to late teen around 18 or 19. The color of her skin returned to its natural peach tone, her wrinkles and moles vanished, her waist became thin, and her stomach toned into a sexy six-pack, her breasts returned to their E-cup with perkiness that they once had. Her ass did the same, in regaining its shape and perkiness, and her hair regained its shine and bounce. All in all from head to toe made Naruto see why she was one of the most beautiful women in the history of the elemental nations. After drinking in his fiance's beauty he noticed the seal he added shrunk to about the size of a quarter after serving its purpose, and along with the rest of the markings, vanished into Tsunade's diamond-shaped marking on her forehead. As soon as the marking receded Naruto had to catch Tsunade from falling, exhausted and in pain from the process. Grabbing her robe off the floor, he wrapped it around her body. Are you alright? Naruto asked as he picked her up bridal style and started heading for her room. Depends on if it worked or not, Tsunade said back to him while she tried to ignore the pain as well as Naruto's half-naked body pressed up against her fully naked body. You'll see in just a second, Naruto told her with a hint of amusement as he arrived just outside her room, pushing the door open with his foot and went directly to the full-sized mirror in the corner of the room. He let Tsunade on her feet in front of the mirror so she could really appraise herself. Tsunade was in one word flabbergasted. There was a time she herself underappreciated her own beauty. Now having spent decades not liking what she saw in the mirror and with her insecurities now being taken away with the return of her beauty, it was enough to bring a tear to her eye. She ignored her sore body, quickly turned around and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Thank you. You're well. Naruto was cut off by Tsunade smashing her lips into his own before jetting her tongue into his mouth and softly grabbing his package through his pants, sending untold amounts of pleasure through his body, making him for a second weak in the knees. Whoa, moving a little faster, Naruto quickly said as they separated their lips. I did promise pleasure, did I not? Before Naruto could say anything he heard Kurama laughing from the silo. I like her, but Naruto just ignored him. As much as I want to listen to the little head over the big head and give in, I'm not going to. We have time for that later. I would rather we got to know each other before we got physical, Naruto said after he took a calming breath. Tsunade chuckled a little. You know, when you say things like that it makes women want you even more. Well, it's good to know that by being me I attract women, but my stance remains the same. I would rather us get to know each other before moving to bedroom activities. Besides, I can see you struggling to stand there. I know the pain has to be unbearable. I told you before that it will take 36 hours for your body to fully adjust and for the soreness to completely subside. Now once that has happened, then we can have our one-on-one time just like I have been doing with everyone else, Naruto told his fellow blonde as he draped the robe over her shoulders and led her to the bed for her to lay down and get some rest while her body adjusted. I'll have Shizune come by to look after you as you recover, Naruto said after he saw she had gotten comfortable in the bed and then left her to rest and recover as he went to look for Shizune. As soon as he exited the room he was greeted by a blushing Shizune and Karasuba who was licking her lips looking at the bare-chested Naruto. Good timing, Shizune. Tsunade is going to need some looking after for the next 2 days. She is incredibly sore and will have a hard time doing even a little moving around, Naruto informed Shizune, who quickly nodded before disappearing into Tsunade's room. What, were you a little too rough with her? Karasuba teased as she stalked over to him and ran a finger across his chest. Naruto let out a small laugh. If you're insinuating me having sex with Tsunade, then no, I wasn't rough. I just finished restoring Tsunade's youth, and the after effects are the cause of her soreness, Naruto told the silver-haired beauty in front of him, who just wrapped both arms around his neck. Not as fun as I was thinking. You seem to be in a good mood today, Naruto pointed out to Karasuba. Well, why wouldn't I be? I finally get my date tonight, she said back to him, making him laugh. That you do. I hope you have a nice dress to put on for me, Naruto teased, making her frown at the dress comment, as she really didn't like wearing dresses besides her battle dress. Instead of dressing up, can't we just do a simple dinner and a movie? I'm not too fond of the idea of dressing up, Karasuba asked as she explained why. Sure, we can get some takeout and watch a movie here on the second floor. I'll make sure we have our privacy. That made Karasuba smirk and kiss him, liking the new planned date a whole lot better. No need, I'll handle the preparations. You probably need to go get some rest so you don't fall asleep on me. You seem really tired, Karasuba pointed out a little. I used up nearly all of my chakra restoring Tsunade's youth, but don't worry, the Kyuubi is slowly replenishing my chakra. Besides, I'll rest after I check on Anko to make sure she isn't having any adverse effects from me removing the curse seal. Karasuba agreed, then gave him another kiss before leaving to prep for their date later on. Naruto went back to the sealing room and put back on his shirt, coat, gauntlets, utility belt and sword. After gathering his things, he used a whirlwind body flicker and disappeared in a swirl of wind. Anko's apartment. Appearing outside Anko's apartment, Naruto lightly rapped on the door and waited for the long-time object of his affection to answer the door. Oh, Naruto-kun, did you bring me dango? Anko asked when she opened the door and jumped on him, wrapping her forelimbs around his body with him holding her up by her butt. No, but I can make you some later. I came by to check on how the chakra was being integrated into your reserves, Naruto said as he walked into the apartment with Anko still holding on, and he kicked the door closed with his right foot. Once inside, he let her down and did a quick once-over. After quickly activating his Rinnegan, he saw everything was in order, moved to sit on the couch with her after deactivating his Rinnegan. Anko noticed how tired Naruto looked and commented on it. He explained why that was, and she decided that an afternoon nap would do him so good. He protested at first since he promised her more dango, but Anko quickly shut him down, stripped him of everything except his pants, led him to her bedroom, threw him on the bed, and then laid on his well-defined chest. It didn't take long before sleep overtook them. After about a 3-hour nap, the two got up. Anko decided she wanted to take a shower after she had sweated in her sleep. Naruto, while she was taking a shower, left to get the ingredients he needed for her self-proclaimed food of the gods. When Anko finished her shower and entered the living room, her mouth watered at the sweet aroma of her precious dango. When she rounded the corner, she saw Naruto had just finished washing the dishes, and when he noticed her, pointed behind him at the table that held a large plate with about 18 dango sticks on them. Anko squealed, gave him a quick kiss before devouring her favorite food while not caring about how she looked while eating. Naruto sat across from her and smiled at her as he watched her simply enjoying her food. Anko, seeing him watch her, offered him a stick but turned her down. I made those just for you, so enjoy. Suit yourself, she said as she continued to eat. You never did tell me about your date with Yugao-chan last night, Anko inquired. We had a really nice time. We got a little closer in the fact that we know each other better now, Naruto told her with a sincere smile. I'm glad. Yugao-chan always seemed lonely, but now she seems to be opening up a little more, Anko told her boyfriend as she remembered some of the far-off and disengaged looks Yugao's eyes held. Oh, I almost forgot. We convinced Giku-chan to go on a date with you. Naruto raised an eyebrow and cocked his head to the side in confusion. He remembered her throwing Ranjiku's name in the ring for potential wives, but he still wondered why she was so okay with Ranjiku. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but why are you pushing for Ranjiku so hard? The blonde asked. 2 reasons. 1, she is one of my best friend, and she along with a very small number of people have never judged me. 2, she has a stalker of sorts, and I'm hoping that if he sees her with you and happy, he'll finally leave her alone, Anko said in between eating, making Naruto narrow his eyes. A stalker was nothing to play around with. They could be incredibly dangerous, especially if they were a shinobi as well. Why didn't you tell me about this before? I would have handled it without her having to date me, Naruto asked Anko, who by now had finished devouring the dango. A few reasons. 1, it's not really my place, tell everyone. 2, regardless of the situation, I think she would be better off with you. 3, he has stalker-like tendencies, but not a full-on dangerous stalker, just annoying. Anko got up, walked around the table to sit in Naruto's lap while wrapping her arms around his neck. Besides, not only can Giku-chan handle herself, he stands to lose too much if he did anything to her. Mind telling me who the stalker is? Naruto asked as he wrapped his arms around her waist, bringing her closer to him. I don't know. What would I get if I did? Anko teased in a sing-song voice. Naruto cupped her chin, bringing her closer, as if he was going to kiss her, but then he diverted his lips to her ear and whispered seductively into her ear, how about in the future a nice full-body massage? That she was. About ready to lose it, blurted out Asuma Saratobi. Gigi-san, but isn't he almost 40 years old? What's he doing chasing after a girl half his age? Anko couldn't help but giggle at his remark. Yeah, that's one of her reasons for not liking him. On top of him being a huge womanizer, he uses his family name and power to try and seduce women, and not to mention he has also been going after Kurenai. I believe the only reason he hasn't tried anything with me or Yugao is that he knows that we would literally maim or kill him. But anyway, Ranjiku flat out told him she didn't like him, but he just won't quit. I know I'm not one to talk, since I will end up marrying Tsunade, and the age gap between us is larger than the one between Asuma and Ranjiku, but that just seems a little weird that he's been chasing after her. How long has he been chasing her? Naruto asked. About 3.5 years now. And now I stand corrected, that isn't weird, it's just downright creepy, Naruto said with an expression of disbelief as Anko continued to laugh at his reactions. Naruto looked over at the clock on the wall and notices it's almost 4 in the afternoon, leaving only a couple of hours before he needs to be ready for his date with Karasuba, and he needs to pick up both of their ninja licenses. As much as I want to stay here with you, sorry to say I can't, it's Karasuba's date tonight and I need to go get my ninja license. Anko pouted a little at him, but what about my massage? Tomorrow morning, I promise, he told her as he kissed her before removing her from his lap to leave. Alright, but you better not cheat me on my massage, making Naruto laugh and kiss her on the forehead. Trust me, you will feel anything but cheated. And that he disappeared via whirlwind body flicker. Hokage Tower. Naruto appeared on top of an opposing building from the Hokage Tower. He jumped down and went inside the building to collect his and Karasuba's licenses. It took him 20 minutes to get. He spent 15 minutes trying to convince the person he spoke to that he was who he said he was, while she just kept glaring at him, but she gave him what he came for after he just directed a little killing intent in her direction. As he was leaving the tower, he heard Kurama speak, "Fucking bitch, I don't know how long I can take watching these asshole kid. I'm working on it, Kurama, just be patient, and before you know it, we will be in a fully functional whirlpool village." Just as he told Kurama that, he noticed a familiar face, Ranjiku, and she looked annoyed. She was walking with a purpose of getting away from Asuma Saratobi. Asuma was a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of the standard leaf ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, flak jacket, regular shinobi sandals and forehead protector. He also wore a sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around his waist, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. I guess Anko-chan wasn't exaggerating when she told me about him, Naruto thought as he saw her headed towards the training fields. "Kit, you better follow them before he does something to one of you potential mates," Kurama told. Naruto agreed, but was unsure about the mate part and didn't have time to argue about it, so disappeared in a burst of speed after creating a shadow clone to go shopping while he followed Ranjiku and Asuma. Training Ground 27. After following them, they ended up in Training Ground 27, one of the more secluded training areas. Naruto stuck to the shadows and channeled chakra into his ears to enhance his hearing a little, as it looked as if their argument was getting worse. "I already told you I am not interested," Ranjiku exclaimed, clearly agitated. "And I don't think one little date will kill you, and I'm not buying that story about you having a date later. Just go on one date, I'll make it worth your while," Asuma said as he ran in front of her to get her to stop. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms at his persistence. "I don't care what you believe, besides aren't you already dating the bartender from Rusty's? Plus I have a date later this week, and I don't think it's fair to him to go on a date with another man, even though we have a promised date already planned." "So good day, Asuma," the busty blonde beauty told him, hoping that it might somehow get him to leave her alone as she tried walk past him, only for him to cut her off again, irritation evident in his eyes. "I'm not done, and who is this man you speak of?" Ranjiku released a sigh. He was really starting to give her a headache. "If you must know, it's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Asuma's eyes bugged out. "So you would date a child before you date me?" "1, he isn't a child. 2, you have no place to judge, as the age gap between me and Naruto is significantly lower than the age gap between myself and you. And 3, what I do isn't any of your business," Ranjiku said, her voice laced with venom. Asuma's eyes gained pure fury from the jealousy that was boiling in him as he grabbed her wrist as he tried to walk away. "You belong with me, not some child. He couldn't satisfy you like a true man should. Can he take care of you financially like I can?" "Huh?" Asuma screamed out at her. "You're hurting my hand," Ranjiku said, trying to pry her wrist loose, not wanting this to escalate this into a fight, even though she was tempted to reach for her sword, but showed restraint. Asuma went to yank her towards himself, but found a vice like on his own wrist, coming from a tall man dressed in all black, who had long blonde hair and one visible sapphire blue eye. "I believe the lady said you were hurting her. I suggest you let her go lest you lose this arm," Naruto told him as he gave Asuma the coldest glare the man had ever seen and started squeezing his wrist with godly strength, making Asuma cringe in pain before letting Ranjiku go. Naruto then shoved Asuma back about 10 feet, using only one hand, surprising Asuma with the amount of strength he possessed. You alright? Naruto asked in a concerned tone. Yeah, thanks Naruto-kun, Ranjiku said as Naruto looked over her wrist. Seeing no injury, he turned his attention to glaring, tobacco-smoking Jonin. Naruto-kun, huh? She only ever called me Asuma-san. The bearded Jonin closed the distance between them. We were having a private conversation, so I think you should leave. Naruto gave him small glare before he mentally smirked as he turned to Ranjiku. Do you want me to leave? Ranjiku picked upon what he was doing. No, in fact I think the two of us should leave. We do have to plan our upcoming date, she said as she wrapped her arms around his right arm. Asuma scoffed. So you really are into children, huh, Ranjiku? Naruto looked down at the woman hugging his arm. You are? That's surprising. Maybe that means I don't have as much of a chance as I thought I did. Ranjiku resisted the urge to giggle. I think he is talking about you. I am, and you should be ashamed at yourself for chasing after a child, Asuma said, anger steadily rising. Oh, that's rich. A 40-year-old man who is chasing after a woman less than half his age is criticizing that same woman for dating a man only 4 years younger. If that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, Naruto said in an amused tone. What? You heard me and I heard what you said. You said to Ranjiku-chan earlier about me not being able to satisfy her physically and financially. Let me address that. Neither of those statements are remotely true. When it comes to finances, I could buy the entire land of fire 10 times over with money to spare. As for the physical satisfaction, all she would need to do is talk to Anko-chan, and she would find out that I can do more than just satisfy, Naruto said, making Ranjiku's cheeks heat up and steam roll off. But Asuma as he was reaching a boiling point. See, that's why you should be with me. He brags about his conquest, Asuma said, hoping something draws her away from Naruto and towards him. I don't view that as him bragging about a conquest. You called into question his manhood, and he elaborated. Besides, I know he cares for Anko-chan as much as she does for him, and I don't think you want to talk about someone else bragging when that's all you do, Ranjiku defended blonde savior. Naruto watched Asuma carefully and saw his muscles tense, meaning he was going to attack, so he acted. First way of binding number 1. Restrain, Naruto called out as he pointed his 2 fingers at him, forcing Asuma's arms to interlock behind his back, and he falls to the ground. What did you do to me? Asuma demanded. I saved either a limb or your life, because had you attacked me, or Ranjiku-chan, you would have lost one of them, Naruto said as he got out of Ranjiku's grasp and walking over to Asuma to look him in the eye, while channeling a little of Kurama's chakra into his eyes, so they were glowing red with a slit for a pupil. He then spoke in a low demonic tone. Let me warn you now, if you approach Ranjiku-chan for anything other than business, then I truly promise you will lose the thing that separates men from women, and if that doesn't deter you, then let's just say that hell would seem like heaven by the time I was done. He stood up, wrapped an arm around Ranjiku's waist for dramatic effect. Heed my warning, he said as he swiped his fingers through the air, releasing the Jonin before he and Ranjiku vanished in another whirlwind body flicker. This isn't over, Asuma said as he stood up and massaged his wrists. Just as he left, a red-eyed female Jonin walked out of the shadows. We are finally meet, and I am going to find out what it is you stand for. With Naruto and Ranjiku. Naruto and Ranjiku reappeared in an alleyway near the Hokage's tower. Thanks, Naruto-kun, Ranjiku said as Naruto released her waist. No problem, though I would suggest being careful around him, he seems kind of unstable. I will, but there's no need to worry, I can handle myself, but let's forget about that. When do I get my date? Ranjiku asked as she placed a hand under her chin. How does 2 days from now sound? Perfect, and I expect to see you all dressed up just like I saw when you took Hyuga-chan out, Ranjiku said as she leaned up to kiss his cheek. Now, if you will excuse me, I have an escort mission and I don't want to be late, so later, she said as she walked away with a sway to her hips. He left after she did, in a pretty good mood, but in somewhat of a hurry, to get back to make dinner and start his date with Karasuba. But as soon as he walked out of the alleyway, someone bumped into him. He looked down and saw a young boy with short spiky brown hair, black eyes, and a small chip in his tooth. Clothing consists of gray shorts, a yellow shirt with a red Konoha symbol printed on it, and a long blue scarf wrapped around his neck. Hey, watch where you're going, the little boy said to Naruto from his spot on the ground. You know, when you run into someone, you apologize, not demand an apology, don't you, kid? Naruto said as looked down at the boy before helping him up, and you should really be more careful, and why are you in such a hurry anyway? Before he could say anything, they both heard honorable grandson screamed by a shades-wearing Jonin from down the road. The boy immediately hid behind Naruto. That's why the Jonin frowned when he saw who the boy was associating with, honorable grandson. It's not wise to associate with someone like him. Now why don't you come along so we can finish up today's training, and then I can take you home. Another bigot, Naruto thought as he assessed the situation and saw that the kid really didn't want to go with him. Alright, the kid doesn't seem to want to go with you, so why not allow me to escort him home, huh? Naruto asked, trying to be polite. Absolutely not, I don't think Hokage-sama would appreciate his grandson being in the presence of someone such as you, so honorable grandson, come on, you wanted me to show you the shortcut to becoming Hokage. You have to come with me if you are to learn anything, the Jonin said with a smug smirk on his face. I tried to be nice, I guess we have to do this the hard way. Digi wouldn't have any problem with his grandson being in my presence, seeing as in many aspects he is like a grandfather to me. Now as for your teachings, what you should be telling the young lad is that there is no shortcut becoming a cage level shinobi, that he needs to take his time and learn all can about not only being a shinobi, but being a leader. The boy standing behind Naruto was amazed. These were things he heard from his grandpa before, but he never took to heart because he wanted acknowledgement. The glasses-wearing Jonin still tried to persist as he reached for the boy. Doesn't matter, he is coming with me, as it is my duty. As soon as he said that, Naruto then went and restrained him by twisting the Jonin's arm behind his back. Listen, this will be my last warning, leave. I will be escorting him home. He then pushed him down the alleyway, making him stumble. When he turned around, both Naruto and the child were gone. The shades-wearing Jonin shouted honorable grandson and ran towards the Sarutobi clan compound, not realizing that Naruto and the child were on top of the building on an invisibility seal. Once he left, the child thanked Naruto. That was awesome, thanks Nai-san. Naruto ruffled the child's hair. No problem, so what's your name? Konohamaru, the next Hokage. Though Naruto no longer held any love for the village Hidden Leaves, he can't and won't hold what the village has done to him against the children of the village, and he loved to see kids with ambition. It reminded him of himself. Is that so? Well, how do you plan on doing that, Konohamaru? I'll beat the old man, then everyone will acknowledge me as the new Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but snicker at his comment. Hey, don't laugh at me, I'm serious. Sorry, I wasn't actually laughing at you, but the fact that your teacher didn't tell you exactly how you become Hokage, Naruto said as he bent down on one knee to look him in the eye. Listen, you can't just beat up the Hokage then walk into a council meeting and say now I'm the new Hokage. You have to rise through the ranks, make a name for yourself throughout the world before the council even considers you. Then the council needs to vote you in by a majority vote, and finally you need the approval of the Fire Daemon. Konohamaru was shocked. He never knew what it took to become Hokage. He thought it was just awarded to the strongest ninja. I said it before, there is no shortcut to becoming a cage-level shinobi. You can't just be strong, you need to be smart as well, and intelligence is something that develops over time with dedication and experience. If you dedicate yourself like the previous Hokages, then I bet your face will be the next one up there, Naruto said as he rubbed Konohamaru's head. Thanks Nai-san, I'll make sure to train really hard to be better than Gramps and the rest of the Hokage. You do that now, why don't we get you home? Naruto turned around, motioning for Konohamaru to climb on his back. He jumped on him, wrapping his arms around Naruto's neck and legs around his waist. Hang on tight. Naruto sped off across the rooftops, making laugh, enjoying the ride. After dropping Konohamaru off, he was surprised to not receive a single glare inside the Sarutobi compound, no doubt being the Hokage's influence. He then promised the boy to make time for him to help him practice his taijutsu and chakra control. Naruto told Konohamaru's mother to make his teacher get his act together, stop trying to teach shortcuts, and just teach her son what he needs to know. She thanked him when she saw that her son truly wanted to learn, which in turn made Naruto smile at the family before leaving. As Naruto traveled through the village, he noticed he was being trailed by a familiar chakra presence. They're not going to leave me alone, so I better find somewhere private, Naruto thought as he changed his destination to just outside the Forest of Death training field. After arriving, Naruto waited while leaned up against a tree until the presence walked out into the open. It was Kurenai, and for the first time he actually got a good look at her. Kurenai is a fair-skinned woman of slender build, 18 years of age. She has long black untamed hair reaching her upper back and very unique eyes that are red in color with an additional ring in them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her regular outfit consists of a red mesh armor blouse covering her D-cup breasts with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, this is very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wears the Konoha forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. You know, having people follow me is really starting to get old, Naruto said to her once she got within speaking distance, though he noticed a scowl on her face. She closed the distance between them until there was only 4 feet between them. Why? Was all she asked. Why what? Don't play with me, why did you help me? She shouted, tears of frustration threatening to fall. I know it was you, I was awake enough to see you knock me out the second time, so why? Naruto was unfazed by her outburst, but was intrigued by the emotion rolling off her. You want to know why I helped you when you have shown that you hate me, but what you should be asking is, do you have a legitimate reason to hate me? That froze Kurenai right where she was. Kurenai, you along with the rest of this village has been manipulated by Danzo. He has used half-truths and lies to warp your minds in order to get you to do his bidding. She narrowed her red eyes at him, not seeing what he could be alluding to. Let me put it to you this way, correct me if I am wrong here, but there are two main reasons why you hate not me per se, but what I contain. She nodded in confirmation. Those two reasons are the Kyuubi rampage 15 years ago, and the fact that Danzo told you that the Kyuubi caused your brother to develop a deadly disease. Her eyes widened before she shouted, I saw the results, it's not a lie. If you allow me to explain, then it will all become clear. She backed down, seeing no harm in hearing him out. The Kyuubi is as much of a victim as anyone else. He was being controlled by a masked person who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, one of the only things that can control a tailed beast, and then there is your brother, because of a disease caused by the Kyuubi. Their brother died because Danzo enlisted help from Orochimaru trying to find a way pseudo Jinchuriki by sealing the Kyuubi's residual chakra into someone to get another weapon, since he couldn't get his hands on me, and as a result your brother slowly died because his body could not take the Kyuubi's chakra coursing through his system. Kurenai was at a loss for words. How do I know you are telling the truth? You do know who my parents are, don't you? She nodded, answering his question. Then you know how good the two of them were at sealing techniques, so there is no way that either of them would have allowed my mother's seal, unless there were outside forces involved. Plus I have evidence. Documents of the experiments. Naruto handed her a couple sheets of paper that he unsealed from a scroll. Kurenai dropped down to her knees after reading it and whispered, it all makes sense now. They manipulated me, made me turn my back on my friends and hate the wrong people. Tears steadily streamed down her face. Naruto approached her and squatted down in front of her to get to eye level. Hey, it isn't the end of the world. I understand that a lot of things have happened, but now you have a chance at a restart. You can restart your friendships and take back control of your career and life. She lunged at knocking him over while wrapping her arms around his waist as tears continued to fall. Thank you, truly just thank you. I don't know if there is anything I can do to repay you, but I will if you tell me. There is nothing you need to do for me, but I would like to see you make up with Anko-chan and the others. She looked up at him and smiled. I can do that, but for some unknown reason she buried her face into his chest again until heard her mumble again his chest. I'm sorry. He smiled down at her as he pat her head. It's okay. Naruto wasn't going to hold a grudge against someone who had been manipulated. Besides, she never did anything to him personally, just expressed her hatred to Anko, and that affected nor mattered to him. I do also want to ask that you help when the time comes to make Danzo pay for his transgressions. You don't even need to ask. I want nothing more than to see him suffer before watching him die. The two of them stood up with Kurenai helping Naruto up since she had knocked him down and hugged him. When they stood up, he reached up and wiped away her tears. No more tears now. Beautiful women shouldn't shed tears needlessly. She actually blushed. With her hatred gone, she could now see Naruto in a different light and see just how handsome he was. Anko, Yugao and Ranjiku are all at Anko's apartment. I think you should be able to make up easily. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll do that, Kurenai said with a final smile before vanishing via body flicker. So it's Naruto-kun now, Haromio? Shut up and go back to sleep, Naruto retorted back to the tailed beast before leaving. When Naruto returned with his clones, he and the clones all began working on dinner, while the original began making a variety of cookies for Karasuba. Once he finished making dinner, he called everyone down for dinner, except for Karasuba and Tsunade. He hadn't clone take her food and personally feed her, since he knew she was in a lot of pain, and a simple action such as feeding herself was kind of difficult. He then told Karasuba to wait upstairs so they could get their date started once he finished downstairs. Naruto explained to them that Karasuba wanted an at-home date, so the second floor was off limits for the night, which didn't really matter, since everyone's rooms were on the first floor. The only one who was slightly bothered by that was Uruchi, but that was only because that meant she wouldn't be able to snuggle up to Naruto, but she shrugged it off and ate the food he cooked for them. Naruto and two clones carried the trays of his and Karasuba's food along with a tray of cookies and a pitcher of milk. When he got to the master bedroom, where Karasuba wanted to have their date, the room was empty with the exception of the sound of running water from the master bathroom. He had his clone set the food on the bed before dispersing. Naruto-kun, hop into the shower then we can begin. Naruto heard Karasuba's voice from the closet. But the food will get cold, and what are you doing in the closet? Naruto asked as he tried to go towards the closet. Listen to what I say and hop in the shower, you will see when you get out. Naruto listened to her since it was her date and went into the bathroom after stripping himself of his equipment, clothes and leaning Sieg up against the wall. Naruto made sure he was clean, but did it quickly. When he exited the bathroom he had on only a pair of black athletic shorts, no shirt, leaving him bare-chested, revealing his chiseled six-pack, his perfect pecs and his toned arms. Naruto was stopped dead in his tracks. When he walked back into the bedroom, Karasuba was laid out on the bed wearing black lingerie, a black garter belt holding on to her black stockings. The lingerie was really highlighting her figure, plus the black lingerie on her pale skin was breathtaking. The bra made her CC cup breasts look even perkier, the black thong showed off slim waist and perky backside, and the stockings made her long legs look even sexier than usual. She also had on just a touch of makeup, making her go from beautiful to stunning, especially with her long silver hair no longer being in a ponytail. "Like what you see, Naru-kun?" Kurisuba asked seductively as she sat up to let Naruto get a good look, hoping to entice him. Kurisuba wasn't the type of woman that needed to be wined and dined, she liked to keep things simple. Naruto gained a smirk. "I'll tell you, like I told Yuruchi-chan, you don't want to play this game, because I will always know when you're turned on long before you realize that I am," he said as he pointed to his nose, indicating that he can smell her arousal. Kurisuba held back the urge to blush as Naruto climbed into bed next to her and uncovered the food. Kurisuba pressed a button on a remote control and started a movie for them. They both sat on the bed, eat the food in comfortable silence while occasionally feeding each other. After they finished their food about halfway through the movie, Naruto pulled Kurisuba's head into his lap to feed her the cookies he baked for her. While doing so, it was starting to get kind of sexual. She would make sure to suck Naruto's finger after each piece of cookie he fed her, trying to seduce him. Kurisuba, after trying for a while, frustrated because Naruto was resisting, so she grabbed the back of Naruto's head and pulled him down on top of her for a soul-searing kiss. Naruto wasn't one to be her down, so he upped the level by pushing his tongue into her mouth, getting her to moan mmm. Naruto angled his body to get into a comfortable position as he laid on top of Kurisuba, and she wrapped her legs around him while combing her fingers through his hair. After a few minutes of making out, he separated from Kurisuba. "I think we should stop before we go too far." Kurisuba's face clearly held one of displeasure. "Please don't do that to me. Between the effects of the mate seal, my bloodline and my feelings for you, I might go crazy if you stop now. Please, Naruto-sama. I need you now." Naruto knew she wasn't exaggerating as he could feel it through the seal, and then the way she called him Naruto-sama and begged was such a turn on, he couldn't turn her down, so he went in for another toe-curling kiss. Lemon warning. Naruto, with his renewed vigor, moved his hands all across her body while never breaking the kiss, from her thighs to her ass to her waist to her side to her breasts. That's when Kurisuba broke the kiss by flipping them over to where she was on top and quickly popping her bra off, revealing her nicely shaped beasts with beautiful pink nipples. "Enough with the teasing," she said, while reaching under her to grope Naruto's manhood and shocking herself at the size. Naruto leaned forward and put her right nipple into his mouth and used both hands to grope her ass, sending waves of pleasure through her body from multiple points. Naruto then flipped her over, his mouth never leaving her nipple. He slid her thong right off of her and then threw the off to the side. He started kissing around her breasts before he made his way down her flat-toned stomach with one destination in mind. Kurisuba stopped him by grabbing his ears to pull him up to eye level while panting, "Something wrong, Suba-chan?" "Yes, I'm supposed to please Naruto-sama." "Naruto-sama isn't supposed to please me," she said with a hint of playfulness as she flipped him on his back and began to remove his shorts. When she got his shorts off, she was almost slapped in the face by his manhood. She was quite shocked at the size. She felt it, but seeing it was another story. It stood there proud at 2½ inches wide and 8½ inches long. She grabbed his manhood and felt it pulse beneath her slim fingers. She gave a test lick from its base all the way to its head, causing Naruto to groan in approval. She then took half of him into her mouth and started sucking on it. Naruto instinctively grabbed the back of the silver hair beauty's head to guide her along with what he liked, slowly helping her take him in deeper down her throat. Guiding her along, she eventually began deep-throating him. He made her bob her head faster as his release approached. "Oh, I'm coming," Naruto shouted as he released his semen right down her throat. Kurisuba swallowed every drop and cleaned his entire penis off before looking up at him, but before she could say anything, she was on her back with Naruto's head in between her legs, eating her out. "Oh, yes, Naruto-sama." Naruto's tongue attacked her clitoris while his left hand fingered her and his right hand groped her breasts, bringing her to ecstasy. Naruto, sensing Kurisuba was nearing her climax, sped up his tempo and began sucking on her clit. "On Naruto-sama, I'm coming." Kurisuba's legs locked around Naruto's head as she climaxed before falling limp and breathing a little heavy. "I hope you're not down for the count because that was only round one," Naruto said as he crawled up and gave her another kiss while his meat rod poked her in the stomach as she reciprocated by opening her mouth and allowing their tongues to dance together. Naruto angled and lined himself to the entrance of Kurisuba's vagina. "Are you ready?" Kurisuba just looked him in the eye with a smirk. "If you don't hurry up and do it, then I will," she said playfully, enticing him to push his way through her walls slowly and break through her inner barrier, as she was a virgin and needed to acclimate herself to his size as he acclimated himself to her tightness. Sapphire met gray as Naruto gazed into her eyes, noticing they, like his, were filled with want, so he decided to quench her want by thrusting. He started out slow. He would pull out to the tip, then slowly push back in until about halfway to its base. Every now and again he would give her then full length, and Kurisuba was loving every minute yes, Naruto-sama, fuck me. Naruto loving the way she called his name, so he increased his tempo, pounding her into submission. Karasuba's eyes were tear-stained as she was nearing her climax. I'm going to climax, don't stop, Naruto-sama, she panted out as he mercilessly continued his pounding as he neared his own orgasm. But Karasuba reached hers first. Cuuming, he felt her walls constrict around his rod, but he never let up, causing Karasuba to produce inaudible sounds until he finally climaxed and filled up her vagina with semen. I'm gonna kumug. Naruto looked down at his silver-haired fiancée who had her eyes closed, while panting and her face was covered in tears and drool. He leaned down to whisper, I hope you don't think we're done now, making her eyes widen. Naruto and Karasuba proceeded to go at it for the next 2 hours before finally going to sleep. End of lemon. When Naruto woke up at his usual time of 5 a.m. he saw Karasuba was still asleep on his chest with a huge grin on her face. He softly kissed her on the lips, then slipped out of bed to take a shower before he went off train. After getting dressed he went to the training ground located in the basement. When he got there he noticed Uruchi was there already meditating. Uruchi opened her eyes when she sensed him get near. Morning Naruto-kun, she said as he came over and gave her a kiss before dropping down into his own meditative stance. Morning, Uruchi-chan. Must have been fun if Karasuba isn't up, Uruchi teased, but Naruto had a quick comeback. About as much fun as you had the other day, he said as the two smiled at each other and proceeded to go through their individual morning workout routine consisting of Taijutsu, Shuriken Jutsu, Kinjutsu, Ninjutsu and Chakra Control. After their workout they went back upstairs where Naruto cooked breakfast for everyone, spent some time with everyone, checked on Tsunade, while Uruchi teased Karasuba about the obvious glow she had after her date with Naruto. He later left to keep his promise of helping Konohamaru train after kissing both Uruchi and Karasuba. Once he got to the Saratobi compound he found Konohamaru and proceeded to help the aspiring ninja with Taijutsu forms, Chakra Control and the Academy 3 Jutsu, the Transformation Jutsu, the Clone Jutsu and the Replacement Jutsu. But since Konohamaru was such a good sport, Naruto threw in some help with some of his fire-type chakra exercises. After he finished up with Konohamaru it was 10:30 in the morning, so he went and checked up on Anko again, making sure her chakra network wasn't being strained, and just to spend time with her, plus he owed her a massage, so he needed to stop by a store to get some oils for her special massage that he promised her. When he got to Anko's place he was a little disappointed when she opened the door in a rush because she needed to get to the TI department finish filing out some paperwork she had been letting pile up, so the massage was postponed, but he at least looked over chakra network and made sure everything was in order before he gave her a kiss and let her leave after a promise of giving her a massage next time. Since he had already trained and checked over Anko, he figured he would go see Sakura and Rias before he went to see Ranjiku later on in the day for their date. As Naruto arrived to the Haruno home he was about to knock on the door before he heard someone yell his name. Naruto-kun, look out. When he turned around and looked up he was tackled by a red and pink blur that jumped from a nearby roof. Ugh, not that I am not happy to see you two, but do you two want to explain why you rammed into me like you were kunai and I was a training post, Naruto said with a grunt as he sat up and looked down at his two fiancées groaning and rubbing their heads from ramming into his chest. Sorry, we were training when I sensed you. The end our training is usually a race. The loser has to go shopping with Kas and Ria, said as she and Sakura got off him and helped him to his feet. Yeah, we were a little out of control and overzealous, said Sakura with a small blush of embarrassment from getting too excited. When Naruto stood up he did finally see that they did indeed just come from training. They were both wearing black mid-thigh length biker shorts, tank tops, red for Sakura and white for Rias, black fingerless gloves and blue ninja sandals. They both were drenched in sweat and littered with tiny cuts, evidence of their training. Don't worry about it. So have you girls decided who gets the day and who gets the evening? Naruto asked them as they looked between each other before Sakura answered, since I got to go with you to get Tsunade-sama, I will take the day and allow Rias-chan to get the evening. Rias had a very pleased smile on her face. So, where are you taking me? The redhead asked as she hugged his arm in between her breasts. I'd like to know as well, came from Sakura as she mirrored her sister. Well, what fun would it be if I told you, getting a giggle from the sisters. They lead Naruto into their house, where he stayed talking to them and Mabuki for about 3 hours before he left just to wander around to kill time before his date. After wandering around the village he found himself in front of Tsume's children Hana and Kiba, who looked as if they just finished grocery shopping. If the bags of food Kiba was carrying was anything to go by, the two children of the clan had both glared at him. What the hell are doing here? Not that it's of any of your concern, but I was just passing through. Actually it's our concern since you're in our clan own territory, Hana exclaimed arrogantly. Well, since you seem to have such a problem with me being here, let me make this easy on all of us and just leave with that. He vanished in a blur of speed towards the training grounds, but it seemed the two heirs weren't going to let it go as Hana grabbed her brother and followed the blonde in her own body flicker. When he arrived at a deserted training ground he sensed that the two heirs were following him, but because he was not in a mood to play cat and mouse, he just leaned up against a tree waiting for them. So want to tell me why you happen to be following me? Naruto asked as soon as the duo appeared. I want to know what you were doing in my house, Hana snapped at him. You're following me for a petty reason like that, you could have easily asked your mother. But I am asking you and I don't want to ask again, so tell me. Naruto was losing his patience fast with her attitude. Your mother invited me over to discuss a possible marriage contract between our clans. And you accepted? Of course not. In fact, I will tell you exactly like I told Tsume, I will not allow someone like you who holds so much animosity towards me to become one of my wives. I refuse to not only put myself through that, but my other wives as well, Naruto told Hana before he pushed off the tree. Now if you will excuse me, I have other plans that need my attention. As he started to walk past, Hana blocked his exit. Will you please move? Not until you break off your ties to Anko and the others. I don't care if you want to drag other people down with you, but I won't allow you to do that to them. Naruto's eyes narrowed at her statement. You don't have any right to tell me who I can associate with, but will tell you this, I am not holding them hostage, nor am I insistent in associating with them. It is their choice and I will not force them to distance themselves from me because you think like the rest of the bigots of the village. Now let me try this again. I have a date with Ranjiku and need to get prepared. This time it was Kiba who stopped him. I don't think Anko-chan will appreciate you cheating on her, but don't worry, I will take good care of her. Naruto just shook his head as he laughed at the male Inuzuka. You must have forgotten that I am the heir and last of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hana shouted back, no you aren't, which Naruto just ignored, not caring for her opinion. So, what does that have to do with you cheating on Anko-chan? It means that I am required to marry multiple wives by the time I turn 25 years old. Kiba, look at the blonde. Exactly how many women are you going to marry? Well, since I am the last male member of two nearly extinct clans by law, I am required to marry at least 10, 5 for each clan, and so far I am engaged to Anko, Yugao, Karasuba, Rias and Sakura. Well, I am looking for other candidates, of which Ranjiku is a part of. Naruto told him, making sure to leave Yoruichi and Tsunade's names out. The Inuzuka heirs were fuming at him, so Naruto took that chance and used his flying thunder god jutsu and vanished in a flash of yellow light to prepare for his date. Time skip 7:25. Naruto during the next couple of hours prepared everyone's dinner like he had become accustomed to doing, and he once again got cleaned up. He took a shower and dressed himself in a nice suit. The slacks and suit jacket was silver, the dress shirt was black, his tie was also silver, and he wore black dress shoes. Naruto had his hair pulled back into a low-hanging ponytail, moving his hair out of his face and showing off his handsome face. Naruto arrived at Ranjiku's home. He was greeted by Ranjiku. After knocking on her door, her beauty was on full display. She used light makeup to enhance her natural beauty with her wavy blonde hair flowing down her back. She wore an halter top dress that tied behind her neck with a deep V cut, showing off her large E-cup breasts. The dress had a split that went up to her hip on the right side. She accessorized with a pink sash around her waist, black high heels and a black purse around her shoulder. The both of them for a second appraised each other before speaking. Wow, you really are beautiful. Thank you, and I must say, you were already handsome, but when you dress up like this, you take it up a notch. Naruto lightly laughed as he held out his arm. Well, shall we? She locked her apartment before taking his arm as he led them to their destination for a night of fun as well as an opportunity to get to know one another. Time skip next morning. Naruto woke up and went through his usual training routine, prepare breakfast for everyone before setting off to help Konohamaru train again like he promised. After he finished helping out Konohamaru, Naruto found himself back at the Haruno household, where he was greeted by the two sisters who happened to be his fiancées, Sakura and Rias. Naruto proceeded to spend most of the rest of the day with the two of them. He took Sakura out for lunch at a sushi restaurant his family owned, and a walk in the park, just enjoying each other's company while still learning about each other. He dropped her off and went to visit Anko after promising he would be back later to take Rias out. Naruto spent a little under 2 hours with his first love, looking over her chakra network and giving her the massage he promised her that put her to sleep after 20 minutes. He could tell she was exhausted from doing some catch-up with all of her paperwork. He draped a blanket over her and kissed her forehead before leaving. Naruto went back to get Rias for their date, which he decided to keep casual, so he remained in his casual attire. When Naruto arrived back at the Haruno household, he greeted Mibuyuki but was rushed out the door by an excited Rias before she could acknowledge his greeting. Once they were outside, he noticed her outfit. She wore a black miniskirt, a white tank top showing off her impressive cleavage, a black leather jacket and black low-heeled sandals. Rias wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm, squishing it between her breasts. So where are we going? To a small cafe so we can have some privacy, Naruto said, referring to the villagers staring at them as they walked through the village. When they got to the cafe, the waitress escorted them to a VIP table out of the sight of the rest of the restaurant. She brought them a pot of jasmine tea and danishes. They spent the better part of an hour with Naruto answering questions Ria's head of the Uzumaki clan, since it hadn't been that long since she found out, so she was curious of the clan's nature, which Naruto was more than happy to fill in the blanks. Naruto gave her a history lesson on Whirlpool, while leaving out things that may tip off anyone listening in. He even explained how Uzumaki bloodlines worked after she told him what bloodline she inherited. Naruto explained that those of royal Uzumaki descent they can inherit one of 3 bloodlines, chakra chains like his mother, which is what most seem to get. The Rinnegan, which is what he inherited, but it doesn't happen very often. You could count on one hand how many Uzumakis have ever gotten the famed eyes. Then there was what Ria's inherited, the power of destruction. An ability that allows blasts of chakra to be fired from a singular chakra coil in each hand. These blasts of chakra destroy at a molecular level, but its one weakness is it has zero effect on those of Uzumaki descent. They also talked about his time spent in the Dragon Realm, and she told him about her time spent with her adopted family before Naruto escorted her back home. "I had a great time tonight, thank you," Ria said as she smiled at the blonde. Anytime, Naruto replied back with his own smile. Ria's closed the distance between them, planting a light kiss on his lips. "Good night, Naruto-kun," the redhead said with a smirk as she went inside. "Good night, Ria's-chan." Time skip next day. Early the next morning, Naruto, after he made breakfast, made his way to Tsunade's room with her breakfast. Knock knock. Come in. After knocking on the door, he heard Tsunade yell from inside the room, so he entered. When he did, he saw his fellow blonde draped across the bed, clad in nothing but black lingerie, showing off her newly rejuvenated body. "So how are you feeling, Tsunade?" Naruto asked as he sat down in a chair near the bed after he handed her the tray of food. "A lot better thanks to you," Tsunade said, while rolling over, giving him views from all angles at the allure of her body. "So, when do I finally get my date?" Tsunade asked with wink as she noticed him check her out subtly. "Tomorrow if you're up for it," Naruto replied back with a smile, which Tsunade returned. "The question isn't, am I ready, but are you?" That just increased Naruto's grin as he left his seat and got ready to leave the room, eat up, and get some rest. After leaving Tsunade's room, Naruto spent some time sparring with both Iruchi and Karasuba. He sent off a shadow clone to help Konohamaru train, while he had a sealing project he wanted to spend more time on. Later on, Yugao came by and thanked Naruto for what he did with Kurenai. She also told him about how they all made up, then she told him he was taking her out on a date and to pick Kurenai up from her house. Undoubtedly they wanted him to take her out since they found out she had developed a small crush on him, and they wanted to see if this could lead to anything, so Kurenai was going to let Yugao, Ranjiku and Anko to help her get dressed since the whole date idea came from them. Naruto, like he had done for his date with Yugao and Ranjiku, he had gotten dressed up wearing a navy blue suit, black dress shirt without a tie, following Yuichi's advice of foregoing the tie and black dress shoes. Anko was the one to answer the door once he arrived at Yugao's apartment. "You know, seeing you get all dressed up for everyone makes me kind of jealous." Naruto smiled and brought her into his warm embrace. "There's nothing for you to feel jealous of. The only reason why we haven't gone out on an official date is because you've been busy catching up on your paperwork that had been piling up. Besides, I haven't neglected you, have I?" Naruto asked her as she shook her head no, and he kissed her forehead. "But I will be sure to give you a date with my undivided attention at some point, but things will be picking up in the next couple of days and weeks, so we will have to figure something out." Anko kissed him on the lips and led them into the apartment. Yugao saw Naruto enter the apartment from her spot on the couch and went to knock on the bedroom door to let Kurenai know he was here, to which she said to give her a moment. Both Yugao saw an opportunity and snuck in kisses off Naruto. When Kurenai came out of the bedroom, Naruto could say he was truly glad Anko suggested adding her. She was wearing a loose-fitting red spaghetti strap dress that stopped about mid-thigh and showed off ample cleavage from her perky D-cup breasts. She had unmatched red high heels. She had a red purse on her shoulder, a gold pendant around her neck and diamond earrings, and light makeup making her exotic eyes and beautiful hair stand out a little more. Naruto handed Kurenai a bouquet of red roses. "You look beautiful, Kurenai-chan." She took the roses and smiled at him. "Thank you. You're looking quite handsome yourself." Kurenai asked Yugao to put the flowers in water for her. She wrapped her arms around one of Naruto's as they bid the other girls farewell, and Naruto led her to their next destination. Naruto took her to the golden leaf like he had with Yugao. The host and waiters all gave Naruto a thumbs up while the waitresses just giggled under their breath, all of them knowing Naruto's situation and finding his dating life amusing. The two of them had a great time. Kurenai found out that Naruto was a great listener and he was compassionate. They just talked while they ate dinner, getting to know one another, and they even went dancing in the ballroom. At the end of the night, he escorted her back to Yugao's apartment. She thanked him for a great night and wanted to do it again. She then gave him a kiss on the cheek before going inside. "Good night, Kurenai-chan." "Good night, Naruto-kun." Next morning. When Naruto woke up he found himself in between both Karasuba and Yuruchi, both laying on his bare chest. He like usual, substituted himself with a pillow so he could go through his morning training, and after he finished, he had some clones go make breakfast while he took a shower. While washing his hair under the soothing water he heard Kurama from his mind. These last couple of days have been pretty boring and lethargic. Danzo hasn't made any moves, and you can't officially make any until certain things fall into place. I don't know what you expected after he lost his biggest base and more than half his forces. He would have to be mentally ill not to lay low, and as for my moves, timing is everything. Naruto dried off and got dressed in his usual attire with his sword Sieg hanging from his hip. When he got down to the first floor everyone had already finished eating except Tsunade, who had yet to come out of her room. Both Karasuba and Yuruchi had things to do. Karasuba's father needed her for something, and Yuruchi was going back to the Dragon Realm to meet with the masters. While sitting at the table and eating, Tsunade strode into the kitchen wearing something she hadn't worn in decades. She was wearing a full-body mesh suit under a short red skirt and white blouse that revealed ample amounts of cleavage and showed off her toned abs. Her hair was pulled into high ponytail tied with a red hair tie with her bangs framing her face and blue ninja sandals. Naruto admired why she was known as possibly the most beautiful woman in the elemental nations. Tsunade smiled at him, giving her appraising looks at her newly rejuvenated body. Like what you see, Naruto-kun? Actually yeah, I do, you're beautiful after all, Naruto said as he got up and grabbed her plate off the counter and setting it down on the table in front of her. Thank you, she said in reply to his compliment, and for the breakfast. So, do I get my date now that I am better? Tsunade asked as he sat down to finish his breakfast. As well actually you do, since everyone else has things they have to do we can spend the entire day together, but we can't do it in the village. So I tell you what, let me check on Anko, then we can go back to Tenzaku and spend the day there, Naruto offered as he finished the last of his food and put his plate in the sink. I can't wait, she replied with a smile as she dug into her breakfast. I'll be back in about an half hour, then we can leave. With that said he vanished in a swirl of wind. After Naruto checked on Anko he came back to see a waiting Tsunade sitting in the living room with Shizune, who was holding her pet pig Tuntun. When Naruto arrived Tsunade and Shizune left with Naruto, but not before he left note on the kitchen counter. Once they were far enough away from the village Naruto ran through hand seals and called out summoning jutsu, summoning his friend the large lightning dragon Saphira. The large western lightning dragon tackled him into the ground. Naruto-sama, I missed you. Naruto laughed as Saphira nuzzled her head into his chest. I missed you to Saphira. Saphira, this is my fiancée Tsunade and her apprentice Shizune. You don't mind giving us a lift, do you? I don't mind, but I would like it if you summoned me a little more or at least visited, Saphira said, making Naruto smile and rub her head. I promised to try to do that a little more. With it they all hopped on Saphira as she took to the skies, getting them to Tenzaku in under 20 minutes. Once they got there Saphira went back to the Dragon Realm and Naruto handed Shizune some money to entertain herself while he and Tsunade proceeded with their date. So where are you going to take me? Tsunade asked as she wrapped her arms around one of his, pushing it in between her cup breasts. Well, we can do a little shopping and then we can visit the spa that I know about that we can visit. Sounds good to me. They spent the next 2 hours visiting the shops with Naruto buying Tsunade all kinds of clothing from dresses to blouses and skirts to swimsuits and lingerie, while Tsunade modeled each item including the lingerie much to Naruto's excitement. Naruto sealed all of her clothes into sealing scrolls before they headed for the spa. Naruto paid for a private room with its own outdoor hot spring. He also paid for Tsunade to get pampered from head to toe. While went to check on Shizune, he felt bad for leaving her alone for so long. Shizune got a little sick from something she ate from one of the stands, so Naruto used his Hirishin jutsu to take her home so she could rest. Karasuba was there, so he asked her to look over her and to get her anything she needed before flashing away back to Tenzaku. When Naruto got back to the room he had with Tsunade, she had finished her pampering at the spa and was waiting on him to order lunch. During lunch they both got to know each other more. Tsunade told Naruto about her past in detail and not what was in the history books, and he told her about his time in the Dragon Realm and in the Mist Village. Tsunade even told him why she loathes the Leaf Village. Due to the village having a hand in almost every evil deed over the past few decades throughout the elemental nations, on top of them being responsible for the deaths of her best friend and little brother. After talking about some kind of dark topics, Tsunade decided to change the direction of the conversation. Why aren't you enjoying the spa? Because I am not really a spa type of person and I wanted to make sure you enjoyed yourself. Tsunade smiled at his thoughtfulness. That's sweet. But on a date both parties are supposed to enjoy themselves. Not just one, Tsunade said as she stood up, grabbed his hand and pulled him out of his seat. Now I want you to go into that closet, grab a towel and a robe, so you can at least enjoy the private hot spring with me, the busty blonde ordered, leaving no room for argument as she pushed him to the closet. Naruto did as she said. He grabbed a robe and towel. He went to the bathroom to change, and after stripping himself of all of his clothing, he put on the robe and wrapped the towel around his neck as he headed to the hot spring. When he entered the hot spring, Tsunade was nowhere to be found, but he shrugged it off. He went over to the side of the hot spring to clean himself properly before entering the water. After he finished cleaning his body, he sank into the hot spring, enjoying the soothing feeling the water was giving him. He wasn't in the water very long when he heard the door open and saw Tsunade into the hot spring while holding a floatable tray that had a few bottles of sake and some saucers. She put the tray in the water and took off her robe, revealing she was wearing a green bikini and a green bikini wrap around her waist. The top barely held her enormous E-cup breasts inside, and her ass was falling out of the bottoms, which is why she was wearing a wrap. Naruto, seeing Tsunade so scantily clad, could help but stare at her. "Why don't you take a picture? It might last longer," Naruto heard Kurama say as he laughed at him. "At least I get action." Naruto shot back and cut the connection before he could reply. "You like?" Tsunade asked as she gave him a little twirl. "When you're as stunning as you are, any man would like if the outfit was as revealing as this is, though I must ask when you grabbed it, because I don't remember you trying it on." Tsunade smiled at his compliment. It had been years since anyone worthwhile truly made her feel as beautiful and sexy as Naruto made. She got compliments all the time, but Naruto's compliments didn't come with a hidden agenda. Tsunade took off her wrap, showing the full bikini as she entered the hot spring, pushing the floating tray along until she sat next to Naruto. "I got it while you were in the restroom. It's part of your reward," she said with a sultry smile, making Naruto look at her a little confused as she poured herself some sake in a saucer before drinking it. "What do you mean?" Tsunade didn't say anything for a second. She pushed the tray away and moved to straddle his lap. "I believe I told you that if you restored my youth, I would show you all the pleasures that the human body was capable of," the busty blonde-haired woman said as she pushed her breasts into his face while subtly grinding her pelvis into his. "Usually I would suggest we give our relationship some time before consummation, but something tells me you aren't going to take no for an answer," Naruto mumbled out into her breasts, which she surprisingly understood every word while maintaining her smirk. "Glad you see it my way. But before we get to that, let me apply and activate the mate seal since you never got one like everyone else," Naruto said as he raised his hand to her neck, and the tattoos of the ancient sealing symbols in triple bracelet form began to glow. He held his hand on the side of the neck until the mate seal fully formed. He leaned in after channeling chakra into his teeth and bit to the side of her neck to activate and tune it to him. Their bodies glowed a faint green before the glow died down. When he disengaged his teeth from her neck, he saw the seal in the form of a green glowing tribal collar with a Uzumaki clan symbol in the middle. "Now that is done, I believe this is where we were," Tsunade said seductively as she captured his lips in a very sensual kiss which he reciprocated. "I'm warning." Tsunade's tongue poked at the entrance of his mouth, asking for entrance, which Naruto gladly gave. Their tongues wrapped and danced around each other as their lust grew. Naruto slid his left hand down her back and onto her ass as he began to grope, while his right hand went for her breasts. His lust was peaking at the softness of her body, but especially her breasts. His fingers just seemed to sink into them, and he was now as hard as a diamond poking Tsunade's nether regions. Tsunade reached a hand down under the water and removed the towel covering him, all while her lips never leaving his. She at the same time untied her bikini top, giving him access to her bare breasts as they both were moaning into each other's mouths. Tsunade gently grabbed and was pleasantly surprised that he was much bigger than most men, but she got over her surprise and began to stroke him, causing him to groan and grip her right breast and left ass cheek pleasurably tighter, forcing both to break the kiss to catch their breath. Naruto was the first to regain his bearings as he latched onto her nipple, making her cry out in pleasure, "Ah, Naruto-kun." Naruto continued to grope Tsunade's body while sucking on her nipples, alternating between the two until he felt Tsunade's hand removed from his member as she wrapped both arms around his head and both legs around his waist while pushing his head into her breasts. "Yes." Right there for a few moments her grip tightened before her arms loosened. Naruto let go of her nipple when he heard her panting and saw that she had a light orgasm. "You do know I'm supposed to reward you, right?" Tsunade asked through pants, though Naruto just smiled and kissed her forehead. "Sorry, couldn't help it." Tsunade stood up and grabbed his hand to lead him to the edge of the hot spring and motioned for him to sit down. "Now this time you're going to enjoy yourself," his fellow blonde said seductively as she dropped down to her knees in the water, coming face to face with his 8.5-inch monster. My, aren't you a big boy?" Tsunade rubbed her hands in a circular motion up and down Naruto's shaft. "Does that feel good?" she asked, making him nodded as he was enjoying her soft hands. "Good, because now I'm about to send you to heaven." Naruto was about to ask what she meant, and before he knew it, she had swallowed his entire dick. "Ugh," Naruto groaned in pleasure from Tsunade deep-throating him. He put his hands on her head as a reflex as he helped guide her along. After deep-throating him for a while, she could feel he was close, so before he blew she decided to do something that every man wanted to do to her. She took his dick out of her mouth and before he could complain she sandwiched his manhood between her massive breasts. "Thought you'd like this." You ugh, thought right. Tsunade started moving her breasts up and down while licking the head of his penis. Naruto was on the verge of exploding and Tsunade seeing that increased her tempo and started sucking on the tip of his penis, harder ugh, Kuming. Naruto grunted out as he orgasmed. Kuming directly into her mouth, filling it to the brim. Tsunade looked up after she collected all of his semen, smiled and swallowed tasty. And I think that will be all for today, Tsunade said, confusing Naruto. Seeing his confusion, she answered, before he could ask, I already rewarded you with what I have already done, the rest, you'll have earned on a separate occasion. Naruto smiled, fine by me. Let's get cleaned up and head on home. Tsunade gave him a kiss, grabbed her bikini top, lead him to clean him and her before they went home. Lament. After they cleaned up they gathered their things, paid the front desk before Naruto grabbed hold of Tsunade and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport back home. Naruto's home. When they arrived back home via teleportation, it was late in the evening and both Karasuba and Yuruchi were sitting in the living room. Well, look who's back, Yuruchi said as she jumped up from the couch and wrapped her arms around his neck. Missed me, did you? Naruto asked, which she just smiled and gave him a kiss. Well, I am going to check on Shizune, Tsunade said as she moved in to kiss Naruto. Yuruchi moved out of the way to allow it. See you later, Naruto-kun, she said seductively as she went to go check on Shizune, but not before Naruto handed her the scrolls with her clothes. Look like you two had a good time, Yuruchi commented. Naruto just smiled and kissed her forehead. Have you girls eaten? Yeah, Mabuki came over with Rias and Sakura then made dinner for us. You just missed her, Karasuba interjected as she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind him. He turned his head to give her a light kiss as well, before turning his attention back to Yuruchi. So, what did Jigen say? Yuruchi gave him a look that he knew all too well, and he knew that he wasn't going to like what came out of her mouth. There are two things I was informed of. 1, he wants to begin your sage training within the next year. Sage training? He thought it sounded familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It's training done in order to take in natural chakra and control it to become a sage. Becoming a sage is very difficult, but once done one can become infinitely more powerful. But the drawback is if you can't control the natural chakra it will turn you to stone. Kurama answered Naruto's question from within his mind. And 2, he informed me that our dragon spies have found out some disturbing news that could hamper our plans later. There seems to be a group of around 10 S-rank missing ninja who are after all of the tailed beasts. Naruto gained a look of worry for Yuruchi. His mother and Kurama, why are they after them? Naruto whispered to himself, they are trying to revive the 10-tailed beast. Yuruchi looked on at Naruto, who hadn't said much until he gained a look of anger. We are going to be adding a secondary goal to the revival of Whirlpool. We are going to eradicate these 10 S-rank ninja. Any threat to Whirlpool or her people must be eliminated. Both Yuruchi and Karasuba smiled and gave Naruto kisses to each cheek as they both said in union, I knew there was a reason why I loved you. They then lead him to the Aster bedroom as tomorrow would be a big day and they all needed to sleep. Leaf Underground Base. Danzo, where have you been? We need to talk about the Jinchuriki. He has too much power and freedom. This was spoken by one of Hokage's advisors, Hamura, with his partner Kaharu by his side, both wanting answers. I have had more on my plate to worry about than the Jinchuriki, Danzo said from behind his desk. What are you talking about? Kaharu asked. Someone broke into my out-of-village base and completely destroyed it, along with more than half my forces, along with the Sharingan eyes. Both of the advisors had a look of disbelief. How is that possible? Whoever it was had the ability to turn invisible and warn me to stay away from 2 of my pawns, Tamari from the Sand Village and Kurana Yuhi. He even removed their cursed seals. Did you see who it was? Hamura asked. No, he was invisible the entire time, so for now we play it smart and lay low while we try and recover our lost strength, Danzo said calmly, though he was still clearly upset over what transpired. The 2 advisors agreed, then left Danzo alone. Danzo looked down at his desk that had Naruto's ninja profile. Eventually, you will become my pawn, but first I must recover my forces. I hope you're ready, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It was 7 a.m. Naruto had just finished his morning training, cooked, ate breakfast, and after a shower he had gotten dressed in his usual attire, consisting of long black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, a form-fitting black muscle shirt with a lower face mask. The shirt clung to his muscles. Black arms gauntlets on his forearm that had a diamond in the center, a hooded black long-sleeved leather coat that was ankle length. Black gloves with a metal plate on the back of them and a dragon symbol etched into them, and he had utility belt on with his sword Sieg hanging from small chain at his hip. He was now on his way to the academy with Yuruchi in her shape-shifted black cat form riding on his shoulder and Karasuba walking next to him. Halfway to the academy Karasuba left as she was supposed to be at the Hokage Tower before the team assignments. Naruto, along with Yuruchi, was the first to arrive and he took a seat in the back of the classroom. As he sat at the table he began stroking Yuruchi's fur, causing a purr while he waited for the other genin and the instructor to arrive. Meanwhile at the Hokage Tower the sensei hopefuls were filing in to receive their assigned teams. They were all in the lobby waiting to be called in, but the Hokage was having miniature meeting with his advisors. Hiruzen, you can't be serious. We need to keep an eye on the boy, he has too much power and leeway as is, and giving him two senseis who he is engaged to only adds to that, Hamura exclaimed at the age cage, and their former teammate Kaharu agreeing. You need to listen to reason, Hiruzen. You have been giving him way too much freedom, your sentiments towards the Jinchuriki will be our downfall. The age cage rubbed his temples in annoyance. These two have really been brainwashed by Danzo, haven't they? The Sarutobi clan head thought to himself. Listen and listen well, you are advisors, meaning you can only offer an opinion. I am the Hokage, I make the final decision on everything shinobi related. As for Naruto, he will be placed in the team I assigned him. Now if you two would kindly leave, I have business with the leaders and sensei of the next crop of Genin, Hiruzen told them as he took a drag of his pipe. Hiruzen, yo. Kaharu, I have been more than patient with the two of you, you continuously forget your place. I am your Hokage, you are advisors who has been given more leeway to than what you accuse Naruto of. Now your Hokage has asked you to leave. The man dubbed the professor dressed down his former teammates while leaking a small amount of killing intent, making the two advisors think twice before continuing on. As you wish, Hokage-sama. They spoke his title with disdain and left the room. Not long after the two annoyances left his office, his secretary told him that the Jonin were all there for the meeting, to which he told her to send them in. 12 Jonin walked into the office of the Hokage for their meeting with the Hokage. 6 of the Jonin used to be Chunin before becoming Joni and would likely get teams destined to enter the reserves, but the rest of them, and the most notable, will likely train the future of the village. The first notable was Kurina Yuhi, known as the Jinjutsu Mistress of the Leaf, a real up-and-coming force in the ninja world. She is a fair-skinned beautiful woman of slender build, 18 years of age. She has long black untamed hair reaching her upper back and very unique eyes that are red in color with an additional ring in them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her regular outfit consists of a red mesh armor blouse covering her D-cup breasts with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, this is very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wears the leaf forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. The second was Might Guy, master of Taijutsu. Guy has a shiny bowl-style haircut and remarkably thick eyebrows. He wears a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers, and the standard leaf flak jacket, which he normally leaves unzipped. His red forehead protector is worn around his waist like a belt. The third was Asuma Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan and former member of the 12 Ninja Guardian. Asuma was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of the standard leaf ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, flak jacket, regular shinobi sandals and forehead protector. He also wore a sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around his waist, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. The fourth was Anko Midarashi, Snake Mistress of the Leaf. She stood at 5'6" with a build caught between slim and athletic while also being curvy and alluring at the same time, mildly tanned skin, light brown eyes and dark purple hair that seemed to be about shoulder length, being swept up in a tight and messy ponytail that looked like the feathers of a peacock. She was clad in a form-fitting short-sleeved fishnet top that did virtually nothing towards concealing her D-cup breasts, narrow waist, broad hips and shapely legs, while a tan short skirt hung from around her hips over a pair of fishnet shorts. Over the fishnets, she wore a light tan knee-length long-sleeved trench coat with her leaf headband tied around her head on a strip of blue cloth, her shins covered in wide ambush shin guards and blue ninja sandals. The fifth was Karasuba Ichimaru, known as the Elemental Nation Silver Demon. Karasuba stood at a reasonable 5'7". She had long silver hair done in a high ponytail, and she was incredibly beautiful. Her clothes consist of a short black battle dress that hugged slim yet curvy figure from her C-cup breasts and slim waist to her long legs and perky backside. She wore thigh-high leather boots and a grey haori over her shoulders that was decorated with the Ichimaru symbol. She also had on black fingerless gloves, and gripped in her right hand was a long katana whose hilt was green. The outfit showed she had a sexy figure. The last notable Jonin to enter the office was Kakashi Haddock of the Haddock clan. He is known throughout the elemental nations as Sharingan Kakashi. He has a reputation for having copied over 1,000 jutsu, earning him another title, the Copycat Ninja. He has spiky silver hair oriented to his left side, dark gray eyes, and a relaxed, heavy-lidded expression. During the Third Shinobi World War, his left eye was damaged, leaving a vertical scar from the injury. The eye was shortly afterwards replaced with a Sharingan, which he covers with his forehead protector when he isn't using it. This, combined with a mask he has used to cover the lower half of his face, prevents most of his face from being visible. Overall, he is considered very handsome. Kakashi wears Konoha's standard infantry clothing, a flak jacket, dark blue pants, and a long-sleeved shirt. He also wears fingerless gloves with metal plates on the backhand and is seen with a chain necklace underneath. I'm glad you are all here now, we can get on to assigning teams, the Hokage spoke to the Jonin, but before he could start his son Asuma interrupted. I don't mean to interrupt, but before you go on, can I ask what the silver demon is here? Karasuba just ignored him, while Anko gained a smirk. Well, Karasuba here has joined the Leaf Village and will be taking on a genin team, that's why she is here. Asuma's father answered him. Is that a problem? The elder Saratobi asked his son with a tone, dared him to challenge his authority. No, just wondering, he responded back quickly before shutting up, which Kurenai found highly amusing. Now, let's get started. The Hokage picked up a short stack of papers and began reading off the assigned teams, going to skip teams 1 to 6. Team 7 will be led by Kakashi Hatake. The member will consist of Sai Shimura, Ami, and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi lowered his Icha book to take the files of the team while looking at the Hokage-sama. What of my request? I'm sorry, but that request can't be upheld for a multitude of reasons, namely the fact that Naruto-kun would kill Sasuke in a matter of seconds if they were placed in the same team, Hiruzen told Kakashi as he took another drag from his pipe. But Hiruzen interrupted him. No buts, Kakashi, you're not getting Naruto-kun, and that's final. Kakashi had no choice but to accept. Yes, Hokage-sama. Now Team 8 will be led by Kurenai Yuuhi. The members will consist of Shino Abuum, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai was satisfied with her getting Hinata, but was disappointed for getting Kiba, knowing how much of a handful his perversions were going to be. She took the files from the Hokage to look over and allow him to continue. Might Guy will continue to be the leader of Team 9, consisting of Rock Lee, Tenten Higurashi and Niji Hyuga. The green-clad Jonin grinned with his pearly whites and gave the thumbs up. Team 10 will be led by Asuma Saratobi. Your team will consist of the new Ino Shikacho, them being Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. He handed his son their files, who seemed content with his new squad, but he was still focused on Kurenai, who was still ignoring him while standing next to Anko. And finally Team 11 will be co-led by both Anko Midarashi and Karasuba Ichimaru. Their team will consist of Sakura Haruno, Rias Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he said as he handed both of the sensei copies of the files on their team. Hokage-sama, why is it that Team 11 is getting 2 Jonin sensei? Asuma asked his father. Because of Anko being a part of T, there will be more times than not where Team 11 needs a sensei, so I am solving it early by giving them a second sensei. Hiruzen told his soldiers now that you have your assigned teams, as they should be ready, or at least close. Dismissed, and all of the Jonin left, no one attempting to argue with his final decree. Academy. Naruto was still sitting at his desk stroking Yuruchi's fur, with both Rias and Sakura sitting on each side of him, as by now most of the other genin had already arrived with the exception of Sasuke. Most of the genin were caught staring at the trio, wanted to say something, but were left speechless at the new appearances of both Rias and Sakura. Everyone was taking notice of the changes the two girls went through. Rias filled out even more so than before to developing curvaceous young woman. Her breasts grew to a full D cup, her hips widened, adding a little volume to her thighs and her ass. She also had her hair in a high ponytail, and she grew 2 inches. She wore a yellow battle kimono top that barely contained her breasts, a loose purple skirt with a slit going up to her thigh, knee-length black stockings, elbow-length black gloves, black and red ninja sandals, and her mother's black and red katana at her side with an Uzumaki clan symbol on it. Sakura got a little taller and filled out as well, her breasts increasing to mid-C cups, filling out in all the right places, mainly her ass, and the rest her body toned as a kunoichi should be. Her hair was still pretty long, touching mid-back as she had them tied into 3 pigtails draped across her back. She continued to wear a similar outfit to what she wore before, a tight red top that hugged her mid-C cup breast and was cut off just above her navel, a pair of thigh-length black biker shorts with a thin pink line going down the side, a thigh-length black skirt over her shorts with a slit exposing her shorts, black gloves with her clan symbol on the back, and black ninja sandals. Kiba was sitting not too far away from the trio, fighting his urge to insult Naruto and hit on both Rias and Sakura, but restrained himself so he wouldn't face his mother's wrath later, just in case she found out about him doing either. Any idea on who will be on what team? Rias asked Naruto as she watched her sister pet Yuruchi's cat form. Naruto was about to answer her, but he sensed a presence enter the classroom that he hadn't wanted to see again. So he turned his attention to the door, and standing in the doorway was Sasuke Uchiha. He was wearing a black one-pieced version of his usual attire, with many small belts adorning his left arm and similar bands around both legs. He was wearing a blue-clothed forehead protector. Sasuke glared at Naruto with his Sharingan until the two girls caught his attention. They might make for good wives when I revive the Uchiha clan. The dark-haired boy approached Naruto, Rias and Sakura. He attempted to hit on them but stopped dead in his tracks, with the killing intent both Rias and Sakura were directing towards him. Whatever you were thinking of saying, keep it to yourself before you find the Uchiha clan ending with you, Rias threatened in a low, almost demonic voice. It took him a second to regain his composure from not only the killing intent, but also the shock of someone daring to talk to him like that. He attempted to put her in her place, but he was interrupted by Haruka walking into the classroom. "Alright, everyone to your seats." Haruka yelled out, making Sasuke glare at the trio one last time before he found a seat. "Now before I announce the assigned teams, I would like to tell all of you that I am proud of all of you. You have worked hard and are now on the verge of severing under the banner of the Hidden Leaf Village. I wish you all nothing but the best, and may the will of fire burn brightly within each of you." Haruka exclaimed with a little emotion after having grown fond of his students over the years. He was about to move on, but was interrupted by Ami. Haruka-sensei, where's Mizuki-sensei, shouldn't he be here too?" The annoying Sasuke fangirl asked. Haruka looked on at his class with a somber look. 1 week ago, Mizuki attempted to betray our village and has been executed on the spot, Haruka explained, shocking everyone except Naruto, his fiancés, and Sasuke, who all already knew of what happened to Mizuki. Haruka saw that most of the genin were shaken, so he decided that this was a lesson they needed to learn. Mizuki betrayed the village for his own selfish views, and it could have cost everyone their lives had the scroll ended up in the wrong hands. "So let it sink in that if any of you pull anything like that, you will end up in the same boat," Haruka informed them in a stern voice. Now, to announce the teams going to skip 1 to 6, Team 7 will consist of Ami, Sai Shimura and Sasuke Uchiha, and will be led by Kakashi Hatake. Ami shrieked in happiness as she stood up. "Kiaya, yes, true love concurs all," she shouted throughout the classroom. "That's enough, Ami," Haruka said while raising his voice, making her sit back down. "Sorry, Haruka-sensei. Team 8 will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Abuum and Kiba Inuzuka, and will be led by Kurenai Yuhi. Both Hinata and Shino remained quiet, but Kiba shouted out Yahoo at knowing he would be on in team within his words, "two hot women," but he quickly sat down after he saw Haruka glare at him for the outburst. Moving on, Team 9 is still in circulation, so we will move on to Team 10. Team 10 will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, and they will be led by Asuma Sarutobi. Ino slammed her hands on the table. "That's so unfair. Why does she get to be on the same team as Sasuke-kun, while I get stuck with Lazy and Mr. Potato Chip?" Haruka huffed at Ino. "Because that is what Hokage-sama decided, so if you have a problem with your team dynamic, then I suggest you take it up with him." As soon as he said that, she quickly sat down. Now the final team will be Team 11, and it will consist of Sakura Haruno, Rias Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The team will be led by the joint efforts of Anko Mitarashi and Karasuba Ichimaru. All hell broke loose as a few people started screaming about how unfair it was, while Naruto sat there just as calm as ever, and his new teammates were smiling at the revelation. "What? That's so unfair. Why do they get 2 sensei?" Kiba half yelled at Haruka. "For once I agree with the mutt. If anybody deserves 2 sensei, then it is me," Sasuke added in with his usual arrogance shining through as most of the girls in the class swooned with the exception on 3, Hinata, Sakura and Rias. The girls began bitching about their Sasuke-kun not being treated like the prince he is. "Shut the hell, you PPPP." Haruka yelled, making most of the room flinch, except for Naruto, who continued stroking Yuruchi's fur. "The reason they get 2 sensei is because one of their sensei is a part of terror and interrogation and at times won't be with them, while the other doesn't have the experience to lead a team alone. Now if you still have a problem, like I told Ino, take it up with Hokage-sama." This time it made everyone shut up and got a chuckle out of Naruto and his fiancés. The second later the door opened, revealing 3 jonin, Anko, followed by Kurenai and Karasuba. The teenage boys in the room all began eyeing the 3 women, but soon regretted it when they got a healthy dose of killing intent. "You're early, Anko," Haruka informed her, feeling a little irritated that she interrupted him. "You still haven't announced the teams." "I have, boo." "Then I am not late," Anko cut him off as she turned her attention to the class. "Team 11, you're with us, now let's go," the purple-haired jonin said as Naruto made his way to the front of the classroom, followed by Sakura and Rias. Well, Sakura had a hold of Yuruchi. "We will be meeting at the entrance to training ground 44. Be there in 10 minutes or last thing you will see is my sexy ass beating you within an inch of your lives," Anko said with a sadistic smile, before both she and Karasuba quickly kissed Naruto, then disappeared. With swirls of leaves. "Hey Kurenai-chan, wish I could stay and talk, but I kind of don't want to know what kind of thoughts are fueling that sadistic smile," Naruto said with a small shiver. Kurenai just smiled. "Trust me, you don't want to know, and you may want to get a move on it," Kurenai told him, making him grab both Sakura and Rias by their respective waists. "Talk to you later," he shouted before they disappeared in a flash of yellow light indicating him using the Hirshin. Kurenai turned to the class and noticed a mix of jealous and shocked expressions on the faces of most of the class teammate. "You're with me," she told them as Hinata and Shino made their way to Kurenai first, but she noticed Kiba moving a little slow, no doubt due to the look of lust he was giving her. "One thing I will beat out of him if it's the last thing I do," Kurenai thought as she led her team out of the classroom, but bumped into Asuma and a few other jonin on the way out. "Hey Kurenai, why don't we coordinate some team exercises together?" The chain-smoking Sarutobi asked the red-eyed jonin, figuring that since Ranjiku turned him down, he could switch focus to Kurenai, forgetting that she had already told him she wanted nothing to do with him. "No thank you." "Let's go Team Kurenai," told him in the coldest of voices as she and her team left the academy. With Team 11. Naruto, Sakura and Rias arrived just outside the Forest of Death before either Anko or Karasuba, since his Hirishin was faster than the body flicker technique could ever dream of being. Moments later the purple and silver-haired Kanachi arrived via leaf body flicker, "So you got here before us," good Anko said as she and Karasuba appeared behind the three newly made genin. "Now usually how this is supposed to work is we are to give you a test to see if you three are good enough to become a true team, but I am going to pass you without a test," the purple-haired jonin said as she leaned up against the fence. "Why would you do that? Wouldn't you get into trouble for not following through?" Sakura asked, confusion evident in her voice. "We are choosing to do that because you two have trained under Tsunade for a year," Anko said as she pointed to both Rias and Sakura, "Well, Karasuba stood in front of Naruto and you took on and defeated the three-tailed turtle, and we believe that those accomplishments warrant at least genin test." Exemption, Karasuba finished as she turned around and leaned up against Naruto, prompting him to wrap his arms around her waist. "That doesn't mean we aren't going to test you at all. Sakura will spar with me and Rias with Karasuba, so we can figure out how to further your training," Anko said as she ignored Naruto and Karasuba, showing their affection for each other. But Yuruchi, seeing this, jumped out of Sakura's arms and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder while rubbing up against his face. "What about me?" Naruto asked while trying to ignore Yuruchi constantly rubbing her cat form against the side of his head. "Well, you get the pleasure of facing the both of us after we test red and pinky," Anko said with an amused tone. Naruto was going to reply, but he sensed people nearby and just motioned for everyone to come closer. "We are being watched, so let's do this in my training ground," the blonde suggested as Anko nodded, and she along with Sakura and Rias grabbed Naruto as he used the Hirishin to transport them all to his hidden home. Once inside they took the elevator to the underground training room, with this being Anko's first time down there. She was genuinely amazed. "How is this room even possible?" To which Naruto answered, "Simply seals." Anko, getting over her amazement of the training room, turned to Sakura. "Well Pinky, you're up first," Anko said as she slid into her snake fist stance while Sakura tightened her gloves. Everyone decided to give them some room after Rias warned them of being too close. While everyone was relatively close, Yuruchi made herself comfortable on top of the training room's house dozens of yards away from the fighting. Anko was the first to strike as she sped towards the pink-haired genin and landed a straight right hand into Sakura's gut, making her spit up a little as she skid across the battlefield. "You're going to have to do better than Anko-sensei." Sakura leapt into action, jumping above Anko with her fist cocked intending to land a right hook, but Anko dodged, making Sakura's right collide with the ground, creating a large crater from her super strength. Both Naruto and Karasuba had an raised eyebrow as Naruto turned to Rias. "So Tsunade taught you girls the secret to her super strength?" Naruto asked, making the redhead smile. "No, Tsunade-sensei only taught Sakura the secret behind her super strength. I don't quite have the chakra control for that yet." Anko was at the top of the crater with her mouth agape. "If I'm not careful, she may really kill me." Just as she thought that she had to dodge another fist aimed at her head, Anko used her speed and jabbed Sakura in her midsection 6 times before she finished off with a palm strike to the chest, sending Sakura skidding across the training ground. Sakura regained her bearings and ran through a few shorthand seals Earth style. "Flying stone," Sakura called out, slamming her hands on the ground, sending a multitude of medium ball-sized rocks flying at Anko, but she dodged the rocks by jumping to the left and calling out, striking shadow snakes, sending out 4 fairly large snakes from her sleeve at the pink-haired genin, who hailed due to not liking snakes, but she steeled her resolve, pulled out 2 kunai in reverse grip and sliced the heads on the snakes before charging at Anko again, who had also pulled out kunai prepared for the clash. As the two clashed, Naruto smiled, "Impressive. Tsunade trained her more thoroughly than I thought, though Anko-chan is taking it easy on her. It is still impressive considering where she started from." He spoke under his breath as he watched Anko avoid all of Sakura's attacks. Sakura went for a roundhouse kick which completely missed its mark and made her lose sight of Anko until she felt something cold against her neck. "Surrender." She heard Anko speak into her left ear as turned to see Anko head and kunai held at her jugular. Sakura let out a small breath of defeat. "I surrender." Anko removed the kunai from her neck, allowing her to turn around, showing that she was disappointed. "Don't be too down. You did much better than I expected," Anko told her as she patted Sakura on the arm and the other members of the team walked over to them. "I agree, your skills exceed that of a genin," Karasuba said after hearing what Anko said. Then Anko continued, "Let's see, your taijutsu is low chunin, your ninjutsu is as well, and so is your jinjutsu based on your scores at the academy, your speed is borderline mid chunin." Your strength is beyond Jonin as is your chakra control, and you also seem very capable with a weapon as Anko listed off all of Sakura's strength. Sakura ignited her mystical palm technique as green chakra surrounded her hand, and she placed her hand on Anko's cheek, healing the cut almost instantly. Naruto finished the assessment for Anko. Then there is the fact that you are a really good medic if you training under your mother and Tsunade is anything to go by. Sakura was smiling at the praise she was getting, but her basking was cut short by Karasuba. Okay. Brad, it's your turn, the silver-haired Jonin said to Rias, making a smirk appear on her face before she turned to Naruto, prepared to be impressed, to which he just said, don't worry, I will be watching, but I will warn you not to take Karasuba lightly. As the two walked away, Anko led Naruto up to a small hill to give them some room. Both Naruto and Sakura sat on the hill prepared to watch the show, but Anko decided to take a seat in Naruto's lap, which he happily accepted by wrapping his left arm around her waist to hold her steady. Sakura couldn't help but think, must be nice, Naruto noticing her seemingly lost I thought as she stared at him and Anko, so he grabbed her hand in hers and gave it a squeeze along with a smile, making her a smile back with a faint blush before they turned back to watch the spar. Now both Karasuba and Rias were standing across from each other, with Rias having her hand above her sword, feeling the situation out, while Karasuba stood with her sword already drawn in a relaxed stance, they both feeling each other out, waiting for the other to make the first move. Rias ended up making the first move as she drew her mother's katana and struck quickly but was lazily blocked. Karasuba during Ria's assault analyzed her every movement and she came to the conclusion that though she had talent precision attacks, but she didn't have the skill nor the experience to match her in a kinjutsu fight. Karasuba swung her sword at an upward angle, knocking Rias off balance before delivering a kick to her midsection, sending her halfway across the training field. Rias stood up glaring at Karasuba, you're going to have to be better than that if you want to at least push me. Rias stabbed her sword into the ground and held her right hand up with her fingers outstretched, a blackish reddish energy surrounded her hand. Naruto's eyes widened seeing this. Don't let that hit you, he shouted at Kuraba, who moved out the way as Rias fired a wave of the energy which impacted a tree, completely obliterating the tree as if it was never there. Karasuba stood off to the side looking between the vaporized tree and Rias. Naruto was angry at Rias for almost killing Karasuba, but reeled in his anger. Rias, don't ever use that on an comrade again, Naruto said in a low but threatening tone. Anko turned her attention from Rias to Naruto. What was that? A very dangerous bloodline from the Uzumaki clan known as the Power of Destruction, Naruto said as he saw regret in Ria's eyes, which made him relax knowing she wouldn't do that again. It is the rarest out of the 3 possible bloodlines that an Uzumaki can be born with. It gives an Uzumaki and second pool of chaotic and destructive chakra that can and will destroy anything it touches at an atomic level, with the exception of those with Uzumaki blood. We are completely immune to it. I didn't know that, Tsunade-sensei didn't tell me that, Rias thought as she looked down only to be kicked in the gut by Karasuba, blasting her back 30 feet, knocking her flat on her back, as groaned in pain. Lesson number 1, never take your eyes off of your opponent, Karasuba told the down form of Rias. That was an interesting bloodline, but I want to see what else you got. Rias dusted herself off as she got up, while tightening her grip on her katana. I got just the thing for you. Then Rias channeled chakra into her sword, making the edge of the sword glow a faint orange. Karasuba raised an eyebrow at Ria's sword, trying to figure out what she was doing with it. As she looked on at the blade, Rias leapt at her, aiming a diagonal slash at her, but the silver-haired Jonin moved out of the way. Just as she did, Ria's sword sliced through a boulder like a hot knife through butter. Interesting, so her sword absorbs chakra into the edge of her blade and converts it into a concentrated fire sword, Naruto thought out loud as he along with everyone else was impressed by the weapon. Even if it couldn't hold a candle to Sieg, Naruto thought to himself, and Sieg pulsed in agreement. I think I have seen all I need. Time to end this, Karasuba thought as she upped her speed and appeared behind the redhead and delivering a kick behind her shoulder, making her stumble into a handstand front flip. As she looked up, she saw Karasuba had just finished running through Hand Seal's water style. Wild water wave water gushed from Karasuba's mouth and washed her away until she collided with another boulder, groaning as she quickly tried to stand up, but she felt something cold pressed against her neck. Looking up, she saw Karasuba looking down at her with a small grin on her face. I yield. Karasuba placed her katana back into its sheath and held out her hand to help Rias up. Very good, though you didn't show any ninjutsu or genjutsu, though you showed skill with fire nature chakra. You proved you are a very capable kinjutsu user. You have high chakra reserves. Your bloodline ability is deadly, but needs improvement in how fast you can get it off. Karasuba critiqued Ria's skills, strengths and weaknesses. The rest of Team 11 came over and Naruto spoke first. I don't know if Tsunade never told you this, but the power of destruction is just that, nothing but pure destruction for almost anything without Uzumaki decent. So don't use it against any one of our allies, Naruto said, making Ria's nod and mutter an apology. Sorry, Naruto smiled at her under his mask. Don't worry about it. I just want you to be a little more careful with that particular ability, he said, making her smile back before he looked between both Anko and Karasuba. So, shall we get started? Finally, I've been dying to see what you can do, Foxy-kun. Anko shouted enthusiastically, prompting both Rias and Sakura to give the three of them a good bit of distance. Naruto stood across from both Karasuba and Anko. Anko held in kunai in a reverse grip in her right hand as she took a stance, while Karasuba had her katana drawn, both measuring Naruto's every movement. He had Sieg drawn as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly both of the Jonin attacked from opposing sides, each striking with their weapon, but Naruto blocked Karasuba's attack with his sword and used the metal plate on the back of his glove to knock away Anko's kunai strike, knocking her off balance, giving him a small window of time to kick Karasuba away. To create a little distance, just as he did that, Anko recovered and closed the distance with great speed, but Naruto saw her coming from a mile away. She aimed a kick to his head, but he raised his left fist next to where her kick was aimed at and muttered, "Way of binding." Repulsa orb of blue light appeared on the back of his hand, and when she connected with the orb, she was blasted back and repelled across the training ground. There was no rest for him as Karasuba was now up and attempted to cut him vertically, but her strike was blocked. They smiled at each other before engaging in a heated kinjutsu battle. Ball sparks were flying from their swords clashing. Rias and Sakura had stupefied looks on their faces. Sakura. Yeah? You're seeing this right? Yeah. Then are you as clueless as I am? Yeah. Good, then I am not alone. They were amazed at the level of skill he showed, and they assumed that what he was showing wasn't even scratching the surface of what he was capable of. Karasuba and Naruto continued the kinjutsu battle until she knocked him slightly off balance to create an opening and jumped away, revealing a large fireball being expelled from Anko's mouth headed straight for him. He tightened his grip on his sword. Sieg. Water blade, Naruto commanded, and the symbol for water glowed a light blue, and water swirled around the sword's blade. Naruto made a vertical slash, slicing the fireball in two as it passed harmlessly by him and exploding into a nearby hillside. Sakura and Rias stood on the sidelines, mouths agape. Naruto deactivated the water blade. He appeared before Anko with his speed technique, the lightning step, preparing to slice her, but was blocked by Karasuba's katana. Anko tried to take advantage and attempted to kick him in the gut, but he caught her leg with his left hand, leaving them all in a three-way momentary lock. Naruto then used his superior strength to create distance between the two Jonin and himself by making the two of them fly back a few feet. Anko and Karasuba shared a look, and Karasuba sheathed her katana before the two of them began running through hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Blind style. Great breakthrough. The wind technique fed into the fireball, sending a wall of flames at Naruto, and he not moving an inch, called out way of binding number 81. Splitting void, a translucent barrier in the form of an rectangular wall. The fire crashed into it, taking the full blunt of the attack with no problem until their combined technique evaporated. Naruto stood there unfazed, staring at the two Jonin. He was about to say something, but he felt two cold blades pressed up against his throat, both Anko and Karasuba with kunai on each side of him. Across the field, two poofs of smoke, signaling that those were shadow clones. Well, looks like over, Rias said out loud, but before Sakura could reply they both felt an arm wrap around their shoulders. I wouldn't say that, Naruto said, making them nearly jump out of their skin. Naruto shushed them by putting fingers to their lips. Just watch, he told them while pointing towards the battle. The blonde, who was trapped by the two Jonin, suddenly glowed white. The seasoned shinobi knew that indicated an exploding clone, so they both jumped back but were still caught by the force of the explosion. Boom. The two went flying in two different directions until they crashed into rocks. They were both groaning as they sat up, but they looked up to see one clone, each holding their swords point at their throat, while the original stood in the middle. Looks like I win, the Jonin then both conceded, prompting Naruto to dismiss the clones. Sakura, would you mind helping them out? The pink-haired Kunoichi immediately ran over each of them, healing their minor but painful bumps and bruises. After Sakura treated them, they all walked over to where Naruto and Rias were sitting. Looking up at the two Jonin, he asked, so how did I do? With a hidden grin under his mask. You know, I really want to hurt you right now. Anko glowered at the only blonde on Team 11. How the hell are you this strong? You were holding back quite a bit of strength, yet still wiped the floor with us. I don't know what you were expecting, but I took my training seriously from the moment I left this village, and I spent that time training with dragons, so it's only logical that I am stronger than most would anticipate, Naruto said with sarcasm dripping off his voice, making Karasuba giggle. Fine, let's just move on. You all pass. You're all way more powerful than any other genin. I guess we'll be all for today, since we need to meet with Hokage-sama, Anko said, as both her and Karasuba kissed Naruto before leaving via the elevator. Well, how about going out to grab a bite on me? Naruto asked his two new teammates. They smiled at him and wrapped their arms around each one of his and lead his out to eat, but not before he turned back to where Yuruchi was. You coming, or are you going to continue to laze about on that roof? Yuruchi, who had fallen asleep during the spars, woke up, but still half asleep, waved him off in order to go back to sleep. The three genin left her there as they went out to eat. Hokage Tower. All of the newly formed teams Jonin Sensei were all back in the Hokage's office ready to report on their teams. Hey, now that everyone is here, let's be quick about this, it's been a long day. By number you will announce if they passed or failed, Hiruzen said while sitting behind his desk, still smoking on his pipe. Team 1 fail. Team 2 fail. Team 3 fail. Team 4 fail. Team 5 fail. Team 6 fail. Team 7 pass. Team 8 pass. Team 9 still in rotation. Team 10 pass. Team 11 pass. After hearing the status of each team, he looked towards the sensei of the failed teams. Those of you whose teams have failed may leave while I speak to the newly formed teams. The other Jonin left as the Hokage turned his attention back to the Jonin senseis of teams 7 through 11. Now, since all of you tested and passed your teams, I expect you all to train them to the best of your abilities, understood? The Hokage asked with a serious tone. Understood, Hokage-sama. They all shouted in union. Good, you're all dismissed, except for you two, Anko and Karasuba. After everyone left, Anko spoke up. Something you needed, Hokage-sama. Yes, I wanted your honest opinions on this team's strength and potential. Karasuba and Anko shared look before Karasuba asked a question of her own. If I can ask, Hokage-sama, why would you want to know about our team but not ask about the others? Because I did not choose this team, Naruto did, and I want nothing more than to help him. I see him as my grandson and I like to think he sees me as his grandfather. Taking another drag from his pipe. And grandfathers want to know everything their grandchildren get into. Karasuba sympathized with him and decided tell him about Naruto and the rest of the team, but only enough to satisfy him. She won't divulge all their secrets. Alright, Sakura is a medic prodigy who has the potential to surpass Tsunade Senju, Rias is in Uzumaki through and through, showing talent in multiple areas, and Naruto is in prodigy like no other. He has limitless potential. There is no telling how strong he may one day become. When she finished, Hiruzen smiled and dismissed them. Once Anko and Karasuba left, he looked out the window. I wonder where your path will lead and if this old man will live to see where you end up. Time skip 6 weeks. Over the last month and a half a lot has happened. Naruto found out that his parents had a decoy clan compound located next to the Hyuga compound. The home had 25 bedrooms, 27 bathrooms, 6 kitchens, 3 dens and 2 training fields. So he and everyone else moved in except for Tsunade and Shizune. They stayed in Forest of Death since they didn't want anyone to know they were back in the village and staying with Naruto. Naruto also found more secret notes about the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. His father had plans to advance the jutsu to another level, but never got around implementing any changes to the seal. His father's theory was, what if an advanced form of the Hirshin formula was placed on the body? Could you in theory teleport anywhere without the need of a secondary seal? Now Naruto had another sealing project to work on, which he was close to solving. Naruto also got closer with all of his girlfriend's fiancés. He consummated his relationship with both Yugao and Ranjiku. He got Sakura to stop being nervous around him to the point they regularly made out and groped each other. He found out Rias was very proud of her body and used many opportunities to show it off, and he knew it was only a matter of time before she pounced on him. He had really grown fond of Kurenai. She was just like Anko. She liked to tease those close to her, but she has strict moral code, which is why they haven't consummated the relationship yet. With Tsunade, he found out that there was something she liked more than sex. She couldn't get enough of him. Then there was a new trio of friends, Anko, Karasuba and Yuruchi. They had fun at Naruto's expense by trying to use their numbers, but it hardly ever worked due to them all having a mate seal. Naruto also helped Rias in controlling her power of destruction. He found Uzumaki notes on it and has helped her get a much better grasp of what she could do with it, along with Karasuba furthering Rias' Kenjutsu skills. Sakura continued her training with Tsunade and along with Anko helping was starting to realize her potential. Outside of training, one more thing happened. He received an scroll from Tazuna from Wave, letting Naruto know that he was going to take him up on his offer, but because of the increased bandits he was afraid to leave his daughter and grandson home. So to help Naruto asked Yuruchi to head to Wave to protect them. She got there 5 days ago, and Tazuna left 2 days ago, should be here later on today. Naruto got dressed in his usual outfit consisting of long black cargo pants tucked into black combat boots, a black muscle shirt that extended into a lower face mask, a black hooded long-sleeved ankle-length leather coat, black gloves with metal plates on the back, black gauntlets with a diamond in the center of each and a utility belt from which his sword hung from a short chain. After going through the usual morning routine of a shower, training and breakfast, he and his team met at the Hokage Tower to get a mission. No, I am sick of these glorified chores. Team 11 stopped just as they had walked into the Hokage's office and saw as well as heard, who could only be the ever so arrogant Uchiha. I demand a worthy mission. At that point, everything in and around the Hokage's office felt his immense killing intent. Are you making demands of me, Genin? The man nicknamed the God of Shinobi spoke in a low yet cold voice. Clearly you don't realize the pecking order of this village, so allow me to enlighten you. There's the highest power, the Hokage, then there's the Anbu captain, then the Anbu themselves, then the Jonin, then the Chunin, then finally the Genin, which is what you are. At the bottom of the totem pole, Hiruzen explained, while using hand gestures, before bringing his hands in front of his face and leaning forward, and releasing his killing intent. Now take this as a lesson learned, because I could have easily have had you arrested for insubordination and removed from the ninja program. H turned his attention to Kakashi here. Take this mission and make sure to educate your genin, he told Kakashi as he tossed a mission scroll to him. As Team 7 went to exit, they passed by Team 11. Sai spared them a greeting as he left the office. Ami was tempted to insult them, but was still recovering from the Hokage's killing intent and didn't want to anger him, so she followed Sai. Sasuke, Team 11's blonde, trying to make him feel the same fear and embarrassment that he just suffered by directing his own pathetic level of killing intent at Naruto, but he was completely unaffected. That's when Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. Alright Sasuke, let's go, Kakashi said while pushing Sasuke out the door. He glanced at Naruto, but made his way quickly out the door, since he still didn't know how to begin talking to his sensei's son. Ah, Naruto-kun, I am glad you and your team are here. There seems to be a client who is asking specifically for you. Naruto began playing ignorant. Oh, who is it? The head of the Sarutobi clan signaled his Anbu to retrieve the client who was out getting supplies in the village. The Anbu returned a few moments later with the client Tazuna. Tazuna is a gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. When first introduced, he wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. Azuna surveyed the room. He eyed Anko for a second due to her provocative attire. He noticed the beauty of the other three women of the team, but didn't linger. Then he focused on the blonde shinobi in the room. It's good to see you again, Naruto. Good to see you too. I hope you didn't have any trouble during your travels, Naruto said, playing along as he stepped forward and shook Azuna's hand. Well, since it is indeed true you are acquaintances, then I am sure you and your team won't mind taking a C-rank escort mission to escort Mr. Tazuna back home to Wave, Hiruzen pointed out and asked Naruto. Of course not, but it is not my call. That call belongs to the squad leaders Anko-sensei and Karasuba-sensei. We accept, they both said instantly. Now pack for a month and meet at the North Gate in an hour, Anko commanded as the entire team except Naruto vanished via body flicker. He stayed behind to talk a little bit with Tazuna as he escorted him out of the office. See you later, Hokage-sama. Once they were in the clear, Tazuna spoke to Naruto. I want to thank you for helping me and my village in our time of need. There is no need for that, but if you feel that is necessary, I may want to cash in on your carpentry skills, though I am willing to pay, Naruto assured asked him. Oh, and what kind of project would you have me handle? Because I specialize in bridge building, but I am versatile and can build anything. He asked a blonde young man who was helping his village out in their dire time of need. Let's talk about that after we solve what's going on in Wave. For now I need you to go to the North Gate and wait on my team. I need to grab my things, and we can be on our way to Wave. Tazuna agreed and headed towards the gate, but not before taking another swig of the alcohol from his flask. Seeing him leave, Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow light back to his home in the Forest of Death. Once he got there, he grabbed a few scrolls with enough rations and clothes for a month. Afterward he found Tsunade relaxing in bubble bath. She had no qualms with him seeing her naked, in fact she liked showing him her body. Which is why as soon as he walked into the bathroom she cleared out some of the bubbles to put her E-cup breasts on display. Ah, here you are, Tsunade-chan. When he walked in he sat at the edge of the tub. Look, me and my team will be gone for a few weeks for a mission that I have been waiting on and could help with a revival plan. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That's great, cause I only got to see our once great nation a handful of times when I was young and I want to experience that again. Don't worry, I am going to do everything in my power to make it happen. He leaned down as he got off the tub and kissed her on the lips briefly. I sent a shadow clone to Yugao and she will drop in periodically to see if you need anything since you are stuck here, and Yuruchi will be back in 3 days. I'll be fine, Shizune is still here, so go on and be careful, Naruto-kun. I will, and we will be back before you know it. As he said that he vanished via lightning body flicker. Leaf Village, North Gate. When Naruto arrived, the rest of his team was already there waiting with Tazuna. Well, now that we are all here, let's go, Anko said as she and Karasuba lead the team out of the village walls. After traveling for about 3 hours, Team 11 consisting of Naruto, Sakura and Rias, led by Anko and Karasuba, were now about half a day away from Wave, but now they all felt safe enough to ask Naruto what was going on, since he hadn't told them yet. So Naruto want to explain what's going on. Karasuba asked as she walked up to him. Naruto looked around the group and saw that they all has curious looks on their faces. Well, the truth is that Tizuna's village is being terrorized by a tyrant named Gato, who happens to also be the owner of Gato Shipping. He has been charging the citizens ridiculously high taxes that they can't afford to pay. He has forced women into being his sex slaves and has executed anyone who stands against his laws. Anko and Karasuba both narrowed their eyes, while Sakura and Rias couldn't believe that anyone would allow this to go on. Doesn't Wave have their own ninjas? Sakura asked. No, I am afraid not. We are a poor port village. We just recovered from the last war before Gato came in with his men and muscled in on us, taking what little we had. All of Team 11 felt sorrow for the citizens of Wave, yet anger towards the cause of the sorrow. Izuna took another swig from his canteen full of liquor. Izuna noticed the looks on the faces of Team 11. But I am not worried. I have from my point of view Gato's end escorting me back home. Anko, Karasuba and Naruto all grinned at the thought of getting to kill someone like Gato, while Sakura and Rias giggled at their teammate and sensei. Getting close to Wave, the team started to raise their guard a little more, except for Naruto. Since he was a sensor, he could sense things for miles, so his guard was never down. After a little more traveling, they came across a puddle that was in the middle of the forest that was still in the land of fire, where it hadn't rained in 2 weeks, so it alerted the entire team. They subtly got into a formation surrounding Tizuna. How stupid do you have to be in order to disguise yourselves as a giant puddle when it hasn't rained in weeks? When you find the answer to that question, let me know, because I don't even think a genin would do something so obvious, Kurama said, waking up to watch the show. All of a sudden, 2 men shot out of what was revealed to be a genjutsu. They were the demon brothers, Mzu and Maizu. They are 2 Chiknin missing nin from the Hidden Mist village. They have large metal gauntlets. Mzu wears the gauntlet on his right hand, while Maizu wears his on his left. House, a retractable shuriken-style chain running between the 2 of them, which they can use to bind an enemy and then slice them to pieces. They set their sights on Naruto, planning to use the element of surprise, their speed and shuriken-style chain, to kill him quickly. It might have worked if Naruto didn't see it coming from 5 miles away and if his speed wasn't so far superior to theirs. As they approached, Naruto unsheathed his sword and with precision, he stabbed his blade through a loop on the shuriken-style chain into the ground, halting their advancement. Sieg lightning blade, he spoke lowly as his sword coated itself in lightning, sending electricity up the chain, electrocuting the demon brothers until they passed out, which is when Naruto called for the lightning to stop. After retrieving his sword, he then walked over to each of the missing nin and cut the chain off at the base of the gauntlets before putting Sieg back into his sheath. Good job, Naruto. Now I get to do what I do best. Terror and interrogation, Anko said with a grin as she approached the down missing nin. Actually, I was hoping you would leave that to me. Well, rest of you go ahead and I will catch up. Anko and Karasuba shared a look with each other. Alright, but you better catch up quickly because we don't know who else Gato will send. Karasuba said to him, making him nod. He shared a look with the Kunoichi before they left with Tizuna. With his team now gone, he turned his attention to the down Gozu and Maizu. He pointed 2 fingers in their direction, way of binding number 1, restrain, making their arms lock behind their backs. Naruto then dragged them over to a tree and sat them up against it while pointing 2 fingers at them again, way of binding number 4. Crawling rope, generating a crackling yellow energy rope within his hand, it bound them to the tree. Then he used his affinity to earth and created a stump. He sat in front of them with his legs crossed. Wakey wakey, Naruto taunted as he used a small water jutsu to splash water on them, forcing them to wake from their slumber. When they awoke, they both looked from left to right until they noticed that they couldn't move their arms and that there was a strange yellow energy rope wrapped around them, further preventing them from moving. Now that you 2 are awake, I am going to make this really simple. You can make this easy on yourselves by telling me what I want to know, and I may offer you a proposition, or I can make death seem like a paradise. Your choice. The 2 demon brothers looked at each other before Maizu spoke up. What is it that you want? 2 things. First, I want you to end your contract with Gato and become an informant for me for the duration of my stay. If you do so, I will pay you double of what Gato is offering you. The demon brothers' eyes nearly popped out of their head at the sound of double the pay, and we don't have to deal with that entitled prick. I am in, they both thought at the same time, but wanted to see what else the man in front of them was going to ask for. And the most important thing I need is for you to deliver a message to Zabuza. Tell him that if he is interested, that I have a proposition that will set him up for life. He let his words sink in for a few moments. Do we have a deal? They wasted no time as they spoke in union deal. Naruto smiled beneath his mask as he swiped his fingers through the air, dispersing his techniques that restrained the demon brothers. Good, now I would get a move on. I need you to tell Zabuza of my proposal ASAP, and with that he vanished in flash of light. The demon brothers got up, rubbing their wrists. Hey Maizu, what do you think of all this? Gozu asked his father. Truthfully, I don't really care, as long as we get our money, Maizu said without any real emotion. I am with you on that one, Gozu agreed with his brother. Good, now let's go, we need to get back to Zabuza, so we can tell him what happened, Maizu said as the two of them vanished in swirls of water. But Team 11. Team 11 along with Tazuna had left Naruto 20 minutes ago and were pretty close to the edge of the land of fire. As they continued to travel they were alerted to a presence when they saw a yellow flash. When they turned around they saw Naruto standing behind Anko. You know, sometimes I really hate it when you do that, Anko said with a light glare at the blonde, and he just smiled beneath his mask as he leaned forward so only she could hear, you know you love me, making her huff and lightly slap his chest. Whatever, did you get what you needed? Yeah, I'll tell you later, let's get Tazuna home first, Naruto told Anko and the rest of his team as they continued on their journey to Wave. Unknown location. Inside a large abandoned 3-story concrete building was a man sitting in the ledge of a window peering outside. He was a tall and noticeably muscular man with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. Under his mask, he had a relatively narrow jawline and jagged teeth, a trait shared with only those of 7 swordsmen of the mist. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head, it hadn't slashed through it, showing his defection from the Mist Village. He was seen shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached his executioner's blade, wearing baggy pants with a striped pattern typical of Mist Shinobi, and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows, with matching leg warmers. This was Zabuza Mamachi, a rank missing nin from the village hidden in the mist, and former member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Well, seeing as you are back, did you kill the old man? Zabuza asked while still peering out the window, since he knew it was the demon brothers. We are afraid not. Oh, and why is it that you failed to kill one old man? Zabuza asked without turning around, sounding irritated from the news. The old man hired a team of shinobi from the Leaf Village, Gozu informed Zabuza. If I am not mistaken, then that old man doesn't have much money and the only team he would be able to afford would be in Genin team, so explain to me how the old man still lives if that's the case. Zabuza demanded while unleashing killing intent in their direction after finally half turning to look at them with one eye. That was anything but a normal Genin team. What are you talking about? He was escorted by a 5-man cell that made Zabuza narrow his eyes in question. 2 of them were Jonin, one was the silver demon Karasuba Ichimaru, and the other was the snake mistress Anko Mitarshi. Zabuza let out a deep chuckle at hearing the names. No wonder you two lost, those are 2 A-rank shinobi, Zabuza said, humor evident in his voice. But they weren't involved in our defeat. All humor left Zabuza as he now went back to glaring at them. Are you trying to tell me that you were defeated by some greenhorn genin? Zabuza asked ferociously. He was anything but a greenhorn genin. He had more speed, power, precision, technique and grace than almost anyone I have ever faced, and we believe it was only the tip of the iceberg. Due to him defeating us both so soundly in mere seconds, Gozu explained as he and his brother remembered going against the blonde. And I think I have a theory. Gozu tossed a small black book at Zabuza, who caught it easily. Check out page 357. Zabuza searched through the book that he now recognized as a bingo book. When he finally landed on page 357 he read the entry. Black Dragon Village Associate unknown. Rank, A-ranked. Appearance, dressed in black from head to toe, wears a leather trench coat, has long black hair, and carries a guardless katana on his hip along with a black Anbu dragon mask. Feat, killed Aoi Rakusho along with his band of 50 and is rumored to have joined the rebellion in the Mist Village. Abilities, not much is known of his abilities other than his chakra levels and control over the elements of both fire and lightning, of which all exceeds cage levels. As you can see, there are similarities between the genin and this man known as Black Dragon. We believe they are one in the same. Maizu said. Outside of their different hair colors, everything else matches up from their appearances to their fighting style. Zabuza gained a predatory smirk on his face at the thought of getting the opportunity to fight someone of that caliber. Are you going to hear him out? Gozu asked a former member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza stood up from the ledge and gripped his cleaver. I will, but only if he can beat me, Zabuza said with a gleam in his eye. Let's go. Haku, a figure, walked out of the darkness after hearing Zabuza's voice. Out from the shadows stepped a figure wearing the standard Kurigakure pinstriped outfit which stopped at their knees. Over this they wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around their waist a brown sash with a fringe trail wrapped around their waist twice. They also wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as a kimono and nail polish on their fingernails and toenails in matching blue-green color. When wearing this outfit, Haku's long hair was gathered in a white bun holder, while 2 locks of their hair fell loose framing their face, bound with metal hair cuffs at the ends. Haku also wore a black forehead protector with a Kurigakure's symbol upon it. When in battle or moving covertly, the person wore a hunter nin mask on top of their forehead protector, which was white with thin curved eye holes and a red wavy design in place of the mouth, as well as the Kurigakure symbol etched in the top. Yes, Zabuza-sama. With those words spoken they both vanished as swirls of water signifying the use of a water body flicker. Aku is as silent as always, Mizu commented with his brother agreeing. With Team 11. Naruto and his team had now made to the edge of the land of fire. They were on the edge of the forest where they could see the sea, where they would then need to take a boat to get to the land of waves. As they continued, Sakura turned towards Tazuna after seeing the sea. Tazuna-san, do you have a boat for transportation or do we need to improvise? The pink-haired genin asked the bridge builder. I have an arranged boat that should be here in a little while. Just as he said that, Naruto let a kunai fly out of his hand into the bushes after he heard movement coming from them. Out came running a white rabbit. Naruto-kun, I don't think you need to be so on edge, it was just a poor little rabbit after all, Sakura said, but Naruto wasn't buying it for the simple reason that for this time of year white rabbits aren't around. Naruto through his senses felt something, and in a split second he grabbed both Sakura and Ria's as he jumped about 30 feet in the air, while Anko and Karasuba jumped on Tazuna and pushed him to the ground as everyone narrowly escaped being cut in half from a humongous flying cleaver-like sword that missed them and embedded itself into a thick tree. When they all looked to the cleaver-like sword, they noticed the owner of said sword was crouched on top of the sword. It was Zabuza Mamachi with a humorous expression on his face, though half his face was hidden. Look what we have here, some fresh genin, the snake mistress of the leaf, and the silver demon, Zabuza taunted as he analyzed Team 11. Naruto watched with an amused expression under his own mask as he landed gracefully with Ria's and Sakura. Anko and Karasuba's reaction wasn't one of amusement though, as Anko grabbed Tazuna and created distance between her and Zabuza, while Karasuba quickly drew her katana and tried to slice him in half at the waist, but he cartwheeled off the blade that he stood on and then ripped it out of the tree and pointed the executioner's blade at her. If you ask me, before today whose bounty I may have wanted most, the silver demons would have been high up on that list, but I am afraid you have dropped a spot. Oh, and who seems to be more worthy of being killed by you than me? Karasuba asked sarcastically while holding her killing intent in check. Zabuza swung his sword, so it was pointed towards Naruto, which made him smirk him, plus I still have a job to do in killing the bridge builder. Well, I am afraid the second isn't going to happen since he is under our protection, Naruto said as he made a gesture signaling for Ria's and Sakura to help Anko in protecting Tazuna, which they did as they left Naruto's side in twin bursts of speed and regrouping with their purple-haired sensei. But if you came looking to fight me, that I can help you with, the blonde said as he unsheathed his sword. Zabuza smirked under his mask, an impressive sword if this was a normal sword fight, but against my executioner's blade. It doesn't stand a chance, Zabuza cockily said as he rested his sword on his shoulder. We will just have to see about that, won't we? Naruto replied back, making Zabuza raise his left hand to form a seal hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist started to spread throughout the area, making visibility nearly zero. Zabuza then began to do what he was known for. Mental torture. He puts his targets through before killing them, some call it playing with your food. 8 points. Everyone in the area could hear Zabuza throw his voice in a way, so they couldn't pinpoint where he was as he saturated the air with potent killing intent. Usually that would greatly affect his targets, but outside of Tazuna, it had no effect on Team 11. Larynx, spine, lungs, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart, now which shall be my first kill point? Zabuza's intimidating voice projected throughout the area as he began his form of combat in the form of the silent kill techniques. Naruto wasn't in the least bit phased from the intimidation method. He began channeling mana into his left fist as the wind picked up, wrapping itself around said fist. As the wind started to pick up, a white mini tornado was wrapped around Naruto's forearm. It was as powerful and loud as any other tornado as it was sucking in the mist, blowing away trees, and not much time before the entire field was clear of mist. But the mist cleared, everyone could calm down now that they could see, but it wasn't time to relax as Zabuza had infiltrated the defensive circle around Tazuna with his cleaver in a reverse grip. He was prepared to cut the entire group in half with one swing, but found he couldn't when he couldn't move his arm and felt a vice grip on his wrist. Looking over to his right, he saw Naruto standing next to him holding his arm in place. He took a quick glance to where Naruto was standing before and saw him still stand there. A clone, Zabuza thought, but before he could say or do anything, the clone kneed him in the gut. Jujutsu flipped him over his shoulder and delivered a spin kick to him while he was still airborne, sending him flying towards the ocean. The swordsman quickly rebounded as skidded and balanced himself on top of the water. In this short confrontation he has already shown skill, technique, power and speed. Now and not the time for holding back, Zabuza thought as he glared at the blonde from atop the water. The clone Naruto spoke as Anko, Ria's and Sakura looked on. I need you three to be on your P's and Q's. He is going to try anything he can to get Tazuna. What about Karasuba? Ria's asked as she looked over to her, noticing the strange look on her face leave her. It just has been a while since she has felt a killing intent like that, and she's struggling with herself as to not interfere. The clone finished as it disappeared. The original Naruto watched Zabuza with calculating eyes. The swordsman placed his large cleaver on his back and quickly began running through a long series of hand seals that Naruto instantly recognized. Zabuza finished forming hand seals and called out water style. Water dragon jutsu. A large amount of water then formed into a giant dragon made of water, one that could do a lot of damage if it connected. Knowing this, Naruto decided to unleash the power of the tornado fist that was still wrapped around his left fist to match the might of the water dragon. As the dragon sped towards the shore, Naruto leapt into the air to meet the dragon and thrust out his tornado fist. The tornado grew until it overtook the water dragon, sending the water and the wind back at Zabuza, whose eyes widened at seeing the combination of wind and water coming at him looking like a mini hurricane. It washed Zabuza further out. When everything cleared, you could see Zabuza floating in the water, clearly exhausted from fighting the man-made powerful winds and rippling tides. What the hell is he? Zabuza thought as he was trying to catch his breath. He used a powerful attack like that and looks as if he isn't even warmed up yet. It might be time to signal Haku for an extraction. Zabuza got himself together as he stood back up on the water before dashing towards the shoreline with the water kicking up behind him, indicating just how fast he was moving. Naruto, seeing this, turned his sword around to hold it in a reverse grip as he matched Zabuza's speed while dashing across the water. When they met, the two of their swords clashed with a loud clang and enough force to send ripples throughout the water below them. Zabuza stared at Naruto in awe at both him and his sword. The fact that the sword didn't scratch, crack or break was in testament to how it was crafted, and the fact that Naruto was able to stop his cleaver was a testament of his strength. That's an impressive sword you have there. It will serve me well after I kill you and use it to kill your team. And the old man Zabuza tried to goad Naruto, hoping that would anger him and throw him off his game plan, but the blonde wasn't fazed by what Zabuza said. A few things. First is that my sword is very picky about who he allows to touch him, so I doubt you would be able to hold onto my sword for longer than 5 seconds before my sword kills you. Second, even if you were to kill me, my teammates are more than enough to kill a wounded warrior. And lastly, I refuse to die. I have too much riding on my shoulders to die before my goals are accomplished. I am being counted on for too much to let anyone kill me. Naruto finished as he pushed Zabuza back as he started to unleash his Namikaze bloodline as arcs of pure lightning bounced off his body. Sieg, water blade. Naruto ordered his partner Sword Spirit, as he did, that the Kaji for water on the sword glowed a light blue and the blade of the sword went from black to completely clear, just as water is. Zabuza saw his sword go through said change and instantly thought, that doesn't look like it will bode well for me. I hope Haku is ready. He quickly placed his cleaver on his back before he started running through hand seals water style. Wild water wave jutsu. Water gushed from Zabuza's mouth like a waterfall in an attempt to wash Naruto away, but he just raised his sword till it was pointing towards the oncoming water. He moved the sword in a circular motion as he created a flat circular pool of water style. The Kwamirror jutsu. Zabuza's attack was perfectly reflected back at him. The gushing water swept him back on the shore and slammed him back first into a tree, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto calmly walked across the water towards the downed swordsman. Zabuza groaned as he tried to stand up, but just as he looked up at the blonde oncoming shinobi, 2 senbon needles struck him in the neck, making him collapse face down onto the ground as a masked hunter ninja showed up crouched near. The body. I must thank you. I have been tracking him for a while, so thanks for weakening him for me. And with that, the hunter vanished with Zabuza's body before anyone could say anything. At why Anko started to yell after the hunter until Naruto appeared next to her. Let them go. Anko whipped her head around to look at him in disbelief. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea what a bounty on Zabuza's head is worth? I know, but I don't need the money. Plus, that wasn't a hunter ninja, Naruto said as Karasuba made her way over to the group. After have calmed down, he's right. The person put him in a death-like state with those senbon needles. It's a technique very few use. So basically we got played, since it seems Zabuza had an accomplice waiting to save his tail, Ria said with a frown. I wouldn't say we got played, because it seems our resident blonde isn't too surprised, so if I had to guess I would say you expected this, didn't you? Karasuba asked Naruto. I did. I knew his accomplice was waiting just outside of normal sensing range since the start of our battle, Naruto said, getting his entire team to look at him. Why didn't you say anything? Anko asked. Because they were no threat. They were only there for an extraction and I only sensed them after I began my battle with Zabuza. So there wasn't any time for me to warn any of you, Naruto said as he looked towards the ocean. We can finish this conversation later, but for now I think we better get to Zuna home. Alright, team, we need to get a move on so we can get home, Anko ordered, and just as he said that, they heard a motor coming from the misted ocean. It was Tizuna's transportation back to Wave. The boat itself, once it was in clear view after being hidden by the mist, it showed to be a grand white sport fishing boat, a boat that was capable of holding all them. After the boat docked, they all boarded the boat and sailed off towards Wave. 30 minutes later they arrived in Wave. Along the way, though they admired the huge half-built bridge, upon their arrival they were dropped off on the opposite side of the island away from boating docks, but near the woods to avoid Gato's men for the time being at least. They had to walk through the woods and the village get to where Tazuna lived, which was on the outskirt of the village near the boating docks. As they walked through the village they couldn't ignore just how depressing and devoid of life the village and its people were. It was heart-wrenching for anyone to see. As they treaded towards Tazuna's home through the village, a young brown-haired girl no older than 6 years old walked up and tugged on Naruto's coat. "Can you spare some food, Oni-chan?" The little girl asked Naruto. He could tell that she wasn't being properly fed due to her appearance. "Sure sweetheart, but do mind answering a few questions for me?" Naruto, kneeling in front of the young girl, asked, getting the little girl to nod her head. "Where are your parents?" The little girl looked down at the ground in sadness. The bad men took them away. The statement angered Naruto, knowing she was talking about Gato. "Well, where do you live?" "But the other kids who mommies and daddies were taken away. Do any adults live with you?" Naruto asked, making the young girl shake her head. "No." Naruto put a hand on her head and smiled at her from beneath his mask. "How about you show me where you all live and I will come and cook a nice meal for everyone there?" Naruto asked, making her ask, "Really?" He nodded and she jumped into his chest and wrapped her arms around his neck, thanking him over and over. Naruto stood up with the little girl still in his arms. "I need you girls to go to Tazuna's house and secure it. Gato might send more assassins. I am going to help them out and will be there in about an hour." He left no room for argument as he turned and began walking away as the girl in his arms began directing him after he placed her on his shoulders. Sakura stepped up next to Anko as they watched him walk away. "Should we really just be letting him leave by himself?" Anko let out a sigh. "He will be alright. He knows how to take care of himself." Karasuba then stepped up. "She is right, besides we need to secure Tazuna and his family. Now let's move." Karasuba ordered as they left and made their way to Tazuna's home. But Naruto. It didn't take him long to reach the place where the little girl was staying. She, along with 13 other children ranging from 6 to 9, were living in an abandoned 3-bedroom cabin. During his trek he found out the little girl's name was Irie. After Irie introduced Naruto to everyone, "I can't come up with 13 names right now, besides their names aren't important right now." He went into their kitchen and saw that there was no way for him to prepare a meal to feed 14 starving children, so he had all of the children gather up all of their things, which took only 15 minutes since they didn't have much. Naruto slapped explosive tags on the house and raised an invisible barrier around the house. He set off the tags, completely incinerating the house, much to the shock and awe of the children. They were also worried, not knowing where they would live, but Naruto calmed them down and told them to watch. He ran through hand seals and finished by interlocking his fingers together wood style. 4-pillar house jutsu. Naruto overpowered the jutsu for what would have created only a 4-bedroom house and instead created a 2-story 10-bedroom 8-bathroom house. The children were extremely happy. They now had a home that they could all fit into without being too cramped. They were all jumping up and down, calling him Oni-chan and asking him to show them how to do that. He calmed them down, explaining that he couldn't show them how to do wood style unless they had a bloodline for it and he had to find someone to set up the plumbing. That's when one of the younger boys said that he knew someone who could do it, and after he said that he lead Naruto to a carpenter who was indeed willing and able to do it on short notice. The carpenter was named Yudo. He had been recently stiffed out of a job and work had been slow as of late due to Gato's business dealings, so Naruto offered him double the pay if he did the job within 3 hours. The carpenter's eyes bugged out. He told him he would have it done in 2. The carpenter and 10 other workers not only set up the plumbing, but they redid each bathroom, set up electrical wiring that Naruto powered through seals, and they provided kitchen appliances. When they were done, Naruto made sure to pay all of them handsomely, seeing as they all did such a good job on extremely short notice. As they were leaving, though, Yudo pulled Naruto to the side. "I think what you are doing is very admirable, but it may be for naught after Gato finds this place and have these children thrown out." Naruto growled at the thought of someone doing something like that, but composed himself. "Don't worry about Gato, his days are numbered." Naruto put a hand on the carpenters. "Soon you and the rest of the village will be free from the nightmare known as Gato." "Why go so far for us?" 2 reasons. Firstly, it's just the right thing to do. No one should have to go through what Gato has put this village through, and secondly, let's just say that my clan held soft spot in their hearts for this village." Yudo looked at Naruto as the blonde walked back into the newly built house, thinking that just maybe he could believe they would finally be free from the nightmare. After Naruto entered the home and began to cook a nice meal for the children, he couldn't help but let his mind race, thinking about the village as a whole. There is so much uncovered talent here. I haven't been here long and I have already found a gem. I wonder what else I will discover. As he finished his thought, the meal he had prepared was finished. It was something simple and something that would allow the children to come back for 4 THS and 5 THS due to the amount he was able to make at one time. It was a huge pot of curry chicken with rice and a side of steamed cabbage. Naruto went and got the children from the living room, where he had a clone entertaining them by reading them a story, just to keep them occupied knowing how miserable it makes you to be malnourished and starving yet not have anything to eat. When the children saw the spread that Naruto had laid out, they all dug in, eating 2 portions each. After their meal, Naruto told them he had to leave, to which it saddened and scared them as they didn't what would happen if he wasn't around, but he assured them he would be back the next day and that as long as they didn't open the door for any reason they would remain safe. Before he left, he placed barrier seals around the house to prevent anyone but him and the children from entering the house. Tazuna's home. When Naruto arrived at Tazuna's home, he knocked on the door, to which a young woman anywhere from 25 to 30 years of age answered the door. She has long blue-colored hair. She wears a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. She also wears a long blue skirt. "Hello, may I help you?" "Yes, I am a part of the team assigned to protect Tazuna and his family," Naruto informed the young woman. "Oh, yes, you must be the teammate that Karasuba-san spoke of. Come on in." She opened the door to let him in and lead high into the living room, where his team was seated, clearly waiting for him. Before he could say anything, he felt a familiar chakra signature approach him at high speed, but knowing who it was, he just stood there as said person jumped, knocking him to the ground, looking up and stared into Yuichi's eyes. "Hello to you too." "Yuichi-chan," she just smirked down at him. "Did you miss me?" she asked, making him smile back. "Every day, but maybe we can do this later, we have things to take care of." "Fine, party pooper," she said with pout, but he gave her a light peck to the cheek to lighten her mood as she moved off of him so they could get down to business. He noticed Anko, Rias and Sakura sitting on the couch, while Karasuba sat in a recliner across from an adjacent recliner that Tazuna sat in while drinking scotch. Naruto noticed the girls staring at him wanting answers, so he stood by the window and folded his arms to his chest before he began speaking. "Alright, now I think I can guess what you all want to know, and the simplest answer is that what I do is always for the betterment of our long-term goal," Naruto said as they all looked at him waiting for him to explain further. "There are plans that I keep only between me and sometimes Yuichi, because of the fact that if anyone even got a hint of my plans it could jeopardize the end goal. But I will tell you now, as this part of my plan is coming together, Wave and its people will play a huge part in reviving Whirlpool." "How can they help with something like that?" Sakura asked before anyone else could. Outside of Yuichi and Yugao, not many would know that Wave actually was an ally of Whirlpool and housed many of our clansmen, especially those that specialized in things such as architecture and technological advancement. So Wave has a lot of untapped potential due to their own history, which is how they will help us. Naruto finished explaining, getting a hum from Tazuna as he thought on that logic, which explained why all of his assistants were so good that he didn't have to double-check their work. "I understand that you want us to help rebuild Whirlpool, which what I am willing to do, but I am confused in how this will occur. Whirlpool is surrounded by whirlpools, and the land itself was heavily damaged from war." Naruto simply pulled down his face mask and reached into his shirt, pulling out 3 necklaces, each with a gem of a different color, red, blue and green. When Whirlpool stepped in and ended the clan wars and helped build the Leaf Village, they knew they would be exposing what they were capable of, so they made contingency plans in case the worst happened, which it did. So while I won't give too many secrets, let's just say that aided with the help of these gems I will be able to restore and improve the land of whirlpools. "So what is the time frame for you restore the land and for me to begin building?" Tazuna asked. "Well, tonight I am leaving for Whirlpool to restore it and I should be back by morning, and I have some of the best architects coming in about a week to plan everything out and order the materials needed." Tazuna nodded at the statement as he figured he would have enough time to finish the bridge before moving on to the construction of the new Whirlpool. Naruto then turned his attention to Yuichi. "I need you to go back to the village, since Tsunade is stuck in the house." Yuichi just nodded and headed towards the door. "I am ready whenever you are." As Naruto followed her, he threw the rest of the occupants in the house a look. "I will be back in a minute." Once they were outside, Naruto stabbed a Hirishin kunai into the ground before wrapping an arm around Yuichi as they disappeared via Flying Thunder God Jutsu. When they arrived at their hidden home in the Forest of Death, Naruto looked over at Yuichi. "I would stay, but you know there is a lot to be done. So just be patient, and when I get back I will take you on another date, but for the meantime take care of everything here, especially Tsunade and Shizune," Naruto told Yuichi as he kissed her before flashing away. Upon using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport back to Tazuna's home, he picked up his Hirishin kunai and headed into the house just to let them know he would be back in the morning. "Alright girls, I will be back no later than tomorrow morning. I need you girls to protect Tazuna." Every member of Team 11 nodded at him as he turned his attention to Tazuna. "I intend to keep my word. Beto will die and Wave will flourish along with Whirlpool before it is all said and done." Just as Naruto finished his statement and walked in young boy about 7 or 8 years of age, it was Tazuna's grandson Inari. Inari has spiky black hair and dark colored eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. He also wore a blue and white striped hat. Izuna introduced the young boy to Team 11. "This is my grandson Inari, and Inari, this is the team of shinobi that will be protecting us while we finish the bridge." Inari had a blank expression on his face as he looked at members of Team 11. "You're going to die." The tone in which he said it angered most of Team 11, with the exception of Naruto and Sakura. Before any of them could jump down the kid's throat, Naruto held up a hand for them to stop. "What makes you think that?" Naruto asked of Tizuna's grandson. "Because Gato is too powerful." "And how do you figure that? Have you ever seen Gato perform any real acts of power that should make an average person afraid of him, or has he just had armed thugs roam through a village of civilians?" Naruto asked the child, who was almost at a loss of words. "What would you know? I bet after living in a big shinobi village that you have no idea what true pain is." Naruto walked over to the boy until he was only 5 feet from him. As he towered over the small boy, Naruto was giving the boy a stern look. "Is that what you believe? That because someone comes from a shinobi village, that they don't have their own version of a painful past?" The blonde asked rhetorically, but Inari nodded his head anyway. "Inari, I want you to understand something. There is a lot of suffering that goes on around the world. It isn't just isolated to this island, and those from shinobi villages don't have perfect lives. They have trials and tribulations to go through. The best example would be the civil war that just ended not long ago in the Mist Village, where their Mizukage wanted all bloodline users dead, something that they were born with and had no control over. It had started to open Inari's eyes that he and this island weren't the only ones suffering. It's okay to mourn your father, but you would be doing your father a disservice if you just completely gave up on life. I am sure all he wanted was for you, your family, and everyone on this island to live happily." That broke the dam as Inari ran past Naruto and upstairs into his room with tears in his eyes. Tsunami was ready to chase after her son and comfort him, but her father stopped her. It was something he needed to hear. "Now let him sort out his own feelings before you go and try to comfort him." Naruto felt a little bad, but he agreed with Tizuna that he said what Inari needed to hear. He then gave his goodbyes by pulling down his mask and giving each of his girlfriend's future wives a kiss. Tsunami, seeing how handsome he was without his mask, had the same reaction most women had when saw him, which was an atomic blush. In their opinion, he was that handsome, and his girls found it hilarious. As he walked out the door, his destination was the ruins of Whirlpool. As soon as Naruto walked out the door, the female members of Team 11 noticed Tsunami and Tizuna staring at them. That was when Rias finally asked why they were staring, to which Tizuna asked, "Are all of you dating Naruto?" "Yes, he comes from two of the most powerful clan in the history of the elemental nations. That alone puts him under the Clan Restoration Act, meaning he has to marry multiple women in order to revive his clan." Sakura informed the father-daughter duo. "And all of you are okay with that? We wouldn't really expect you to understand, but polygamy is common practice amongst shinobi, and even more so amongst shinobi clans, so it is not as hard to accept for us. Plus, having a great person like Naruto makes it a hell of a lot easier," Anko explained to them as she got off the couch and gave orders to secure the area around the house. But Naruto. By this time Naruto had made it to the edge of wave. As he looked out at the sea, he ran a hand through to remove the hair out of his eyes before drawing blood from his finger and going through hand seals, summoning jutsu. Black kanji spread across the ground, and in a burst of smoke a fairly large lightning dragon appeared in front of Naruto and pounced on him excitedly with a cry of "Naruto-sama," while rubbing her head into Naruto's chest, who was chuckling at her antics. After she finally let him up, started petting the large lightning dragon on her head. "Hey, Saphira, how have you been?" "Fine," the dragon said as relished in his touch, making him laugh. "That's good to hear. Now how would you like taking me back to Whirlpool?" "No problem, you know how much I love flying with you." "Naruto-sama," Saphira said with a fanged grin, prompting Naruto to climb on her back. "Hold on tight, Naruto-sama," Saphira said as she galloped while flapping her wings before they became airborne. No more than 20 minutes later of flying and they reached the ruins of the village of Whirlpool, and just like his first visit, Naruto jumped from Saphira to freefall to the island below as Saphira returned to the dragon's realm. After touching down, Naruto made his way to the large ruin in the center of the island. Once there, like before, he made his way down the hidden staircase into the underground base of Whirlpool. Looking upon the large supercomputer, Naruto knew what needed to be done. He took the 3 crystals from around his neck, found the crystal keyholes just above the supercomputer attached to 3 pipelines. He placed each one in their respective keyhole. As they settled in their rightful places, each tube that the 3 crystals were placed in glowed their respective colors of green, blue and red. Naruto watched as the 3 energies traveled up the tubes until they reached the ceiling, where then it made the entire island glow a faint white as it started to restore parts of the island's land that had been destroyed in the war. Naruto stood there feeling the rumbling of the island coming back together. The rumblings went on for a full half an hour. When the rumblings finally stopped, so did the faint glowing of the island. Naruto went up top to see what the end result of the island's restoration was. Once he was above ground he activated his Rinnegan and used its power over gravity to levitate above the island to see the finished product, and he was happy with what he saw. It was no longer a small island, but a small continent more than able to house the future of Whirlpool citizens. The island just seemed to go on forever is what Naruto thought as he made it to the edge of the island to see the whirlpools still going. Well, that's good. Now I know no one will be able to approach the island without my permission. Turning his attention to the barren land he let out a sigh. Well, time to get started. I guess. Focusing his chakra, he clasped his hands together and called out wood style. Deep forest emergence. Nearly an entire forest sprouted from the ground. Naruto then unsheathed his sword planning to cut down the trees for material use of rebuilding the village. Mist village. While Naruto was handling things with Whirlpool, the disguised Kushina was sitting at the desk of the Mizukage, overlooking some documents. Finally, after some key investments the economy has stabilized, Naruto thought as she read through the document, and not to mention just last week they decided to make out the Mizukage since May turned it down and he would be taking over tomorrow. May organized the paperwork into 4 sections. Before grabbing a duffel bag out of the closet that had all of her clothes, she then put the key to the office on the desk before body flickering to her apartment. As soon as she arrived at her apartment she activated a privacy seal so that the Anbu wouldn't bother her, and after doing that she deactivated her seal to reveal her true appearance. Kushina had long red hair that reached her backside, she had beautiful violet eyes, she stood at 5 foot 7 inches, she had perky DD cup breasts, a sexy flat-toned stomach, curves in all the right places, sexy shapely legs that lead up to her firm shapely ass. She was wearing tight low-rider leather pants that showed off her form with a rip pattern from the top of her thighs to her ankles, exposing parts of her skin. Her black thong underneath was also slightly exposed. The tight form-fitting tank top that stopped just below her DD cup breasts, allowing for her midriff to go untouched, a pair of red fingerless gloves and a pair women's low-heeled boots. She pulled out the signature 3-pronged kunai of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that Naruto gave her. I finally get to go back with my Naruto-kun, the Redeed said as she channeled chakra into the hilt of the kunai. But Naruto has just finished clearing out the tree debris after he sealed up all the logs and sealing scrolls for materials towards the rebuilding project. He also cleared out most of the rubble before smoothing out the ground, and he made sure to collect the 3 gems from the underground base. Standing in the underground base he felt the pull of the Hirshin kunai and he quickly pulled out another 3-pronged kunai, stabbed it into the floor before using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and vanished in a yellow flash. Hidden Mist Village. Naruto appeared inside the apartment that belonged to Mei with a yellow flash. When he arrived he came face to face with Kushina, who unlike her, didn't tackle him, but instead placed a hand on his cheek. Naruto-kun. I missed you. This had taken him aback, because last time she tackled him and began treating him like a teddy bear, while squealing at the top of her lungs, but he returned the smile anyway. I missed you as well, Ka-chan. I thought I told you to call me Kushina, the Redeed said in a slightly threatening yet playful tone. Naruto, deciding to play along, took a bow. My apologies, Kushina. Kushina put a finger on his chin to bring him back up to eye level before yanking down his mask and smashing her lips into his. It surprised him initially, but it didn't take him long to get into it by wrapping an arm around her waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck so that they could both deepen the kiss while letting their tongues battle it out. After a few minutes of making out they finally broke apart after they realized they needed air. Wow, Anko and the others must have taught you a thing or two during our time apart. Naruto leaned in and gave her a peck. Maybe, or just maybe, I taught them. Kushina gained a glint in her eye as she grabbed a handful of his junk. I hope that means I don't have hold back anymore, because if you haven't sealed the deal with Anko, then I am afraid I am going to have break that promise for you. Naruto grunted as she squeezed, not painfully tight but tight enough. He got the point. Yes, I have already claimed Anko-chan and discussed the situation with her, and she is fine with it along with the others. Now if you would kindly let it go, we can leave and have this conversation after we are in a more secure location, Naruto said to Kushina, making her really happy as she gave him another kiss as she released him. That makes me extremely happy and makes me want to make you happy, but that can wait until later. For now, how about you get us out of here before the Anbu show up, Kushina said as she picked up her duffel bag that had everything she was taking with her. Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and they vanished in a yellow flash. Village hidden in the whirlpool. When they arrived in the underground base, Kushina looked around the room, remembering being there quite often before she was reincarnated. She turned around to look at Naruto. Seems you've been busy, she said as she was pointing towards the supercomputer, whose screen had the Uzumaki symbol floating on screen, signifying that the crystal gems had already been used to restore the island above. Have you gotten started on rebuilding on the island yet? She asked, to which he shook his head. No. I have the carpenters and architects coming in a few days to look over the schematics so they can order the required materials and probably should begin construction within the month, Naruto explained to Kushina, who nodded her head before grabbing his hand and pulling him to follow her down a hallway that he had yet to go down. Where are you taking me? She just smiled at him, you'll see. When they got to the end of the hallway, Kushina opened the door in front of them and pushed Naruto in, who stumbled slightly before noticing that he was standing in a bedroom. Kushina instantly grabbed him by his collar and pushed him up against the door. I told you that you would be mine after you claimed Anko, and I don't intend to go back on that. Before Naruto could say anything, he heard laughter from his mindscape. Hahaha, oh, this is rich. Oh, shut up, you perverted fox, and go back to sleep so I can have some privacy. Naruto grumbled at the fox as he cut the connection. You know, I would have liked to have made this to be a little more romantic if you would have given me just a little heads up as to when you were going to contact me. Lemon warning. Kushina just ran her hand over his toned chest and abs. That sweet, but I would not have been able to control myself either way once I laid my eyes on this perfect male specimen of a body. The redhead spoke huskily with her face only inches from his. I am glad you approve, and don't sell yourself so short. I doubt that there are many women in the history of the elemental nations that can match up to how sexy you are, Naruto said as he wrapped his arms around her waist and brought her in for a kiss. Words? I need proof, Kushina said as she separated her lips from his. As you wish, my redheaded queen. He quickly scooped her up by her thighs and in an instant was sitting on the bed with her straddling his waist and his hands resting on her ass while he buried his face into the heavenly valley known as her breasts. I have more than enough proof. I will show you that I want you just as much if not more than you want me. Kushina smirked at him but pushed him away as she stood off the bed. We will see, won't we? But if you are going to give me said proof, then clothes are going to get in the way now, aren't they? The Uzumaki asked rhetorically as she began slowly rid herself of her clothing, starting with her red tank top. Naruto, seeing what she was doing, quickly rid himself of all his clothing and equipment except his long cargo pants and sat back on the bed to enjoy the strip show. He watched as she slowly kicked off her low-heeled shoes after she stripped off her red tank top, revealing her black string bikini bra, slowly moving her hands down to the top of her form-fitting leather pants. Like what you see so far, Naruto? She asked seductively. More than you can imagine, he shot back as both of their eyes went to his grown tent. Good. She then unbuttoned her pants and turned around to seductively shimmy out of her pants, showing Naruto her ass that was falling out of the blank thong that she was wearing. After getting out of her clothes, she straddled his waist once again. Did my little Naru-chan enjoy the show? That comment got Naruto into it as he flipped her over and pinned her to the bed. I am far from little, Ka-chan, Naruto said before he claimed her lips while moving his right hand to grip the back of her thigh. Kushina moaned out, feeling Naruto break the kiss and move from her lips to her neck while his hands roamed her body, going from her thighs to her ass and from her waist to her breasts. He was about to undo her bra and move further down her body when she flipped them over till she was on top of him again. No, I think I get first dibs, Kushina said while looking down at the blonde Adonis. Naruto smiled up at her. Be my guest. He watched as she untied her string bikini bra, freeing her DD cup breasts with her pink nipples standing at attention as she threw the bra behind her before leaning down to capture Naruto's lips in another heated kiss. Both of them taking to trace their tongues around the inside of the other's mouth, each letting out pleasurable moans. Usually by now is when Naruto takes control during an intimate moment like he was having with a topless redhead on top of him, but Kushina wasn't having it as she broke the kiss and went down to sucking on his neck while her hands were rubbing against his washboard abs, making her inwardly moan at just the feel of his body. Kushina then started kissing her way down his chest, down his abs, until she reached his waistline and got onto her knees in between his legs. She sent him a look of want. Let's see if little Naruto is as big Naruto. When she freed his manhood, she was genuinely surprised. She wasn't by any means an expert, but she knew his dick was a lot bigger than most men at 8.5 inches long and nearly 2 inches thick. He was the epitome of a fine male specimen. You're certainly bigger than I thought, Kushina said as she lightly gripped the base of his manhood with her right hand while rubbing her left hand across the head before moving her left head out of the way to give it a lick just underneath the head of his cock, getting pleasured groan from the blonde. Upping the ante, she began guiding her tongue up and down the sides of his cock. Seeing it was giving the desired reaction, she took the head into her mouth, carefully avoiding her teeth, and began swirling the tongue around her cock's head. Oh, right there, not needing any more motivation, she started taking more of him into her mouth before she began bobbing up and down on half of his length. Though he was enjoying the blowjob from the redhead, it was clear that she wasn't as good as either Anko or Tsunade, but either way it was still sexy as hell seeing her suck his cock while pleasuring herself. Seeing her with her hand inside her thong play with herself while sucking him off made it to where he wasn't going to be waiting too much longer, so he snatched her off his dick and grabbed her by her waist. He laid back on the bed, putting them in the 69 position as he had her beautiful ass in his face and she had his dick in hers. What are you doing? Kushina asked in surprise from being jerked off the floor and on the bed. Well, it's no fun if I am the only one getting pleasured. Besides, I have been dying to see this ass for a while and can't take it anymore, Naruto said as he rubbed his hands across her supple plump flesh. I'm glad you like the redeed, said right before she went back to giving him head. Naruto reciprocated by sliding her thong to the side before diving tongue first into her pussy, which mattered Moa on his dick, giving him more pleasure from the vibration. The duo rhythmically continued to please each other, Naruto with his tongue's attack on her clit and fingers pumping in and out of her pussy. Kushina bobbed up and down on half of Naruto's length while she used her right hand to stroke what wasn't in her mouth. It wasn't long before the pleasure became too much for Kushina as she had stopped her blowjob and fell face down next to Naruto's cock while her ass was still in the air. Oh god, I'm QMing. Kushina shouted as she sprayed her blonde lover with her juices. Kushina had now gotten a taste of what Naruto's other girls had to deal with, his abnormally high stamina, because he wasn't all that close to orgasming, yet he already made her cum. Naruto slid out from underneath her and positioned himself behind her as she still had her ass in the air. I hope you don't think we're done, Kacchan, Kushina heard as she felt the head of his cock rub up against the lips of her vagina, making her groan at the feeling coursing through her lower body. Kushina went to try and give her a second, but he had already entered a fourth of his dick into her wet pussy, sending even more pleasure through her body. Taking it slow, he slowly but surely slid his length in her womanhood until he was in her fully. Ugh, sorry Kacchan. I wasn't going to be able to wait much longer. Ugh, you're just too sexy. Naruto moaned out as he relished in the warm wet sensation that was Kushina's pussy. I don't care anymore, just fuck me. The redeed screamed back out at him, making the blonde comply as he sped up his thrusts, creating the sound of lapping from his hips, hitting against her ass. Oh, god yes. Right there, Kushina screamed into the bed as she neared her peak. I'm getting close. Me too. Oh, god I am coming, both screamed as they reached the peak, and Naruto coated Kushina's vagina white with his semen. Kushina collapsed into the bed again from the mind-blowing orgasm Naruto just gave her, but she felt him turn her over till she was on her back. We're far from done, Kacchan. Kushina gained a look of disbelief on her face when she saw he was still hard and about to reinsert himself into her pussy. She was going to protest, but it was already too late. For the next 2 hours Naruto fucked his redeeded mother into oblivion in every position he could think of. She had passed out briefly at least 3 times. End of lemon. Kushina was now laying with her head on Naruto's chest, both covered in sweat and other bodily fluids. You know, I am really glad that you have multiple wife candidates. That comment made Naruto bust his gut in laughter. What's so funny? After he stopped laughing, he explained to her why he laughed. It's just that Anko, Yoruichi and Karasuba all said the same thing, and now that you have said it too, I am starting to believe that I might be too much for you girls, he said, making Kushina slap him on his right pec. Ow, why did you do that? The last thing we need is you getting a big head, so you will get that every time I feel like your ego is getting out of control, Kushina said, half joking half serious. Alright, no developing an ego, I got it. Good, now let me take a nap, then we can talk about how we are going to further along the plan to revive our village, Kushina said as she snuggled closer to the long-haired blonde. Time skip 1 hour. After waking up and getting dressed, Kushina led Naruto back into the main room with a large supercomputer. This was our village's pride and joy, though only the Uzukage clan heads and the elite of our barrier division even knew about it. Kushina walked up to the computer and entered in a few keys. When she was finished, Naruto felt a chakra pulse around the entire village. What just happened? One of the features of the computer's built-in seals, a genjutsu, was placed over the entire island to make it seem as if it was still destroyed, Kushina said as she sat into the chair as she looked at the blonde before her. So why don't you tell me what you have planned so I can help? Naruto leaned against the computer as he folded his arms against his chest. The plan hasn't changed, the end goal has and always will be the revival of Whirlpool. But if details are what you are asking for, then I guess my addition to the plans are to recruit ninja who would be willing to join our village. And who are these shinobi you plan on recruiting? Well, for now there is a group of young orphans in Wave who have the potential to be great shinobi with the right training. That makes sense, they might be descendants of some of the shinobi who worked as mercenaries for our village that resided in Wave before the fall of Whirlpool. If they have the potential you say they do, Kushina said as she thought for a second before asking another question. How are you planning on getting them trained? Well, you know that I along with the others can't leave the Leaf Village right now, so I was counting on you to do it, along with a hopeful recruit, Zabuza. Kushina didn't mind doing her part in reviving Whirlpool but the Zabuza thing threw her for a loop. What are you talking about? Zabuza should be headed back to rejoin the village hidden in the mist. I have had my eye on Zabuza for a while now, and by watching him, I came to an understanding that part of the reason he joined the rebels was so that he could eventually leverage his freedom from the Mist Village, and I plan on offering him a position within Whirlpool when we meet again. Now that you mention it, he was never really happy living in the Mist Village, and he did say he liked the lifestyle of freelance shinobi, since they didn't have anyone to answer to, Kushina said as she tapped her fingers on the arm of the chair. That's a part of what would allow me to be able to convince him to join us. Another is the fact that there are two things high on his short list of things he respects, strength and money. I have already proven my strength to him, now all that is left is offer him enough money. Kushina couldn't help but smile at how calculated her son had become at such a young age. I guess you have all of your bases covered, now all that's left is to let your plans unfold within due time. With that said, they both spent the next half hour with Kushina showing Naruto the other functions of the seal-powered supercomputer. After he learned of the computer's functions, they both went back to the underground bedroom to sleep until morning. The next morning. Upon waking up the next morning, the two of them got dressed and went up to the island to catch a few fish for breakfast before Naruto had to leave for Wave. After they finished eating, they stood across from one another on the edge of the island, with not wanting to see him go, but they both knew that she had to stay on the island to stay hidden, and he had to go. I order ensure the revival of their homeland. I want you to be careful, Naruto-kun. I know you are powerful, to what extent I might not know, but I still want you to careful, if for no other reason than peace of mind for me and your future wives. Naruto smiled at her as he pulled down his mask. I am always careful, but for you, I promise to be extra careful. He then leaned down to capture her lips' chaste kiss. I'll be seeing you, Kushiheim, he quickly said as he replaced his mask, before vanishing via Hirshin. You handsome sly devil, I'll see soon. With Naruto. Naruto arrived in front of the house he built for the orphans just before the children awoke, he noticing that just started to prepare breakfast for them. Not long after H began cooking, Irie came into the kitchen to see him preparing breakfast and instantly ran to hug him. Ani-chan, you came back. Naruto turned around and caught the missile. Of course I came back, I told you I was coming back, didn't I? He asked the little girl, who nodded at him as she hugged him tighter. Naruto heard the grease sizzle increase on the bacon, signifying that it was done, so he put Irie down. Why don't you go wake everyone up so you can all come have breakfast? She instantly ran out the room to wake everyone for breakfast. It didn't take the child but a few minutes to come back with the rest of the children, and by then Naruto had already finished cooking and set all of the food down in the center of the table so they could all sit and eat. He had made scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon and pancakes. When they saw the spread, they all rushed the table, but Naruto stopped them, telling them it was bad manners and that there was more than enough to go around, to which they all listened and ate like humans instead of savages. After breakfast, Naruto had the older children help clean off the table while the younger ones made the beds before he gathered all of the children into the living room. Alright, now that you have all eaten, I think it's time that I go ahead and inform you all of some things. Irie was the first to voice her question. Like what, Ani-chan? Well, first, I don't know if I told you that I came here with a team. We are ninja from the village hidden in the leaves. We are here to take care of the bad men who are responsible for the horrible things that have happened to you and everyone else. Really, Ani-chan, you're going to get rid of the bad men? Yes, I am, but I also need to tell you that your lives won't improve by that much. I know from experience, you're going to have to take your own lives into your hands, Naruto told them as he saw their faces fall a little. He hated seeing that look on their faces, but they needed to know the harsh reality of the world. But I am here to offer you an opportunity. That opportunity is for all of you to be trained to be shinobi. That way all you would be able to take care of yourselves after I leave. The children were torn. They were excited to become shinobi, but sad that Naruto was going to leave eventually. The blonde, seeing their disappointment, explained that if they took his offer, though they wouldn't be able to see him very often, they would still see him and they would be taken care of, which made all of them rush Naruto and hug him for everything he was doing for them. When will we be able to do those cool things you did yesterday? One of the young boys asked excitedly. Yeah. Hold on, first you have to actually begin training, then you will eventually learn to do some of the things that I can do, but don't be disappointed that you won't be able to do everything that I can, since a lot of the things I can do are unique to me. Some of them were a little disappointed but still excited to begin shinobi training. Now I promise before I leave that all of you will have been introduced to some people I know that will train you, but in the meantime I am going to show all of you how to survive on your own by showing you how to prepare your own meals starting tomorrow. Why can't you start today? One of the children asked. Because I have to meet up with my team so we can plan out how to get rid of the bad men, Naruto said by ruffling the young boy's head. Before Naruto got ready to go, he made a reinforced shadow clone that would be showing the older children how to make simple meals. After sending the children off with high shadow clone, he left via body flicker. Tazuna's home. When flickered in front of Tazuna's home, he was met by Sakura, who was standing guard for the home with Karasuba, while Rias and Anko are guarding Tazuna at the bridge. You're back, Naruto-kun, Sakura sighed as she hugged and kissed him on the cheek. Of course, I said I would be back by morning, Naruto said with an amused tone as he returned the hug. Where is everyone? Well, Karasuba-sensei is securing the perimeter while Anko and Rias are guarding Tazuna at the bridge. I guess I will wait for the to come back to tell them, Naruto muttered under his breath. Well, continue securing the house. I am going to find Karasuba, the blonde told his pink-haired teammate as he disengaged from her and vanished in another body flicker. Moments later, Naruto appeared in front of Karasuba, who was standing on a thick tree branch 2 stories off the ground. You're back, I see, the silver-haired Jonin said with a smirk as the blonde appeared in front of her. Yeah, but I have something else to do, so I just came to tell you that I will be back by the time Tazuna gets home. Karasuba raised an eyebrow at that. Where are you going now? There is someone who I need to speak with. I will tell you about it later. He pulled down his mask and gave her a quick kiss before vanishing in a whirlwind body flicker. Edge of wave. Naruto appeared in a swirl of wind on a large tree just outside of Gato's boating warehouse. Upon arriving, he used his sensing ability to see how secure this hideout was, and to his surprise it wasn't as secure as he thought it would be. Running through a few hand seals, Naruto quietly called out Earth style. Hiding in rock jutsu, Naruto was then camouflaged as he jumped through the building undetected. After traveling through the warehouse, he finally came across what, or in this case who he was looking for, Zabuza and his accomplice. He was going to reveal himself when he heard another voice, so the big bad demon of the mist ran home to lick his wounds without finishing the job he was paid to do. The comment came from Gaten. He has puffy brown hair and wears a small pair of black glasses. He also wears a black suit with a purple tie. As he commented, he reached to touch the immobile shinobi, but before he could touch him, his hand was grabbed by Zabuza's apprentice Haku. Haku was a young man with an androgynous appearance and was even viewed as being beautiful by most. He had long black hair, pale skin and large dark brown eyes. And a slender frame. He wore his long hair loosely and wore a pink sleeveless kimono with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to his ankles. Around his waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow, and he wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. He also wore a dark-colored choker around his neck. The grip Haku had on his arm, he could swear he felt his bones cracking under the pressure that was being applied to his arm. He desperately tried to pry his arm free from the ice user. Hey, let me go. Keep your filthy hands off of Zabuza-sama. Haku, let him go, ordered Zabuza from his immobile position on the bed. As much as he liked seeing the bastard in pain and wanted to see Haku do what he was preparing to, he couldn't let Haku do because they need the cash cow in one piece. Haku complied with his master's orders and let go of the tycoon's arm. If you want to get paid, I suggest you keep little slave in check, Gato tried to threaten as he rubbed his sore arm, but frozen when he felt Zabuza's killing intent directed at him. And I suggest that you remember that I am not one of your lackeys. The bridge builder will fall by my hand, and you better be prepared to hand over the other half of my money. And one more thing. Remember who and what I am, because I have no problem handing out tickets for a one-way trip straight to hell, Zabuza threatened. The tycoon, who knew he had to be careful around Zabuza, he had scared him so bad that he just walked off with his thugs in tow. After the room was left vacant with the exception of Haku and Zabuza, the ice user was about to speak, but clapping filled the room. Both of them looked around the room trying to find the source of the clapping. When Haku turned around, he saw the blonde-haired shinobi that Zabuza was defeated by stand in the corner clapping. Acting on instinct, grabbed a scalpel in one hand and a kunai in the other. What are you doing here? The ice user asked defensively, trying to protect Zabuza. Whoa, you can calm down, I'm not here to fight, Naruto said when he saw Haku grab his weapons. Then why are you here? He asked while still in a defensive position. I'm pretty sure you received my message of an opportunity, the blonde stated as he looked into Zabuza's eyes. Yeah, the demon brothers might have mentioned it. So why don't you go ahead and wow me with this great opportunity, Zabuza said, wanting to hear this proposal. First, I have a question. What do you know of the village hidden in the whirlpool? Zabuza stared at the blonde for a second before answering. Not much, only that it housed 4 clans, the main being the Uzumaki clan before their destruction in the Second Great Shinobi War. But I don't see what that has to do with anything. What if I told you that I was bringing back that village and I want you and your apprentice to join me in my efforts? Zabuza thought he had lost his mind until he saw how serious the blonde looked. Okay, that village was targeted and destroyed once. If brought back, it would be targeted once again, so I ask 2 questions. Why bring it back if mean nothing but suicide, and what could you offer me? Join village doomed. Naruto smirked behind his mask. Well, to answer your first question, it's far from a suicide mission. I have resources and allies that wholeheartedly back my plan. Now as for what I can offer you. I could offer you diplomatic immunity, meaning you and your apprentice wouldn't have to worry about Hunter Ninja, and enough money that would make what Gato was offering you look like lunch money. Zabuza's eyes widened. There's no way you have that kind of money. Try me. What is he offering you? Deciding to humor the blonde, Zabuza threw out his price for killing Tazuna. Gato offered me $100,000. If you join me I will pay you $500,000 a year until the village has been built, then when you officially join the village, I will give nothing less than B rank pay for every mission on top of a retirement pension of $100,000 a year. Zabuza nearly had an heart attack with the amount of money he just offered him. He could not only fund the war, then he could also live extremely comfortable. How do I know if you have the fund necessary to pay me? Naruto understood his plight, so he answered his question, because being the heir to both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans makes me possibly the wealthiest man in the elemental nations. Zabuza's mind went into overdrive. The last heirs of those clans were Minato Namikaze the Yellow Flash and Kushina Uzumaki the Red Death. If he was heir to both clans, that could only mean he was their son. Zabuza took in his appearance and mentally sized him up with Minato and Kushina. Oh my god, he is their son. Okay, I will agree to your terms if you add in one other thing. And what would that be? Naruto asked. I want funding for the rebel faction in the village hidden in the mist that is going through a civil war at the moment. Naruto looked confused at Zabuza's request. Usually I would have no problem with that request, but it isn't necessary. What do you mean it isn't necessary? Zabuza asked while halfway yelling at the blonde. Simple, because the war is over. The anger Zabuza had a moment ago was replaced with confusion. What? You didn't know? No, and that begs the question of how do you know? Simple, I helped end the war by killing the 4th Mizukage, along with a large portion of his followers. Zabuza looked to be in disbelief. To him the Mizukage was a near unconquerable mountain, yet he was claimed to have been killed by this young man in front of him. How do I know if you are telling me the truth? I have no reason to lie, but I will give you time to look into it if you need, Naruto suggested. Zabuza saw no eyes within Naruto's blue eyes. You know what, I believe you and I accept. Naruto smiled underneath his mask. What do you actually want me to do though? Zabuza asked. After you heal up I want you to meet me on the bridge, as if you are planning on attacking Tazuna. Something tells me the midget is going to double-cross you. Zabuza nodded as the blonde turned away from him. When we meet at the bridge, I will let you know your future duties. See you later, Zabuza. Haku. With that said he vanished in a swirl of wind. Are you sure you want to trust him, Zabuza-sama? Haku, in this world you don't trust anyone, but you also don't pass up on an opportunity like the one he is offering. Haku nodded. I understanding. I want you to find the demon bothers and have them follow up on this new information we have been presented with. Haku bowed before disappearing in a swirl of water to find the demon brothers. Zabuza turned his head to stare at the ceiling. Who would have thought that after 17 years I would join forces with their son? This truly is one crazy world. Azuna's home. Moments after Naruto arrived in front of the bridge builder's home in a swirl of wind, he caught a speeding purple bullet that crashed into his back with little effort. It was Anko who had jumped on his back and wrapped both legs around his waist and wrapped one arm around his neck while holding a kunai against his cheek. Although I missed you, I need to know why I smell the scent of another woman on you, Naruto-kun. Naruto, without saying a word, disarmed Anko and swung her around to face him while her legs were still wrapped around his waist. He then allowed her to pull down his mask, and as soon as she did he pulled her into a soul-searing kiss, all while groping her ass as she moaned into the kiss. When the two heard the sound of someone clearing their throat, they broke the kiss and turned to see Karasuba leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. Normally I wouldn't have interrupted, but doing that in front of Zuna's home when his grandchild can pop up at any moment and see something that is not meant for children to see is a little rude. Anko gained a pouty look from knowing the silver-haired Jonin was right. Naruto chuckled as he let her down after another swift kiss. You still haven't told me why there is the scent of another woman on you. Jealous? Answer the damn question. I was with another future sister wife, though I am not going to reveal her identity as of yet, but there is nothing to worry about. Yuruchi and Karasuba know who she is, and please don't ask them who she is. There is a reason why I am keeping her identity under wraps, Naruto explained, before getting a shrug and smile from the purple-haired Jonin. Not a second later both Sakura and Riaz appeared from the forest. Oh, Naruto-kun's back, Riaz said, running towards him and jumping into his arms. So, did you restore our homeland? She asked just slightly above a whisper, which he nodded to. I'll take you with me to see it. When the architects arrive in 2 days, Naruto told her, earning a kiss from the busty Reed. I can't wait. Breaking his embrace with Riaz, he opened his arms to embrace Sakura, which she accepted. Sakura was different than all of his other girls. She lacked confidence at times, and it caused Naruto and Riaz to have to reassure her and boost her confidence. And it seems with her expression she is in need of some one-on-one time. Naruto went on to tell them about the restoration of the island and the next phase, which is recruitment, which he doesn't want them to do since it will reveal too much. He plans on being the only one to recruit, but he will listen to suggestions down the road. Alright, well, I have to take Missy in town so she can get grocery, Anko said as she began walking into the house. Anko catch Naruto threw wad of cash at her use, that too buy the food. Don't allow her to use her own money, she nodded as she disappeared in the house. Karasuba was next to walk off as she wanted to polish her sword, but not before she made Naruto promise to spar with her tomorrow. Rias just smiled at Sakura, who was still in Naruto's arms, before walking off towards the forest to secure the perimeter once again. Sakura, seeing this, was about to join her. "Well, I guess I will go with Rai," the pink-haired genin started to say, as she tried to get out of Naruto's arms, only to be yanked back. "Oh no, you don't. You're staying with me." When he said those words, she knew why everyone had left so abruptly, to give them alone time. "Want to tell me why you seem so down?" She averted her eyes from his gaze. "I don't know what you are talking about." He grabbed her chin with his thumb and index finger and forced her to look at him. "I won't force you to tell me, but I will continue to tell you to be more confident and never be afraid to come to me or the other girls if something is upsetting you. We are all going to be family in the future, and I want us all to be happy." Sakura blushed as she wrapped her arms around his torso, burying her face in his chest. Sakura mumbled something into his chest. "You're going to have to speak up so I can hear you, Sakura-chan." "I said sometimes I don't feel wanted." The statement confused Naruto. He does his best in dividing up his time, plus she is on his team, so they are almost always together. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I sometimes feel you don't desire me like you do the others," Sakura said, as her face glowed red from the atomic blush she was now sporting. "You silly misinformed girl. I desire you just as much as I do Anko, Yuruchi, or any of the other girls. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but I find you incredibly sexy. Especially this," Naruto said as he slid his hands down to grab two hands full of her plump ass, earning a surprised squeak from the blushing pink-haired Kunoichi. "Now see off of that reaction. I feel bad, like I went too far. The other girls are, let's be honest, perverts, but with you are more conservative and I don't want to push you into something you aren't ready for." Sakura's face stayed flushed as she spoke in a low tone. "I am ready. You are all I think about lately, but I just get embarrassed." Naruto put a finger underneath her chin, forcing her to look up. "You have nothing to be embarrassed about. You are just as uniquely beautiful and sexy as any of the other girls, and if you are as ready as you say, then tonight you have your one-on-one time with me to prove it, but for now I need to speak with Tazuna. So put on something sexy for me, and we will talk later." Naruto finished by deeply kissing his pink-haired fiancée before letting her go so she could get ready for her one-on-one time. Moments later, Naruto found Tazuna in his study going over his own plans of his bridge. Knock knock. After hearing the knocks, the bridge builder looked up to see Naruto in the doorway. "Ah, you're back, I see. Hope I am not interrupting you." "No, I was just overseeing some of the plans of the bridge, making sure everything is correct," Tazuna said as he rolled up the plans before picking up high glass of whiskey. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Yeah, I just wanted to give you a copy of the plans my parents had drawn up so you can get a feel of what you will be doing, and to let you know the land of Whirlpool has been restored." Naruto tossed a scroll at Tazuna, who caught it. "I'll be sure to go over it in detail over the next few days," Tazuna said as he pasted the scroll down on the desk. "No problem." Naruto went to leave, but Tazuna stopped him. "How about having a drink with me?" "I would, but I have plans with a certain pink-haired teammate of mine," he said with a smile as he disappeared out the door. Time skip. A few hours later, after Naruto cooked a nice dinner for the occupants of the house and prepared a small picnic for he and Sakura, we find him looking for said person. Walking upstairs, he walked into a bedroom and was shocked at what he saw. Sakura was wearing her low-heeled sandals that came just below her knees, a red miniskirt that fell to her upper thigh, and a long-sleeve sheer pink that had only one button to show off her toned abs and ample cleavage. Riaz, who was sitting on the bed, commented, "I think he likes your outfit," making Sakura smile, which in turn did the same for Riaz. As she got off the bed, she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Now she better not come back a virgin, you hear?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "I think you have been hanging around Anko and Yuruchi too much." Riaz laughed as she left the room. "You do look beautiful, Sakura-chan," Naruto said as he walked over and gave her a light peek. "Thank you. So are you ready?" she asked, seeing he had a picnic basket in his hand. "As soon as you grab on." Without wasting any time, she wrapped her arms around his right arm, and then they vanished in a flash of yellow light, signifying the use of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. A split second later, the couple appeared in the forest near the house Naruto built for the orphans. In a small clearing under a large tree, Naruto had prepared their picnic area. He had laid out the blanket and had started a small campfire. Upon their arrival, he erected a barrier so that their evening wouldn't be interrupted. When they sat down and Naruto laid out the food he prepared, Sakura began drooling. Naruto prepared her favorite foods, seafood. He made crab legs, shrimp scampi, lobster and fried catfish. She gave him a big kiss before digging in. The evening was slow and nice. Through their conversation they had while eating, Naruto was able to give Sakura the confidence she so needed. When it came to their relationship, for the life of him, he couldn't understand how she had the confidence to battle the sadistic Anko, but be afraid to tell him what she was really feeling. In giving her confidence she became more forward. Sakura straddled Naruto's lap out of the blue, while staring into his striking sapphire blue eyes. Naruto-kun, you have been so patient with me and I want to thank you by doing something that I think the both of us have wanted to do for a while. Now Sakura then unbuttoned her pink blouse and letting her CC cup breast free and her pink nipples eye level with Naruto's face. Naruto wanted to ask if she was sir, but the look of lust in her eyes confirmed it. He reached up to the back of her head to pull her down into a heated kiss. Lemon alert. As their tongues battled for dominance, Naruto and Sakura let their hands roam each other's bodies. As the two got lost in lust, Naruto expertly removed most of his clothing, leaving him in only his cargo pants. Sakura loved seeing the blonde when he was shirtless. So the very moment he removed shirt she started running her hands all over his chest and abs, moaning at his rippling muscles. But her joy of feeling on his chest was short-lived when the blonde pushed her back and captured her perky pink nipple in his mouth, sucking on her fun bags, while his hands gripped her meaty-toned ass, getting groaning moan from his pink-haired girlfriend. Oh, God. The moans from the pink-haired beauty was really turning him on. He was almost already at full mast from how turned on he was. Sliding his hands around her thong, he inserted a finger in her wet womanhood, getting her to throw her head back in ecstasy. Ah. She started huffing when he stopped and looked in her beautiful green eyes. Are you ready? She smiled at him and kissed him once more. Take me, she said in a very seductive manner. Naruto didn't need any more to be said as he pulled out his member and adjusted his penis to Sakura's wet womanhood that was hovering above his dick. Rubbing the head against her entrance a few times to coat the head of his penis in her love nectar before he guided her to slowly sit on the 8.5-inch monster. She wasn't in pain, but she was a bit uncomfortable with full he made her feel. So he continued to soothe her and make sure she went at her own pace. It wasn't any fun if he only felt good during the wonderful act known as sex. It's okay, you can move now. Naruto complied. He kissed her and began to slowly guide her hips up and down on his shaft. After getting over the initial sting, then the uncomfortable feeling, a whole new feeling was introduced: pleasure. Naruto saw how she was starting to respond and upped the ante by thrusting from below to meet her hips. Naruto, oh right there. She screamed, throwing her head back from an orgasm, forcing Naruto to stop as she wrote out the orgasm. Once she had done so, Naruto whispered into her ear, I hope you don't think we are done yet. Sakura's eyes widened when she realized he had yet to come. She was also about to find out why most Uzumaki men needed multiple women and why Naruto was a cut above the rest. Over the next 2 hours, Naruto proceeded to do to Sakura what he had done to a few of his other fiancés, which is fuck her into a near coma. He went light on her and kept it to 3 positions, those being cowgirl, missionary, and doggy style. The later happened to be the pink-haired medic's favorite during their 2-hour session, speaking of which she was currently fast asleep, laying across her blonde lover's chest. He loved the smile that his girls seemed to have whenever they were fucked asleep. Leaning down, he draped a second he had brought with him over them before kissing her on the forehead. Sleep tight, Sakura Haim. End of Lemon. Time skip 1 week. A week went by quickly in wave after Naruto and Sakura's date. It had been a busy week. Naruto had shown the blueprinted plans for Whirlpool to be rebuilt better than ever to the expert architects and Tazuna, who were blown away by the designs. They want to start immediately, but Naruto told them that he wanted the bridge built first, then he would take them to the island so they could begin. Naruto started paying the architects to not only help finish the bridge, but to help make plans to remodel the entire Wave Village. The plan of taking the poor village and transforming it into what could become a popular tourist destination once finished, though the bridge comes first. Speaking of which, it was only a day away from completion. Since a week has passed, it was now the date that Naruto as Abusa had agreed upon to lure out Gato to the bridge, which worked exceptionally well, as Team 11 stood on the bridge with Zabuza and Haku standing not too far away. Sakura had used an useful air rank jutsu to fool the tycoon into believing that they had battled and exhausted themselves into near death when he revealed himself and his hired bandits to attack them while defenseless. The big bad demon of the mist, beaten down by a brat and his horse Gat, said with a small chuckle, anyone who kills Zabuza and the brat while bringing me the women will be rewarded. Naruto looked over to Zabuza and silently agreed to letting Naruto handle the Sakura, drop the genjutsu. She dropped the illusion, revealing their group all unharmed, shocking the 30 bandits, and Gato. Naruto drew his sword from its sheath, holding it vertical in front of his face. Hope you are ready, Sieg. Always young master. With a mental command, his sword glowed pink and transformed. The sword turned into a regular katana. It has a simple cross guard with an open frame much like a 4-pane window. It has a bronze guard with lavender hilt wrapping. Scatter Senbon upon release. Senbon sword form separates into 1,000 tiny glowing pink blade petals which fly away from the hilt, leaving only the sword's handle in Naruto's hand. The bandits are stood shocked as the petals flew past them, then back to Naruto and reforming the blade. His sword then reverts back to its original form before he sheathes the sword. As soon as the click was heard, dozens of cuts appeared on the bandits' major arteries and blood spurted out of the wounds as they all fell lifelessly to the ground. The entire bridge was silent. They had witnessed the blonde kill 30 of Gato's men in less than 3 seconds. Naruto turned to Zabuza. "I can leave Gato to you, can't I?" Zabuza grinned. "I like the way you think, brat." One of the former 7 swordsmen of the mist slowly started walking towards the tycoon while releasing killing intent strong enough to freeze the midget in his place. "Wait, I'll pay you anything you want, Jay, just don't kill me." "Sorry, there is nothing you can offer me after plotting to kill me, besides the deal I have in place already has me set for life. So goodbye." With that said, Zabuza swung his cleaver-like sword with blinding speed to lop the small man's head right off his shoulders, letting the body fall lifelessly to the ground and blood pooled around the now headless body. Zabuza looked at the body in disgust and kicked the body and head into the awaiting waters. Looking around, Naruto saw that the bridge was covered in blood, so he created a few clones to use low-level water jutsus to wash the blood and bodies off the bridge. As he stood there watching his clones, he felt something behind him. Team 11, as well as Zabuza and Haku, saw a portal open up behind him. Out of the portal walked a blue-haired 8-foot-tall man dressed in blue clothing with blue dragon wings on his back. This was one of the Dragon Masters, the Lightning Dragon Master Julius. "Naruto-sama, she has awoken."